Chapter 4672. In the end, the 18 Flying Eagle cities changed their name, which really surprised these people. They quickly recovered. This kind of situation is very normal in the small world of heaven. This also made them curious about this young man. Doesn't he know that the 18 Flying Eagle city has the support of Heaven City? Without support, the 18 Flying Eagle city would have been replaced long ago. Now that the young man came over and killed the big eagle Ancient One, doesn't that mean that they are going to fight against the other side? In any case, everyone felt very curious. What made them feel the most happy was that the City Lord of Invincible City was very interesting. After the announcement of the name change, all the rings in the square were given to everyone as benefits. For a while, everyone went crazy to grab these rings. No one thought that the City Lord didn't take these rings seriously. Doesn't he know that there are a lot of treasures in them? For a while, everyone's impression of this young man, the City Lord of Invincible City, changed greatly. This is much better than that Ancient One. Ancient One is not so kind, he belongs to the kind of very stingy guy, which is known to everyone in the entire Flying Eagle City. If you want to get some benefits from him, you either have to exchange merits or rely on luck. Lin Fei didn't stop these people from fighting for those rings at all. The square also became very lively. And at this time, the 5 flying eagles standing behind Lin Fei also had different expressions. They were the only 5 of the 18 flying eagles left. As for the remaining 13, 7 of them were killed by Lin Fei, no, it was 8, and the remaining 5 died directly under the Heaven Destruction Thunder. The 5 of them could be considered to be the smarter ones. They knew that when fighting, they would go easy and stay away from the fighting range. Who knew that Ancient One used the heaven-destroying thunder and even killed his subordinates. Fortunately, Ancient One finally died in the hands of a young man, and they changed their appearance for the first time. It seems that the City Lord of Invincible City is a little different. He seems to be a lot more generous than that Ancient One. I always feel that this young man's ambition seems to be quite big. Don't you guys feel that this young man seems to be deliberately provoking us, the 18 Soaring Eagles, and the people from the 18 Soaring Eagles city? The remaining 5 eagles were quite knowledgeable. Naturally, he could tell that there were some unusual things about it. If it wasn't for that, they wouldn't have been able to survive until now, and they wouldn't have been able to change their faces so quickly. He had to survive first. Lin Fei also withdrew his gaze and said to the 5 eagles behind him, "Bring me to the City Lord's mansion. I'm tired from fighting, so we can sit down and have a cup of tea and chat. What do you think? This lowly one will lead the way for the City Lord immediately." Immediately, an eagle took the initiative to stand out. She led the way for Lin Fei. The City Lord's mansion was much more luxurious and upscale than other places. At a glance, it could be seen that the City Lord's mansion was still quiet at this moment. There were no changes because of the battle. As soon as the 5 eagles entered the City Lord's mansion, they instantly killed all the people around Ancient One. He had complete control over the City Lord's mansion. They were very familiar with this place. Lin Fei sat in the main hall of the City Lord's mansion. There were 5 eagles standing in front of him, and these 5 eagles were a little uneasy. They didn't know if their choice was right or wrong. At that time, they also knew that if they really left, they would definitely die. "I don't have much interest in the lives of the 5 of you. As long as you can do things well for me, I guarantee that the crystals and even treasures you can get will be beyond your imagination." Leaving these 5 eagles was actually to find a few thugs to do things for him. This was much simpler than doing it by himself. He couldn't always do everything by himself. With a wave of his hand, he directly threw out 30 crystals. "These crystals are nothing, just right for the 5 of you." 30 crystals was actually not a small amount. The 5 eagles were a little jealous. One must know that they and Ancient One had never received any crystals as a reward. They didn't expect this young man to give them 6 crystals each as soon as he came up. They could buy a lot of things. "We pledge our lives to serve the City Lord. Now I'll give you one thing, and that is to manage Invincible City from top to bottom. Each of you will have a share of the territory. Anyway, I want the entire Invincible City to return to normal. You only have 3 days to prepare. I don't want Invincible City to be in a mess. As soon as Lin Fei finished speaking, the 5 eagles immediately turned around and went out. Lin Fei didn't care much about the trivial things outside. The only thing he cared about was farming aggro and honor points. For now, it seemed that the progress was quite good. Lin Fei also found Ancient One's treasure house in the first place. This was a private treasure house. Not to mention, there were really a lot of things inside. It was just SOSO. All in all, it was about 200 or 300 crystals. To say that he was rich, he wasn't rich, and to say that he was poor, he wasn't poor either. Unfortunately, Lin Fei didn't find a complete Grotto Heaven small world. He was happy for nothing. When Lin Fei was about to leave, he discovered that there was a different place in the treasure house. This different place was very inconspicuous. If it wasn't for Lin Fei taking a second look, he really wouldn't have noticed it. It was violently broken. He found that there was a big box inside. This box was about the height of a person, and after opening it, it would be a little surprising. It was actually filled with blood-colored beads. Originally, Lin Fei thought that these blood-colored beads were a treasure. Later on, he realized that it wasn't the case. These blood-colored beads were actually condensed from blood, which surprised Lin Fei. The aura of the blood beads in the box was very strong. At a glance, there were at least hundreds of thousands of blood beads in this huge box. Originally, Lin Fei wasn't sure what the blood beads were for, but after using his honor points to check, he understood. Soul bead, used for special cultivation, it is the favorite treasure of demonic cultivators. Things like this, Lin Fei hasn't seen many times. Of course, he has also seen some demonic methods in the ancient books. Among them, there is something about this soul bead, which is refined with essence and blood. It seems that this heaven small world is a little different from what I thought. These 200,000 to 300,000 blood beads, no, they are soul beads. Someone should have asked for them by name. This ancient one was really helped up by someone. Bookseller reading website. Chapter 4673. On a hill dozens of miles away from Invincible City, several figures appeared without warning, looking at Invincible City in the distance. Ancient One, this bastard is dead, and he has caused us so much trouble. The cold voice reverberated in the night sky and also fell into the hearts of those people. What should we do now? I think that young man should have sensed it more or less, that's why he attacked Ancient One. I don't know how much he knows about soul beads. If I had known earlier, I would have let you guys keep the soul beads. Now, the soul beads are in the hands of the other party. That's hundreds of thousands of soul beads, we have spent so much time to accumulate them. Isn't that simple? Let's just find that person. Don't tell me he dares to attack us, although he is quite strong, especially in defense. A pair of cold eyes were cast over. The black-clothed men behind directly lowered their heads and did not dare to look at it. A chill enveloped them. All of you think that you are very powerful. Did you not see Ancient One being destroyed? That kid's defense is his greatest life-saving ability. His strength is average, but if you want to catch him, it will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Now that the soul beads are in his hands, it will not be so easy to take them back. The black-clothed man's eyes were very cold, and at the same time, they became very sharp. No one knows better than him that this young man is indeed quite terrifying. His defense is simply unfathomable, and it can be said to be a life-saving ability. The means of attack are not very strong, but with this extremely strong defense, it can instantly turn into an endless advantage. Just look at Ancient One, even the heaven-destroying thunder was used, but the result was still nothing to the other party. These soul beads must be taken back. After all, we spent so much effort to collect these hundreds of thousands of soul beads, we can't let them fall into his hands. The black-clothed man and Ancient One are also considered partners. To be able to collect so many soul beads, Ancient One also contributed a lot of effort. But unexpectedly, when they came back from a trip, their nest was destroyed, and even the name of the 18 Flying Eagle City was changed. Speaking of which, it really made them angry. There was a lot of killing intent in their hearts, and they directly hated that young man. Let's have the little world of heaven suppress that kid first. Let's see what happens first. Lin Fei also stayed in the city lord's mansion. After he received the hundreds of thousands of soul beads, he put them away. He knew that these soul orbs would bring him many interesting things. Interesting, it's really interesting. Someone actually contributed hatred to me again, and this hatred isn't low either. Lin Fei, who was still rummaging through the treasures, suddenly smiled. Just now, he had gained a lot of hatred. The increase in aggro wasn't high, but it was quite conspicuous. His hatred value increased by 888 points. How much hatred did he have for himself? Even Lin Fei himself was a little surprised. It seemed that he had already destroyed all the eagles in the 18 eagle cities. There were only 5 left. As for the other experts, there didn't seem to be many left. Why did someone contribute so much hatred to him? Lin Fei immediately thought of this soul pearl. Only this soul pearl could bring such a large amount of hatred. It reached 888 points alone, which was the highest so far. Even that Gao Fan didn't seem to have reached this amount. Gao Fan wasn't low either, he also had a few hundred. This was just a guess of Lin Fei. In addition to this soul pearl, the other direction should be the side of Heaven City. He had lost Ancient One and occupied the 18 eagle cities, which naturally made the people in the little world of heaven feel dissatisfied. It was normal for him to contribute a lot of hatred. Whether it was the side of the little world of heaven or the soul pearl, Lin Fei was also looking forward to them contributing more hatred to him. Lin Fei had gained almost 300,000 hatred points this time. In addition, it was estimated that it would not be a problem to collect another 200,000 to 300,000 hatred points. This time, Lin Fei didn't use all the hatred points to exchange for the treasures. He felt that he could increase his attack power. For example, to add some powerful great Tao to himself. In this way, his attack methods would be stronger. Before, Lin Fei's physical strength was very strong, and with the existence of the Tree of Life, the power that erupted was even stronger. And now, the Tree of Life turned into a life seed, and Lin Fei didn't let it grow again. It wasn't that Lin Fei didn't want the life seed to grow, but the life seed seemed to have fallen into a dormant state. As for how long this dormant state would take, it was unknown. In Lin Fei's understanding, the life seed at this time should be a little injured, and it would take time for it to slowly recover. After some consideration, Lin Fei decided to exchange for a few powerful Great Tao. With the Great Tao in hand, he naturally had a way to attack. Or rather, he could use the hatred points to exchange for a few powerful cultivation techniques. Before, Lin Fei didn't understand it. Who told him to not have any hatred points on him, and since the hatred points were not enough, he naturally didn't have time to read these cultivation technique books. The first thing to look at was these Great Tao. There were 3,000 Great Tao, and there were all kinds of them. It was really a little dazzling. Lin Fei really didn't know how to choose, but after thinking about it, he knew that he had to choose the most powerful Great Tao. The stronger the attack power, the better. Anyway, he had a defense now, and what he lacked was nothing more than an attack method. When the defense reached a certain level of excellence, then with a powerful attack method, it would naturally be able to achieve a balance. This would also make Lin Fei's strength even more outstanding. The 3,000 Great Tao cutting technique, the 3,000 Great Tao destruction technique, and the 3,000 Great Tao thunder explosion technique. With a target, it would be easier to find. Very soon, Lin Fei found a few Great Tao that were very suitable for him. They were all pure great attack power, and of course, the consumption was exceptionally high. Without the Tree of Life, Lin Fei's physical body was naturally exceptionally strong. He had already reached the Heaven Monarch level, and the accumulated energy was naturally not comparable to ordinary Heaven Monarchs. Now, Lin Fei's physical body was at least equivalent to the capacity of 10 ordinary Heaven Monarchs. It could be said to be incomparably thick. Of course, if Lin Fei's physical body was a step up to the Emperor's physical body, the accumulation would be even more improved. I'd better choose this great cutting technique. It's extremely sharp and a frontal attack method, covering myself with the great cutting technique. The 3,000 Great Tao was much more expensive than this treasure body. Especially more expensive than the defensive treasure body. Before, Lin Fei had exchanged for some defensive treasure bodies, and he didn't exchange for a treasure body with a powerful physical body because the hatred points were expensive. Shukju website. Chapter 4674. Lin Fei exchanged for the great slicing technique of the 3000 great Daos. This technique was really powerful, but the amount of hatred that he exchanged for wasn't low either. He used 300,000 hatred points. In an instant, he cleared all the hatred points on his hands. As soon as the great slicing technique was in Lin Fei's hands, he felt that this great slicing technique was very different. It seemed to be similar to his own blade technique, but it was more profound and mysterious than his own blade technique. It was as thin as a blade light, almost as if it was hidden in the void. It made it impossible for people to guard against it. It could be attacked from all directions, and its power was exceptionally great. No wonder such a great slicing technique requires 300,000 hatred points. It really isn't cheap, but it's really powerful. If I didn't have a top-grade armor, I wouldn't be able to defend against it at all. With Lin Fei as the center, the great slicing technique constantly passed through his surroundings. These great slicing techniques constantly shuttled through like blade lights. Do you want to use honor points to upgrade the great slicing technique? You can upgrade it from 1 star to 5 star. 5 star is the highest level. Just as Lin Fei was experimenting with the great slicing technique, the system actually sent a notification, which surprised him a little. It can't be, this great slicing technique can also be upgraded. Isn't this the limit? Seriously. Lin Fei didn't cultivate much of the 3000 great Daos. Not to mention this kind of main attack. If it wasn't for the fact that the great slicing technique was a very overbearing attack-type great Dao, Lin Fei wouldn't have exchanged for it. He never thought that this great slicing technique could be upgraded. The best use of honor points is to upgrade cultivation techniques, to upgrade great Daos, and to upgrade everything. The 3000 great Daos are also the type that can be upgraded. The system began to explain. Lin Fei had learned a lot. He had always thought that other than using honor points to upgrade or exchange for some things, there was nothing else. He didn't expect that it could be used to upgrade these 3000 great Daos. The 3000 great Daos were already very powerful. If he used honor points to upgrade them, wouldn't it mean that these 3000 great Daos would become even more powerful? At the very least, for the current Lin Fei, he couldn't wait for the power of the great slicing technique to become stronger and stronger. What's the difference between 1 star and 5 stars? Lin Fei asked curiously again. It was only 1 star to 5 stars, but one could imagine that the power of these 5 stars should be very strong. A 1 star can unleash 3 times the power, a 2 star can unleash 6 times the power, a 3 star can unleash 15 times the power, a 4 star can unleash 50 times the power, and a 4 star can unleash 200 times the power. This increase in strength made Lin Fei suck in a breath of cold air. Especially at the 5-star level, they could unleash 200 times the power. This was simply fatal. The great slicer technique was already very powerful. If it were to erupt with 200 times the power, no one would be able to stop it. Once the great slicer technique was unleashed, it would immediately take the other party's life. This is great. I really like this strength buff. I was just fretting about not having a place to spend my honor points. I can't just leave them to level up. Now, I finally have a place to use them. After knowing that there was such an upgrade function, Lin Fei had a lot of ideas about the honor points. It seemed like he couldn't just farm hatred in the future. He had to farm honor points as well. When the time came, he would have to think about how to operate it. 1-star Great Slicer Technique, 10 million honor points. 2-star Great Slicer Technique, 50 million honor point. 3-star Great Slicer Technique, 500 million honor points. 4-star Great Slicer Technique, 5 billion honor points. 5-star Great Slicer Technique, 100 billion honor points. This level was not low. Looking at his tens of millions of honor points, Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He still had a long way to go to earn honor points. This 5-star Great Slicer Technique was indeed not that easy to obtain. God knew how long it would take for him to obtain 100 billion honor points. The 5-star Great Slicer Technique could unleash 200 times the power. This was indeed quite tempting to Lin Fei. Now that he could unleash several times the power, it could be said that his Great Slicer technique was superior to other Great Slicer techniques of the same level. Without any hesitation, Lin Fei directly used 10 million honor points to upgrade his Great Slicer technique to 1-star Great Slicer technique. 2-star Great Slicer technique would require 50 million honor points. Lin Fei really didn't have enough honor points right now. However, he would be able to accumulate more. No matter what, he had to upgrade the Great Slicer technique to 2-star. At 2-star, he would be able to unleash 6 times the power. 3 times the power of the Great Slicer technique was indeed a little different. It was even more profound than before, and Lin Fei was able to see the changes within it even more clearly. Now that the hatred points had been used up, Lin Fei had to take action. At the very least, he now had a relatively powerful attack. With this Great Slicer technique and the enhanced version of the Great Slicer technique, destroying the opponent was really quite simple. Especially since this Great Slicer technique was a large-scale attack. The 5 eagles received another notification. They immediately came to the main hall. These past few days were really like a dream to them. In the blink of an eye, the 5 of them divided Invincible City into 5 areas. North, South, East, West, and a central area. Their personal power had risen in a straight line. This was something they didn't even dare to think about. They all knew that this young city lord didn't care about these territories. As long as they could work hard, they would naturally be able to increase the power in their hands. This was much better than following Ancient One. This time alone, they had the territory in their hands. Especially those rings that they harvested, they made a lot of money. All the forces that stood on Ancient One's side were ruthlessly wiped out by them. The entire Invincible City returned to normal. Their skills were quite good, and they quickly pacified them. The people who lived in Invincible City were not good people. In the face of absolute strength, who wouldn't be honest? How could they have so many ideas? The 5 eagles stood in the main hall. Your efficiency is quite good, I am very satisfied, but now I have encountered another difficult problem. I need you to use your brains and think about it. Whoever does well will naturally be rewarded. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth raised, and he smiled faintly. The eyes of the 5 eagles below also lit up. What they were most worried about was being idle and having nothing to do. As long as there was something to do, it could prove that they were still useful. Now that the power in their hands had been greatly improved, they naturally wanted to perform well and leave a deep impression. That couldn't be better. Shuk Ju website. Chapter 4675. In the face of such a mysterious lord, the 5 flying eagles did not have too many ideas. They just had to do their jobs honestly. The biggest change was that they had a lot more power in their hands. Compared to before, it was simply an earth-shattering change. Before, the power in the hands of the 18 flying eagles was basically dispensable, and it was just a nice name. But now it was different. Everyone in Invincible City knew about the 5 flying eagles. I have something to ask you now. What do you think you should do to offend the remaining 17 small cities in one go and make them angry? Lin Fei had used up all of his aggro points. He wanted to upgrade the Great Slicer technique to 2 stars and burst out with 6 times the power. Then the next step was to prepare to harvest a batch of hatred. How to harvest? Of course, it would start with the 17 small cities. Originally, Lin Fei planned to go to the small cities one by one, but this would be a little troublesome. It was better to offend all 17 small cities in one go. By then, the amount of hatred he would harvest would increase. As the saying goes, time is money, and time is hatred. Lin Fei did not want to waste too much time in this regard. Especially this trip, after coming out of the Tongqian school, Lin Fei felt that the 3rd elder Luo Ming was secretly plotting against him. Even the Tongqian school leader did not know where he went. Maybe he was plotted against. Lin Fei had to improve his strength again. When the time came, he would give them a surprise. After all, Lin Fei liked to give people surprises. If he wanted to give people a big surprise, he naturally needed to improve his strength. What could be faster than offending 17 small cities in one go? As for the Heaven City, he would leave it for later. Anyway, he had to go there sooner or later. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 5 flying eagles changed. They were originally very happy. At least they followed a good person, but now it seemed that the person they followed was not quite right. He had killed more than half of the 18 winged eagles as well as some of the experts in the city. Before they could completely digest what they had done, they had to offend another 17 small cities. For a moment, they all wanted to turn around and run. They wanted to get as far away as they could. This guy in front of them was a madman. But in the end, they still endured it. He was even more aware of this opportunity. After all, their invincible city was too small. If they could annex other cities, then Invincible City would rise in an instant. My lord, if you want to offend 17 small cities in one go, we feel that there is only one way, and that is to sweep the trading places of these 17 families. Lin Fei had read a lot of information and had even searched his soul. Of course, he knew what this place of trade meant. This trading ground was actually very simple. The things that they plundered from outside would be placed here to be sold. People from all over the world would trade here. Of course, this transaction was done in private, and it was also done in secret. In any case, the goods were leaked out just like that. There was such a trading ground in all the 18 cities, and it was considered the most profitable place. If Lin Fei swept these 18 trading grounds, he could definitely offend all 17 small cities in one go. That was the most profitable place in the 17 small cities. Sweeping these trading grounds was equivalent to taking money out of their pockets. No one would be able to sit still. Lin Fei really did not think of this at first. Hearing this, he clapped his hands and stood up. Your idea is not bad. Then let's sweep these 17 trading grounds. Bring your men and let's do it. When we sweep them, I will allow you to take 30% of the profit. He really did not care about the things in these trading grounds. What he cared about was hatred. With this hatred, he could make himself stronger and stronger. But for the 5 winged eagles, this was different. To be able to obtain benefits from each of the 17 trading grounds was simply unimaginable. Previously, the big winged eagle did not have such boldness. He was not so generous. Sir, we will immediately gather the men and horses. The winged eagle turned around and went out. The first thing he did was to mobilize the people around him. Lin Fei killed a lot of experts in the square. Although it also made many people hate Lin Fei, it also made many people recognize Lin Fei at the same time. What kind of place was the small world of heaven? It was a place where all kinds of evil people gathered. Here, as long as you had the strength, everyone would surrender. And if you didn't have the strength, you would be torn to pieces. This was the end of the 18 winged eagles. So they could not wait for the new city lord to be as ambitious as possible. Only in this way could they follow and have a sip of the soup. Eating meat was fine, but being able to have a sip of the soup was also something that made them very satisfied. It was a pity that before, the 18 winged eagles didn't do much at all. The 18 winged eagle city had always been the least influential. The other 17 small cities were not worth their attention at all. The 5 winged eagles gathered their subordinates and released the news that they were going to do a big deal. All of them were excited. They did not see wrongly. The new city lord was indeed different. He was ambitious enough to take action so quickly. The big winged eagles were far worse than him. They deserved to be destroyed. The Black and White Trading Place. This was a trading place in Black and White City, but it was not in Black and White City. Instead, it was in a valley outside Black and White City. Everyone knew that the Black and White Trading Place belonged to Black and White City. The transactions done here were also the largest, and almost all of them came from the boundless world. Quite a number of people would secretly conduct transactions here. Everything that was obtained from killing people and robbing them was basically sold in this small world of heaven. There was an Emperor Lord powerhouse guarding here. Unless there was legitimate evidence, there was really nothing they could do. There were also many experts guarding such a trading place. There were 5 Heaven Lord powerhouses, and there were more than 100 heavenly kings. Coupled with the array, basically no one dared to cause trouble here. The people stationed here lived very leisurely every day. After half a month, they could go to the city for a period of time. At night, It was dark and windy, and one could not see their fingers in front of them. Tonight was the busiest time in the trading place. The patrolling people were very casual. At this moment, streams of light directly attacked from afar. These streams of light hit the array formation, causing layers of ripples to appear. Then, with a crashing sound, the entire array formation broke. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4676. The people in the black and white trading ground had never seen such a scene. Ever since the 18 small cities created this trading ground. Who didn't know that this trading ground was used to sell things that couldn't see the light of day? On the contrary, people from various worlds would come here to spend money. No one knew who bought it. But they never expected that someone would fight at this time. The Lord of Heaven experts in the trading ground also flew out one by one. As soon as they flew out, they saw a flash of saber light, and instantly turned into pieces of corpses that fell to the ground. In an instant, the entire trading ground calmed down a lot. They were all frightened. A figure appeared in the sky above the trading ground. Invincible City is doing business. Everyone, lie down obediently. Whoever doesn't lie down will die. When everyone heard the words Invincible City, they were confused. When did Invincible City come out? When they saw the 5 eagles, they all remembered. Weren't they the eagles of the 18 Flying Eagle City? When did they rely on Invincible City? We are from the Black and White City. If you dare to attack us, aren't you afraid of starting a war? 18 Flying Eagles, how dare you attack our trading disciples? You must be tired of living. There were still some experts in the trading ground, and they all roared. By the time they roared, the 5 Flying Eagles had already charged in with their men. Lin Fei just stood in the sky, staring at them unhurriedly. Any expert who came out was killed by him. In just a short period of time, the entire trading area had been swept clean. No matter who it was, the things in their hands were swept clean. Then they left, leaving behind pieces of corpses. After Lin Fei left, the experts of the Black and White City also came at the first moment. As soon as they saw the scene in the trading ground, they all roared in anger. The Black and White City Lord also came. After understanding the situation, he was also furious. 18 Flying Eagles from Invincible City, how dare they? Chase after them. No matter what, we must snatch back the things in their hands. The Black and White City Lord was really angry. He had more or less received some rumors, such as that the 18 Flying Eagle City had been wiped out by a young man. Even the Great Flying Eagle was killed. Little did he expect that the City Lord of Invincible City would snatch his trading spot in such a short time. It was not that he did not take the Black-White City Master seriously. If they didn't teach that brat from Invincible City a lesson this time, wouldn't it mean that Black-White City was afraid of Invincible City? Everyone knew that Invincible City had always been at the bottom of the 18 Flying Eagle cities. No one took it seriously. But now, the Black-White City Lord became more and more annoyed, and he chased after them with his men. This method of robbing and leaving was really too exciting. At the very least, the 5 Flying Eagles were quite excited. They didn't even dare to think of such a thing. To think that one day, they would actually rob the trading center of Black-White City. He didn't have to pay any price at all, and he succeeded just like that. Lin Fei had also drawn the aggro value. The aggro value was not low. After all, the trading center was an important source of money. Anyone would be full of hatred for him if it was wiped out by him just like that. Now it seemed that this method was quite good. If he wiped out 17 trading centers in a row, he would definitely be able to farm to his heart's content. Not to mention a lot, it should not be too much of a problem to farm 1 million aggro value. The Black-White City Lord chased after him with his men. On the way, he suddenly received a message, and his expression couldn't help but sink. No way, that brat is out of his mind. He actually went to wipe out another trading center. He doesn't take the 18 small cities seriously. Originally, the Black-White City Lord was quite annoyed. Now that another trading center had been wiped out, for some reason, he felt a sense of schadenfreude. At least he didn't have to chase after them alone. Not long after, the Black-White City Lord caught up with another city lord. This city lord was called the Red Cloud City Lord. The Red Cloud City Lord was also quite annoyed at this time. When he saw the Black-White City Lord coming over, he seemed to understand what was going on. Your side has also been wiped out by that brat. The Black-White City Lord nodded. That's right, I've also been wiped out by him. I don't know what medicine that brat took to be so arrogant. You and I must join hands and beat him down. The Black-White City Lord and the Red Cloud City Lord looked at each other and continued to chase with their men. Until now, the two of them were still very angry. They also couldn't understand why that brat from Invincible City dared to do this. Something like this had never happened in the small world of heaven before. Along the way, they realized that the brat from Invincible City actually didn't have any intention of hiding. He seemed to be rushing to the next city along the way. However, this guy was also more cunning. He actually set up a trap halfway. The blade light was extremely sharp, and it really caught them off guard. Many of their men died. This made them even more annoyed. However, they couldn't catch up at this speed. When they rushed to the next city, they found that the trading center of that city had also been wiped out. This time, the look in their eyes changed once again. If they didn't handle it well, something big was going to happen. They seemed to be able to guess what that brat from Invincible City wanted to do. He was planning to clean out all the trading grounds in the remaining 17 small cities. In a short period of time, he had already wiped out 3. If that brat really wiped out all of them, then they would really have no place to put their faces. However, they also surprisingly remained consistent. They didn't send any messages to the other city lords of the other small cities. It seemed like they were letting the brat rob them all. 1 city lord, 2 city lords, 3 city lords, 4 city lords, 5 city lords. Every time, they were a beat too late. By the time they caught up, there was 1 more city lord. In the blink of an eye, the trading centers of 16 city lords were wiped out. All of their faces were filled with anger. And the previous city lords were even more gloating. Anyway, they weren't the only unlucky one. It was better for all of them to be unlucky. Everyone could also work together to take down that brat from Invincible City. Everyone's thoughts were exactly the same. Just like that, a group of people followed behind in a grandiose manner. And there were also many people in the small world of heaven who knew about this matter. One after another, they all followed. The scene was grand and quite lively. Sharp blade light appeared from time to time, but it made them curse incessantly. That brat was really a bastard. He left behind these sharp blade lights that really made people unable to dodge in time. If they were not careful, they would be killed. Chapter 4677. The Last Trading Ground. I heard that it's the closest trading ground to Heaven City. It has a deep connection with Heaven City. Lin Fei was having a good time along the way. At least he managed to snatch a lot of treasures. This place was a business of black on black black. What made Lin Fei the happiest was that he was enjoying his aggro. Along the way, his aggro broke through 500,000 in an instant. It grew faster than expected. From time to time, he would leave a great cutting technique in the surroundings. It wasn't strong, but it wasn't weak either. It was definitely enough to make them suffer. Just like that, he set it up all the way and blocked their speed. It also made them even angrier. Lin Fei also had the time to deal with the experts in the trading ground. The experts in these trading grounds were basically at the Heavenly Monarch realm. Once Lin Fei used the great cutting technique, they instantly felt what death was. And the rest was even simpler. As long as they reached the last trading ground, they would completely offend the city lords of these 17 small cities. In other words, 17 small forces. City Lord, I think we should close this trading ground first. That brat from Invincible City is crazy now. He wiped out 16 trading grounds in a row. The 17th trading ground. White Sand Trading Ground. The White Sand City Lord's network was very wide. He received the news immediately, but he didn't close this trading ground. Instead, he personally came with experts. He wanted to see how that brat from Invincible City dared to touch his trading ground. He wasn't like the other trading grounds. He had a backer behind him. What's there to panic about? Even if that brat from Invincible City came, I'd like to meet him. How dare he make a move here? The White Sand City Lord snorted coldly, looking unconcerned. As for the experts behind him, they were feeling a little nervous in their hearts. They had more or less received the news. As long as a trading ground was wiped out, it would naturally be destroyed by that brat from Invincible City. Heaven Monarch Realm experts didn't even have the slightest chance to struggle in his hands. Right now, all these Heaven Monarch experts had cold sweat on their foreheads. If they were to really make a move, they would really have no place to complain if they were eliminated. They really hoped that the White Sand City Lord wouldn't make a move and let that kid be arrogant for a while. When the people from Heaven City came down, that kid would have to bear the consequences. Right now, they could only resign themselves to fate. After some time, streaks of light appeared in front of them, heading towards their trading location. The White Sand City Lord smiled. The kid from Invincible City had finally arrived. The White Sand City Lord was even more determined to take down this Invincible City brat. He would have enough qualifications to slap those city lords in the face. Wasn't he just a nobody? Not only did he act presumptuously in front of them, but he also escaped without a trace. In the end, he fell into his own hands. Just thinking about the glory on his face was interesting. I'm the Lord of White Sand City, and this is my trading ground. Kid from Invincible City, surrender now, or you'll be dead once my brother-in-law makes a move. When the Heaven Monarch experts behind the White Sand City Lord heard this, they all shook their heads in disappointment. If it wasn't for the fact that the White Sand City Lord had a powerful brother-in-law, no one would take him seriously. Not to mention that the White Sand City Lord had a favorable geographical position. However, such a location had never been developed. Regardless of its reputation, it was inferior to other cities. These Heaven Monarch experts were also quite helpless. A good hand of cards was destroyed just like that. Whoosh! A beam of light flashed, and everyone smelled a dangerous aura. They saw the White Sand City Lord's head fall to the ground, and blood splattered all over their faces. These Heaven Monarch experts all knelt on the ground one after another. How would they dare to do anything else? Even though they were usually fierce outside, this time, even the White Sand City Lord was killed in one move without saying a word. They did not want to follow in the White Sand City Lord's footsteps. Lin Fei was quite disappointed with the White Sand City's trading ground. He thought that it would have a lot of resistance. He did not expect it to be like this. Too disappointed. It seemed that this White Sand City would not be able to farm much hatred. The 5 flying eagles directly rushed into the trading ground and kept plundering. Anyone who dared to resist was instantly suppressed. For a moment, the entire trading ground became quiet. Apart from the occasional blood-curdling screams, there was nothing else. The 5 flying eagles were also very happy, not to mention their subordinates. They did not expect to really do something big this time, and the excitement was exciting. They were also excited. As for what would happen when the time came, they really did not care. Anyway, if the sky collapsed, there would be tall people to hold it up. When they looked at Lin Fei, they were also full of admiration. They had more or less contributed a lot of honor points to Lin Fei. My lord, we have swept the last trading ground. The 5 flying eagles flew out again, their faces full of joy. Unfortunately, there were very few people who resisted this time, and their harvest was much less. Go back. After saying this, Lin Fei set up a series of sharp blade lights, and led his people back to Invincible City. The city lords who had been chasing all the way here saw the head of the White Sand City Lord, and they all sucked in a cold breath. That Invincible City kid is too arrogant. He actually killed the White Sand City Lord. This time, it's really something big. That Invincible City kid seems to have returned to Invincible City. Let's go over and surround his city. If he does not hand over the things, we will completely flatten his Invincible City. That's right, if he does not return the things in the trading ground to us, we will flatten his Invincible City. We can kill all the experts in his small city, and let everyone know the rules in the small world of heaven. The 16 city lords immediately led their people to Invincible City. Along the way, they encountered those incomparably sharp saber lights again. By the time they reached Invincible City, A whole day had passed, and they had lost many people. Not to mention how angry they were. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. Anyone who entered the small world of heaven would be obedient, but there were very few people who were as unscrupulous as the Invincible City Kid. He even dared to kill the White Sand City Lord. Everyone knew that the White Sand City Lord was an idiot, but they still had to give face to the White Sand City Lord's brother-in-law. He was the Deputy City Lord of Heaven City. Chapter 4678. Lin Fei brought his men back to Invincible City. Everyone in Invincible City had also received the news. The entire city was in a state of jubilation. Too mighty and domineering. It had only been a short time. Their new city lord had already done such a big thing. He had offended all 17 city lords. No, it should be 16 city lords now because the White Sand City Lord had been killed. This news couldn't be hidden at all. It spread quickly. Heaven's small world wasn't big, so news like this spread quickly. When it first spread, everyone was in disbelief. Everyone was guessing what this new city lord would do, but they didn't expect it to be such a big thing. He had directly snatched the trading grounds. Everyone knew that there were many good things in these trading grounds, but no one put their thoughts on it. In the past, there were also people who put their thoughts on the trading grounds, but they all gave up in the end. Because they all became corpses in the end. In front of so many corpses, no one dared to take their lives lightly. But now, all 17 trading grounds had been plundered, and there were countless casualties. Even Heaven Monarchs couldn't stop him. When there were no Emperor Realm experts, Heaven Monarchs were the strongest. But now, even Heaven Monarchs weren't a match for him. They couldn't imagine how strong and domineering this new city lord was. When Lin Fei returned to Invincible City, he collected all the plundered land's rings. According to the rules, he took out 3 portions and gave them to the 5 flying eagles. As for how they divided it, that was their business. You don't say. This time, they really had a lot of gains. Just the essence crystals alone were quite a lot. Even Lin Fei was a little surprised. Because these essence crystals added up to 30,000 cubes. This more or less made Lin Fei feel very shocked. These 17 trading grounds could actually produce 30,000 cubes of essence crystals. In other words, this black market was indeed a business that could earn money quickly. This trading ground was more or less worth it. Thousands of cubes of essence crystals. No wonder that Thunderstorm Emperor Realm approved of the existence of these trading grounds. Not to mention becoming their safety net. He reckoned that he would be able to earn quite a lot of origin crystals this year, which would be the so-called safety fee. Lin Fei naturally accepted these 60,000 cubes of origin crystals. As for the remaining treasures, they were not very eye-catching. There were all kinds of them. At this time, Lin Fei didn't have the time to look at it, so he put it aside first. Half a day after Lin Fei returned. Outside Invincible City, a large crowd suddenly appeared. They immediately surrounded the entire Invincible City. Then, voices rang out one after another. That brat from Invincible City, get the hell out here. If you don't come out now, we'll attack the city and destroy it completely. Now, I'm offering a bounty of 1,000 cubes of crystals for anyone who kills that brat from Invincible City. Whoever leads a team into Invincible City will be rewarded handsomely. Voices rang out in the air above Invincible City. No one would have thought that the city lords of the 16 cities would arrive so quickly. They surrounded Invincible City so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. After seeing these city lords, everyone's expression changed one after another. Who didn't know that these city lords were ferocious existences? They looked at the city lord as if they wanted to tear him into pieces. They even felt that if the city lord of Invincible City didn't come out, they, the people of Invincible City, would be in trouble. At that time, if so many people attacked them, it would be impossible for them to escape. Everyone's expression began to change. The 16 city lords were quite angry, and their eyes looked like they wanted to kill someone. If that brat didn't go overboard, they wouldn't have brought people to surround him. No matter what, they had to vent their anger. They had to make that brat from Invincible City pay a heavy price. A newcomer dared to challenge their authority. He didn't take them seriously at all. If they didn't take care of this brat today, who would take them seriously in the future? More importantly, if they didn't solve this matter properly, the people from Heaven City would definitely think differently of them. They would think that they didn't do a good job. When the time came, they would support a few new small cities. Then, they would be completely finished. To put it bluntly, they were all working for Heaven City. Whoever did a good job would naturally be recognized by Heaven City. They had today's status, which they had been using their contributions to exchange for. Now that the transaction site was snatched, it meant that they had suffered a heavy loss. When the time came, they wouldn't be able to complete the mission. If they couldn't complete the mission, it meant that their impression was bad. If their impression was bad, it meant that their status was bad. This series of consequences wasn't something that anyone could bear. Isn't it just to deal with me? Only 1,000 yuan crystals. This is too cheap. No matter what, it should be 4,000 or 5,000 yuan crystals. After all, I'm not that easy to deal with. At this moment, a figure rushed out. It was none other than that Lin Fei. He had been waiting for these 17 city lords to come. No, it was 16 city lords. He had already killed one of them. That city lord didn't care at all. It seemed that he had taken the position of city lord through connections. Looking at the faces of those heaven monarchs, it was obvious. If they were destroyed, then so be it. However, these 16 city lords were different. They had both strength and status. They were the best targets for gaining aggro. The 16 city lords finally saw clearly what this young man looked like. It was very unfamiliar. It was the first time they saw him. But the other party's words were rather domineering, instantly making them erupt with endless anger. Lin Fei floated to the top of the city wall and looked at the 16 city lords. Now that I'm out, I'm right in front of you. If you have anything to say, you can say it to me. If you don't like me, you can also make a move. Anyway, I'm quite easygoing. You can do whatever you want. One had to admit that Lin Fei's words were still rather arrogant and despotic. No matter who heard it, they would be rather unhappy. But these experts who followed behind were all the same. Their eyes almost wanted to kill. Especially when the other party's realm was only the Heaven Monarch realm, it filled their hearts with hatred. A Heaven Monarch realm expert dared to run above their heads. Didn't he just grasp a powerful secret art? They had more people and more strength now. Could it be that they were afraid of one person? Return our share of the transaction to me and compensate 10,000 yuan crystals. I'll let you go. The Black and White City Lords said coldly. Book Guest Residence Reading Website. Chapter 4679. The City Lords all stood up, and their intentions were quite clear. If this kid from Invincible City did not hand over what they had stolen and compensate them with 10,000 cubes of primordial crystals, they would fight. They would not let this kid from Invincible City off easily. The 16 city lords spoke in unison. It was quite a lively scene. Everyone in Invincible City was in awe of their new city lord. They were shocked like never before. He had actually attracted all 16 city lords over. Such a thing would never happen in the small world of heaven, and no one would have the guts to do so. This was like an old man hanging himself. He was tired of living and was on the brink of death. Facing these city lords, Lin Fei laughed and gave them a middle finger. You guys have the nerve to ask me to hand over my things? To be frank, I have to thank you. The city lords did not expect that Lin Fan would dare to say such a thing in the face of so many people surrounding almost the entire Invincible City. No matter how strong this kid was, they were not to be trifled with. Previously, they had indeed been caught off guard, which resulted in the destruction of the trading ground. Now that they had brought their experts here, they surrounded Invincible City so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. As long as they gave the order, everyone would move. At the very least, they would be able to raise Invincible City to the ground. They still had this bit of confidence. They did not expect this kid from Invincible City to be more shameless and arrogant than they had imagined. All of them were furious. I also know that you are very angry, but there is no use in being angry. If you have the ability, then fight. If not, then leave. Actually, I have something to say to you. Take advantage of the fact that I haven't made my move yet. You'd better go back and pretend that this never happened. It's just a trading ground. Just rebuild it. Oh right, inform me when you're done rebuilding it. I'll go visit it again. This time, Lin Fei's words were equivalent to poking a hornet's nest. Like rubbing salt on a wound, the faces of the 16 city lords turned cold. Everyone in Invincible City felt what it meant to be enraged. In the face of that gaze, they subconsciously lowered their heads and retreated. If things went wrong, the entire Invincible City would be razed to the ground. They worshipped him, but under such circumstances, it was better to stay as far away from him as possible. If he were to be implicated, it would be too late for him to escape. Lin Fei's heart was bursting with joy. The aggro value rose rapidly. That speed was truly unparalleled. As expected, the more capable these city lords were, and the higher their status, the more hatred they would have. From their hatred, it could be seen that these city lords hated him quite a bit. As for some Heaven Monarch experts, they could forget about it. Their hatred wasn't big, nor was it big. They didn't hate him that much. They were just working for someone else. This also allowed Lin Fei to see clearly what kind of situation it was. Now I have 10 breaths of time. I advise you to leave quickly. Don't look at me because I'm young. If I fight, even I am afraid. I don't know if you believe me or not. The 16 city lords were just angry, but they didn't expect this kid from Invincible City to start counting. He even said that if they didn't leave in 10 breaths of time, it was as if he was going to beat them up. How could they bear it? The black and white city lord was the first to snort. I won't leave. Let's see what you can do. Me too. The world is big, but I've never been afraid of you, kid. I want to see what you can do to me. Don't brag too much. You won't be able to take it back later. Now I'll give you another chance. Hand over the thing and obediently come out to accept your punishment. Maybe I can leave you with an intact corpse. How could these city lords leave? How shameless could he be? Wasn't it just 10 breaths of time? They had brought people anyway. Whoever left was a bastard. 19, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lin Fei counted 10 times. Every count was neither soft nor heavy. It fell into the hearts of the people, as if it had become a rhythm. The people brought by the 16 city lords didn't move at all. They looked like Mount Tai was pressing down on them. They wanted to see how this kid from Invincible City would make a move. It seems that you don't take my words seriously. Then I have nothing to say. Since you're here, don't leave. At this moment, Lin Fei made his move. The great slicing technique was unleashed. Sharp saber lights flashed in an instant. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. This saber light slashed through the bodies of those Heaven Monarchs. Those Heaven Monarchs reacted very quickly. Of course, their faces changed even faster. In an instant, they turned pale. Then, their eyes were filled with endless fear. One by one, figures fell from the sky. Bang, 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 bang. Puff. Every corpse that fell to the ground was like a ripe watermelon, instantly exploding the scene. Everyone was shocked in just a few minutes. That kid from Invincible City is too awesome. The City Lord is too mighty and domineering. Too awesome. Good kill, good kill. Kill them until they're the best. I didn't expect that the 16 city lords would have such a day. The Invincible City Lord is too awesome. He fought 16 city lords alone and suppressed them. The Heaven Monarchs died one by one, and they all died the same way. In front of the saber light, they stopped breathing and fell directly. No matter who released their treasures, they were a beat slower. In less than 10 breaths of time, almost all the experts in the sky were wiped out. In the blink of an eye, there were only 16 city lords left. Then, another saber light flew out, turned into a long rope, and wrapped around them. And as soon as the defensive armor on their bodies was released, there was a fierce sound of collision. No matter what kind of treasure it was cut and broken in front of this saber light. The beam of light circled around their bodies and instantly made them lose their temper. One by one, they sucked in a breath of cold air and didn't dare to move. Their bodies were covered with a saber light. The blade light was like a piece of white cloth, wrapping around their bodies. Only they knew that if the kid from Invincible City moved, they would be torn to pieces. And they also recognized that this was the famous great slicing technique of the 3000 Great Ways. When did it become so powerful? It could be hard and soft at the same time. Shukju website. Chapter 4680. When the 16 city lords saw the faintly discernible saber light on their bodies, they recognized what it was. This was the famous great slicing technique of the 3000 Great Ways. It was said that it was very difficult to master the great slicing technique, but once it was mastered, the great slicing technique of the 3000 Great Ways would become very powerful. Any treasure or armor could be broken through in an instant. They originally thought that it was just a joke and that it was not that powerful. They never expected the great slicing technique of the 3000 Great Ways to be so powerful. Under the violent suppression, they were instantly helpless. What made it hard for them to accept was that they had become the captives of the kid from Invincible City. With just a thought, the kid could control their life and death. The 5 eagles from Invincible City were the first to get excited. Looking at the 16 entangled city lords in the sky, they could not come back to their senses for a moment. The city lord is mighty and domineering. The city lord is too powerful. I finally understand why we are called Invincible City. From today onwards, our Invincible City will be the most powerful of the 18 cities. Ha 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 ha, our Invincible City is going to rise. The city lord is too powerful, too domineering. He defeated all 16 city lords in one go. The people from Invincible City who were originally retreating looked at the scene in the sky and found it hard to believe. Everyone knew that the 16 city lords were very powerful. In terms of strength, no one could defeat them one-on-one. But now, they were defeated just like that. It could be said that they were defeated in an instant. If it had not happened in front of them, they would not have believed it. Don't attack, we can talk this out. Invincible City Lord, I don't want those things anymore. Just treat me like a fart. I've never been here anyway. Yes, we just happened to pass by. After their lives were in the hands of the other party, the way these city lords spoke changed. No matter how unhappy they were, they knew that they had to say something nice. Otherwise, they did not know what would happen to them. To be honest, even they were a little dumbfounded at this time. How did this kid transform into a big tiger in the blink of an eye? It was simply unbelievable. If the 16 city lords attacked together, even an imperial lord would need some time to take them down. But now, with just the great incision technique, they felt that they were unable to resist. It really made them feel that for a moment, they were old and that it was now the world of the young. I won't kill you. After all, you are famous people in the small world of heaven. If I kill you, I won't be able to stay in Heaven City anymore. However, I like to play games with you, so please stay in Invincible City for the time being. They didn't know why, but when they heard this, their expressions changed instantly. They felt that there was nothing good in these words. Whoosh! The 16 city lords seemed to be pulled by a force and landed in Invincible City in an instant. But before that, I still have to let you guys feel the wind first to wake up. The 16 city lords were directly hung at the city gates. The 5 eagles also flew out in an instant and took control of the situation. Everyone, stay in Invincible City and do not come out. If anyone comes out, kill them without mercy. The rest of you, follow me to collect the rings and clean up the corpses. If it was in the past, they would not even listen to the 5 eagles. There were so many rings and they did not want them. Was there something wrong with their brains? But now, they did not dare to have any ideas and all stayed in the city obediently. Going out to snatch the rings at this time was simply courting death. Didn't they see that the 16 city lords were all captured alive? If they went out, it would be no different from courting death. Don't think that just because they called him City Lord, the City Lord of Invincible City would take them seriously. If they really did something wrong, the City Lord could cut them into 18 pieces with one great incision technique. This was giving them face. If they did not give him face, he would directly cut them into 108 pieces. That would be really bad. The The small world of heaven was not a big world to begin with. With such a huge commotion here, the news spread throughout the entire small world of heaven. All of a sudden, there was an uproar, especially in Heaven City. When those people heard the news, they all suspected that they had received the wrong news. It can't be, 18 Eagle City has changed its name to Invincible City. That guy Ancient One was also killed. Now it's the turn of the 18 cities' trading grounds to be swept clean. What 16 city lords were all captured by that kid? They can't say that the other party is an emperor, right? When did the Great Incision technique of the 3000 Great Tao become so powerful? Before they could digest the news, more news came. First, the trading grounds were swept clean, then the White Sand City Lord was killed, and then the 16 city lords ran to Invincible City. In the end, they were suppressed by the City Lord of Invincible City, and even they themselves were captured. After this news came out, the entire Heaven City was shocked. The news also reached the Vice City Lord's ears at the first moment. City Lord, this is the news. Now the 16 City Lords are in the hands of that Invincible City kid, and the White Sand City Lord was also killed by him. The Vice City Lord also immediately arranged for someone to inquire about the news. The news that was inquired was very detailed, word for word, basically no different from what had happened. Looking at the information above, the Vice City Lord's face turned livid, and he slapped the armrest with his palm, causing layers of ripples, and then he stood up. How audacious! How audacious! He even dares to kill my people, and now he dares to capture 16 city lords. Is he challenging the authority of the small world of heaven? Although the 18 city lords were famous in the small world of heaven, it was actually supported by Emperor Lei Bao. They were also serving Emperor Lei Bao. Now, when Emperor Lei Bao was in seclusion, the city lords of the 18 cities in the small world of heaven were all captured, and even a large number of heaven monarch experts were killed. How could the Vice City Lord sit still? And what made him feel the most difficult to approach was that the other party was very likely to be an emperor. However, this realm did not seem to be high, and from the beginning to the end, he had only used the Great Incision technique of the 3000 Great Tao. This made the Vice City Lord somewhat unfathomable. After all, the power of the Great Incision technique could be imagined if it could instantly kill those heaven monarchs. Even 16 city lords were not a match for this person. Then this person was not simple. Send me a representative immediately to talk to him about what he wants to do. Chapter 4681. Invincible City became lively all of a sudden. No one would have thought that the young man from Invincible City would hang 16 city lords at the city gate in one go. At first, many people did not believe it and thought that they had heard wrongly. Those were 16 city lords. Each of them was top-notch. How could they be hung at the city gate? Wasn't that a slap in the face? But as the news spread more and more, it was hard not to believe it. So people came over. The entire small world of heaven was moved. When they came and saw the hung city lords, their eyes widened in disbelief. The City Lord of Invincible City really dared to do this. 16 city lords. If it was before, many people who came had some thoughts. But after seeing the corpses at the city gate, they all gave up. All the experts who came to save the 16 city lords were killed without exception. They were killed and piled up in front of the city gate like a small hill. Everyone who saw that scene sucked in a breath of cold air. They no longer had any other thoughts. The City Lord of Invincible City is too scary. He even dared to offend 16 city lords. I think people from the City Lord's mansion will come soon. Then, this kid from Invincible City will not be able to clean up this mess. It doesn't matter if he can clean up this mess or not. At least the 16 city lords are completely humiliated. The most unfortunate one is the White Sand City Lord. That guy's luck is much worse. There were many people outside Invincible City. They were all here to watch the show. The 16 city lords were hung here. Such a scene had not happened in the small world of heaven for a long time. They could not imagine what the young City Lord of Invincible City was thinking. Was he going to make an enemy of Heaven City? Many people approved of the City Lord of Invincible City's actions. In the small world of heaven, whoever had the biggest fist was the strongest. This time, it was obvious that the City Lord of Invincible City had the biggest fist. The 16 City Lords' fists were not as strong as his, so they were hung here. Speaking of which, they were lucky to still be able to breathe at this time. Just look at the White Sand City Lord. He was killed. As a result, the competition within White Sand City had become very intense. As for these cities, they were different. As long as they weren't dead, they naturally wouldn't engage in any so-called internal strife. This was their only luck. It was noisy outside. What was Lin Fei doing? Of course, he was thinking about creating a powerful 3,000 Great Dao. After the 16 City Lords were hung at the door, the honor points that were farmed out, the hatred points that were farmed out were quite a lot. Even his honor points were rising. At this rate, in another 2 or 3 days, Lin Fei felt that he would be able to accumulate enough honor points. At that time, he would be able to upgrade the Great Cutter to 2 stars. Lin Fei was looking forward to leveling up to 2 stars. With the Great Slicing Technique, Lin Fei felt that it was still a little lacking. Therefore, he decided to exchange for another powerful 3,000 Great Daos. Lin Fei chose one of the 3,000 Grand Daos called the Great Art of Thunderclap. This was also a very violent and powerful method. It also consumed a lot of power. Lin Fei felt that he would need another powerful Great Dao technique no matter what. With 2 of the 3,000 Great Daos in his hands, Lin Fei now had a real offensive method. At the very least, no Heaven Monarch expert would be able to block his Great Slicing Technique. This was also the 1-star Great Slicing Technique. If this was changed to the 2-star Great Slicing Technique, probably no Heaven Monarch expert would be able to block it. There would only be a few who could. With the addition of the Great Art of Thunderclap, Lin Fei's combat strength was getting stronger. As for the defense, it could only be done next time. Now that Lin Fei had chosen a powerful special cultivation technique, he could cultivate it. At that time, whether it was the Great Slicer technique or the Great Thunderclap, it wouldn't have much of an impact on Lin Fei. It seems that the people from Heaven City are here and can't sit still. I hope they can contribute some hatred points to me. These days, there isn't enough hatred points. Lin Fei played with the Great Art of Thunderclap in his hand and saw the Great Dao of Thunderclap moving around. These Great Art of Thunderclap became more powerful when compared to his the Arch Great Dao of Thunderclap. When the traces of the Great Art of Thunderclap moved around, it could affect the physical body. It was much more powerful than the Arch Great Dao of Thunderclap. If the power was 3 before, it could reach at least 7 now. There was a completely different change. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with this Great Art of Thunderclap. Putting away the Thunderclap in his hand, Lin Fei left the room. There were already people outside. If there were no surprises, it should be the people from Heaven City. It seemed like it was a representative. Speaking of which, Lin Fei was still a little disappointed. This Heaven City was looking down on him too much. At least they had a deputy city lord, but they actually arranged for a representative to come. Even though this representative seemed to be quite strong, at the peak of the Heaven Monarch realm, but to Lin Fei, he didn't seem to be much of a threat. A great art of slicing flew out. This representative was indeed an expert at the peak of the Heaven Monarch realm from Heaven City. As soon as he arrived at Invincible City, he saw the 16 city lords who had been hung up. He also saw the corpses around them. His expression couldn't help but change. It was just as the rumors said. This guy from Invincible City was really a little crazy. He really caused too much of a commotion. Isn't this guy afraid of being annihilated by Heaven City? He still dares to act recklessly here. Just as this thought came to his mind, a cold light appeared just like that. The representative's reaction was also extremely fast. In an instant, he unleashed a series of attacks. However, when these attacks landed in front of the chilling light, they were actually unable to shatter it. Instead, the chilling light instantly arrived in front of him and wrapped around him in circles. Cracks instantly appeared on his treasured armor and treasures. If I were you, I would sit down and have a chat. What do you think? A faint voice sounded in this representative's ears. Cold sweat appeared on both sides of his body. He knew that this cold light was extremely terrifying. It was able to tear apart the defense of his treasured armor. In other words, it was a huge threat to his physical body. If he didn't listen, this blade light would probably kill him in one strike. Wait. Everything can be discussed peacefully. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4682. He was just a representative. In Lin Fei's eyes, he really didn't take him seriously, even if he was a peak Heaven Monarch realm expert. He directly pulled him into his city lord residence. Bai Yun stood in the courtyard and didn't dare to move at all. The cold light on his body was extremely terrifying. He finally knew why the 16 city lords weren't a match for him. With such a powerful Great Dao technique, it was really impossible to defend against. He also knew what this Great Dao technique was. It was the Great Slicing technique. He didn't expect it to be so sharp that it could even cut open his treasured armor. With such a technique, how was he supposed to fight? He couldn't beat him at all. Tell me, what did you come here for? If I'm happy, then you can leave. If I'm not happy, then you can accompany the 16 city lords. Hearing this, White Cloud's heart sank. He didn't want to be hung outside the door like the 16 city lords. That would be too embarrassing. He still had to be thick-skinned. I'm here on behalf of the deputy city lord. He wants the city lord to release the 16 city lords. You also know that it's not a good influence now. Bai Yun said it very tactfully. He didn't dare to say anything harsh at all. The city lord in front of him really wasn't someone that anyone could offend. He even felt that only the emperor could stop him. Of course, Lin Fei knew that this wasn't what the envoy meant. He just said it in a nicer way so that he wouldn't offend him. The 16 city lords offended me and brought people to attack my invincible city. I'm already being kind to them by not killing them. If you want me to let them go, then you're thinking too much. Go back and tell the deputy city lord that if he wants to bring the 16 city lords back, he'll have to do it himself. It's best if he can bring the first city lord along. Lin Fei gently pushed his hand, and Bai Yun felt a force hit his body. He was directly sent flying. When he came back to his senses, he realized that he was already outside the city. He had a lingering fear. This person was too savage, too terrifying. He couldn't be offended at all. Lin Fei had already learned a lot of information, so he naturally knew that the most powerful person in the small world of heaven was that sovereign lord expert. That sovereign monarch expert spent most of his time in bitter cultivation and rarely showed himself. Lin Fei had nothing to be afraid of. Now that he had learned the great art of thunderclap and the great slicing art, Lin Fei's combat prowess had greatly increased. As for the defense on his body, there was no need to even mention it. Dozens of layers of defense formed by the treasured body were like layers upon layers of defense. For a moment, no one could break through it. Now, Lin Fei was waiting for the people from the small world of heaven to come. The bigger the name of the person who came, the greater the influence, and the higher the amount of hatred he would get. As for why Lin Fei didn't go there personally, it was because there was an imperial lord overseeing that place. He still had to give this little bit of face. With this free time, Lin Fei might as well farm more hatred and honor. For example, if he farmed more honor points, he would be able to upgrade the Great Slicer technique to 2 stars. The power of a 1-star Great Cutting technique was already extraordinary. Not to mention the power of a 2-star. It would increase by 6 times. Those treasures and armors had all become scrap metal and could be ignored. Another 2 days passed. There was no movement from the people from the small world of heaven, but Lin Fei had finally farmed enough honor points. He had upgraded the Great Slicer technique from 1 star to 2 stars. After this upgrade, Lin Fei could clearly feel that the range of the Great Slicer technique had increased. Previously, the range of the Great Slicer technique that Lin Fei could control was about a few 100,000 miles. Now, it had directly expanded to 1.5 million miles. 5 million miles. It wasn't far, but it wasn't near either. However, it was more than enough for Lin Fei to fight. After all, Lin Fei's current speed was extremely fast. Someone else is here. They are not from the small world of heaven. They are most likely here for the soul bead. As soon as a few experts approached Invincible City, Lin Fei sensed them. With a little thought, He knew who they were. Sure enough, someone soon came to report to him. Someone was coming to visit him. Of course, Lin Fei knew why these people were here. They were here for the soul bead. This time, Lin Fei was not in a hurry to see them. Instead, he decided to leave them out to dry first. These guys had planted a lot of hatred. This was also a lot of hatred. This also let Lin Fei know that they still valued the soul bead. Since they valued it, it would be a little embarrassing not to leave them out to dry. There were 3 people who came this time, and they were all at the peak of the Heaven Monarch realm. It was a pretty strong lineup. But at this time, they were arranged to sit in the side room. As time went on, they became a little anxious. 2 of them walked back and forth, while the remaining one sat there with his eyes closed, looking very calm. They had never thought that things would turn out like this. At first, they thought that the guy from Invincible City was only average, but in the blink of an eye, he captured the city lords of the 17 small cities. Even the trading place was destroyed, and all the benefits were in his hands. Originally, they wanted to use the people from the small world of heaven to suppress this kid, but now it seemed like they were thinking too much. They guessed that this young man most likely had the strength of an emperor. This was a little troublesome. From start to finish, they could be said to have seen him make a move. He was indeed very strong, and he even cultivated the great slicing technique of the 3000 great Daos. The great slicing technique was a large-scale attack method, and not everyone could understand it. But once they understood it, the strength that they could unleash would be even stronger. They no longer had the confidence to be enemies with this young man. In the end, they decided to personally talk to him and see how he could hand over the hundreds of thousands of soul beads. Even if they had to pay a price, they would not hesitate. This was the only way. However, they didn't expect that after they reported their names, the other party would actually leave them hanging there for 6 hours. It was obvious what this meant. Big brother, let's just forget about it. That kid obviously doesn't care about us. At most, we will give up all these things. The 2 people who were walking were a little impatient, and they were quite angry and full of hatred. They were putting on airs at them. The middle-aged man who was called Big Brother opened his eyes and glanced at them coldly. Instantly, the 2 of them lost their temper. Since we are here, that person can leave us hanging if he wants to. Compared to the soul beads, what is wasting time? In any case, the other party will meet us, and we will not be busy for nothing. It is just a matter of time, and we can afford to wait. Chapter 4683. Lin Fei had left them hanging for a day and a night. During this period, he had contributed quite a lot of hatred. Of course, Lin Fei was happy to do it. Until the next day. Lin Fei came over. The 3 of them looked a little gloomy. They were afraid of Lin Fei's strength. Until now, they hadn't figured out the other party's background. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. They couldn't resist the other party's strength. In addition, the soul pearl was still in the other party's hands. No matter what, they had to get the soul pearl back. I heard that you came to me for something. Or are you also helping the small world of heaven? If so, then I advise you to stop worrying. As soon as Lin Fei came over, he swaggered and sat down. He looked at the 3 of them. The leader also opened his eyes. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes, and then he returned to normal. I think the city lord should be very clear about our purpose of coming here. We want the soul pearl in your hands. Those things were deposited in Jiu Yi's hands. Please return them to us. As for what you want, you can ask for it. Lin Fei didn't expect this person to say it so directly. Ordinary people would have to go around in a big circle. You are a straightforward person. I thought you would go around in circles before you talked about the soul pearl. That's right, the soul pearl is indeed in my hands. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. After all, the soul pearl was not very useful to him. But for some people, these soul beads were very useful. Lin Fei didn't see any demonic methods on these 3 people, and he was sure that these 3 people were not the owners of the soul pearl. They were just people who did things. However, it was not easy to let a peak lord of heaven do things. The soul pearl is in the hands of the city lord. If you have any requests, please let me know so that I can prepare. Lin Fei's words made the three of them secretly heave a sigh of relief. If Lin Fei didn't admit that the soul bead was in his hands, it would be a big problem. Are you sure you can fulfill my conditions? After all, my conditions are not low. This soul bead is not essential to me, but if I return it to you, it will be of great use to you. Maybe you can even cultivate new experts. The words that were neither light nor heavy fell into the hearts of the three of them, causing quite a few changes in their hearts. There weren't many people who had seen soul beads before, and those who could recognize them were even fewer. There were very few people who wanted to know its specific uses. They didn't expect that the young man in front of them actually knew about soul beads, and even knew the use of soul beads. Since we're here, as long as the City Lord's conditions are suitable, we'll immediately gather these things for you without hesitation. We're still capable of this. Lin Fei had to admit that the person in front of him was really good at talking. To Lin Fei, he didn't lack anything. He just lacked hatred and honor. These 2 points were not something that just anyone could do. Then if I want to get things with strong vitality, you have a way. In the end, Lin Fei still gave them a rather generous offer. Lin Fei didn't forget his life seed. That thing had fallen into a dormant state. It could be seen that the recovery of the system had consumed a lot of life energy. If he wanted the life seed to recover completely, he really needed life energy. Because at this time, he didn't mind making things difficult for them. City Lord, you should want something with strong vitality. This thing is not difficult, but it's not easy either. But we can collect it for you. Lin Fei really didn't expect that the background of these three people was not low. They could even agree to this. After all, things like vitality were not so easy to find. Basically, it was controlled by some big families and big forces, and it would not fall into the outside world. Sorry, what I said just now was only the first small condition. Now it seems that you do have some qualifications. Lin Fei smiled faintly again. This time, the expressions of the three people changed a lot. The second small condition is not a big deal. I want to find a few weaker Emperor Lords to spar with. I don't know if you have detailed information. Lin Fei was certain of one thing after gaining hatred from his eldest senior brother, Gao Fan. Only when one's level was low would he gain more hatred from someone of a higher level. He planned to find some Emperor Lords to spar with. Of course, these Emperor Lords were also the weakest kind. No matter what, they were still Emperor Lords. This was something that Lin Fei had come up with on a whim. For these three to be able to obtain so many soul beads, it was obvious that they were quite capable. Since they were already so capable, Lin Fei didn't mind letting them help him with some work. When he found out the whereabouts of the Emperor Lords, he could go and farm hatred. This was a long-term tool. The purpose of these three people's trip was for the soul beads. The conditions he was offering weren't that difficult to deal with. They could also find the whereabouts of the Emperor Lords. Then, what is the third condition of the City Lord? I don't think you have a fourth or fifth condition. Lin Fei chuckled and stood up. I'm not one to talk nonsense. The last small request is also very simple. After completing these three small requests, I'll naturally return all the soul orbs to you. If you complete one, then I'll only return a small portion to you. If you complete two, then I'll return 2 portions. If I complete all 3, then I'll return all of them to you. This time, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. As long as it was not a fourth or fifth condition, they could still fulfill the 3 requirements. The last small condition is not considered difficult. I want a complete map of the forces in the star field. I think this should not be too much of a request for you. Since they were prepared to go further and further on the road of farming hatred, they naturally had to thoroughly understand the forces in this star field. Naturally, he wanted to thoroughly understand the forces of this star field. He believed that these 3 people would not disappoint him. As a matter of fact, the 3 of them heaved a sigh of relief at the third small request. They really thought that the City Lord would make an extremely outrageous request. At that time, they would not know what to do. It was really very difficult for them to choose. Now, they were completely relieved. This City Lord did not make things difficult for them. At the same time, They were also glad that they did not use force. Otherwise, they would have suffered a big loss. City Lord, we will help you complete your 3 small requirements in half a month at most. I hope you can help us keep these soul beads in this half a month and not let them fall into the hands of others. Shuk Ju website. Chapter 4684. Lin Fei wasn't interested in the background of these 3 people. Anyway, as long as they were here, it wouldn't be so easy to get the soul beads back safely. As for why he gave them such a simple condition, naturally, he was prepared to farm some hatred on them. Don't look at how simple it was to help him gather these things. In fact, the amount of hatred that they could farm was not small. Even if these people got these soul beads later, they wouldn't let him off easily. Since that was the case, then Lin Fei might as well do the same thing. Anyway, he could farm some hatred. At the same time, Lin Fei was quite interested in the forces behind them. Naturally, he wanted to see what kind of background they had. So he made these 3 small requests. That's right. In Lin Fei's opinion, this was a small request. If they couldn't even complete this, it would be too disappointing. The great slicing technique turned into a stream of light and flew out to tie up the 16 city lords, pulling them directly into the city lord's mansion. Being hung outside was simply a nightmare for the 16 city lords. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the city lord's mansion from the outside. It felt like a dream. Then, they saw the figure of that young man. From the beginning, I gave you 16 city lords a chance, but unfortunately, you didn't listen. I wonder how it feels to be hung outside. Lin Fei walked out and looked at the 16 city lords calmly. At this time, the 16 city lords' eyes were filled with fear and uneasiness. And if they knew that this young invincible city lord was so strong, they wouldn't have come even if they were beaten to death. They wouldn't have lost face. Moreover, he wouldn't let his vitality be greatly damaged. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. We know we were wrong. As long as you let us go, we will never cause any trouble for you again. I was blind back then. I won't dare to do it again. Don't look at how these city lords were begging for mercy. But at this moment, Lin Fei was able to farm a lot of hatred. Without even thinking, he knew that it was definitely these guys who farmed it. Their hatred was even higher than the average person's. It was indeed an act. He was full of vengeance. They knew how to act, and so did Lin Fei. You should be glad that I'm a good person. Otherwise, you'd all be corpses by now. Just look at the White Sand City Lord. Lin Fei snorted. You want me to let you go? It's not difficult. Hand over all your belongings. Since Lin Fei had captured them, he naturally took away all their rings. He believed that they were quite wealthy. There was no way they would hide all their wealth in one place. A cunning hare has 3 burrows. These Heaven Monarch experts were very smart, and they wouldn't be so stupid as to carry everything on themselves. In fact, that was indeed the case. The eyes of the 16 city lords lit up, but they were all cursing in their hearts. It was simply asking for their lives. They also knew that if they did not leave Invincible City now, who knew what would happen. Thank you, City Lord, for your magnanimity. Please allow me to contact my subordinate and have him bring me all his assets. These city lords spoke one by one. Without any discussion, they all agreed to Lin Fei's conditions. Lin Fei realized that the aggro was getting higher and higher. In other words, their hatred was growing. For a cultivator, status and so on all stemmed from strength. If one's strength was not enough, there was naturally no status to speak of. And the importance of this resource could be imagined. Now that Lin Fei was doing this, it was as good as asking for their lives. However, they did not dare to say anything harsh at this point. They could only agree obediently and leave Invincible City alive before anything else. So these city lords all sent messages to their confidants, asking them to gather all their belongings in a short period of time. Lin Fei also kept reminding them that they must bring their real assets and not be perfunctory. At that time, among the 16 city lords, who had the lowest net worth would be unlucky. This time, no one dared to be careless. Only the people around them knew how much they had. Therefore, if the person with the least amount of money was brought over, it was natural that he was hiding it. At noon the next day, Lin Fei sensed a group of figures approaching. Other than that, these figures also brought many things. When these figures came to Invincible City, they were brought in by the 5 eagles. None of them dared to make a sound. Now, everyone knew that the City Lord of Invincible City in the small world of heaven was the most overbearing. He hung the 16 City Lords up and killed the White Sand City Lord. He was the Deputy City Lord's subordinate after all. The confidants of the 16 City Lords all brought their assets and kept them in their rings. To the 16 City Lords, this time was a little on edge. They were afraid that those people would do something. If they angered this Invincible City Lord, they would be the unlucky ones. So at this time, they could only beg in their hearts. They must not be the unlucky ones. Fortunately, after Lin Fei took the rings, he roughly glanced at them. He had to say that their net worth was very high. The 16 City Lords were basically not very different from each other. I didn't expect you 16 City Lords to be so rich. I'm really nothing compared to you. Seeing that you are so serious, I will allow you to leave Invincible City. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the 16 City Lords felt a surge of power, sweeping them out and landing outside the city. The restrictions on their bodies were instantly removed. They could finally hold their heads high, and without saying a word, they turned around and fled. They were afraid that Lin Fei would capture them again, and then they would really have no place to cry. As soon as the 16 City Lords let Lin Fei go, they felt that their hatred had increased a lot. It was indeed a good tool to increase hatred. The trading place was swept by me, and even their assets were taken by me. It's no different from cutting off someone's money. When they go back, their hatred will probably grow. In fact, this was really what happened. The 16 City Lords had gathered together on the way. They simply couldn't take this lying down. What a hateful guy. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have to suffer such grievances. That's right, this time we underestimated this Invincible City Lord. I think it's better to let the experts of Heaven City come and suppress him directly. This time, we have to suppress Invincible City Lord no matter what. A lot of my assets are in his hands. Bookseller's Reading Website. Chapter 4685. Looks like I have to make a trip out. It's not easy to farm aggro, but it'll be much easier to farm honor point. Lin Fei had underestimated the small world of heaven. It was easy to farm honor points there. Needless to say, it must be because he had defeated the 16 City Lords, giving many people a chance to vent their anger. That was why they contributed honor points. The last time he used his remaining honor points to upgrade the Great Cutter technique to 2 stars, Lin Fei's honor points were almost used up. But in a short period of time, he had another 10 to 20 million honor points. One could imagine that the contribution rate of the small world of heaven was not bad. This was similar to the research Lin Fei had in mind. After all, the people in the small world of heaven were straightforward, so it was easier to contribute honor points. At the same time, it was easier to farm aggro than outside. Lin Fei was glad that he had come to the right place. This also made Lin Fei realize one thing. If he wanted to continue farming, he had to make some moves. Originally, he thought that the 16 City Lords would take revenge soon after they returned. He did not expect them to give up in the end. He had been happy for nothing. Needless to say, the 16 City Lords no longer had any temper. Although they were all heavenly monarch experts, he could easily suppress them. Naturally, he was suspected to have the strength of an emperor. Of course, Lin Fei had the strength of an emperor, but this realm had always been at the heavenly monarch level, so it was not considered high. After making the arrangements, Lin Fei left Invincible City. This time, when he left Invincible City, Lin Fei swaggered out. This meant that many people in Invincible City saw Lin Fei leave Invincible City. The City Lord went out again. It can't be that he went to visit the 16 City Lords again, right? How is that possible? The 16 City Lords did not dare to make a move. I think the City Lord must have gone to Heaven City. That's the most lively place. Then I'm going to Heaven City too. I should at least join in the fun. Maybe I can get some benefits. These people in Invincible City were quite smart and immediately came to their senses. Without another word, he followed behind. They didn't dare to follow too quickly for fear of angering the other party. If that happened, they would be the unlucky ones. At the same time, he couldn't help but look forward to it. If the city lord really went to Heaven City to cause trouble, it would simply be inconceivable. Just thinking about it was shocking. Not long after they came out, they felt that it was a little different from what they had guessed. It seemed that the city lord was going to a certain city. Lin Fei was indeed going to Heaven City. That was the busiest place, but before going to Heaven City, he had to visit all 17 small cities first. Lin Fei's notoriety had spread far and wide. Whenever he arrived at a small city, the entire city would instantly become incomparably quiet. Even the city lord came out to greet them. How could he have any other thoughts? Lin Fei could gain a lot of hatred and honor points every time he went to a small city. No one knew why Lin Fei would do this, but to the city lords, it was a relief. At least they didn't fight anymore. Just like that, Lin Fei came all the way to the outskirts of Heaven City. Compared to the other cities, Heaven City was completely different. It was quite lively here. Even if Lin Fei came, he didn't seem to be much of a deterrent. This also let Lin Fei know that Heaven City was indeed filled with experts. He had caused such a ruckus outside, but he didn't seem to care much in Heaven City. Lin Fei also sensed the experts in Heaven City. There were indeed quite a lot of them. He had even managed to see through a few sovereign emperors' battle prowess. Indeed, he had hidden his strength well. Lin Fei swaggered into Heaven City. He didn't even think about hiding his whereabouts. Heaven City was more lively than other places. There were a lot more experts on the streets. Of course, there were even more other experts. However, most of those who appeared in Heaven City were people full of murderous intent. If they weren't careful, they would glare at you. If you didn't have the guts, you wouldn't dare to come to Heaven City. Lin Fei naturally came to Heaven City to farm honor points and hate points. How to farm them was still a problem. Anyway, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to broaden his horizons first. Especially after checking that there were no Emperor-level experts in Heaven City, he didn't care. He also sensed a few experts who could burst out with the strength of an Emperor-level expert, but he didn't care about it at all. This also made Lin Fei more certain of one thing. That Emperor Thunder Bao should have really gone to cultivate. Lin Fei didn't feel any aura at all. He was quite satisfied with his judgment. To be honest, he was a little disappointed. However, since he was here, he had to go back satisfied. If he didn't farm honor points and hate points, how could he be willing to leave? Just when Lin Fei was thinking about how to farm honor points and hate points, suddenly, there was a trembling sound on the street. Then, the people in the distance retreated to the sides. More than a dozen ferocious demonic beasts were rushing over just like that. Go, 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 third young master is out, don't leave if you want to die, get out of my way, as far away as you can, or I'll whip you to death. The originally bustling street suddenly became deserted and deserted. The dozen or so beasts' eyes were especially fierce, and they were extremely fast. They rushed in the direction of Lin Fei. And behind these beasts, Lin Fei saw more than a dozen mounts. There were some young masters sitting on the mounts, men and women. After seeing them, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. It seems that my luck is not bad. I finally have a suitable reason to attack. The dozen or so beasts were extremely strong. They were all at the peak of the Heavenly King realm. Coupled with their demonic aura, they were vaguely at the Lord of Heaven realm. As soon as they came over, the demonic wind covered the sky and turned into streams of light. It was no wonder that those people had to hide to the side. If they didn't hide to the side, the weaker ones would be torn to pieces by these beasts. You don't know what's good for you. Tear this guy to pieces for me. There were people guarding behind the dozen or so beasts. Seeing Lin Fei standing in the middle of the road, they snorted coldly. The dozen or so beasts turned into streams of light and rushed over. Before they arrived, Lin Fei smelled blood. Obviously, these beasts had killed a lot of people. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the dozen or so beasts that were originally fierce stopped in an instant. They fell to the ground, and blood stained the ground. Interesting, really interesting. I'm walking on the street, And someone actually wants me to give way. Who are you? Why should I give way to you? Shook House website. Chapter 4686. The sudden scene gave the people hiding in the house a fright. Because this scene happened too quickly, so quickly that they couldn't even react. The dozen or so infamous demonic beasts were directly annihilated. Who can tell me who that person is? How dare he? Doesn't he know the background of these people? He must be a newcomer. He's young and arrogant. He thinks he's the king now that he's here, just like I was back in the day. I think he'll regret it soon. He could have offended anyone, but he chose to offend all the young masters in Heaven City. I think it's good that he killed them. These young masters are not kind people, especially those beasts that eat humans. Finally, they've been killed. I'd like to see how he's going to end today. Lin Fei stood on the street. In the eyes of others, he looked like a young boy who had just come to this place. With the death of the dozen or so demonic beasts, the expert's face instantly turned cold. They couldn't believe it. The beasts they chased were killed just like that. Who are you? How dare you kill these beasts? Don't you know that they're the pets of the young masters? Kneel. Accept your punishment. Experts like them all knew how powerful these dozens of demonic beasts were. Even a Lord of Heaven wouldn't have a good ending if they worked together. But in the blink of an eye, all the beasts were dead. They didn't even have a chance to struggle. They were furious. You talkative guys can go down with these beasts. They're so annoying. After another flash of cold light, these experts also fell to the ground one after another, staining the ground red again. At this time, the young masters came over. The strong smell of blood made them stop in their tracks. How dare you kill our pets in Heaven City? How dare you kill our people? Where's the law enforcement team? Come out and teach him a lesson. Yeah, law enforcement team. You're all vegetarians today. Come out and teach him a lesson. It just so happens that I'm lacking a few toys recently, so I'll just capture this brat. When the time comes, I'll definitely let him know what the most painful method in the world is. Where did you come from? You don't even know anything. When these young masters gathered together, all of them were arrogant and despotic, and their eyes looked up to the sky. When he saw that Lin Fei was alone and looked very unfamiliar, he did not care at all. He clamored for the law enforcers to come and deal with Lin Fei. There was indeed a law enforcement team in Paradise City. It wasn't a big deal for them to get into a brawl here. But if things get out of hand and the law enforcement team takes action, you'll be finished. Regardless of the consequences, they would directly capture you. At that time, you would become a captive in heaven. In the end, he became a slave. He didn't even know where he had sold them. This kind of thing happened countless times every year, so everyone was afraid when they heard about the law enforcement team. Basically, even if they encountered enemies, they would only look at them coldly and would absolutely not dare to fight. If he didn't manage to kill the man and instead became a slave to mine, it would be too late for regrets. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A dozen figures appeared in an instant. You guys are too slow. Hurry up and take him away. Clean up the street. I don't want to smell blood. After more than a dozen figures appeared, an ambiguous voice came from within the young master GE. Third young master, don't worry. We'll take him away immediately. These dozen people were part of the law enforcement team. They had been dealing with other things earlier and did not notice what was happening. When they finally noticed, all of them were so scared that their faces turned pale. Someone actually dared to talk back to the third young master on the street. Isn't he asking for death? Therefore, they showed up immediately. Fortunately, the third young master did not blame them, so they heaved a sigh of relief. Do it, arrest him. The law enforcement team's speed in arresting people was also extremely fast. Flying ropes came one after another. Wherever these flying ropes passed, even the void would temporarily freeze. It turned out that these were not ordinary treasures. The law enforcement team was also very familiar with arresting people. What kind of strength did a young man like this have to be able to withstand their attacks? Just as these flying ropes were about to get close, a beam of light appeared. Then, this beam of light became brighter and brighter, landing directly on them. Thump, thump. More than a dozen figures fell to the ground. I've already said that no one can stop me on the path that I want to take. Even if a heavenly king comes today, he won't stand a chance. Just these law enforcement team alone can kill as many as they come. Lin Fei looked at these young masters indifferently. Of course, he noticed the person called the third young master. This was a pale-faced young man, but under this pale face, there was a trace of strangeness. At the same time, this person was also the strongest among these young masters. He was at the Lord of Heaven realm. Young man, you're pretty strong. You even destroyed the law enforcement team so easily. It just so happens that I'm short of a person. Are you interested? The third young master also stood up and looked at the young man with interest. He had the guts to kill a member of the law enforcement team, and in an instant. This kind of strength was not simple. If you're interested in me, then my hands have been itching recently. I've decided to use you as an example. I hope you can withstand a few more moves from me. The young masters behind him all laughed out loud. Show me your moves. Who do you think you are? Why don't you take this move of mine first? If you can't, then I can only say that you're not as skilled as others. A beam of light from the blade instantly enveloped them, directly surrounding them. Wherever the light of the blade passed. Then, they heard clanking sounds. Following that, the crowd saw the mounts and the young masters all fall to the ground one after another. See, I've already said that you're not strong enough. Why did you have to pretend to be strong in front of me? Now you know the pain. Lin Fei smiled faintly and walked over unhurriedly. At this moment, almost everyone around held their breath. There was only one thought left in their minds. Something big was going to happen in Heaven City. I know who this young man is. I know who he is. He's the city lord of Invincible City. Suddenly, a scream came from one of the restaurants. This time, everyone heard it clearly. Previously, no one had come back to their senses. Now that they heard this voice, they finally knew who this young man was. Perhaps he really was the city lord of Invincible City. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4687. Is he that Invincible City Lord? As expected from a young man, his guts aren't small. He used the great slicing technique just now, it's really sharp. Without a strong armor and a physical body, one wouldn't be able to take it. I didn't expect these young masters to be wiped out in the blink of an eye. This time, I'm in deep trouble. After knowing what the other party's name was, everyone finally came back to their senses. So this was the Invincible City Lord who caused such a ruckus. As expected, he was invincible. He was crazy enough. Coming to Heaven City, he killed the people behind the third young master without saying a word. These young masters all had strong backgrounds. Killing them meant that he had offended all of them. Third young master Lei Guang was already half kneeling on the ground, his body covered in hundreds of wounds. None of the wounds were fatal, but they made it so that Lei Guang couldn't use his strength. He couldn't withstand it at all and was directly shaken down. Looking at the young masters behind him fall one by one, he didn't expect the young man in front of him to be so fierce, so savage. He didn't care about him at all. He was the third young master of Heaven City, and his father was the Thunder Leopard Emperor. I will kill you, I will kill you. Lei Guang's eyes turned blood red, and his body emitted rays of light. He looked like he was going to fight to the death. Every time Lei Guang's light appeared, a great slicing technique would slash down. Every strike would cause Lei Guang to spit out 3 liters of blood. After spitting out 7 to 8 times, he became extremely weak. He couldn't use any strength at all. So this is all you have? I thought that you would be able to explode. How disappointing. Lin Fei kicked. Lei Guang flew out. Only after destroying several buildings did it stop. He was buried in the rubble. I've always heard that there are many experts in Heaven City. I wonder if anyone is interested in having a good spar with me. I can't possibly come here for nothing. Otherwise, you guys will be out of luck. Lin Fei's trip here was to gain honor and hatred. Naturally, he had to make a big fuss first. It would be for the best if he could bring Emperor Lei Bao back. Lin Fei felt that this possibility was very low. He was going to start with this third young master. Who asked him to be so arrogant and despotic? He was just taking a walk, but he actually released more than 10 demonic beasts. How could he not have some face? Not kicking this third young master Lei Guang to death was already giving him face. He stretched out his hand. Then, he grabbed the lightning from the ruins. He had thrown it right under his nose. At that moment, Lei Guang was on his last breath. After all, that kick from Lin Fei wasn't easy to take. And this was the power that Lin Fei had deliberately restrained. Of course, there was no need to mention the great slicing technique. A single great cutting technique could kill the third young master's lightning over 100 times without losing any power. Lin Fei just stood there quietly. Suddenly, his lips curled into a smile. A beam of light shot out from the void and blocked it with a raise of his hand. Ripples appeared on Lin Fei's palm. What a powerful archery technique, Lin Fei said with a smile. More beams of light appeared around him, covering his entire body. Lin Fei's body was protected by a treasure body. More than a dozen layers of defense appeared one after another, and they easily withstood the attacks. These dozens of layers of defense were quite useful. The opponent's archery technique was indeed powerful and could catch him off guard. However, how could he block Lin Fei's powerful body? The great cutting technique instantly entered the void. In the void, a black-clothed expert shot out beams of light, but he couldn't stop the great cutting technique. He was forced out of the void. He appeared in Heaven City. No wonder you can make the 16 city lords obey you. You're really powerful. The great cutting technique's power is also greater than I imagined. However, you shouldn't have come from the downtown area of Heaven City. After the black-clothed man came out, many people knew who he was. The Deputy City Lord of Heaven City, Tu Yuan. Tu Yuan had been annoyed by the appearance of the invincible City Lord for a long time recently. However, he didn't expect that before he could figure out a way, the other party would come to Heaven City first. It was really like wearing out iron shoes in fruitless search, only to find it by chance. The archery technique just now was also Tu Yuan's forte, especially when it caught the other party off guard. However, he didn't expect the other party to easily withstand it. Both internal and external cultivation. It made him realize that the strength of the invincible City Lord was far higher than he had imagined. No wonder he dared to come to Heaven City. Do you think City Lord Tu Yuan is more powerful, or the invincible City Lord is more powerful? I say, Tu Yuan is definitely more powerful. That's not necessarily true. I think the invincible City Lord is more powerful. Didn't you see him call himself invincible? I've never seen anyone call themselves invincible in my life. After City Lord Tu Yuan came out, many experts came one after another. These experts all looked at Lin Fei with hatred in their eyes. Without even thinking, he knew that it was definitely the power behind those young masters. Their gazes were like they wanted to cut Lin Fei into 18 pieces. All of a sudden, Lin Fei was surrounded by experts of all sizes. What made Lin Fei the most confused was that the few figures that had the strength of an emperor king didn't move at all. I am indeed quite daring. As the saying goes, only when you are daring can you travel the world. I just felt that your Heaven City is quite interesting, so I came to take a look. Who would have thought that your third young master's temper isn't so good? I was just walking and I got bullied. Do you think I should make a move? Only then did Tu Yuan see clearly that the dying person was none other than the third young master Lei Guang. Then all the more I can't leave you here to cause trouble. Formation, come. Why didn't anyone come to cause trouble in Heaven City? Not only was there a strong law enforcement team, but there was also a strong formation. It protected the entire Heaven City, and Tu Yuan could control the formation. Didn't you just say that you are very powerful? Then let me show you how powerful a formation is. Tu Yuan naturally wouldn't miss out on something that was delivered to his doorstep. He activated the formation. After activating the formation's power, his entire aura instantly skyrocketed. It was like he was riding a rocket. After that, Tu Yuan's strength directly reached the Emperor King level. This wasn't the end. It only slowed down when he reached the late Emperor King level. At this moment, Tu Yuan's every move was filled with boundless emperor might. Chapter 4688. As soon as Heaven City's formation was activated, Tu Yuan's aura skyrocketed. He reached the level of an emperor. He unleashed one technique after another. This was the power of the Deputy City Lord. He could use Heaven City's formation to strengthen himself. This would allow his strength to skyrocket, allowing him to easily reach the level of an emperor. Because of this, even if the Thunder Leopard Emperor wasn't in Heaven City, as long as the Deputy City Lord was here, he could still defend Heaven City. Streaks of flowing light were constantly flying around. Everyone could feel the terrifying Emperor's aura. In front of this Emperor's aura, they couldn't use any strength at all. Invincible City Lord is probably going to be unlucky. It's not a matter of being unlucky, it's a matter of whether he can survive or not. The Deputy City Lord is as domineering as ever. He used the formation right away and his strength has reached the level of an emperor. Once Tu Yuan's strength appeared, he waved his hand gently. Bolts of lightning struck down. This was one of the techniques in the formation. The lightning was as thick as a water bucket. It fell directly, covering the area where Lin Fei was. At the same time, it accurately locked onto Lin Fei. It wouldn't fall on other buildings. In everyone's opinion, no matter how strong one was, how could one withstand the attack of an emperor under such power? The current Vice City Lord Tu Yuan was a bona fide imperial monarch expert. He had the strength of a late-stage emperor. Every move he made was filled with the might of an emperor. I finally know how powerful Heaven City is. This formation is indeed powerful, but you can't do it. Even if the formation is in your hands, it won't be able to unleash its power. I was happy for nothing. Under the lightning that filled the sky, a figure walked out. It was Lin Fei. Streams of light flowed back and forth around Lin Fei, forming a special defense. It turned out that Lin Fei used the Great Slicer technique as a defense. As the lightning fell, it clashed with the Great Slicer technique. As they clashed, it directly reduced the power of the attack. Just like that, he appeared in front of everyone, unmoving like a mountain. If you have any tricks up your sleeves, just come at me. I'm not good at anything else, but my physical body is pretty strong. Lin Fei's Great Incision technique had already reached the level of 2 stars. He could now unleash 6 times the power. Naturally, he could easily suppress these thunderbolts. One had to admit that the formation of Heaven City was quite powerful. With the help of the erase power, Vice City Lord Tu Yuan directly reached the late-stage Sovereign Emperor level. This move was indeed very ferocious. Even an Empyrean Emperor would have to kneel before it. Tu Yuan had long since disregarded the other party. Xiao Chen was already a late-stage Sovereign Emperor and controlled Heavenly City's formations. He could suppress anyone he wanted, much less an outsider. Only now did he realize that he had thought too much. The opponent's strength was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Then I'd like to see how long you can last. No one has ever walked out of Heaven City alive, not even you. The formation of Heaven City was activated once again. Attacks rained down one after another. No matter which attack it was, it made everyone's scalp go numb. This was the true formation of Heaven City. Even an Empyrean Emperor would have to obediently face the formation. Deep in their bones, they still believed that Heaven City's formation would definitely be able to suppress this kid. No one could remain unscathed in the City of Heaven. Even if this person was known as the Invincible City Lord, it was the same. He just stood there without moving, allowing the other party's attacks to land on him. One had to say that the other party's methods were really powerful. All sorts of attacks came one after another. It was a little dazzling. But to Lin Fei, he didn't feel anything at all. The moment the Great Incision technique was activated, he took on all the attacks. Even if a small portion of the power seeped in, it couldn't even break through his body's defense. The other party was still too weak. It was the same even with the formation. Unless the Thunder Leopard Emperor personally attacked, then the strength of the formation would naturally be different. Time passed minute by minute. Lin Fei just stood there without moving. The people outside couldn't see through the situation at all. At this moment, all the attacks were at the Empyrean Emperor level. Looking at them made their eyes sting. Only a few people were able to see through it. Inside a building, there were 3 people gathered together. Their eyes were fixed on the battle outside. It seems like Tu Yuan is at his wit's end. I didn't expect that even with the support of Heaven City's formation, we still can't take down this invincible city lord. Heaven City might have a huge change. We've planned for so long. Something is probably going to happen. Then hurry up and contact people. While they're both injured, we'll make our move. If Lin Fei was here, he would be able to feel it. These 3 people could explode with Empyrean Emperor-level existences. But their true realm was only at the peak of the Heaven Monarch realm. I've said it so many times. Anyway, you can't beat me. Why don't you stop? If I make a move, you'll lose your life. In the midst of the attack, Lin Fei looked up at Deputy City Lord Tu Yuan and smiled faintly. From Tu Yuan's point of view, this smile was a direct form of mockery. Mockery of his strength, mockery of Heaven City's formation. This is just the beginning. Even if you've accumulated a lot, so what? Under Heaven City's formation, you still can't unleash your full strength. All the attributes of Heaven City's formation were activated, and they all fell on Lin Fei. There were only a few methods that could affect Lin Fei. The effect was still negligible. However, for the people outside, the fact that Lin Fei was still unscathed after such a long time had passed made them feel that they were in disbelief. Under Heaven City's formation, the Empyrean Emperor could suppress him. But now, he couldn't even suppress the invincible City Lord. They all suspected that Deputy City Lord Tu Yuan was going easy on him. If he wasn't going easy on him, how could it be like this? The eyes of the experts who originally wanted to take revenge for their children turned cold. Their coldness was filled with fear and uneasiness. They couldn't beat him at all. If they really went up, they would be courting death. So they silently retreated. They didn't want to get into trouble. The attack of the formation lasted for a full hour. It was really a long time. But Lin Fei was fine. Deputy City Lord Tu Yuan was in an even worse situation. It seems that you can't do it. Then it's my turn. Chapter 4689. Tu Yuan knew that he wouldn't be able to suppress the invincible City Lord this time. He was able to last for so long under the support of the formation, and he didn't show any signs of exhaustion at all. On the contrary, with the support of the formation, his energy consumption was also very fast. If it was a normal time, he would have suppressed him long ago, but now it was useless. He knew that the situation was completely wrong and that it was not under his control. Unless the First City Lord personally attacked, but the First City Lord was in seclusion and didn't come out. Tu Yuan was at his wit's end. Suddenly, streaks of light flashed around him. He hurriedly activated the defense of the formation to protect his surroundings. But just as the defense came out, the streaks of light easily cut through the defense. One after another. They reached the edge of his body. Fortunately, Heaven City's formation was amazing, so he could barely withstand it. Even so, it made Tu Yuan feel a lot of pressure. When did the great slicing technique become so powerful? It can even cut through Heaven City's defense so easily. It almost threatened my body. Tu Yuan was really frightened. He knew that the great slicing technique was very powerful. But he had never seen such a great slicing technique before. He was surrounded by beams of light that kept attacking him. And his Heaven City's formation defense seemed to be unable to withstand it. That was the worst thing that could happen to them. Lin Fei also walked towards Tu Yuan step by step. Everywhere he passed, the streaks of light became even more powerful. They were constantly increasing. There was a loud rumbling sound. Tu Yuan realized that the defense around his body couldn't take it at all, it was extremely weak. After a few dozen breaths, Heaven City's defensive array formation was instantly broken. In the blink of an eye, his body was cut dozens of times. Each blade broke through the defense of the armor and went deep into his body. After all, Tu Yuan wasn't strong and hadn't reached the Emperor Lord level. An Emperor Lord expert was different. Even if he borrowed the power of Heaven City's formation, he was still weak and couldn't withstand a single blow. Show mercy. Tu Yuan originally thought that after his body was broken, he would still have a chance to struggle. However, He knew that he had no chance to struggle at all. These lights didn't give him any chance at all as they surrounded him tightly. His life or death was in the hands of the other party. Only then did he realize that the great incision technique of the 3,000 great Taos was truly terrifying. He could only ask the invincible city lord to show mercy. "Sorry, I'm not interested in people like you, so I can only send you on your way." The light that filled the sky instantly surged into his body. In the blink of an eye, Deputy City Lord Tu Yuan was cut into pieces. After shattering into fragments, a windstorm swept over and truly dissipated. Under Lin Fei's control, not only could the Great Slicer technique turn into light, but it could also gather into storms. Boundless might. Once Deputy City Lord Tu Yuan died, Heaven City's array formation instantly lost control and returned to normal. In less than an hour, the insufferably arrogant Deputy City Lord Tu Yuan was killed just like that. Especially under the support of Heaven City's formation, the people watching in the dark sucked in a breath of cold air and became restless. How could this be? Deputy City Lord Tu Yuan died just like that. It's over, it's over. Is the entire Heaven City going to fall into the hands of the invincible City Lord? If the Emperor doesn't make a move, the entire Heaven City will be completely gone. Today could be said to be the most unbelievable day for the experts in the entire Heaven City. A group of second-generation young masters were killed, followed by Deputy City Lord Tu Yuan, who was also killed under the support of the array formation. He was killed by the other party just like that. This person was definitely an Emperor realm expert. The entire Heavenly City became quiet. I saw that many people wanted to take revenge on me just now. Why don't all of you stand up and I'll send you all on your way together. I'll let you all be my followers for life. Lin Fei's gaze swept over, extremely cold. The people hiding in the void turned around and left one by one. How would they dare to make a move? It's a little too late to leave now. Streams of light behind Lin Fei flew into the void. Only a series of banging sounds could be heard. Corpses fell out of the void one by one. First was a corpse, then 2 corpses, then more than a dozen corpses, and in the blink of an eye, more than 100 corpses fell out. These were experts who had great hatred for Lin Fei. All of them had the strength of a heavenly monarch. But how could they resist the great art of cutting? Once they entered, they immediately wiped out thousands of soldiers. From today onwards, only people can enter Heaven City, but not leave. Lin Fei's cold voice spread in the air above everyone. As for those who want to leave Heaven City, you can think about whether you have the ability to do so. My methods are not a joke. One by one, the streams of light entered the void. As for those heavenly monarch experts, they instantly felt a chill. In other words, if they wanted to leave Heaven City, these methods would be used. It would definitely not be so easy to leave. I personally don't like the messy Heaven City, and I don't like the smell of blood. Those who want to wash the floor, hurry up and come out to wash the floor for me. Lin Fei landed on the street again. This time, Lin Fei's words were very useful. Soon, people came out and began to clean up the corpses on the street. Lin Fei walked towards the Heaven City Lord residence. Just now, he had already killed a group of experts. As for those who had not made a move in the dark, they were probably discussing something. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered with them. He decided to go to the City Lord residence to take a look. He casually stretched out his hand and grabbed a young master. This was the third young master, Lei Guang. This guy was not dead, but he was so scared that he was on the verge of death. Deputy City Lord Tu Yuan was killed, and there were so many heavenly monarch experts. This person in front of him was very likely to be the arch expert. How could Lei Guang not be afraid? The arch, please spare my life. I really didn't mean to offend you. I was blind, I beg you. Heavenly monarchs were not scary, but the arch was different. They were characters who could do whatever they wanted. Just like that, Lin Fei carried the third young master, Lei Guang, and arrived in front of the City Lord residence. Shut up. If you say another word, I will kill you. I am lacking a guide. You are it. He was smashed into the City Lord residence's door. With a loud bang, the door was broken open. All the experts in the City Lord residence stared at Lin Fei. None of them dared to make a move. The previous scene was witnessed by everyone in Heaven City. Who would dare to go against the arch? If you don't want to die, put away the things in your hands and do what you are supposed to do. Lin Fei stepped into the City Lord residence. Chapter 4690. The experts of the City Lord's mansion did not dare to move and obediently put away their weapons. They did what they had to do and were still very obedient. They listened to Lin Fei's words. Didn't they see that even the Deputy City Lord was dead? Even if they joined forces, they would not be a match for him. Didn't they see that the great cutting technique of the 3,000 great Daos could not withstand a single move? This was the tyranny of an emperor. Lei Guang also climbed up again. He really acted as a guide. If he did not do it, he would die, but if he did it, he would live, so he was extremely obedient. This is the place where my father secluded himself. Lei Guang trembled as he brought Lin Fei in front of a secret room. Lei Guang was really panicking. He could show off in Heaven City because of his father, Emperor Lei Bao, but now another emperor had come knocking on his door. Lei Guang really did not dare to breathe loudly. In front of the emperor, he was really no different from an ant. You can go out now. Let the chefs make a table of Heaven City's special delicacies. I want to stay in the City Lord's mansion for a long time. Lei Guang trembled as he went out. He did not expect that the emperor did not have the intention to leave at all. Instead, he wanted to stay in the City Lord's mansion for a long time. Was he not afraid that his father would find trouble with him when he returned? Yes, I will immediately arrange it. I will definitely make the Emperor Lord satisfied. Lei Guang did not dare to think too much. He wanted to keep his life first. Why did Lin Fei want to stay in the City Lord's mansion? It was because of the aggro and honor points that they had just farmed had increased rapidly. In other words, when he arrived in Heaven City, he would naturally gain the support of many people. This also made Lin Fei have an idea. Why not stay in the City Lord's mansion for a period of time? There was no trace of Emperor Lei Bao in the City Lord's mansion, not even his aura. Lin Fei could also be sure that this Emperor Lei Bao must have gone out to cultivate. At the Sovereign Emperor level, one had to continuously seek fortuitous encounters if they wanted to advance faster. Lin Fei understood this logic. Emperor powerhouses also understood this. Therefore, it was normal that Emperor Thunder Leopard wasn't here. After a few flashes of saber light, the door to the seclusion was cut open. The current great incisor technique was incomparably sharp. Cutting through anything was no different from cutting through tofu. This was only a 2-star great incisor technique. Lin Fei didn't even dare to imagine how terrifying it would be if it reached 3 stars, 4 stars, or the top 5 stars. The room was empty. There were a few boxes with some items in them. When Lin Fei saw these items, he squinted his eyes. I didn't think I would see soul beads here. Looks like this Imperial Monarch Thunder Leopard is related to the cultivation of soul beads as well. There weren't many soul pearls, only tens of thousands of them. Imperial Monarch Lei Bao has most likely gone out to collect these soul pearls. Could it be that those 3 people from before were working for Imperial Monarch Lei Bao? Because he instantly had a preconceived notion. Lin Fei looked around again but didn't find anything. He shook his head and came out again. He went to enjoy a feast with peace of mind. Ever since Lin Fei joined Heaven City, things had changed. An undercurrent began to surge. No one would have thought that the small world of heaven created by Emperor Thunder Leopard would change because of another emperor's visit. The people of Heaven City also stayed obediently and didn't dare to go anywhere. As for escaping from Heaven City, it was definitely wishful thinking. They didn't even need to see if the emperor would agree to it. Who knows what this emperor is thinking? Could it be that he is an enemy of Emperor Thunder Leopard and is waiting for him to come back? Or is he waiting for a rabbit to come to him? I'm a little scared just thinking about it. Many people were discussing this matter in the tea rooms of the restaurants. Lin Fei didn't let them leave Heaven City, but he didn't restrict them either. Therefore, some people still mustered up the courage to come out. This kind of feeling was really unpleasant. There were also some people who followed along to watch the show, and they were even more regretful. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have come. Now, they couldn't get out. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. And in these few days, Lin Fei's harvest was huge. His honor points had directly exceeded 100 million. His hate points had also increased quite quickly. He had already obtained more than 2 million. As for hate points, it was easier to farm honor points. How could Lin Fei bear to leave? He had to farm honor points for a while longer. If he didn't farm honor points now, there wouldn't be much time left. Once that Emperor Thunder Leopard came back, a fight was inevitable. At that time, whether or not he would continue to keep it was another matter. Anyway, Lin Fei didn't have that thought now. An emperor is coming. Lin Fei, who was drinking his top-grade tea leisurely, frowned slightly. He sensed the aura of emperor experts. They were like stars in the night sky, very eye-catching. Only a powerful person like Lin Fei could sense this feeling. A total of 5 emperors came. Good lord, they can't be coming for me, right? They should be enemies of Emperor Thunder Leopard. At first, Lin Fei was a little surprised. But after taking a closer look, he realized that things weren't so simple. 5 emperors came in one go. Apart from the 5 emperors, there were actually quite a number of heaven monarchs. There were more than 100 of them. It wouldn't make sense if they weren't here for revenge. This was also the first time Lin Fei had seen so many emperors. The aura of the 5 emperors was quite different. Presumably, their realms were different. Lin Fei decided to stay calm and observe the situation first. If they came to seek revenge on Emperor Thunder Leopard, should he make a move? There was a loud rumble. Array flags appeared around Heaven City. The entire heavenly city was surrounded by them. Dark clouds shrouded, and Mount Tai pressed down. Instantly, everyone was alarmed. Array, it's a super array. Oh my god, I see the emperors. 5 emperors. Are they going to destroy Heaven City? Who knows what has happened to Heavenly City? Previously, there was a sovereign emperor, and in the blink of an eye, 5 sovereign emperors have come. How can people live in peace? The 5 emperors arrived in the sky above Heaven City one after another. Behind them, hundreds of heavenly monarch realm experts instantly formed into square teams. He controlled a circle of Heaven City. If you don't want to die, surrender. Obediently join our Sky Demon sect, and we will spare your lives. One of the emperors spoke, and his voice floated in the sky above Heaven City. When the 3 words Sky Demon sect came out, everyone in Heaven City panicked. They sucked in a breath of cold air, and their faces all turned pale. Chapter 4691. Sky Demon Sect. Lin Fei also heard these 3 words in the City Lord Mansion. He frowned slightly as he had never heard of it before. However, this Sky Demon Sect was not simple. They had sent 5 theatres and over 100 heaven monarchs. These heaven monarchs seemed to have joined forces and were very strong. Especially this array formation, Lin Fei felt that it was unusual. It was a powerful trapping array formation. It was not easy to escape from this array formation. Lin Fei had already checked it from top to bottom. This array formation was indeed very powerful. Only a few people in Heaven City could escape from it. It was the first time Lin Fei had seen such a powerful trapping array formation. The Sky Demon sect also seemed to have their eyes on the entire Heaven City. The Arch. This Sky Demon sect is a special sect in the Starfield. They are extremely powerful. They are best at destroying sects and refining entire cities or small worlds. Lei Guang said cautiously. These days, Lei Guang had been standing outside the door, not daring to breathe loudly. He felt that the Arch didn't seem to understand the Sky Demon sect, so he mustered up the courage to say it. Anyway, everyone in the Starfield doesn't like the Sky Demon sect. However, this Sky Demon sect is very powerful and they are very good at hiding. Until now, we haven't found their hiding place. Lei Guang cautiously spoke again. That means they like to plunder. No wonder. Lin Fei wasn't very interested in this. He only wanted to know a general idea about it. He finally understood why these theatres had their eyes on Heaven City. After all, there were still many experts in Heaven City. If he killed these people, many people would clap their hands and cheer. Moreover, He had done some good things for them in Heaven City. He had killed the deputy city lord and confirmed that the Thunder Leopard the Arch wasn't in Heaven City. The 5 imperial emperors came to the city of heaven, intending to refine or subdue it in one go. He had indirectly become a good person. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After all, he was here to farm honor and hatred, but he still encountered such a thing. The faces of the experts in Heaven City turned pale. Who hadn't heard of the Sky Demon sect? If anyone was targeted by the Sky Demon sect, they would either be enslaved or refined. It was that simple. Of course, the third option was even simpler. They would be directly killed. It's over, it's over. It's really over this time. It looks like the Sky Demon sect has been eyeing Heaven City for a long time. Now that the Imperial Lord isn't here, all of us will be refined. Who said that our Heaven City doesn't have an emperor? Isn't there that invincible city lord? He should be an imperial emperor. He probably can't even protect his own life. Didn't you see that even the 5 sovereign emperors are here? As soon as they finished speaking, another sovereign emperor spoke up. I heard that there's an invincible city lord here. Can you come out and meet him? I'll give you a chance. After all, our Sky Demon sect has made a move. We won't give anyone face. Lin Fei was prepared to watch the show, but he didn't expect to be dragged into it. He finally understood why the 5 imperial monarchs had come. Perhaps they had come for him. I can find something to do again. Lin Fei laughed and walked out of the city lord residence. He came to the sky above Heaven City and faced the 5 imperial monarchs. The 5 imperial monarchs were of different ages. It was very uneven. I'm the invincible city lord. I wonder what the 5 imperial monarchs are planning to do around Heaven City. Are you planning to refine the entire Heaven City? If that's the case, then your methods are a bit fierce. The 5 imperial monarchs instantly stared at Lin Fei. After checking him up and down, they found it even more unbelievable. They didn't see any imperial monarch aura on him at all. He was really a genuine heaven monarch expert. However, such a heaven monarch expert had destroyed Tu Yuan. Furthermore, it was the deputy city lord who was supported by the array formation. The situation was even more abnormal. I think the invincible city lord is quite strong. I want to recruit you to join the Sky Demon sect. With your strength, you can barely become a golden sky demon. One of the imperial monarchs looked at Lin Fei and said indifferently, "Golden sky demon. It sounds interesting. What are your identities?" Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. You don't have the right to ask such a question. To give you the identity of a golden sky demon, it means that we have taken a liking to you. One of the heaven monarchs waved his hand and a circle flew over. When it got closer, Lin Fei saw that the circle was actually a collar. This collar was covered with runes and was very unusual. Lin Fei also realized that these heaven monarch experts had this collar and understood what was going on. The Sky Demon sect used this collar to control heaven monarch experts or imperial monarch experts. Lin Fei also saw this collar on the 5 imperial monarchs. He secretly sucked in a breath of cold air towards the Sky Demon sect. They were indeed powerful. This is the demon-subduing collar of our Sky Demon sect. As long as you put this demon-subduing collar on, you will be a member of the Sky Demon sect. Later, you will be spared from death. Otherwise, once we activate the array, the entire Heaven City will die without a complete corpse. No one dared to refute these words coming from the mouth of an imperial monarch expert. If the imperial monarchs joined forces, they had the ability to do so. Not to mention at this time, even an imperial monarch could easily wipe out all the experts in the entire Heaven City. There was an array outside. Even if they wanted to escape, they wouldn't be able to do so. This was the terrifying thing about an imperial monarch. I didn't expect that I would receive such treatment. However, if you destroy the Heaven City like this, aren't you afraid that Emperor Thunder Leopard will come to take revenge on you? Lin Fei said with interest. It's just a mere Emperor Thunder Leopard. He's nothing in front of us 5 imperial monarchs. Even if he had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to attack the Sky Demon sect. In fact, this was really the case. The Sky Demon sect was very powerful. I have no interest in becoming a golden sky demon. I'll return this demon-subduing collar to you. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the demon-subduing collar instantly flew back. I've never fought against 5 imperial monarchs in my life. It's a good opportunity for me to fight. When the people who were originally disheartened heard Lin Fei's voice, they instantly brightened up a little. They all knew how powerful this imperial monarch was. However, when they thought about how this imperial monarch had to fight against 5 imperial monarchs, it seemed like there was no chance of victory. Chapter 4692. The 5 emperors had their eyes on the small world of heaven. The small world of heaven was different from the other small worlds. The people here had walked out of life and death situations. They were also exceptionally strong, so they had always wanted to rope in the small world of heaven. Unfortunately, the Thunder Leopard Emperor had a bad temper and had never agreed. This time, they had set up a trap to injure the Thunder Leopard Emperor. Unfortunately, no one could catch him and he escaped. They had thought that he had escaped back to Heaven City, so they had been paying attention to him. They did not expect that the Thunder Leopard Emperor had not returned. They could only conquer the small world of heaven first. When the time came, they would wait for the Thunder Leopard Emperor to return. As long as the Thunder Leopard Emperor returned, he would not be able to leave. They did not expect that just as they were about to make a move, they would encounter such a thing. Another Imperial Lord had arrived. No, it should be a guy who could burst out with the strength of an emperor. What they found most laughable was that this guy, who was not an emperor, actually wanted to make a move against the 5 emperors. It was the funniest thing ever. All teams, you can move as a group. Old rules, those who surrender will not be killed, those who resist will be killed without mercy. The emperor waved his hand and gave the order. The hundreds of heaven monarchs behind him instantly formed into small teams and killed their way into Heaven City. Everywhere they passed, there were screams and corpses everywhere. The entire Heaven City was instantly plunged into the flames of war. The emperor's gaze was fixed on the young invincible city lord. I know that the great cutting technique is quite powerful. Let me test you and see if you can break my great Tao. When they came, they had already learned about the news. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will always be victorious. Even if it was a guy who could burst out with the strength of an emperor, they had also learned about him. One of the emperors hooked his finger at Lin Fei. The area around Lin Fei instantly turned into a zone of quicksand. No one knew how the quicksand was formed. It just appeared without warning. The quicksand was not ordinary quicksand. It was a treasure that could move, which was the so-called treasure of an emperor. It was very powerful. It was formed from grains of sand, and its attack power was very strong. It was an attack that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, as if it wanted to drown Lin Fei in the sand. Lin Fei's great incision was instantly activated. By the time the great slicer hit the sand, the spell had already reached the sand. Only then did Lin Fei realize that the sand was extremely sturdy. Even though the great slicer art had only blasted apart a small portion of it, he finally understood that an imperial lord was indeed different. However, Lin Fei's great incision was not to be trifled with. He continued to kill his way in and out, and he really managed to withstand the quicksand. However, a small portion of the sand passed through the great cutter and landed directly on Lin Fei's body. It was also withstood by the defense of his treasured body. The defense of these treasured bodies withstood dozens of attacks. This was the strongest sovereign emperor treasure Lin Fei had seen so far. He was actually able to break through several tens of layers of the treasured body's defenses and break through 7 to 8 layers. This kind of sovereign emperor was indeed very strong. Emperor Whitewater, it turns out that there are times when your attack fails. This guy's great incision is indeed very powerful. The one called Emperor Whitewater was the one who controlled this quicksand treasure. This young sovereign expert's expression was a little ugly. His quicksand treasure was very strong. It was a middle-grade sovereign emperor treasure, and the sand was extremely hard. Even ordinary means couldn't break it, but when he attacked the other party, he could feel the sharpness of the great slicer art, which had split a lot of his sand. It had quite a lot of power. He's indeed a little strong, but no matter how strong he is, can he withstand my treasure? The power of the Great Slicer art that Lin Fei used suddenly increased a lot. The treasure in the quicksand was constantly being split into pieces, and its power was also becoming weaker and weaker. Lin Fei was even more at ease. Your sand is too weak. If I can handle it for 2 hours, your treasure will be useless. It's better to get another emperor. Emperor Whitewater suddenly put away the treasure in his hand. Indeed, as he said, his treasure relied on the sand. But now, the sand had been split into pieces by the Great Slicer art. As a result, the sand had been reduced a lot, and its power had also decreased. His heart was bleeding. I didn't expect your Great Slicer art to be so powerful. Even Emperor Whitewater's quicksand treasure was at a disadvantage. Let's try my method. Another Imperial Lord came up. This Empyrean Emperor's skin was as black as charcoal. Treasures were much easier to find. A green lotus appeared in front of Lin Fei. After the lotus appeared, a black fog appeared. The black fog corroded the void as soon as it appeared. Aren't you very strong? Then try to break my heaven extermination lotus. The monarch laughed smugly. Lin Fei retracted the Great Slicer art around him, forming an impenetrable defense. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wherever the black fog passed, it was rather domineering. Lin Fei's Great Slicer art was incomparably sharp. Although it could shatter the black fog a little, it couldn't completely shatter it. On the contrary, the Great Slicer art's power was corroded by the black fog. This was an eye-opener. An emperor expert's methods were really endless. Interesting, interesting. Even the Great Slicer art that was 6 times stronger couldn't do anything to the black fog. Lin Fei had another great Dao. With a wave of his hand, the Great Thunderclap descended. Things were different with the Great Thunderclap. Wherever the lightning passed, there was a loud rumble and the black fog was blasted away. Of course, the lotus became the focus of the lightning. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of lightning bolts descended. The emperor groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. He put away the lotus in a panic and glared at Lin Fei. How dare you trick me? Such a treasure was most afraid of being attacked by lightning, the purest Yang method. Once it attacked, the power of the attack would be greatly reduced. Just now, the lotus flower had lost at least half of its power. If he wanted to recover, it would be impossible for him to do so without a few decades. You didn't say that I can't cultivate lightning. This is the second of my 3,000 great Dao, the Great Thunderclap. I wonder how it feels. Whoosh. The 5 emperors were instantly struck by lightning. They were within the attack range of the 3,000 great Dao. Their expressions changed slightly, and they hurriedly used their Imperial Lord-level treasures to withstand the lightning. With this, they felt that the lightning was stronger and more destructive than they had imagined. After all, this was the Great Thunderclap of the 3,000 Great Dao. Chapter 4693. Heaven City was already in a state of blood and fire. The teams formed by these Heaven Monarch experts were rather sharp, and there weren't many people who could withstand their attacks. It could be said that along the way, they were practically harvesting the lives of others, as well as the treasures of their possessions. Ha 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 ha, the experts from the Sky Demon sect are also having a headache. The invincible City Lord is too powerful. He killed the Heaven Monarchs with just 1 thunderbolt. Not a few. Good job. At least we don't have to worry about being killed. Once Lin Fei used the Great Thunderbolt, not only did the arch-experts have a headache, but the Heaven Monarchs below were also out of luck. After all, Lin Fei's Great Thunderbolt was very powerful and destructive, especially when it was an indiscriminate attack. Therefore, those Heaven Monarch experts were unlucky for a moment. A single thunderbolt instantly turned them into ashes. Countless people began to dodge the thunderbolts. For a moment, the one-sided situation stopped. The 5 arch-experts from the Sky Demon sect were indeed having a headache. Although the Great Thunderbolt was also one of the 3,000 Great Daos, it wasn't easy to cultivate it. Being able to use the Great Slicer technique was already frightening enough. Now that he had used the Great Thunderclap technique, it was simply too shocking. Where did this invincible City Lord come from? He actually mastered 2 types of the 3,000 Great Daos with great power. Did he still want them to live? Most importantly, when they resisted, they could feel that the great thunderbolt had the power over the arch. This made them want to vomit blood. Could this kid be an old monster who was deliberately hiding his strength? Otherwise, how could he make the great thunderbolt exhibit the power over the arch? Just now, you guys were the ones fighting. Now it's my turn. At the very least, let's have a warm-up exercise. That way, it'll be fairer. I wonder how powerful my great art of thunderclap is. If it's not enough, I'll add another dish for you. This sort of destructive ability wasn't something that Imperial monarchs could easily endure. Lin Fei used the Great Slicer art again. Once the Great Slicer art was used, they could feel the sharpness of the Great Slicer art. Fortunately, the treasures they had brought with them were exceptionally powerful, so they wouldn't be destroyed by the Great Slicing technique. However, it also caused them to consume energy at an exceptionally fast rate. Just like that, Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back, using the Great Slicer technique and the Great Thunderclap to restrain the 5 monarchs and even deflect their attacks. They had switched from passive defense to active offense, and the 5 Imperial Emperors had also switched from offensive type to defensive type. This change caused the 5 Imperial monarchs to suffer unspeakably. The consumption of passive defense was also exceptionally fast, and the power of the other party's Great Incision and Great Thunderclap were also exceptionally strong. As soon as they were unleashed, they immediately gained the upper hand. This made it impossible for them to use any other methods. If they relaxed even a little, they would be injured in an instant. What they couldn't accept the most was that those Heaven Monarch experts who went down were also unlucky. The great cutting art that appeared from time to time was also harvesting the lives of these Heaven Monarch realm experts. An accident happened just like that when the net was pulled in against Heaven City. No one could stop Lin Fei's great cutting art. Do you really want to become enemies with our Sky Demon sect? The oldest sovereign emperor finally could not help but speak up. Ripples appeared around him continuously. That's right, Xiao Chen said. I don't have any opinion on the matter between your Sky Demon sect and Heaven City, but you shouldn't have any ideas on me, Lin Fei said indifferently. Don't think that you 5 Imperial Emperors are very powerful. I alone can suppress all of you. You should be glad that I'm in a good mood today. Otherwise, it won't be so easy for you to leave today. Today was also the first time Lin Fei fought with 5 Imperial Emperors. He had to admit that these 5 Imperial Emperors had different levels of strength. For example, the old man who spoke was quite powerful, and his defense was also very powerful. It was really difficult for Lin Fei to take the lives of 5 Imperial Emperors. It wasn't as simple as he imagined, but he was satisfied that he could suppress the 5 Imperial Emperors with 2 of the 3,000 Great Dao. At this time, they were probably very sullen. 1 Imperial Emperor could suppress a Heaven Monarch expert. Now that 1 Imperial Emperor had suppressed 5 Imperial Emperors, it was indeed very sullen. If it was a one-on-one battle, they would be killed. This also made Lin Fei have a great understanding of his own strength. He could suppress 5 Imperial Emperors, but it was a little difficult to kill them. If it was a single Imperial Emperor, it would be easy. Once the 2 of the 3,000 Great Dao were opened, it wouldn't take long for him to kill an Imperial Emperor. At this time, the 5 Imperial Emperors were indeed quite sullen. They didn't complete their mission and were suppressed by a young Imperial Emperor. No one would believe it if they said it out. Yet, this was the truth. A single Great Incision technique was already very terrifying. For example, there were traces of it left on their treasures. If this continued for a long time, these marks would be infinitely magnified and eventually become cracks that would damage the treasures. Not to mention the Great Thunder art later. Scram as far as you can. At the very least, don't come when I'm in Heaven City, Lin Fei snorted coldly. The 5 Imperial Emperors instantly felt the pressure lessen. They knew that if they continued to fight, there would be no results. They might as well leave first. We have learned a lesson from Invincible City Lord's brilliant move. We admit our loss. The 5 Imperial Emperors immediately withdrew and left with the remaining Heaven Monarchs. Lin Fei didn't chase after them. I'm still a little too weak. 5 Imperial Emperors are enough to stump me. If the 5 Emperors were to hear this, they would probably cry until they fainted. It wasn't easy for them to resist, and such a battle result was very rare in the circle of imperial emperors. But to the entire Heaven City, the retreat of the 5 imperial emperors meant that they could finally survive. Invincible City Lord, long live Invincible, long live the City Lord. Cheers filled the air. In an instant, Lin Fei's honor points skyrocketed. Even Lin Fei himself was a little surprised. His honor points, which were originally a little more than 100 million, instantly skyrocketed to more than 200 million, and it was still rising. Lin Fei really didn't think that he could get so many honor points in Heaven City. Now, he realized that he had really underestimated it. Their contribution points hadn't been squeezed dry yet. Since he chased away the 5 imperial emperors, he had undoubtedly gained their recognition. Instead, their hatred decreased. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4694. The Sky Demon sect had given Lin Fei a lot of benefits on this trip. This included hatred and honor. This made Lin Fei beam with joy. This made Lin Fei even more determined. No matter what, he had to stay in Paradise City for a while. Otherwise, he would really miss the opportunity. This was a good thing for Heaven City. After all, with such a powerful emperor overseeing Heaven City, they didn't have to worry about anything. Now that the entire small world of heaven was targeted by the Sky Demon sect, if he left the Sky Demon sect, it was very likely that he would be ambushed. He wouldn't even know how he died. Who didn't know the ferocious reputation of the Sky Demon sect? It seems that the Sky Demon sect must have schemed against Emperor Thunder Leopard. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't have dared to come here so brazenly. Lin Fei sat in the courtyard and drank tea leisurely. He flipped through a lot of information in his hands. After reading along the way, he had some understanding of the small world of heaven. He also knew why the Sky Demon sect targeted heaven. This Emperor Thunder Leopard refused to be roped in by the Sky Demon sect, so he was schemed against. Since he was schemed against, he must have been injured. As for whether he was killed on the spot, that was another matter. This time, I slapped them in the face. 5 emperors left, but they will probably come again next time. When they come again, there should be more than 5 emperors. When he thought that there would be more emperors coming next time, Lin Fei suddenly became excited. This way, he could also gain more hatred and honor. He definitely couldn't miss such an opportunity. It seems that I have to exchange for a powerful speed-type Great Dao so that I can deal fatal damage to the emperors. Previously, Lin Fei's movement technique was indeed a little weaker, so he let the 5 emperors leave. Otherwise, just the Great Incision technique and the Great Thunderclap technique would make them feel despair. Fortunately, this time, Heaven City contributed a lot of hatred to him. With these hatred points, he could exchange for a powerful speed-type Great Dao. There were indeed many speed-type Great Dao in the 3000 Great Dao. They were all quite cheap. Of course, Lin Fei wasn't too happy about this. If he wanted to cultivate, he would naturally cultivate the best. Thus, he continued to search. Along the way, he found quite a number of good speed-type movement techniques. This is not bad. Spiritual descent. Lin Fei immediately set his eyes on the 3000 Great Ways. Just the name of the 3000 Great Daos made Lin Fei feel that it was extraordinary, because it was called spiritual descent. After looking at it carefully, Lin Fei's eyes instantly lit up. Good heavens, there's actually such a speed type. This body movement technique is really incredible. It seems to be one of the most difficult Great Daos to cultivate among the 3000 Great Daos. This spiritual descent was indeed very different, very special, and very mysterious. In an instant, he could descend into the other party's body. Never dealt him a fatal blow. Even if he didn't descend into the other party's body, he could still appear beside him in an instant. Moreover, the other party did not notice anything at all. He really came and went without a trace, killing without a trace. There were quite a lot of exchanges, requiring 2 million hatred points. It was much more expensive than the Great Daos that Lin Fei had exchanged for before. 2 million hatred points was indeed not low, but this spiritual descent was indeed quite useful. It was said that when cultivated to the highest level, it could descend on many people. It was very terrifying, causing great damage to their souls. It could also be regarded as an alternative attack technique. Because of this great Tao was extremely difficult to cultivate. There were very few people who could master it, but now Lin Fei only needed 2 million hatred points to easily master it. Lin Fei looked at some other speed-type great Taos, but compared to this spiritual descent, they seemed to be far inferior. Because this spiritual descent had a very wide range of prospects, Lin Fei instantly fell in love with it. Without saying a word, Lin Fei spent 2 million hatred points and quickly learned this spiritual descent. Just like before, this spiritual descent great Tao could also be upgraded. Of course, the hatred points for upgrading would also increase, even more than the great slicing technique. This also made Lin Fei secretly shocked. He didn't expect this spiritual descent to have such a strong background. The more this was the case, the more Lin Fei was glad that he had made the right choice. The 2 million hatred points were not spent in vain. It was really worth it. For example, as soon as Lin Fei used spiritual descent, spots of light appeared in his mind. As long as he thought about it, he could come to the side of these spots of light. Interesting, really interesting. If another emperor comes this time, it won't be so easy to get away. Lin Fei's great slicing technique was completely enough to deal with an emperor. Due to the distance, it naturally couldn't cause the greatest damage. But once there was this spiritual descent, it would be completely different. It could really catch them off guard. After using up 2 million hatred points, Lin Fei's hatred points were almost completely gone. He had to find a way to get more hatred points. In the future, it seemed that he wouldn't be able to get any more hatred points in Heaven City. On the other hand, his honor points were increasing. I hope the people from the Sky Demon sect come quickly. At least let me get a batch of hatred points. Otherwise, I'll go find trouble with the Sky Demon sect. Lin Fei immediately wanted to cause trouble for the Celestial Demon Disc. He quickly shook his head because the Sky Demon sect was hiding too well. He couldn't find them at all. At the end of the day, my hatred points are too little. If I had enough hatred points, I would definitely be able to find traces of the Sky Demon sect if I exchanged for another tracking method. There were many tracking methods in the 3000 Great Tao. They were very powerful. For example, the Great Karma technique that Lin Fei had encountered before. This was considered awesome. It could directly contact the people around him. He could track down his whereabouts and pull out the radish and bring out the mud. Lin Fei was extremely satisfied with such a method. Unfortunately, he could only stare at it now. This also made Lin Fei a little unable to sit still. He had to get some hatred points. Thus, the unlucky Lei Guang was pulled over by Lin Fei. This guy knew a lot of things, so he could ask him about it. He wanted to see where he could get more hatred points. It wasn't easy to count on the Sky Demon sect's emperor to come over. Lin Fei had to rely on himself and work hard. He had to give it a good fight. Lei Guang was also brought over immediately. This guy could finally heave a sigh of relief. At the very least, his life was saved. Chapter 4695. Lin Fei really wanted to find out from Thunderlight if there was any other way to increase the aggro of the boss. Now it seemed that it would be troublesome to gain more hatred in the small world of Heaven City. Do you have any orders, my lord? Every time Lei Guang came, he would feel a little uneasy, not knowing what he would do. What do you think is more interesting in the vicinity of Heaven City? It's like me picking 18 trading places by myself. These words confused Lei Guang, and he couldn't figure out what they meant at that moment. At this time, Lei Guang kept telling himself to calm down. Only then would he know what was going on. Lei Guang started to analyze in his heart. This lord must have some ideas. He must be someone who can't stay any longer. It's really not easy to find someone who can challenge 17 trading grounds by himself. Lei Guang was Lei Guang. He was indeed a little different from others. He also knew that the Invincible City Lord had a different way of thinking. With one look, it was obvious that the Invincible City Lord wanted to go out and play. Lei Guang wasn't sure what kind of place would be fun, but he had to deal with the current one first. If my lord wants to find an interesting place, then I think you can go to the Demon Hunter Land. Demon Hunter Land? Lin Fei had never heard of this place. He wanted to hear what Lei Guang had to say about it. The Demon Hunter Land is a very interesting place. I heard that it is connected to a place from another world. As long as you pay a certain amount of benefits, you can go to the Demon Hunter Land. You can kill those experts from another world here. It is a very interesting place. After listening to Lei Guang's explanation, Lin Fei understood what was going on. So it was a Demon Hunter Land. It was specially used to kill experts from another world. This was not very interesting to Lin Fei. Seeing that Lin Fei seemed to be frowning slightly, Lei Guang hurriedly said, "This place is actually quite conscious. This place is actually quite conscious. Don't underestimate this Demon Hunter Land. In this Demon Hunter Land, once you kill the most experts from another world, you will be able to obtain a Heavenly God tool." This piqued Lin Fei's interest. "Sir, you will never be able to guess where this Heavenly God tool came from. It came from the most famous dwarf clan in our star field." Of course, Lin Fei knew about the situation of the dwarfs. It was said that the dwarf race was a very powerful existence in the star field. In the past, their race had always been inconspicuous, but after they produced a heavenly god, everything changed. He rose to power immediately. The armors and heavenly deity weapons they forged were all of the best quality. If he didn't have some ability, he wouldn't be able to get his hands on it. But now, they had already concealed their tracks. Basically, no one could find any trace of them. It wasn't easy to obtain a heavenly god armor or a heavenly god artifact. It was quite interesting to obtain a heavenly god artifact in the Demon Hunter's Land. Hearing you say that, I'm a little interested. I can go with you to have a look. You can lead the way. Anyway, you have nothing to do. Lei Guang really wanted to slap himself. Of all things, he had to mention the Demon Hunter's Land. Now that this sir had said so, Lei Guang, of course, couldn't say anything else. He could only grit his teeth and agree. Lin Fei's movements were also very fast. He couldn't stay idle at all. He left with Lei Guang. Originally, Lei Guang wanted to take a break, but he immediately gave up on that idea. As expected, this senior was burning with anxiety, so he could only bring Lin Fei to the Demon Hunter Land. The Demon Hunter's Land was located in an uninhabited small world. If Lei Guang hadn't led the way, he wouldn't have known. There are many entrances to this Demon Hunter's Land. This is the closest entrance to the heavenly small world. Many people enter from here. Lei Guang happened to be one of the members of the Demon Hunter's Land. He took out a token and activated it, directly opening a door. This is the long-distance teleportation that they created. It's a very powerful ability. Lin Fei was also a little shocked. There were actually people who could create long-distance teleportation. This force was really not ordinary. However, his information seemed to not have many records about the Demon Hunter's Land. Could it be a new force? At this time, Lin Fei couldn't care so much. He would go and take a look first. What was the difference between entering the Demon Hunter's Land and entering it? As long as he could farm aggro, it would be enough. Who asked Lin Fei to be lacking aggro now? Without aggro, he could only stare at the honor points. Whoosh! Lei Guang and Lin Fei directly entered the door. Following that, a force directly pulled. This pull was very gentle, not rough. It was very incredible and very mysterious. Lin Fei finally believed that this place really had a long-distance teleportation set up here. This kind of method was really rare. The more it was like this, the more interested Lin Fei was in this Demon Hunter's Land. The whole process didn't last long. When they reappeared, they were standing in a huge square. This square was quite lively with people coming and going. Lin Fei was the first to come back to his senses. The surrounding noise directly floated into his ears. 3 short 1, 3 short 1. We still need an Emperor Lord expert. The Life and Death Adventure team is ready. We can bring 3 Heaven Monarchs. If you want to get rich, hurry up and form a team. If you miss this opportunity, you don't know when you will get it again. Such voices floated into Lin Fei's ears one by one. Lei Guang had also recovered. Looking at the surging crowd around him, he quickly said, "This is the Demon Hunter's Land. This is the demon hunting ground. Everyone who is teleported here will appear in this square. Later, we will go to the main hall of the demon hunting ground to register. Lin Fei looked at Lei Guang a few times. It seems that you have come to this demon hunter's land frequently. You look like you are familiar with this place. You must have gained a lot. Lei Guang smiled bitterly. My lord, you think too highly of me. This demon hunter's land isn't that easy to survive. Every time I come to this demon hunter's land, I will at most go in and pick up some small gains. As for the big gains, it has nothing to do with us. The distance from the square to the demon hunter's main hall wasn't very long. Along the way, Lin Fei saw a lot of experts. Some of the experts here were especially strong. However, so far, Lin Fei hadn't seen any Emperor Lord experts. Most of them were Heaven Monarch Realm experts. This place seemed to be a gathering place. Groups of Heaven Monarchs appeared. Those who didn't know would think that something had happened. They arrived at the Demon Hunter's main hall. Shukju website. Chapter 4696. The Demon Hunter Grand Hall was the most mysterious hall that Lin Fei had ever seen. Standing at the entrance of the Demon Hunter Grand Hall was like facing a prehistoric monster. It was filled with an ancient aura. Lin Fei was suddenly very interested in this Demon Hunter land. It was indeed different. Lin Fei walked into the Demon Hunter Grand Hall. There were also many people in the Demon Hunter Grand Hall. Just as Lin Fei and his group entered, someone came up. Brother Heaven Monarch, are you interested in forming a team? We already have 23 Heaven Monarch experts here. Lin Fei shook his head and rejected the other party's invitation. Lin Fei had no interest in such a team. Right now, he could single-handedly annihilate the entire team. It would be easy if they were Heaven Monarch experts. Unfortunately, they were just Heaven Monarch experts. They were dispensable in front of Lin Fei and weren't attractive at all. There are indeed experts here. I have seen 6 Heaven Monarch experts recently. Lin Fei squinted his eyes slightly. He could sense the existence of the 6 Heaven Monarch experts. These 6 Imperial Lord experts were rather strong. They were not weaker than the Sky Demon sect's experts. Wait, there seems to be a familiar aura here. All of a sudden, Lin Fei frowned and walked towards a certain direction. This place looked like a leisure place. It wasn't on the first floor but on the second floor. On the way to the second floor, he was stopped by someone. Hello, Demon Hunter. The second floor is above. You need a certain identity to enter the second floor. Otherwise, you can only stay on the first floor. Lei Guang was also shocked. He didn't know why Lin Fei went to the second floor. That was not a good place, and not just anyone could go there. Lei Guang wanted to say something but didn't dare to. After all, the invincible city lord in front of him was extremely ferocious. I saw an acquaintance, so I want to go up and meet him. Can't I do that? Or do you have any requirements for going up to the second floor? Just tell me. Lin Fei didn't expect it to be so troublesome to meet someone. There were actually people who stopped him. The other party was just a small Lord of Heaven. In Lin Fei's eyes, the Lord of Heaven realm was indeed not worth mentioning. He still abided by the Demon Hunter Theater's rules. He didn't make a move or force his way in. Otherwise, even 100 Heaven Monarch experts wouldn't be able to stop him. The second floor is only accessible to those with the strength of the Arch. Lin Fei finally understood. It turned out that only sovereign emperors could enter. No wonder there were only 6 sovereign emperors up there and it was so quiet. It's fine if you can unleash the strength of a monarch. This person hurriedly explained, fearing that the other party would misunderstand again. There was a huge difference between being an imperial lord and unleashing the strength of an imperial lord. The former could be done casually, but the latter required the support of a certain secret technique. Do you see this pillar? As long as your excellency unleashes your strongest power, this pillar will react. Once it can withstand the power of an emperor king, this pillar will light up, and your excellency will be able to enter the second floor. It was not troublesome at all. That's easy. Watch carefully. This person who came out to stop Jiang Yi naturally didn't want Jiang Yi to go to the second floor. After all, The people on the second floor could unleash the strength of a sovereign emperor. Most people who came to the Demon Hunter land wouldn't go to the second floor because they didn't have the strength. There weren't many sovereign emperors, but there were a lot of them. It wasn't that easy to see them. Lin Fei waved his hand, and a beam of light instantly blasted on the pillar. Immediately after, the pillar instantly turned red. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, and the pillar changed. Originally, this person wanted to say a few words of comfort, but in the blink of an eye, he was completely dumbfounded. At the same time, many people in the Demon Hunter land also noticed that the pillar began to light up. One by one, they exclaimed, "Someone can activate this pillar again. Another guy who can unleash the strength of a sovereign emperor. Wow, he's only at the Lord of Heaven realm, but he can unleash the strength of a sovereign emperor. Another monster. Isn't that Lei Guang beside that person? When did Lei Guang get to know such an expert?" Lin Fei glanced at him indifferently. He had just casually used the great cutting technique. "Now, do I have the qualifications to go up?" The person hurriedly asked respectfully. "Senior, you've misunderstood. If you're not qualified, who else is? Please come in, come in." At the same time, the people on the second floor also noticed this scene. The 6 sovereign emperors were sitting together with tea in front of them. There was a cup of tea in front of them, and they were originally chatting, but now their gazes were turned to the side. They also saw that the pillar had lit up. "I didn't expect this kid to be so capable. He can actually unleash the strength of a sovereign emperor. It seems that this is one of the 3,000 great Dao. People nowadays have quite good potential. It seems like they're walking towards us. They can't possibly be coming for us, right?" Imperial lords like them were of very high ranks in the land of demon hunters. The sovereign emperors were well aware of the dangers in the demon hunter land. Indeed, Lin Fei was walking towards the sovereign emperors with Lei Guang. The 6 sovereign emperors all had different expressions. They were quite curious. They wondered what this young man was doing here. They were just a little surprised. They didn't think much about this person. Being able to unleash the strength of a sovereign emperor didn't mean that he could fight with sovereign emperors. It was nothing more than a proof of potential. In the future, he could easily step into the sovereign emperor level. "Young man, this isn't a place for you. You're not strong enough." And sovereign emperor with a mustache laughed. His words were considered rather polite. If he encountered some unreasonable sovereign emperors, he would directly attack them, regardless of whether they were monsters or not. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and pointed at one of the sovereign emperors. "I'm here to look for this sovereign emperor. I wonder if you're interested. Let's have a chat. I think you should be quite interested." The sovereign emperor that Lin Fei pointed at was an ordinary sovereign emperor. He didn't have any eye-catching features. If it wasn't for the aura of an sovereign emperor, people really wouldn't dare to believe that it was true. "Are you sure you're looking for me?" The sovereign emperor also laughed. "Yes, I'm looking for you. If you're not willing, then I don't mind telling some useful things to others. I think they should be quite interested." Just as Lin Fei's voice fell, the sovereign emperor also stood up. "Although I don't know who you are, I'll have a chat with you because you're brave. All right, everyone, wait for me." Chapter 4697. In fact, even Lin Fei did not expect that this ordinary man would be the Thunder Leopard Emperor from the small world of heaven. Seriously. If it were not for the faint aura of the other party, Lin Fei would not have thought that he would meet the Thunder Leopard Emperor in the demon hunting land. Only Lin Fei could recognize the Thunder Leopard Emperor so clearly. Even if it were someone else, they would not be able to recognize him. Very quickly, the two of them arrived at another empty room. A layer of runes flashed, and no one could see what was going on inside. "I'm afraid you have mistaken me for someone else." The other party sat down slowly and took the initiative to make a pot of tea. He looked very relaxed. People who did not know the situation would think that he had mistaken someone else for someone else. However, Lin Fei smiled and said, "You can say that to others, but it doesn't mean anything to me. Don't you think so, Thunder Leopard Emperor?" The ordinary man was still making tea seriously, as if he did not care at all. The ordinary man who was making tea was still earnestly making tea, as if he didn't care at all. But Lin Fei could clearly feel that in that instant, the middle-aged man's hand, which was making tea, trembled, even though it was only for a moment. "I'm afraid you have mistaken me for someone else. The Thunder Leopard Emperor is a big shot in the small world of heaven. I'm just an ordinary emperor. I can't compare to him." In the blink of an eye, a pot of tea was brewed and emitted a fragrance. Lin Fei laughed. "Are you sure? Your small world of heaven was almost destroyed by the people of the Sky Demon sect. Now, the people of the Sky Demon sect should be looking for you everywhere. If I'm not wrong, your injuries are not light." At this time, the ordinary man's expression finally changed a lot. "If you still don't want to talk, I don't mind spreading what happened today. I believe that those people will definitely be interested in you. After all, a dead Thunder Leopard Emperor is better than a living one." No one could deceive Lin Fei about his identity. Not to mention the Thunder Leopard Emperor. At this time, the Thunder Leopard Emperor's expression finally changed a lot. He leisurely took a sip of tea, then smiled and applauded. "I didn't expect my disguise to be seen through by you. If I'm not wrong, you should be the Invincible City Lord. You have amazing eyesight. I'm impressed." If Lei Guang was here at this time, he would certainly be shocked to find out that his father was actually here. Even he didn't recognize him at all, but Lin Fei managed to recognize him a step ahead. Lin Fei also sat down in front of him and casually poured a cup of tea. "To put it bluntly, I'm not your enemy. I'm just taking a stroll in the small world of heaven. I didn't expect to do such a good thing for you. How do you think you should thank me?" The ordinary person in front of him was really Sovereign Emperor Lei Bao. Ever since he was schemed against by the Sky Demon sect and escaped death, he had used his disguise. Only then did he manage to escape. Even so, his injuries were still severe. It was impossible for him to recover within a short period of time. He set his sights on the land of demon hunters. At the same time, he arranged for people to understand the small world of heaven. Naturally, he knew that the people from the Sky Demon sect had returned without success. He heard that there was an invincible city lord there. Sovereign Emperor Lei Bao didn't know about such an emperor at all. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. In any case, the other party had indeed helped him a great deal. At the very least, his foundation was not destroyed by the other party, the Sky Demon sect. Speaking of which, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you, the small world of heaven would have been long gone. However, I'm quite curious. I've already used a heavenly divine artifact in disguise, yet you were still able to discover me. This was the thing that Sovereign Emperor Lei Bao wanted to know the most. How could he be seen through so quickly, especially by such a young person? How could Lin Fei say it so easily? He smiled without saying anything and slowly took a sip of tea. "This actually has nothing to do with you. Anyway, you just have to believe that I have no interest in you. However, I'm quite interested in the Sky Demon sect. Are you interested in cooperating?" He was disappointed that he couldn't find out what was going on from the other party. Sovereign Emperor Lei Bao didn't sense any killing intent from the other party. In other words, the other party wasn't interested in him. Such a mysterious emperor was indeed quite surprising to Lei Bao. However, the other party actually proposed to cooperate at this time. Such a thing was really rare, so he couldn't quite believe it. "Are you also an enemy of the Sky Demon sect? If you are, then we can indeed cooperate. However, not now. Wait until I leave the demon hunting land." Sovereign Emperor Lei Bao was quite interested in cooperating with such an emperor expert. He was quite happy to make the Sky Demon sect unhappy. "I'm also interested in the land of demon hunters. I heard that we have to kill some experts from another world inside. I wonder what the details are like inside. Can you tell me about it? Maybe we can work together inside." Sovereign Emperor Lei Bao didn't resist. Lin Fei was naturally willing to cooperate with Sovereign Emperor Lei Bao. After all, Sovereign Emperor Lei Bao knew more about the Sky Demon sect. If he wanted to make the Sky Demon sect hate him, he had to make the Sky Demon sect suffer a little. Emperor Lei Bao also laughed and raised the teacup in his hand. "Then we can have a pleasant cooperation. Why don't you join my temporary monarch team? Because you have the strength. Lin Fei had a rather good understanding of this Imperial Lord team. They were quite strong, although they were slightly weaker than the 5 from the Sky Demon sect. It wasn't that far off. In the land of demon hunters, it was indeed a powerful force. Now that Imperial Monarch Lei Bao had taken the initiative to invite him, Lin Fei was naturally interested. He was indeed unfamiliar with the demon hunter lands of the otherworld. Sure, as long as the 5 monarchs don't have any objections, I'm naturally willing to join. If they have any objections, then forget it. Anyway, I'm used to working alone. Sovereign Emperor Lei Bao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was indeed very serious. You don't have to worry about that. After all, they know that you're the invincible city lord. You chased away the 5 monarchs of the Sky Demon sect. In other words, ordinary monarchs aren't your match in a one-on-one fight. Invincible city lord, don't be modest. It can't be. I'm so famous now that even people like you know about me. It seems that there are really no secrets in this star field that can be hidden. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4698. Not long later, the 5 imperial emperors followed him into the private room. They had also received news of Emperor Thunder Leopard, and Emperor Thunder Leopard had a new identity in front of them. That was Emperor Hai Tian. This is the invincible city lord. I do know him, so I hope that he can join our team. After all, with one more emperor, our chances of killing otherworldly experts will be higher. The 5 emperors had naturally heard of the invincible city lord's name. He caused a huge commotion in the small world of heaven. He went up against the Sky Demon sect. He chased the 5 emperors away. Don't think that the news of the small world of heaven wouldn't spread. In fact, there were many spies placed here. Such a big piece of news spread like wildfire, causing many people to be interested in the invincible city lord. They didn't know where he came from, but he was so powerful. Not only did he master the Great Slicer technique, but he also mastered the Great Thunderclap technique and the 3000 Great Dows. He could be considered a very powerful existence. Especially when he hadn't even reached the Emperor realm. If he stepped into the Emperor realm, he would definitely be very terrifying. He would at least have the strength of a late-stage emperor. Everyone recognized such a master. Then how can we prove that you are the invincible city lord? As long as you are the invincible city lord, we naturally have no objections. After the 5 emperors looked at each other, they naturally recognized the existence of the invincible city lord. Whether or not he was the invincible city lord had to be tested. Lin Fei laughed. I wonder if this will work. A ball of light appeared in his left hand, and a ball of light appeared in his right hand. When these 2 balls of light appeared, the expressions of the 5 emperors changed slightly. They felt a sharp aura, as well as an aura of destruction. If it wasn't the Great Slicer technique and the Great Thunderclap technique, then what was it? Welcome Invincible City Lord to our team. This way, our team's strength will be even stronger. Everyone knew what was going on. Naturally, they knew that this person was the real deal. The Invincible City Lord was younger than they had imagined. His strength wasn't weak at all. No wonder he could chase away the 5 emperors of the Sky Demon sect. This kind of strength was worthy of his name. Just like that, Lin Fei joined their team. They approved of Lin Fei's addition and were very grateful to see Sky Emperor for bringing an old friend. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei got to know these 5 imperial emperors. They were Emperor First Sea, Emperor Three White, Emperor Watercloud, and Emperor Dragonblaze. The most powerful of the 5 emperors was most likely Emperor Dragonblaze. He was a late-stage imperial emperor. As for the rest, they were all mid-stage imperial lords. As for Imperial Lord Thunder Leopard, he was also a mid-stage imperial lord. This also allowed Lin Fei to have a comprehensive understanding of them. This lineup was not to be underestimated. Lei Guang was immediately sent away. This guy was really afraid of going to the demon hunting land. That place was fraught with danger, and he wouldn't be so lucky every time. Especially when following behind such a powerhouse, they wouldn't even know when they would die. This time, Lin Fei came a little early. The land of demon hunters hadn't opened yet, so they still had to wait for half a month. Lin Fei decided to stay in the land of demon hunters. The land of demon hunters was still very lively. Almost every day, one could see all kinds of people pulling people, which was the so-called team, to expand the strength of the team. This method was quite effective. At least with more people, the efficiency in the land of demon hunters would greatly increase. One trip would basically result in a lot of gains, and each person could get hundreds of thousands of crystals. Don't think that it was so easy to earn crystals. It was already quite good to get hundreds of thousands of crystals. After staying in the land of demon hunters for almost half a month, one day, Emperor Thunder Leopard suddenly came to find him, looking a little anxious. After all, the two of them lived next door, and this was specially arranged by Emperor Thunder Leopard. In his heart, he quite approved of this invincible city lord. I took the liberty to come here to inform you that the people from the Sky Demon sect are here. If I'm not wrong, they should be heading for the land of demon hunters. Actually, even if Emperor Thunder Leopard didn't say it, Lin Fei already knew. From the moment the Emperor entered, he felt the aura of the people from the Sky Demon sect. Isn't it good that they're here? Didn't we want to have a good chat with the Sky Demon sect? Now that the opportunity is here, we can send them on their way. What a good thing. Lin Fei really wanted the people from the Sky Demon sect to come. However, they didn't go to the small world of heaven. Instead, they came to the land of demon hunters. Without a doubt, they didn't come for him, nor did they come for Emperor Thunder Leopard. They were going for the land of demon hunters. Anything that could make these Emperor Thunder Leopard come to the land of demon hunters was naturally something that tempted them. If they snatched it from their hands at this time, it would definitely make the Sky Demon sect depressed for a long time. Emperor Thunder Leopard didn't expect the invincible city lord to play it down. However, after thinking about it, it made sense. To be able to chase away 5 Emperor Thunder Leopard, his strength was definitely impressive. He wasn't like Emperor Thunder Leopard, who was schemed against by the people from the Sky Demon sect and became a stray dog. There was no harm if there was no comparison. Compared to the invincible city lord, he was far inferior. Invincible city lord, you have a good mentality. I'm not as good as you. When I heard that the experts from the Sky Demon sect came, I really panicked. I was afraid that my whereabouts would be exposed. It was very normal for Emperor Thunder Leopard to think this way. If even Lin Fei could see through him, what if the people from the Sky Demon sect saw through him? He had spent a lot of effort to hide here. Once he was exposed, he would really be unable to escape. You're thinking too much. It's natural that they can see through you. I've cultivated some secret techniques, so it's impossible for the Sky Demon sect to see through me. However, your mentality is a little bad, but it doesn't matter. When the time comes, we'll destroy the experts from the Sky Demon sect together. I think you'll be in a good mood. Lin Fei laughed. When the time comes, it doesn't matter if this matter is hung on my head. Anyway, I'm not afraid of the Sky Demon sect. If they come, I'll destroy them. If they come, I'll destroy them. I can increase my strength. Emperor Thunder Leopard had broadened his horizons. This invincible city lord was truly a capable person. If news of him disregarding the Sky Demon sect were to spread, it was unknown how many people would be shocked. Just because of what you said, I'll naturally cooperate with you and destroy the experts from the Sky Demon sect. Just thinking about it makes me angry. I'm an Emperor Thunder Leopard, but I was actually schemed against by them. This time, I have to seek justice no matter what. At the same time, I'll collect some interest. When I destroy the Sky Demon sect's Emperor Thunder Leopard, I don't want anything but their head. This was Emperor Thunder Leopard's small request. Chapter 4699. Seriously. Lin Fei was quite surprised that the Sky Demon sect would come to the demon hunting land at this time. He also realized that the Sky Demon sect had quite a powerful background. Just look at Emperor Thunder Leopard. When the people from the Sky Demon sect came over, they were so scared that they couldn't sit still. If it weren't for Lin Fei's last few words, Emperor Thunder Leopard might have turned around and left. If I kill the experts from the Sky Demon sect this time, I believe that the Sky Demon sect will be very angry. When these people from the Sky Demon sect came over, Lin Fei's first thought was to kill them. This way, the Sky Demon sect would hate him even more. After thinking about it, he felt that although this method was feasible, it wouldn't be a good thing if it made the Sky Demon sect feel fear. Sometimes, he needed to pay attention to certain strategies and methods to farm hatred. Lin Fei had an idea of what to do. He could injure the Sky Demon sect's emperor, but he couldn't kill them. Once he killed them, the Sky Demon sect would be afraid. When that happened, it would be difficult to farm hatred. However, if he made the people from the Sky Demon sect suffer every time and made them helpless, this was the most effective way to farm hatred. This time, the Sky Demon sect had sent 4 Emperor Lords. This time, they wanted to enter the demon hunting land to collect some things. To them, this kind of thing wasn't a big deal. As they were in the demon hunting land, the situation was naturally a little different. However, they were more willing to deal with those experts. For example, the Invincible City Lord, who had some influence in the Sky Demon sect recently, actually chased the 5 Emperor Lords away to stop them from destroying the small world of heaven. Speaking of which, the Invincible City Lord really taught them a lesson. Until now, the Sky Demon sect still hadn't found out the origin of the Invincible City Lord. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. This made people feel very inconceivable. The Sky Demon sect's intelligence department was still very large. However, even under such circumstances, they still couldn't find the Invincible City Lord. It was a little embarrassing just thinking about it. However, the more it was like this, the more they thought about the Invincible City Lord. Logically speaking, even the Crown Prince of a hidden faction and the others should be able to find clues. But this person had no clues at all. Without a doubt, there were only 2 explanations. First, this Invincible City Lord was indeed from a hidden force, and this hidden force was so strong that they didn't know about it. As for the second one, it was very simple. This Invincible City Lord must have received some sort of inheritance, which was why no one recognized him. After much analysis, they felt that the second possibility was more likely. This guy called Invincible City Lord must have gotten some kind of opportunity. From then on, his strength increased by leaps and bounds. For the time being, no one was able to find out the origin of the other party. They were actually quite interested in dealing with such a person. If he had a lot of treasures, whoever took down the Invincible City Lord first would be able to reap a small harvest. This was also a rule of the Sky Demon sect. No matter what they did, the person who did it would get 30% of the benefits first. As for 70% of the profits, even if they handed over 70% of the profits, there would still be a lot of benefits that would fall on their heads. I've just received news that there's actually an old acquaintance of ours in the Demon Hunter's land. It's definitely unexpected. The 3 emperors were drinking tea when an emperor came in from outside. He smiled at them. The 4 people present were all working for the Sky Demon sect. They were all wearing demon-subduing collars around their necks. To them, suppressing the Sky Demon sect wasn't bad for them. Instead, there were benefits everywhere. Even if they were wearing demon-subduing collars, they wouldn't have any thoughts about it. As soon as this emperor came in, the 3 emperors' expressions lit up. It can't be. You actually met an old acquaintance in the Demon Hunter's land? Tell me, which old acquaintance is it? The emperor who spoke was called Emperor Blazing Sun. Emperor Blazing Sun laughed. I can guarantee that you won't be able to guess who this old acquaintance is. Do you know that the Sky Demon sect has caused a huge commotion recently? The old acquaintance I met is the Invincible City Lord. It can't be. This old acquaintance is actually the Invincible City Lord. Isn't he in the small world of heaven? Why is he here in the Demon Hunter's land? It doesn't matter if he came to the Demon Hunter's land or not. Isn't this a great thing for us? This Invincible City Lord is quite strong. I heard that he has mastered the Great Incision technique and the Great Thunderclap technique. His combat power is very strong. As the emperors of the Sky Demon sect, they naturally knew about this matter. The commotion he caused was quite big. Until now, they still hadn't found out where this Invincible City Lord came from. The only thing they could be sure of was that this Invincible City Lord had a high possibility of obtaining some sort of inheritance. That was why his strength soared and he wasn't included in their intelligence department. The intelligence department naturally had a target. Without a certain level of strength, one naturally wouldn't be targeted. This was the case for this invincible city lord. Emperor Blazing Sun laughed. Originally, we came to the demon hunter's land to complete a mission. Now that we've met this invincible city lord, it seems like we can make a huge contribution. Emperor Blazing Sun was quite interested in this invincible city lord. If they could bring this invincible city lord back, that would be for the best. Then, they would have made a great contribution. When that time came, they would receive a lot of rewards. But this invincible city lord is quite difficult to deal with. It might be difficult for us 4 emperors. Emperor Blazing Sun laughed out loud. That's easy. We have a lot of treasures in our hands. We'll catch him off guard. The invincible city lord was indeed strong. However, they weren't to be trifled with. If the 4 emperors worked together, they would still be very capable. Just as Emperor Blazing Sun's voice fell, a voice that was neither light nor heavy floated in from afar. I heard that the experts of the Skydemon sect are here. No, I should say that the Emperor of the Skydemon sect is here. I'm here to pay a visit. How about we get to know each other first? Immediately after, they saw a figure walking in with a smile on his face. However, to the 4 emperors, this smile was a little provocative. They didn't expect this invincible city lord to take the initiative to look for them. Isn't this news a little too well informed? You're the invincible city lord. How dare you look for us at this time? Aren't you afraid that the 4 of us will join forces to suppress you? Chapter 4700. Ha 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 ha, the experts of the Skydemon sect said that they can suppress me. Do you really think that you can suppress me just because you 4 imperial lords are here? Even if I gave you a handicap, you probably wouldn't be able to do it. A stream of light flew in. The 4 imperial lords really didn't expect that the invincible city lord would take the initiative to look for them. Most importantly, he attacked without saying a word. That stream of light made them feel a terrifying and dangerous aura. They knew that this was the so-called great slicing technique. I've always heard that your great slicing technique is very domineering. I want to see whether your great slicing technique is more domineering or my true sunfire is more powerful. The strongest among these imperial lords was Emperor Blazing Sunday. He snorted coldly. A ball of flames appeared around his body. This flame was the true sunfire that he had cultivated. It was very domineering. It blocked in front of him and turned into a wall. He wanted to see whether the great slicing technique or his true sunfire was more powerful. One had to know that his true sunfire could burn an expert to ashes in a single exchange. This was also one of the techniques that Emperor Blazing Sun was best at. The great slicing technique and the true sunfire collided instantly. The intense heat seemed to want to disintegrate the great slicing technique. The great slicing technique was not an ordinary great slicing technique. It was a 2-star technique, so its power was naturally different. Even though the true sunfire kept blocking it, the great slicing technique still sliced through it. It broke through the defense of the true sunfire. It arrived in front of Emperor Blazing Sunday. Emperor Blazing Sun had suffered a great deal in just one exchange. As for the 3 imperial monarchs, there was no need to even mention them. Their faces immediately darkened. The great slicing technique had made them feel how powerful it was. This was an expert. It was obvious that he had the strength of an imperial lord. The invincible city lord really had the strength of an imperial lord. How is it? I was right, right? Even if the 4 of you joined forces, you wouldn't be a match for me. Lin Fei's figure had already walked in. He could clearly see that the expressions of the 4 imperial lords were a little different. To be honest, I haven't even gone to look for your Skydemon sect. I didn't expect your Skydemon sect to come. Do you think I should leave you all here, or? Lin Fei pulled out a chair and sat down in front of them. He swaggered around, not taking the 4 emperors seriously at all. The 4 imperial lords of the Skydemon sect were infuriated. This was especially true for Emperor Blazing Sun, whose true sunfire had been broken, which made him feel extremely displeased. They are them, and we are us. Just because of what you said, we 4 imperial emperors will be embarrassed if we don't take you down. Lin Fei raised his hand and there was a loud rumbling sound. Bolts of lightning fell from the sky. Do it. Actually, I'm quite willing. As soon as the lightning struck, they quickly released their protective treasures. Following that, their protective treasures also trembled. As the lightning descended, it instantly turned into a storm of attacks. This caused the expressions of the 4 imperial monarchs to change once more. The great art of slicing was very powerful, so it was naturally not a problem. However, the great art of thunderclap was still so powerful. What the hell? With a flick of Lin Fei's finger, streams of light flew over. These were formed by the great art of slicing. Don't you want to suppress me? I'll give you a chance to do so now. Escape from my 2 great techniques first. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but the strength of your Sky Demon sect's Imperial Emperor is really mediocre. This was equivalent to giving the Sky Demon sect a huge slap in the face. Looking at the 4 Imperial Emperors, they knew what the situation was like. They really knew why the 5 Imperial Emperors weren't a match for him. In the face of such an attack, they were like a storm. They had no right to resist at all. Furthermore, the other party's strength was more terrifying than they had imagined. The strength of a late-stage Imperial Emperor. This was the result they had guessed. It seems like you can't suppress me. However, this is the demon hunting land. I won't see blood. Let me give you a piece of advice. This isn't a place for you to play. Scram as far as you can. If I see you again, I'll destroy you. A voice floated over. The streams of light from the great art of slicing and the great art of thunderclap instantly disappeared without a trace. It was as if they had never appeared. The 4 Imperial Emperors watched as Lin Fei left the place just like that. Both of them appeared to be in a very sorry state. It would be obvious if they were still alive after this exchange. You're going too far. You're going too far. We're the Imperial Emperors of the Sky Demon sect. Imperial Emperor Blazing Sun cursed out loud. All of them had spent a lot of time to become Imperial Emperors. However, they were now being looked down upon by a fellow who wasn't even an Imperial Emperor. He didn't take them seriously at all. It was as if an invisible wound had been torn open in their bodies. Lin Fei kept rubbing salt on their wounds, constantly provoking them. It seems like we have to inform the headquarters and get them to send more experts over. It's best if they send a peak-level Imperial Emperor over to destroy Lin Fei. This was the only good idea. It would be quite difficult for the 4 of them to capture the invincible City Lord. The other party's great art of slicing and great art of thunderclap were enough to make them feel a sense of danger. They still had to keep their faces. If they didn't want their faces anymore, they would be too embarrassed to return to the Sky Demon sect. As soon as he came out, Lin Fei's face was full of smiles. He didn't expect to come to the right place. The 4 Imperial Emperors of the Sky Demon sect had contributed tens of thousands of hatred points to him. And it was still rising. Killing people wasn't the best way to increase hatred points. Only by constantly slapping their faces was the most effective way. He hoped that he would meet them again in the demon hunting land. When the time came, he would be able to gain a lot of hatred points. Or perhaps, they couldn't take it lying down and found another Imperial Emperor expert. He reckoned that the expert this time should be a peak-level Imperial Emperor. The Sky Demon sect had always been famous. To other factions, the Sky Demon sect was considered a top-notch faction. It wasn't difficult to find a peak-level Imperial Emperor. Therefore, if they wanted to deal with him, it was very likely that they would find a peak-level Imperial Emperor expert. He believed that such an Imperial Emperor expert would have a lot of good items on him. Lin Fei didn't go anywhere else. He silently waited for the day of the Demon Hunting Land's opening. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the Demon Hunting Land's opening. The square was already filled with people. Everyone was preparing to enter the Demon Hunting Land. Chapter 4701. Until the Demon Hunting Land was opened. During this period, no one from the Sky Demon sect came to look for Lin Fei again. This hatred seemed to be constantly increasing. In a short period of time, it had almost risen to 200,000 hatred. This was also why Lin Fei hadn't been looking for people to attract hatred recently. So to be able to get these 200,000 hate points was a lot. The biggest contributor should be the experts from the Sky Demon sect. The more this was the case, the more Lin Fei believed that the Sky Demon sect would definitely send an expert this time. It was very likely that they would send an expert at the limit of an Emperor Lord. An expert at the limit of an Emperor Lord could indeed sweep away all Emperor Lords. They were also recognized as powerful in the circle of Emperor Lords. It was very difficult to find an ordinary limit Emperor Lord. They wouldn't appear often, much less deal with a person easily. The limit Emperor Lords were busy breaking through to the Sky God level. As the accumulation of the limit Emperor Lords was too deep and too powerful, it was 100 times harder to break through to the Sky God level than ordinary Emperor Lords. However, once they broke through to the Sky God level, they would be terrifying. They would be a powerful existence in the Sky God level. As for how many stars they could become, they would be at least 5 or 6 stars or above. Above the Emperor Lord was the Sky God level. Sky Gods were also divided according to stars, from 1 star to 9 stars. Among them, 1 star was the lowest, while 9 stars was the highest. Rumor had it that there were even 10 stars. That was a true top-notch existence. Even ordinary 5 or 6 star Sky Gods wouldn't be able to see them easily, let alone the 7 or 8 star Sky Gods. It was also publicly acknowledged that an ultimate Emperor Lord was terrifying. Under normal circumstances, no one would be willing to offend an ultimate Emperor Lord expert. Once they were offended, even if they had to spend all their wealth, they would find someone to help them resolve the matter. The Sky Demon sect's limit Emperor Lord didn't come. Instead, the Demon Hunting Land opened. The more he learned about the Demon Hunting Land, the more interested Lin Fei became. After all, there were experts from the foreign races in here. Although these foreign race experts had nothing to do with the Heavenly Demon clan, the relationship between them and the Heavenly Demons was more or less a cooperative one. It was normal to say that they were in cahoots with each other. Back when the Heavenly Demon clan invaded the Great Thousand World, these foreign race experts also had some thoughts. He had plundered a lot of resources from the small worlds. Because they had retreated relatively quickly, the otherworld experts were still very well preserved, and the losses were not many. On the other hand, the experts of the Heavenly Demon clan were either dead or injured. They were directly suppressed. It could be said that the experts of the foreign races were quite smart. One by one, the doors appeared on the square, which surprised Lin Fei. The other sovereign emperors laughed as well. The Demon Hunter Land isn't an ordinary Demon Hunter Land. It's impossible to enter the Demon Hunter Land from here in other places. It's only here. I heard that we're all inside a treasure, so we can easily enter these portals. Lin Fei wasn't very clear about this. However, the appearance of this door gave Lin Fei a deep impression of the Demon Hunting Land. At the very least, this Demon Hunter Land was a powerful force. Even the Sky Demon sect came here and behaved themselves. One could imagine the foundation of the Demon Hunter Land. Let's go to this otherworld first. We can only rely on luck as to which otherworld we end up in. Before entering, Lin Fei had already understood the situation of the Demon Hunter Land. Behind these portals were many otherworlds. As for which otherworld they would enter, it would depend on luck. Otherworlds were similar to the Great Thousand World, but there weren't as many worlds. If they entered another world that wasn't considered powerful, they would naturally have a bountiful harvest. However, if they entered a powerful otherworld, it would be a little troublesome. They could only rely on luck. No one could guarantee what the otherworld they entered would be like. The sovereign emperors didn't hesitate and directly entered the portal. Lin Fei and Sovereign Emperor Lei Bao also entered. At that moment, Lin Fei felt that time was passing. This obviously contained the Time Great Tao, as well as the Space Great Tao. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei felt a wave of dizziness wash over him and he turned around. Then, he found himself standing in a different space. The situation doesn't look too good. Sovereign Emperor Lei Bao and the other sovereign emperors seemed to have disappeared. Lin Fei stood in a forest surrounded by towering trees, exuding a peaceful aura. In this forest, Lin Fei could feel that the heaven spirit qi was unbelievably rich. This otherworld seemed to be similar to the world he usually saw. There weren't many changes. In any case, Lin Fei had arrived in another world. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Lin Fei was just about to check where the other sovereign emperors were when dozens of streams of light attacked from the forest in front of him without warning. These streams of light contained a complicated aura. Lin Fei didn't go forward and used the great slicing technique to block them. Torrents of energy came crashing down, but they were easily blocked. Intruders. Intruders. They're here. They're pretty strong. Following that, a voice was heard. Lin Fei frowned slightly. This was beyond his expectations. If that's the case, I should have come to a more powerful otherworld, and I was targeted by them at the first moment. Lin Fei was no longer a newbie, and he had some understanding of these otherworlds. Small otherworlds would rarely be able to detect them. However, once he arrived in a stronger otherworld, it would be a different story. The first thing he did was to be targeted by others. Just look at the word intruders and you would understand what was going on. Clearly, this otherworld had dealt with many intruders. In other words, people from other worlds had come. A few breaths later, more than a dozen figures chased after him. These figures were all very tall. At first glance, they looked somewhat similar to humans. However, their bodies were filled with a domineering aura. These people brandished their scepters one after another, and a series of long-range attacks came crashing down. These long-range attacks included some hail, some fireballs, some flames, and even earth spikes. This seems to be comparable to spellcasters. They're all long-range attacks. The power of these long-range attacks was still very strong. However, they couldn't get close to Lin Fei at all. They were directly disintegrated by the great slicing technique. The power of a 2-star great slicing technique was still very strong. It was used to meet force with force. Chapter 4702. The dozen or so otherworld experts were all quite strong. To Lin Fei, they were still quite lacking. After dozens of great cutting techniques, only corpses were left behind. This also made Lin Fei realize that their physical bodies were very weak. However, their defensive spells were quite strong. These spell experts basically all had the defense of a heavenly monarch. If the human heavenly monarch experts fought against them, they would probably be beaten very helplessly. The magical techniques of these otherworldly beings were extremely profound and penetrative. It was truly difficult to defend against them. Lin Fei collected some rings from their hands. After looking through them, he finally understood what kind of small world he had come to. I thought my luck was pretty good. Now it seems that my luck is quite bad. I actually came to a powerful other world. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. This was really bad luck. This other world was called the world of 3 original demon gods. This world of 3 original demon gods was ranked among the top of the other world. Lin Fei was lucky enough to read up on the information. The otherworld experts in this small world basically all used long-range methods. In other words, they had all kinds of spells. However, in this small world, they called it magic. For example, just now, they had used magic to attack. Magic was very powerful and had a very penetrating power. It wasn't something that an ordinary powerhouse could resist. Lin Fei did not expect that he would actually get his hands on the world of 3 original demon gods. This small world was very powerful because there was a demon god in this small world. This demon god was about the same level as the heaven gods of the boundless world. It was said that this demon god was much stronger than the heaven gods. He just did not know how many stars this demon god was at. No one knew what level the demon gods of the world of 3 original demon gods were at. Anyone who encountered them would be left here. It seems that the world of 3 original demon gods hates invaders very much. I just killed a group of people. I did not expect them to come again. They seem to be even stronger. Originally, Lin Fei had wanted to cooperate with Lei Bao and the others. It seemed that it was impossible now. The experts here seemed to have locked onto the invaders. After killing one batch, another batch would follow. At that time, their strength would also become stronger and stronger. With a thought, the sky was shrouded by dark clouds. Following that, bolts of lightning came crashing down. It seemed to have locked onto Lin Fei. This time, its might was even greater, directly reaching the level of a sovereign emperor. What a powerful lock-on ability. This should be the means of a magician. No wonder no one likes to go to powerful otherworlds. The Great Slicer technique covered the sky, directly blocking the thunderbolts. Some of the lightning turned into arcs of light that penetrated down and landed on Lin Fei's body. However, these arcs of light only destroyed a lot of his body's defenses. They didn't really threaten Lin Fei. Even so, Lin Fei could feel that these thunderbolts were different. They were very strong. As expected of a triple essence demon god emperor. That guy is here. Chase after him. Don't let him hide. Damn intruders, there will be 1 or 2 every year. Unknowingly, Lin Fei's aggro value actually began to rise again. Lin Fei didn't plan to fight these magicians this time. He turned around and left. He had to take a look at this triple essence demon god world first. After all, this was the time to farm hatred. After Lin Fei left, more than 10 figures chased after him. These figures all had a golden halo around them. It was like a golden egg. This was the magic shield of their triple essence demon god world. It was very powerful. It was something that could only be cultivated at the sovereign emperor level. That guy just left, let's chase after him. I don't know how long this intruder can last. He probably doesn't even know that he has already been locked on by our heaven's eye in our triple essence demon god world. These magicians were all wearing magic robes that covered their entire bodies. It was impossible to see their faces, but they all exuded a sense of arrogance and nobility. These were the so-called magicians. Lin Fei's movement speed was extremely fast. Even so, there were still some magic techniques that kept chasing after him. Lin Fei frowned slightly. I think it's very unlikely that I'll be able to shake them off. This 3-origin demon god small world is quite different. They must have developed some magical methods that can lock onto intruders. No matter how I try to run, I'll be locked onto. In such a short period of time, Lin Fei understood what was going on. This triple essence demon god world was indeed extraordinary. If anyone underestimated it here, they might die here. Lin Fei decided to meet these magicians. He might as well not leave. So he stopped. As soon as he stopped, the great slicing technique directly entered the void and disappeared without a trace. Intruder, why did you stop? I thought you would run all over the triple essence demon god world. In the blink of an eye, the magicians caught up. They surrounded Lin Fei in a large circle. Lin Fei finally saw these magicians. They were all wearing magic robes. These magic robes were not simple either. They were all extraordinary treasures. At the very least, Lin Fei could see the profoundness in them. Since you've already locked on to me, what can I do even if I'm in a hurry to leave? I might as well come down and have a good chat with you. I'm just passing by. Do you believe me? The mags all burst into laughter. This was the funniest thing they had ever heard. Shameless intruder, you still have the nerve to say such things. Don't think I don't know why you came to this world. Isn't it to slaughter and snatch this treasure? You'd better surrender. Seeing that you're not bad, you might even become a high-class slave. After all, our world welcomes intruders like you the most. The dozens of magicians present were all very strong. They all held scepters in their hands and were very confident. They were not afraid of the intruder in front of them at all. Then it seems that our conversation is useless. As soon as Lin Fei's voice fell, the great slicing technique hidden in the void flew out. One by one, it locked on to the magicians. The mags reacted very quickly, and all of them opened their magic shields, which shone with a golden light as bright as day. Lin Fei could clearly feel that his great slicing technique had met with a certain amount of resistance and a certain amount of rebound when it landed on the dazzling magic shields of the Jingguang. What a strong defense. It can actually withstand my great slicing technique. Chapter 4703. These mags were quite strong. At the very least, Lin Fei/S great incision was met with a certain amount of resistance. It was not so easy to break their defense. And this was at the 2-star level. No wonder they said that the experts of the alternate world were quite terrifying. Lin Fei had learned something new. If it weren't/T for the fact that the power of the great incision had increased a lot, he would really be helpless against these mags. Lin Fei was a little shocked. The mags on the other side were also very shocked. This was because these crisscrossing rays of light carried a sharp aura, and when they landed on their magic shields, they felt deeply terrified. Everyone, be careful. Don/T take it head on. This thing is too sharp. Even my magic shield was shaken. Hurry up and pull away. We can /T let him get close to us. This guy should be a physique cultivator. If we use long-range means, we can naturally capture him. So he /S a physique cultivator. No wonder. But his means are quite powerful. I heard that this should be one of the 3,000 great ways. It exudes the aura of a great way. These mags were still very smart. They also knew what was the most reasonable method to use, and they all pulled away. How could Lin Fei let them pull away? Although the defense of these mags /magic shields was quite good, how long could they last under the fierce attack of his great incision? Countless great slicing spells were flying around non-stop. The faces of the mags turned a little ugly. Suddenly, there was a loud rumble. Bolts of lightning came crashing down, numbing them to the point of numbness. In that instant, the great incision swept in all directions and killed these mags. These mags were indeed quite strong. But they could not withstand the ferocity of Lin Fei /S great incision. In addition, the great thunderclap directly paralyzed them. For a moment, their long-range means were useless, not to mention their magic shields. This also allowed Lin Fei to instantly find a way to kill them. These mags were strong at long range, but very weak at close combat. Their bodies were also fragile. It was as if they had lost their eggshells. He could kill them as he pleased. Don/T kill me, Don/T kill me, I/M willing to surrender. After the 3,000 great ways were activated, many mags were killed. There were very few who could stand. When the rest of the mags saw Lin Fei's methods, they were also terrified. Even their magic shields couldn't withstand the lightning bolts, and they were instantly shattered. After it was broken, it was their turn to be unlucky. The great slicing technique swept over and sliced their bodies into pieces. After witnessing this scene, the remaining mags no longer had any thoughts of resisting and chose to surrender one after another. Perhaps he could live if he surrendered, but if he didn't, he wouldn't even know how he died. Originally, Lin Fei planned to kill all these mags, but he found that these surrendered mags contributed a lot of hatred. Not only did he surrender, but he was also angry at him. It was not a bad idea to keep him alive. At the same time, Lin Fei also knew that killing these magicians was not necessarily a good thing. But keeping them would be much more useful. Their long-range attacks were indeed quite good. You guys are pretty good. It just so happens that I'm lacking some slaves by my side, so I'll take you guys. With a flick of Lin Fei's finger, the lightning seeds directly hit their bodies. The current Lin Fei still had such strength and ability. Every time the great way of lightning fell into their bodies, it made them tremble instantly. Their eyes also became a lot more hateful. However, in the blink of an eye, it disappeared completely. Lin Fei could easily feel that the hatred he gained had increased a lot again. As the natives of this place, take me to see the big city here. If he wanted to gain hatred, he had to turn the demon god world upside down. If he didn't do that, how could he gain hatred? Lin Fei was very concerned about this hatred. The more this thing, the faster his strength could increase. But before that, you have to tell me how to avoid the pursuit of those mags. This is the most important thing. I think you should have this method. At this moment, there were about 6 mags under Lin Fei's control, and their strength was quite good. Sir, you have been targeted by our world's Heaven's Eye. If you want to avoid the Heaven's Eye, you can only enter the city. Only in the city can the Heaven's Eye not lock on. Lin Fei finally understood why he had been targeted by the mags. It turned out that he had been targeted by this world's Heaven's Eye. It was indeed an interesting alternate world. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take me to the nearest city. We have to go to the biggest city. It's not easy to come to this alternate world. We have to broaden our horizons. These slaves were very dutiful. At the very least, they were still worried that Lin Fei would destroy them at any time. Therefore, They all behaved very respectfully and honestly. At the very least, they didn't dare to have too many thoughts. There was still quite a lot of hatred. Lin Fei didn't care. If they had any thoughts, he could detonate those lightning seeds with a thought. He could kill them more than 100 times. Moreover, even if he let them make a move, they wouldn't be able to break his defense. Just like that, Lin Fei shook off those mags all the way. When he arrived at the nearest big city, it was indeed a big city with a large population. As soon as he entered this big city, Lin Fei didn't feel the feeling of being watched. In other words, the heaven's eye had indeed lost its function. As for why there was such a setting, Lin Fei himself wasn't very clear. Anyway, to him, as long as he wasn't targeted by the heaven's eye, he could attract hatred in a short period of time. As soon as he entered this city, Lin Fei sensed the strongest existence. This was an emperor-level mage. It should be a late-stage existence. Here, they weren't called emperor, but demon lords. Those at the heaven god level were called demon gods, those who broke through to the emperor level were called demon lords, and the rest were called demon kings. It was very easy to divide them. The strongest in this city was the demon lords. There were as many as 8 such demon lords. Lin Fei also sensed it at once. As for how to deal with this hatred, Lin Fei didn't have any ideas for the time being. He would see the situation first. After all, this trip still took some time. Everyone, go and see, the 10 saintesses are here. I wonder which saintess is here. How can we miss such a good opportunity? We have to see it. A burst of voices floated over from afar. Lin Fei frowned slightly. He found something interesting. There are saintesses in your world. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4704. As soon as he heard the word saintess. With the addition of the 10 saintesses, Lin Fei's thoughts changed a lot. He asked the slaves around him. In any case, they would answer honestly. As Lin Fei imagined, the 10 saintesses were quite influential in the entire demon god world. They were the 10 saintesses with the most potential. They all had the chance to become demon god in the future. If it was just to become demon lord, it might not be a big deal. But it was different to become a demon god. In other words, their potential was extraordinary. This also made Lin Fei quickly realize that he might be able to farm a lot of hatred from the saintesses. Let's go and see the situation first. If it was really as he thought, then he could take action. Who knew when the demon god would take action? Lin Fei couldn't guarantee it. While he could farm a little hatred now, he had to do it. The more hatred he had, the better his strength would be. Even if a demon god powerhouse came, he might be able to farm this demon god. Lin Fei decided to transform into a terrifying demon king first. Thinking about it, doing this kind of thing gave him a special sense of accomplishment. Along the way, what Lin Fei heard the most was about the saintesses. It could be imagined that these 10 saintesses were indeed quite influential. It couldn't be better for them to appear here at this time. When he arrived at the square, it was already a sea of people. Lin Fei could feel a lot of demon lord level experts. He didn't expect that a saintess would have such a big impact. Lin Fei looked forward and saw that there was a ball of holy light on the high platform in front of him. This holy light was very comfortable. This should be the saintess they were talking about. It seems that this saintess is called Lan Tianyin. Lin Fei looked at her and felt that this saintess called Lan Tianyin was quite different. She had a lot of potential. At such a young age, she already had the strength of a demon lord. No wonder she had such a big influence. No wonder these people ran over. Then I should have come to the right place. I'll take her down first. With so many people, I should be able to contribute a lot of hatred. One saintess was already like this. If all 10 saintesses were to be captured in one fell swoop, Lin Fei felt that it would be quite interesting. In this big city, Lin Fei felt that it was not difficult to farm 1,000,000 hatred points. At that time, as long as he found some means, he could easily avoid the pursuit of the heaven's eye. The group of magicians behind him was quite annoying, and it would also make Lin Fei lose his freedom. Lin Fei walked forward. Compared to the others who were wearing magic robes, Lin Fei's look was much simpler. After seeing the few slaves following behind Lin Fei, they didn't have any more thoughts. The further he went, the more Lin Fei felt that the holy light on Lan Tianyin was very unusual. There was a feeling of being immersed in it. If this Lan Tianyin was stronger, just the holy light alone would be enough to easily confuse people. This saintess Lan Tianyin was waving her scepter. The holy light sprinkled down layer by layer, and all the magicians who were enveloped by the holy light had an exceptionally different spirit. Saintess, 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 saintess. The voices of the magicians became orderly and formed a certain rhythm. The entire square was almost filled with the voice of the saintess. When he was about to get close to the saintess, he saw that someone around him stopped Lin Fei's footsteps. They didn't let him go any further. Lin Fei could also see that these should be the servants of the saintess. All of them were quite strong. No wonder they stood in the outermost circle, an invisible form of protection. Lin Fei planned to farm hatred on Lan Tianyin, the saintess. Naturally, he wouldn't listen to the other party's words. As soon as the great slicing technique was used, it was like a cold light that instantly swept over these people. These people had no time to react. One by one, they flew out and fell to the ground with a muffled grunt. This was because Lin Fei had shown mercy. Seeing blood might not be a good thing. He was just here to farm hatred. The sudden scene caused everyone to stop and look over. Saintess, I don't know if you can help me with a small request. I think you should have no problem. The saintess Lan Tianyin, who was waving her scepter, also stopped. There was a hint of surprise on her delicate face, and then she pointed with her scepter. Intruder, you're really bold. You actually dare to come in front of me, an intruder. This made everyone's eyes change. Endless anger directly surged towards Lin Fei. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. After all, to be able to become a saintess, she had to have some eyesight. It was indeed very normal for her to be able to recognize his identity as an intruder at a glance. What an intruder! He actually dares to break in here. Everyone, let's catch him together. That's right. Catch him. We can't let him escape. He's thinking too much about our saintess. Everyone, let's go together. The surrounding people began to move one by one. The few demon lord mags beside Lin Fei also began to move. Magic was blasted towards them one by one. At this time, if they didn't make a move, they were destined to die. They might as well make a move first. With the 5 demon lords here, they really couldn't stop these people. They directly broke all of their magic. The saintess Lan Tianyin watched quietly just like that. It wasn't surprising that she could recognize the intruder, because she had already received the message earlier. Many intruders had come to the demon god world. The only thing she didn't expect was that this intruder actually dared to swagger in front of her. Wasn't he afraid of being recognized? One should know that she was one of the 10 saintesses. She could easily mobilize everyone with a single sentence. No matter how strong the intruder in front of her was, he would still be suppressed. I've never encountered an intruder after being a saintess for so long. I can take him down. When the time comes, I can also suppress the other saintesses. In the blink of an eye, Lan Tianyin had an idea. It seems that the saintess doesn't want to listen to me. In that case, I can only settle these troubles first. When the time comes, we can have a good talk. After all, I haven't seen many saintesses in my life, nor have I been served by many saintesses. I think you have quite the potential. Lin Fei laughed out loud. The Great Slicer spell swept out circle after circle. After the Great Slicer spell was cast, the brilliant magic shields of the Jingguang were opened one after another. This time, Lin Fei's choice of opportunity was excellent. He didn't give them any chance at all. One figure after another flew out. Now, I can only do it myself. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4705. Against these magicians, Lin Fei's great incision art was extremely useful. Not a single magician could withstand it. Step by step, Lin Fei walked toward Lan Tianyin. The holy maiden's expression also became a little serious. She could also sense the dreadfully sharp aura contained in this light. Even if she had a magic shield up, she would still be instantly hit by the dreadful power. And this was under the condition of having a magic shield. Without a magic shield, she wouldn't be able to hold on and would be sent flying. Her opponent seemed to have an extremely precise grasp of power. Even if she was sent flying, she would only be heavily injured and not dead. Angel of Sacred Light, do it for me. Lan Tianyin did not dare to lower her guard against such a powerful opponent. She had directly summoned a powerful angel of sacred light. It had a pair of large wings, but the moment this angel appeared, there was a flash of light. And then the angel was cut in two. Lin Fei also walked onto the platform. He was getting closer and closer to Lan Tianyin. In my view, this is your strongest move, summoning a demon lord level expert. Alas, you didn't summon a demon god level expert. I can kill as many of those as you come. Lin Fei turned his head. There was a massive rumble. Bolts of lightning descended over the plaza. No one was able to withstand the lightning. One by one, they fell to the ground. You lot, take away all their rings. With these words, the 6 magicians became spirited. They had never imagined that so many magicians would be no match for a single invader. They had all been knocked to the ground. And all of them had been heavily injured. All that was left were furious gazes. They didn't dare to hesitate and immediately went to collect these rings. Lin Fei also stood in front of the holy maiden Lan Tianyin. I think that you should be a smart holy maiden and should know what to do. As a matter of fact, Lin Fei's words struck a chord in the other party's heart. They could only summon the demon lord's angel of sacred light. Even this angel had been destroyed by a single blow before it could even attack. Lan Tianyin knew that there was a huge gap between her and this intruder. Not to mention the thunder behind it. Streaks of lightning enveloped the entire square. No magician would be able to withstand it. What do you want me to do? You can't possibly ask me to be your servant, right? After all, I'm the saintess. Everyone in the demon god world knows that. If you're not afraid, I can be your servant. However, the consequences are not something you can bear. Lan Tianyin's tone changed. To be honest, she couldn't believe that an intruder would find her as soon as he arrived. What was inconceivable was that this person, who had a very precise grasp of power, had not died so far. This was not something that just anyone could do. In Lan Tianyin's impression, those invaders were all incomparably domineering. Once they made a move, they would either die or be injured, unlike the person in front of her. Now, it was especially impressive. At the very least, it didn't seem like anyone else. Your guess is correct. I truly do plan on having you be my servant. Since you've come to your demon god world, you should properly enjoy yourself. What do you think? Since you've already said that, what else can I do to you? Then I can only be your servant. Lin Fei smiled. I rather like hearing those words of yours. Lin Fei turned his head to look at the fallen magicians and faintly laughed. I know that everyone is very angry at me, but who asked you to be so weak? I'll be taking away your holy maiden. This is only the first. I heard that your demon god world has 9 more holy maidens, so I've decided to take them all. Lan Tianyin was slightly stunned by these words. Taking away 1 holy maiden was one thing, but now he had his eyes on 9 other holy maidens. Was he not afraid of becoming the public enemy of the demon god world? Shameless scoundrel, release the holy maiden. The holy maiden can't be taken away. I'll fight you to the death. There were still some injuries on the scene, but they weren't very serious. They were all admirers of the holy maiden. When they saw that Lin Fei was going to take away the holy maiden and treat her like a servant, none of them could stand it. They were furious and rushed forward. As soon as they made a move, they were suppressed by Lin Fei. The more they came, the more they were suppressed. After suppressing them a few times, Lin Fei realized that the amount of hatred he gained was increasing. His idea was right. If he wanted to farm hatred, he had to start from them. The amount of hatred was indeed increasing quite quickly. He could really farm 1,000,000 hatred points here. This also made Lan Tianyin, who was at the side, a little unable to see through this intruder. It was really strange. Why did he seem to be very happy? This made Lan Tianyin, who was very smart, feel that she couldn't figure it out. Unfortunately, there was no other way. Lan Tianyin could only follow him obediently. Don't do anything anymore. Lan Tianyin's voice was very comfortable. He won't do anything to me. It's nothing more than being a servant. It doesn't matter. The more Lan Tianyin said this, the more unwilling these people were, and they began to struggle. Lin Fei almost wanted to say a word to Lan Tianyin. She was really the holy maiden. With a few words, these people's emotions were stirred up again. The hatred that was being farmed became greater and greater. That's right. Didn't you hear what the holy maiden said? Do you still want to continue fighting with me? I'm in a good mood now and I don't want to kill in front of the holy maiden. If it were another place, you would have died 100 times. Lin Fei continued to walk forward with a smile. He walked out of the square just like that. The experts of this city also flew over one by one. Their movements were a little slow. When they saw the holy maiden following behind, their faces suddenly turned ugly. You don't have to make a fuss. I'm a little interested in the holy maiden. Are you not willing to be my servant? The more he said this, the more these mags couldn't keep their arrogant faces anymore. They directly attacked from afar. Anger was good. They could farm hatred points. By the way, you should know where the city lord's mansion is. It just so happens that we've been on the road for a long time. It's time to find a place to rest. What do you think? The holy maiden Lan Tianyin pointed in one direction. Lin Fei also went over there. The Great Slicer and Great Thunderclap came down directly in 2 layers. No one could stand in front of Lin Fei at all. Bookseller's reading website. Chapter 4706. This city was still very big. Of course, the Castellan's mansion was also very glorious and imposing. As soon as Lin Fei arrived, he directly forced his way in. Everywhere he passed, people were thrown off their feet. No one was a match for him. Just like that, Lan Tianyin followed behind quietly. The Castellan of this Castellan's mansion was also quite powerful. Great magicians at the Demon Lord level were most proficient in wind magic. Like a machete, he appeared and disappeared unpredictably. When encountering Lin Fei's great cutting technique, he could only retreat dejectedly. I heard that your saintess is quite powerful. It just so happens that I haven't tasted anything delicious since I came to the other world. Please prepare a table of food for me. I think you should have no problem. Lin Fei smiled. Of course, you can also try to see if you can escape from my hands. I think you should be a smart person. You definitely won't do that. Lan Tianyin nodded. She turned around and went to prepare. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to leave the city. In fact, it was very simple. Because the hatred had not reached a certain level yet. They could still be squeezed a little more. At the same time, let the news spread completely. Otherwise, how could he farm more aggro? The news of the saintess being taken away spread quickly. The people of this city were the first to know. Soon after, the news spread to the outside world, and several nearby cities also received the news. All of them widened their eyes in disbelief. A foreign invader was actually so arrogant that he dared to capture the saintess of Lan Tianyin, and to be a maid by her side. This was completely disregarding the experts of the world of demon gods. One by one, the figures came over to this side. No matter what, they had to take down this invader first. And then rescue the saintess. Otherwise, their faces would have been slapped with a resounding pa-pa sound. It had always been them dealing with invaders. No one could be arrogant and domineering in the world of demon gods. Lan Tianyin was in a guild of magic, and she received the news immediately. The president was shocked. What an invader! I've never seen such an audacious invader. He dares to capture the saintess and wants her to be a maid by his side. He simply disregards our guild of magic. The president was furious. Inform the guild immediately. We're going to rescue the saintess. Lan Tianyin's saintess was a representative. Now that she was brought along by an intruder and had to be a maid, who knew what would happen during this period? If they stayed for even a second longer, they would feel uneasy. No matter what, he had to free the blue sky sonar formation as soon as possible. Streaks of light headed straight for the city. On the other hand, Lin Fei was quite relaxed because Lan Tianyin really cooked a table full of delicious food. The delicacies of this alternate world were quite unique. Lin Fei was naturally not worried about what Lan Tianyin could do. Not bad, Not bad. Now you have the awareness of being a maid. Indeed, Lan Tianyin didn't do much. He also knew that the news of him being taken away would spread immediately. Most importantly, this intruder didn't seem nervous at all. He didn't show any signs of panic or uneasiness. He was calm and didn't even look like he wanted to leave. Lin Fei continued to eat. Lan Tianyin was pouring wine at the side with a leisurely look on her face. Right then, the entire Castellan's mansion was almost empty. The mags all ran out and stood outside the Castellan's mansion. Each of them was furious, but they didn't rush in at the first instance. Even the Castellan was the same. Moke, you came at the right time. That guy is still inside. Moke was the president of the Guild of Magic. He brought people here at the first instance. As soon as he arrived, he knew the situation. The Saintess was in the Castellan's mansion. He saw the Castellan at the entrance. How is the Saintess? That intruder didn't do anything to her, right? This was what Moke was most worried about. The Castellan shook his head. I'm not too sure about this. I wasn't his match, so I was chased out. Now the entire Castellan's mansion is empty. There's only the intruder and the Saintess. This wasn't good news. Outrageous. He's too arrogant. No matter what, I have to go in and meet this intruder. If it was anywhere else, it would be fine. But in the Castellan's mansion, Moke really couldn't do anything. He could only go in and take a look first. As soon as he stepped through the door, countless rays of light flashed and turned into a ball of light. Moke, the president of the Guild of Magic, was blasted out and fell to the ground. He spat out mouthfuls of blood. The mags behind him helped him up at the first instance. At this moment, the president of the Guild of Magic was covered with wounds all over his body. For a moment, they suspected if the other party had been merciful. Otherwise, just this method alone would be enough to cut the president into pieces. President, why don't we charge in together? I don't believe that he alone can stop the entire Guild of Magic. President, we are shadow assassins. Why don't you let us go in? I believe that guy won't be able to detect us. The mags of the guilds behind him couldn't sit still any longer. Other than anger, there was still anger. They had some self-awareness. This intruder was indeed not easy to deal with. Moke didn't expect to be seriously injured just as he was about to go in. The other party's method was really very overbearing. This light contained an incomparably sharp aura. It was similar to some of the magic they had mastered. It was even more powerful. His magic shield couldn't hold on any longer as soon as it was erected, and it was directly broken. This intruder is very strong. You guys have to be careful. No matter what, Moke still hoped that everyone would give it a try. They wanted to see if they could get close to the intruder. As for this time, he was really powerless even if he wanted to. Who would have thought that he would be tricked by the other party? Lan Tianyin stood beside the intruder. She could feel the strength of this intruder more and more. There were already a dozen shadow assassins lying in the corner of the wall. These shadow assassins were experts in concealment. To be honest, even mags were most afraid of these shadow assassins. These shadow assassins seemed to have nowhere to hide in front of this intruder. They were directly beaten out. One by one, they lay in the corner, wailing. You see, I'm pretty good, aren't I? I didn't kill them all. It shouldn't be easy for these assassins to cultivate, right? You probably haven't seen many invaders like me, right? Lin Fei smiled. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4707. Lan Tianyin didn't know what the intruder wanted to do. Lin Fei also stood up. Since I'm full, it's time to move around. Lin Fei swaggered out of the city lord's residence. Once he came out, the sky above the city was basically filled with mags. It was a majestic scene. It was really quite stressful. Lin Fei just looked up and instantly snapped his fingers. There was a loud rumbling sound. Lightning flashed in the sky above the city. The great thunderclap surged out. One by one, the mags were sent flying. The originally majestic aura instantly shattered into pieces. Actually, sometimes strength in numbers doesn't mean much. Instead, it becomes a burden. What do you think? Lin Fei turned around and smiled at Lan Tianyin. Hundreds and thousands of magicians fell from the sky. If you don't want to die, behave yourself. Otherwise, I don't mind sending you on your way. Anyway, there are so many of you, you will have companions on the way. The thunder continued to sound, but those mags couldn't take it anymore. Intruder, aren't you afraid of being chased by our demon god? Moke, the guild leader, endured his injuries and coldly looked at the intruder. Lin Fei raised his hand and countless great cutting spells landed on Moke. They smashed into the ruins, causing dust to fill the air. You didn't say that. You don't have the right to say that. Wait until the demon god comes. The great cutting spell swept out and landed on Lan Tianyin. Lin Fei flew up to the city and headed out. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Even if Moke guild leader wanted to sense him, he couldn't sense his presence. Not good. I can't sense the intruder's presence. This is impossible. Our heavenly eye of the demon god world is omnipotent. Mags at the demon lord level could use the heavenly eye's ability to track down intruders. But now, they couldn't sense him. He disappeared into thin air just like that. If it was before, it might not have been a problem, but now that they had lost track of the intruder, it was too difficult to find him again. Lin Fei had indeed shaken off the lock of the heaven eye. He exchanged hatred points for the shrouding the heavens avenue in the system shop. This great Tao was of little value, but its greatest effect was that it could fool a person's existence. In other words, Lin Fei could wander around the fiend celestial world freely without being locked down. Such a great Tao was not cheap, and it cost Lin Fei 500,000 hatred points. Fortunately, he had farmed 800,000 hatred points in the last city, which was not a small amount. There were still 300,000 hatred points left. Lan Tianyin followed beside him. She thought that all the mags would be able to keep up, but she didn't expect to see any of them along the way. She knew that the heavenly eye of the fiend god world seemed to have lost its effect. You, an intruder, can actually shake off the heaven's eye's lock. You are the first person in history to do so. Lan Tianyin was still very smart. In the blink of an eye, she knew what was going on. This intruder must have a powerful treasure on him. It could conceal one's existence. I think you should know where the other 9 saintesses are. Since there are 10 saintesses, I have to meet them one by one. I believe you don't have any objections, right? Lan Tianyin naturally had no objections, but she was even more shocked. Not only did he capture a saintess, he even wanted to capture the remaining 9 saintesses. Wasn't this going against the entire fiend celestial world? If it was any other time, it would be fine, but this was the fiend celestial world, which was completely different. Saintess Lan Tianyin couldn't stop him either. She knew that this intruder's thoughts were very firm. With Saintess Lan Tianyin leading the way, it would naturally be much easier to find the saintess. Saintess White Snow is here. Outside a city, Lan Tianyin pointed. Lin Fei summoned the great thunderclap. It landed in the sky above the city. In an instant, the entire city was shaken. The endless great slash technique attacked like a storm. For a moment, the entire city was like a lone boat in the vast ocean, which could capsize at any time. I'm not interested in your city, I'm only interested in your Saintess White Snow. If you don't want to be wiped out, let White Snow out. This way, it'll be good for you, good for me, and good for everyone. Oh right, I'm also an intruder. You should know what tricks an intruder has. Compared to the previous time, Lin Fei's methods were more direct this time. The 2 great Taos clashed. For this city, it was naturally very strenuous. Moreover, this great slash technique could unleash its greatest power through the gaps. With a slight flaw in the formation, it could naturally allow the great slash technique's power to reach its limit. The people in this city were also scared out of their wits. They had never seen such a scene before. Their methods couldn't withstand these 2 great Taos at all. In less than the time it took for a joss stick to burn, the entire formation was broken. Lin Fei also came to the sky above the city. The great thunderclap shrouded the entire sky above the city. The endless great slash technique turned into a huge storm, and everyone didn't dare to breathe. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to think about it. If you don't see Saintess White Snow coming out, Then I'm sorry, I'll completely slaughter the entire city. Lan Tianyin still underestimated the strength of this intruder. Even the city's great formation couldn't withstand it and was broken in a short period of time. At this moment, the hatred that Lin Fei gained increased crazily. In the blink of an eye, it exceeded 1,000,000. The existence of the intruder made the mags deeply hate the existence of the intruder. Now, he wanted to steal their saintus and destroy the entire city. White Snow, for the sake of the entire city, you'd better follow him. Lan Tianyin's voice echoed in the sky above the city. Everyone naturally recognized Lan Tianyin. Then, a figure walked out. Her clothes were as white as snow, and her entire body was filled with a cold aura. She was like a 10,000-year-old iceberg. I didn't expect the saintess to have a special bloodline. Interesting, interesting. It's not bad to bring her along when the weather is hot. Lin Fei's words instantly made countless people feel angry. He simply didn't take their saintess seriously. The forcibly organized resistance was suppressed by Lin Fei. Lin Fei took Saintess White Snow and left directly. There were still 8 saintesses left. No matter what, he had to capture them all. Lin Fei's goal was still very clear. He had to take down all 10 holy maidens. That way, he would be able to gain more aggro. Shukju website. Chapter 4708. Damn it, another holy maiden has been taken away. This is already the 5th holy maiden. Too strong, too strong. How can the invader be so strong that our people can't stop him? Not good, not good. Just now, the 10 warriors of the Round Table appeared, but they couldn't stop him. Another holy maiden has been taken away. Is he really going to take all 10 holy maidens away? The entire Fiend Celestial world was completely moved. At first, everyone couldn't believe it. When did the invader become so rampant? But as the news came, everyone had to believe that there really was such a rampant invader. He even took the holy maiden away. If it was just one holy maiden, it would be fine. They could still understand it. After all, the holy maiden's existence was still very high. But they never expected that this invader would actually target the 10 holy maidens. He wanted to take all 10 holy maidens away in one go. Originally, they thought that this invader would never succeed. After receiving the news one by one, they felt their faces turn pale. How long had it been? So many saintesses had been taken away. Was he really going to take all 10 holy maidens away? The 8th holy maiden. The 9th holy maiden. Until the last 10th holy maiden. It took Lin Fei 3 days to finally capture all 10 holy maidens. Each of the holy maidens was a national beauty, graceful and luxurious, but full of arrogance. At this time, the expressions of the 10 holy maidens became a little strange. For Lin Fei, the biggest benefit of capturing the 10 holy maidens was that the hatred value kept increasing. In 3 days, his hatred value had accumulated to tens of millions in an instant. Such an increase in hatred value was really a mess. As for the 10 holy maidens, Lin Fei didn't have much interest in them. They were all a little too cold, so he really wasn't interested. Fiend Celestial City. The center of the entire Fiend Celestial world. Lin Fei swaggered in just like that. Even the array couldn't stop him. Lin Fei directly came in. After arriving, Lin Fei directly fought his way into the City Lord's mansion. Lin Fei already knew that the Lord Devil God was not here. He wondered if he had gone out to travel. This also gave Lin Fei a better idea of where to farm aggro. There is no better place than here. He moved into the City Lord's mansion. The 10 saintesses really became maids. The 10 holy maidens all had quite a temper in the beginning. Under Lin Fei's education, they naturally didn't have such thoughts, and all of them became extremely well behaved. Of course, the hatred in his heart did not lessen in the slightest. Instead, it increased. For example, at this moment, Lin Fei was enjoying being fed by the holy maiden. Behind him, there were maids patting his shoulders, and from time to time, he could eat the fruits that were fed to him. It was truly unbelievably comfortable. This kind of life was really a bit rotten. The most important thing was that the hatred was still rising. Although their faces were expressionless, the hatred in their hearts was not reduced at all. They were all a little different. It was Lan Tianyin. The amount of hatred he contributed was decreasing, which made Lin Fei a little puzzled. The 10 holy maidens stayed by his side, naturally hoping to use them as a foundation to farm more hatred. He didn't expect that the other holy maidens were all contributing, but he didn't. What was going on? Actually, this was also because Lin Fei hadn't thought it through. After all, he had attacked so many cities and brought out the holy maidens one by one. For Lan Tianyin, her impression of him was constantly changing. Perhaps only Lord Demon God would be able to do such a thing. The 10 holy maidens lived in the city lord's mansion, and the people outside also appeared in Demon God City. They looked like they wouldn't stop until they handed over the holy maidens. After being beaten down several times, although everyone was still angry, they were no longer as impulsive. They were waiting for the return of the Lord Devil God. Once the Lord Devil God returned, it would be time for this kid to regret it. After Lin Fei farmed tens of millions of hatred points, he naturally didn't stay idle. He exchanged for some powerful methods. One had to know that Lin Fei was determined to learn all 3,000 great Daos. Tens of millions of hatred points also allowed Lin Fei to finally have the chance to learn a powerful great Dao. Whether it was the Great Slicing Technique or the Great Thunderclap Technique, they were only a few 100,000 hatred points. They could be considered powerful, but they were far from what Lin Fei had in mind. Lin Fei was looking for a technique that could allow him to move quickly. The previous spiritual descent was pretty good, but that was a method of attack, so Lin Fei wasn't very satisfied with it. Now that he had tens of millions of hatred points, he naturally had to find a satisfactory movement technique. Moreover, according to the current method, his hatred points could basically reach a few million more. That wouldn't be a problem at all. If he didn't hand over the holy maidens for a day, those people would naturally be filled with hatred. Moreover, he had moved into Demon God City, so they naturally felt ashamed. How could they not hate him? Great teleportation technique, this is the real good stuff. Lin Fei had been paying attention to this great Dao for a long time. It was ranked in the top 1,000 of the 3,000 great Dao, so one could imagine how precious it was. Not everyone could cultivate it if they wanted to. This was also a great Dao that Lin Fei had been paying attention to for a long time. After all, Lin Fei was going to face the demon god. When the demon god returned, he would have to fight him no matter what. In case he couldn't beat him, he would have to prepare a powerful broken hand for himself. And this great teleportation technique was the best way to save his life. Such a great teleportation technique wasn't cheap. It required 5 million hatred points. Lin Fei didn't even blink and directly exchanged for it. The great teleportation technique actually had a certain connection with space. After Lin Fei mastered it, he knew the benefits of this great teleportation technique. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the edge of the demon god world. In the entire demon god world, Lin Fei could go wherever he wanted. Even a celestial god powerhouse might not be able to do this, so it was better to travel honestly. With such a great teleportation technique, Lin Fei was quite satisfied, but the consumption was quite large. The 5 million spent was indeed worth it. I'm really grateful to the people of the demon god world for contributing so much hatred points to me. With this great teleportation technique, Lin Fei was completely relieved. Next, he had to exchange for another powerful cultivation technique, which he had been thinking about for a long time. Whether it was the great teleportation technique, the great thunderclap technique, or the great slicing technique, they all had one thing in common, and that was that they consumed a lot of energy. Without a strong accumulation, they wouldn't be able to hold on at all. Therefore, Lin Fei had to find a powerful cultivation technique to make up for this flaw. Infinite God Body. This was a powerful cultivation technique that Lin Fei had been looking forward to for a long time. The biggest advantage of this cultivation technique was that it could accommodate a huge amount of energy. Chapter 4709. Infinite Divine Body, as the name implied, meant that the physical body would become exceptionally strong. And after becoming stronger, it would be able to hold more energy. This was a divine body that Lin Fei had studied for a long time, and it was very worth cultivating. It was said that this infinite divine body had no ceiling. As long as one could continue cultivating it, their physical body would become stronger and stronger. However, this physical body cultivation was very useless, especially since it was too difficult to get started. For Lin Fei, it wasn't difficult at all. As long as he exchanged for it to level up, it would naturally be simple. Lin Fei had been saving the remaining honor points. He hoped to cultivate this infinite divine body in a short period of time. He used the remaining 6 million hatred points to finally exchange for this infinite divine body. That's right. This divine body also required hatred points, and it required 6 million, which was only 1 million more expensive than the great teleportation technique. However, the effect was very strong. If it wasn't for the fact that it was useless, he wouldn't have been able to buy it at all. After learning the infinite divine body, a layer of light flashed around Lin Fei's body. In other words, he could be considered to have reached the beginner level of the infinite divine body. However, he still stayed at the threshold of the beginner level and hadn't reached the true first level. At this time, the honor points came in handy. Lin Fei had accumulated a lot of honor points just for this time. He also resisted the urge to cultivate the great slicing technique. The power of the slicing technique was indeed quite strong, but if the energy in his body didn't keep up, it would be very helpless when the time came for battle. The first level of the infinite divine body has been successfully cultivated. The second level of the infinite divine body has been successfully cultivated. The third level of the infinite divine body has been successfully cultivated. The cultivation of this infinite divine body was indeed quite difficult. At the very least, after Lin Fei grasped the beginner level, he realized that if he wanted to completely cultivate this physical body, he would have to constantly shatter his body. He would have to accumulate his strength one by one, and this would take a long time. Not to mention anything else, just the first level alone, according to Lin Fei's calculations, would take at least 500 to 600 years to get started. During this period, the pain would get worse and worse, so anyone who wanted to cultivate the infinite divine body would not be able to endure the first level. Not to mention the next few levels. After spending a large amount of honor points, Lin Fei's infinite god body broke through to the 8th level in one go. Finally, it stopped. Lin Fei's physical body had obviously improved tremendously. Of course, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that an infinite grotto heaven had appeared within Lin Fei's body. This infinite heavenly grotto heaven continued to expand. The energy cultivated by Lin Fei was also continuously gathering in the grotto heaven. This was the core of the infinite god body. The fleshly body was just a way to protect the infinite grotto heaven. The stronger one's physical body was, the thicker the energy accumulated in the infinite grotto heaven would be. This infinite god body is indeed suitable for me. Now that my physical body has reached the 8th layer, my accumulation has become even more profound than before. When the time comes, no matter what I use, I can be more at ease. Lin Fei was relieved as soon as he succeeded in the 8th layer. As expected, there was a shortcut. Cultivating any cultivation technique was really no different from riding a rocket. This trip to the alternate world, Lin Fei had gained a lot. He had gained nothing else, but his strength had really undergone an earth-shattering change. Now, I just have to wait for the demon god to return. No matter what, I have to farm on him. Don't let me down. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The amount of hatred that he had gained was also reduced. It had reached about 7 or 8 million, which was still a little different from what Lin Fei had expected. Lin Fei was also quite satisfied. 8 million hatred points. Lin Fei did not stay idle either. He exchanged for a greater danger perception. Although it looked like a chicken rib, the effect was actually quite good. He could sense danger that belonged to him. This kind of perception wasn't within a certain range. As long as someone was targeting him, in the same area, no matter how close or far, Lin Fei would be able to sense it. For example, now, Lin Fei only felt a dangerous aura. There was no need to guess, it should be the demon god. And this dangerous aura was getting closer and closer to him, which meant that the demon god was beginning to return. Seriously. With this greater danger perception, Lin Fei was quite satisfied. In other words, if someone were to target him again, he would have absolute time to ambush and counterattack. It should be about 2 or 3 days before that demon god should arrive. Just thinking about it makes me excited. I can finally farm demon god. Although he didn't know how strong this demon god was, since he was here, he had to farm him no matter what. After all, Lin Fei had already made sufficient preparations and was just waiting for the demon god to arrive. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. There was a loud rumbling sound. Dark clouds covered the sky and countless lightning bolts fell. Everyone looked up. Their hearts were also filled with excitement. Lord Demon God must be back. Ha 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 ha, this time, this intruder won't be able to escape death. He can't be presumptuous in the demon god world. In front of the demon god, he only has 3 moves at most. A figure in black walked out of the lightning. With every step he took, everyone could feel his terrifying might. At this time, Lin Fei was sitting in the courtyard. He could see the figure of the demon god when he looked up. However, the other party's body was flashing with a special power, and he couldn't see his true appearance. But Lin Fei knew that this was the target of the greater danger perception. In other words, it was Lord Demon God. You're really bold to wait until I return. If those intruders were as bold as you, I would be easy to deal with. A faint voice came directly. Lin Fei was a little surprised when he heard it. It was actually a woman. From the words, Lin Fei could tell that this demon god seemed to have gone to chase after the intruders. Without a doubt, it should be Emperor Thunder Leopard and the others. It seemed that they were being chased and were in a rather sorry state. As for whether they succeeded or not, it was unknown. In any case, they probably didn't have a good ending. The demon god world is so good and beautiful, and there are such charming saintesses. I feel that it's a pity that I don't stay here for a while. After all, it's rare to come to a different world. Don't you think so? In the blink of an eye, this figure in black came to the courtyard. The 10 saintesses also stood at the side. At the same time, they lowered their heads. They felt ashamed and helpless. You can let them go now. Lin Fei smiled and snapped his fingers. With the return of the demon god, they are naturally useless. After all, no matter how good they are, they can't be as good as the demon god. He waved his hand lightly. The 10 saintesses arrived outside the city in the blink of an eye. They looked at each other, and even the technique on their bodies was released. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4710. I think you should be satisfied now. After all, I really don't have any thoughts about the saintesses. Seriously. Lin Fei really didn't have any thoughts about these saintesses. It was quite surprising that the demonic god was a woman. Speaking of which, you're quite interesting. I didn't expect you to be a woman. It's no wonder your fiend celestial world has 10 saintesses. If I'm not wrong, they want to inherit your mantle. Previously, Lin Fei didn't understand what it meant. Now, he finally understood. This was definitely to groom a successor. However, this successor didn't seem to be that easy to groom. The 10 saintesses had great potential, but they still had a long way to go before they could step into the demonic god realm. At the very least, it was impossible for them to do so within a few hundred years. Just like that, the female demonic god came in front of Lin Fei. You're an interesting intruder, much more interesting than those other intruders. You're able to sit in front of me like this. However, seeing that you're able to release the 10 saintesses without doing anything to them, I can give you a choice. Just now, the female demonic god had indeed checked the 10 saintesses. There was indeed nothing wrong with them, and she didn't leave any tricks behind. She was quite surprised. Such a method was really rare. She had killed many invaders, and every single one of them was extremely cruel and merciless. Even though this intruder had caused a mess in the fiend celestial world, not many people had died from the beginning to the end. It was as if she was deliberately provoking these people. This was also the only thing that puzzled the demonic god. If not for that, the female demonic god would have long taken action. She wouldn't have sat down to talk to him, nor would she have given him a choice. Lin Fei laughed. I wonder what kind of choice you're giving me. Can you tell me? After all, it's really rare for a demonic god expert to give me a choice. Originally, Lin Fei wanted to farm hatred on the female demonic god. Now, it seemed like he had been expecting too much. She really didn't have much hatred for him. He also knew what was going on. If he had known it would be like this, he would have done something to the 10 holy maidens. It was too late now. Even though I don't know why you created such a huge ruckus in the demon god world, seeing that you didn't harm the saintess, I'll allow you to stay by my side as my guard for 10 years. After 10 years, I'll let you go. If the female demon god's words were to be heard outside, everyone would probably be shocked. Such a situation had never happened before. You're the only exception. I've killed more than 20 intruders, and I never give them a choice. I'll just kill them directly. That's because intruders have the right to be killed, but you're different. Very interesting. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He actually wanted to stay by the Godfiend's side as a guard. Can I feel deeply honored? You've made me a little overwhelmed by your favor. If you want to start fighting and killing, Lin Fei would be more than happy to do so. But now, this female fiend celestial had made such a choice. Could it be that she had taken a fancy to him? Lin Fei felt a little helpless in his heart. It seemed like his performance wasn't that outstanding either. You're the only one who has such an opportunity. No one else has it. I can forgive everything you've done. Staying by my side as a guard is also a process for you to accumulate experience. Perhaps one day, you'll be able to break through to the demon god realm, which is also the so-called heavenly god realm. The female fiend celestial was indeed quite interested in this intruder. He didn't even have the slightest interest in the 10 saintesses, nor did he have any tricks up his sleeves. In fact, for a moment, the Godfiend even thought that the other party was waiting for him to return. This also made the female fiend celestial extremely interested. She wanted to study this intruder carefully. Until now, she still hadn't seen through this intruder's strength. It was really rare. Then she could confirm one thing. This intruder was most likely an ultimate emperor expert. I appreciate your kind intentions. You want me to follow by your side for 10 years. I feel that as a man, I really can't do that. Why don't we change the method? Lin Fei also laughed. The female fiend celestial was also interested. Then tell me about it. It's very possible that I agree. I'm quite interested in the alternate world. Why don't you be my wife? Isn't that quite suitable? Of course, Lin Fei wanted to anger this female fiend celestial. How could he gain aggro without angering this female fiend celestial? One must know that the more arrogant a woman was, the more easily she could become someone else's wife. This female fiend celestial would be furious later. At that time, he would be able to have some fun with her and gain aggro. Originally, when he was over there, he was prepared to gain aggro from eldest senior brother. However, he never expected that eldest senior brother would never return. He didn't know how long he would have to wait. It seemed like he could only gain aggro from this female fiend celestial first. She was a genuine heavenly god after all. Do you know that you're quite daring? No one has ever dared to say such words to me. You're the first. Lin Fei laughed. I'm quite daring. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sitting here waiting for you to return. If you think that I'm going overboard, then let's make a move. Actually, I also want to exchange moves with you, Fiend Celestial, to broaden my horizons. A toad wants to eat swan meat. Who gave you the guts? I'll kill you first. At this moment, a formless sword beam came out from the void. It stared at Lin Fei. This sword beam was extremely fast. It was so fast that no one could react in time. Even the female Fiend Celestial's expression changed. Lin Fei's defense instantly spread out. The loud rumbling sound was truly out of Lin Fei's expectations. The defense around his body actually shattered layer by layer, and it was almost at its end. He knew that a Fiend Celestial was coming. Just as the power was about to reach its end, another sword beam chased after him. It actually formed a situation where one was in front and one was behind, and it seemed like it was going to break through Lin Fei's defense. Lin Fei's great incision technique also attacked. At the same time, he also felt the aggro. He originally wanted to farm the female Fiend Celestial, but he didn't expect another Fiend Celestial to come. It seemed like he was attacking from afar, captivating all living things. An ice-cold voice followed. Lin Fei discovered that his surroundings had started to change. It became illusory. In the blink of an eye, he had actually arrived at an uninhabited small world of stars. Bookseller's reading website. Chapter 4711. Previously, Lin Fei did not use his great danger perception. He felt that only this female fiend celestial would be a threat to him, but he never expected that there would be another fiend celestial who could hide her strength and launch an attack in an instant. She even used a powerful secret technique. She was directly pulled out of the fiend celestial world. She even came to an uninhabited small world. The strength of this fiend celestial was indeed extremely strong. A stream of light almost destroyed all the defense of the treasure body. It was indeed the strength of a true fiend celestial. The more it was like this, the more excited Lin Fei became. Wasn't he looking for a fiend celestial expert? Only in this way could he farm more aggro. To be honest, I'm quite disappointed in you. You ambushed me from behind and failed. Don't you think you're a disgrace to the demon god? I think you're quite disgraced. If I were you, I'd just kill myself so that I wouldn't be so disgrace. Standing not far away was a fiend celestial in black. His face was cold and he didn't look young. With every sentence that Lin Fei said, the other party's face darkened. Shut up, I'll let you die without a burial place. Streaks of flowing light instantly attacked him. Like a meteor shower, there were no gaps at all. It was very difficult to avoid them, especially when these streams of light covered a large area. Actually, I've wanted to see how powerful a fiend celestial is for a long time. I wanted to have a match with the female fiend celestial, but she has feelings for me, so there's nothing I can do about it. Fortunately, you're here. Lin Fei's great incision was directly cast. They collided with these streams of light one after another. This was also Lin Fei's first battle with a fiend celestial powerhouse. This exchange made Lin Fei feel that these streams of light were equally powerful and seemed to contain the aura of the metal element. It was obvious that this fiend celestial had cultivated metal element magic. During the collision, his great incision technique was still a little lacking, even though it was already a 2-star great incision technique. My great incision art should be as powerful as a demon god at the 2-star level, but it's still a little weaker than a real heavenly god. If I can upgrade it to the 3-star level, its power will naturally be a lot stronger. Without a battle, there would be no comparison. Now, Lin Fei finally understood the true power of the Great Slicer technique. The only advantage was that Lin Fei's great incision could be used continuously. So this is the power of a demon god. I don't think it's much. I can also block it. Lin Fei laughed. Meanwhile, another figure directly landed on this uninhabited small world. It was none other than the female demon god. Mike, this is my business, you don't have to worry about it. The female demon god's expression changed. The one called Mike was this male demon god. He turned around and called out to the female demon god. And Lan, don't worry, this guy only has that much ability. I will definitely help you kill him on the spot. No one can tease you, and no one can do evil in your world. At this moment, Lin Fei clearly felt that the power of these streams of light had increased by a large amount. At least 2/3 of their power had increased. He came all the way to him. So you're called Lan. This name is quite nice to hear. If I'm not wrong, this Mike should be your pursuer. But he's already so old, I think you should forget about it. He doesn't like you at all. How could Lin Fei not see that this Mike was purely a pursuer? Otherwise, he wouldn't have attacked him after saying those words. Yes, you shut up. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. This Mike had become a lot crazier. This also caused Lin Fei to instantly gain a small amount of hatred. Don't say. It was better to kill demon gods than anyone else. This Mike in front of him could really contribute quite a lot. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei's great incision technique was completely broken. This was also within Lin Fei's expectations. He knew that demon gods weren't that easy to deal with, especially when this Mike's strength increased extremely quickly under his craziness. That and Lan, I think you should just watch from the side. After all, he wants to pursue you, so you have to give him a chance to show off. If you don't give him a chance to show off, who knows when he will start to hate you. In a short period of time, just as he was about to break through, Lin Fei's figure instantly moved out. Those streams of light instantly missed. I didn't expect you to bring this kind of teleportation talisman. What a cunning guy. But I want to see how many teleportation talismans you have. Mike's expression also became much more ferocious. He was about to defeat the other party, but he actually used such a treasure. Treasures were considered quite common in the alternate world. This was because almost every invader would bring such a treasure, and they could escape at the critical moment. Fortunately, this time, he had completely sealed this uninhabited small world, so he wasn't afraid of the other party escaping. He moved the scepter in his hand. Figures flew out one after another. They were all puppets. These puppets didn't have any aura, but they clearly looked like they were not easy to deal with. Whoosh 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 whoosh. They caught up in no time. These are the puppet warriors that I accumulated with great difficulty. You should be proud that you can make me use them. These puppet warriors were instantly blessed with runes, and their speed increased in the blink of an eye. It turned out that they were all puppet warriors for close combat. In the blink of an eye, the saber light approached Lin Fei. Lin Fei's speed was already quite fast, but these puppet warriors weren't slow at all. They all caught up with him one by one. In this exchange, they actually had the strength of an ultimate emperor. They really couldn't be underestimated. No wonder they were qualified to pursue this female demon god of Anlan. You have quite a strong foundation. Maybe I will really die in your hands. Lin Fei's great cutting technique only left white marks on the puppet warriors. Your methods are indeed quite powerful, but these puppet warriors of mine are all made of top-grade materials. Don't even think about breaking them. It was the first time that Lin Fei had encountered such good puppet warriors. His great cutting technique couldn't break them. In this way, Lin Fei's advantage became much weaker. Hence, he kept moving. The more he moved, the closer these puppet warriors were to him. Mike was also constantly casting supporting spells. The gravitational petrification and weakness kept coming. This was obviously a plan to wear him down. Anlan, actually, you should have told me long ago that no matter how powerful an invader is, I will still kill him on the spot. You also know that I have killed no less than 50 invaders. Chapter 47:12. This was one of Mike's more impressive achievements. One had to know that in this alternate world, he had killed quite a lot of invaders. He had killed 50 of them. He had looked forward to meeting demon god Anlan for a long time. He had confessed to him many times. Demon god Anlan didn't have much feelings for him and could only treat him as a friend. Naturally, this didn't satisfy Mike. To him, this was his chance. When he heard that an invader had caused such a huge commotion in demon god Anlan's world, he naturally couldn't sit still. This time, he wanted to leave a deep impression. Since demon god Anlan wasn't going to do anything, he would do it for her. First, he would destroy this invader. The only thing that Mike didn't expect was that this invader seemed to be quite strong. He was surprised that he couldn't take him down in a short period of time. That was fine. He had already used all his trump cards. As long as he used up the other party's teleportation talisman, the rest would be simple. He really wasn't afraid of him. Demon God, I think there's a problem with your words. Although you killed 50 invaders, to me, you will stop here. You can't do anything to me. Lin Fei kept moving and sensing the puppet's moves. One had to say that although the moves were crude, they were extremely strong. Each of them had about the strength of a peak emperor lord. If an invader encountered them, it would be hard for them to escape. This Mike was quite powerful. He might even be a veteran powerhouse. If Empyrean Lord Lei Bao and the rest were to encounter Demon God Mike, they would probably suffer greatly. Lin Fei was glad that he had exchanged for many techniques in advance. For example, the greater teleportation technique. That was a good thing. Even though this small world was covered in a layer of formations, as long as Lin Fei wanted to leave, he could do so easily. This formation couldn't stop the greater teleportation technique. He could ignore normal formations. Unless there was a top-tier spatial formation, there was no way to stop him. But there was no need to use it now. He would let Mike have a good time first. Just like that. Lin Fei kept moving. He knew that it would be difficult to defeat these puppet warriors. It was even more impossible to break through the barrier because Lin Fei was still lacking some divine weapons. If he had the time, he would definitely go and find a real divine weapon. Otherwise, it would really be a pity. If he did, he would be able to deal with these puppets much more effectively. Unlike now, when the Great Slicer technique was used consecutively, it still couldn't capture the puppet warrior. Only white marks were left. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. After I catch you, I'll definitely break all your bones and pull out all your teeth. Let's see how arrogant you can be then. Rumble. Bolts of lightning fell directly towards Maxun. A huge protective barrier appeared around Mike's body. Just like the magic shield, this was a more powerful magic shield. Although it only had one more word, its defensive capabilities were naturally different from that of an ordinary magic shield. Of course, it also consumed a lot of energy. And Lan wanted to attack, but he stopped in the end. He had to see how this young invader would deal with Mike. To be honest, Lan didn't have any feelings for Mike. He felt that Mike was a little scheming and wasn't a perfect partner. This time, Mike's sudden attack made Lan's impression of Mike even worse. It was clearly his business, but he interfered. Lan had already made up his mind. Even if this invader was defeated, he wouldn't let Mike take the invader away. Time passed minute by minute. The puppet warriors chased from the east to the west, and from the west to the east, but they couldn't do anything to him. The other party's Great Slicer technique and defensive treasures were quite strong. Unless they attacked in an instant, they really couldn't do anything to him. Most importantly, the other party seemed to have a lot of instant teleportation talismans. Mike managed to seize an opportunity several times. He missed by just a little each time. He knew that he had really encountered a difficult invader this time. The other party wasn't very strong and was at most an ultimate sovereign lord. However, his relaxed attitude made Mike feel more and more embarrassed. It wouldn't have mattered if Lan wasn't beside him. At most, he would just waste some time with him. However, it was different this time with Lan beside him. The more he couldn't take down the invader, the more face he would lose. I've told you several times that you can find someone else to kill the invader. Don't use me, because that will make you fail. Look at you now. You can't do anything to me at all. If you have a trump card, hurry up and use it. Otherwise, you will lose even more face. Lin Fei dodged again. Just as Lin Fei dodged, Mike shot out a treasure. This treasure was like a meteor hammer. It instantly broke through the void and nailed Lin Fei's body. Even though Lin Fei had the defense of his treasures and the protection of the Great Slicer technique, he was hit in an instant and a bloody hole appeared on his body. At this time, the effect of the infinite divine body came into play. Now, Lin Fei's infinite divine body had reached the 8th level. Countless cracks spread out along the wound. It was easily suppressed by the infinite divine body. The puppet warrior broke out of the encirclement instantly, but Lin Fei dealt with it and teleported again. I didn't expect your trump card to be so powerful. I can't do anything else, but my physical body is quite strong. I was happy for nothing. The meteor all was indeed very powerful. Lin Fei could also feel that if it weren't for the infinite divine body, his entire body would have been torn apart in an instant. I didn't expect you to be able to withstand the shattering all. In that case, you're a good puppet material. The more Mike said this, the angrier he became. It had been so long, yet he still couldn't take down an invader. He had lost all his face. Just look at Lan next to him. Mike, let's forget about this matter. You don't need to deal with this invader. He saw clearly that this invader was really different. He could withstand the shattering all, which was a true demon god's treasure. No matter what, I have to kill him here today. Otherwise, I, Mike, will lose all my face. Endless hatred shrouded the place and the shattering all was launched again. This time, Lin Fei was prepared. The shattering all missed. You fool, I let you succeed the first time. Do you think there'll be a second time? Oh right, I'll let you have a taste of my new technique. You can't keep attacking me. Chapter 47:13. Mike's shattering awl was indeed very powerful. It had a 100% destructive effect on one's physical body. However, he realized that he couldn't do anything to the invader in front of him. The other party dealt with him easily, but he was the one who was consuming more and more energy. After all, it wasn't easy to use his shattering awl. Every time he used it, it would consume a lot of energy. In other words, if he couldn't kill the other party in a short time, it would be a huge burden for Mike. After using it 7 times, Mike couldn't hit the other party at all. The scariest thing was that the other party looked very relaxed. Mike couldn't believe it. How could the other party have such a strong accumulation? When did the invader become so strong? He had never seen an invader that was so strong. At this moment, Lin Fei made his move and used spiritual projection. This was a good move. Especially at such a close distance, unless it was a special situation, Lin Fei wouldn't use the great teleportation technique. It was best to keep such a technique to protect his life. If the other party knew about it in advance, they would be on guard. Even if it was just a spiritual projection, not everyone could withstand it. Lin Fei came to Mike's side. With him as the center, a great slicing technique attack was set off. In an instant, Mike fell into a frenzy of attacks. Lin Fei stretched out his palm and slapped Mike's body. A layer of Jingguang erupted from Mike's body, and then his entire body became illusory. Just like that, Mike disappeared. What a pity, I couldn't kill him. This guy's life-saving treasure is pretty good. Such a simple attack let Lin Fei know that Mike wasn't simple. Especially this life-saving treasure, it was really domineering. He instantly took Mike and left. It was like a long-distance teleportation technique. Of course, there was an additional layer of defense. Demon God Anlan stood not far away. He thought that the invader wouldn't be Mike's match. Now, it seemed that he had been thinking too much. Mike had actually been able to get close to his opponent and was beaten away in an instant. Even Mike's most important treasure had been unleashed. I'm very sorry, this Mike's strength seems to be a little weak. He was beaten away by me in close combat. Lin Fei turned around and smiled at Fiend Celestial Anlan. If you have any thoughts about me, you can also make a move. I can still persist. After all, my accumulation is not bad. Demon God Anlan burst into laughter. At this moment, he was no longer as serious as before. You're the first invader to make Demon God Mike suffer. You've even used his most precious teleportation talisman. In Lin Fei's opinion, Mike's life-saving treasure was similar to a teleportation talisman. Of course, it was far inferior to his great teleportation talisman. It was just that Lin Fei was too lazy to chase after it. If he really did chase after it, he would still be able to sense its existence. For example, the other party had used something similar to a teleportation talisman twice in a row and escaped in the blink of an eye. It's a pity that no one killed him. Don't you think it's a pity? I see that this guy has been chasing after you for a long time. It's just the right time to get rid of this eyesore. Don't you think you should thank me properly when the time comes? In any case, I've done a good deed for you. Who asked me to be a good person? I can't bear to see this kind of thing happen. Demon God Anlan laughed again. He felt that this invader was rather interesting. There's really no one else who can say things like this. May I know your name? Lin Fei laughed softly. It seems that my performance is not bad. You even asked for my name. It's a pity that I can't fight with you. I'm a person who doesn't change my surname. My surname is Lin Fei. Lin Fei is my name, although it's quite ordinary. Demon God Anlan had naturally never heard of Lin Fei. But now he knew. I wonder if you're interested in coming to my place. I think we should have a good chat. Lin Fei was also quite surprised. This demon god Anlan was completely different from other demon gods. If it were other demon gods, they would chase him to the ends of the world. Why would they say something like this? It just so happens that I'm also tired. I can indeed sit down and rest. The two of them left the small world one after the other. At the same time, in a small world, Mike spat out blood. This despicable and shameless intruder actually has such a secret method. He can actually break through my defense and appear beside me in an instant. I've really suffered a big loss this time. I even had to use my most precious teleportation talisman. To be honest, Mike really didn't dare to believe that he couldn't beat an invader. Even that demon god Anlan didn't treat him with any respect. This made his hatred grow stronger and stronger. Especially now that he was injured. His killing intent also grew. All that was left in his mind was this young man's figure. This invader is quite strong. I probably can't do anything to him alone. I have to find help. Mike knew quite a number of people. No matter what, he had to take care of this invader. Mike was also very concerned about the other party's close combat secret technique. This guy might even have many good things on him. He couldn't miss out on such a big fat sheep. He would treat it as making up for his losses. And Demon God Anlan, I'll let you know what regret is sooner or later. Lin Fei and Demon God Anlan returned to the palace. Demon God Anlan personally brewed a pot of tea. At this time, Lin Fei could also feel a wave of hatred transforming into aggro. There was no need to guess. It should be that Mike's. For a demon god like him, the angrier he was, the better. The hatred he generated was indeed not something a demon lord could compare to. I see that you're in a good mood. An invader like you is really rare in our great world. Demon god Anlan sat down and poured a pot of tea for Lin Fei. A faint fragrance filled the air. Anyway, I'm not afraid of being bitten when there are so many lice. That demon god Mike won't dare to come alone. If he really dares to come, I have plenty of ways to take care of him. From the beginning to the end, Lin Fei didn't go all out. So if demon god Mike dared to come again, killing him would be as easy as flipping his hand. A magician's physical body was a huge flaw. If he didn't have those puppet warriors protecting him, demon god Mike's strength would be even lower. Bookseller's website. Chapter 47:14. Anlan did have an impression of the invader in front of him. He was bold and powerful. Up to this point, he had yet to determine the level of strength Lin Fei's invader had. If he was not mistaken, he was at the peak Empyrean Lord level. In the words of their great world, they were called Ultimate Fiend Lords. Of course, although Lin Fei's strength was at the peak Empyrean Lord level, his means were something that even a Fiend Celestial would be helpless against. Especially the mystic techniques that he used in close combat. They were extremely lethal to magicians like them. At the very least, Anlan had yet to come up with a good solution to deal with it. It was too sudden and impossible to guard against. You seem to have something on your mind. You can tell me. After all, you are the only Fiend Celestial that has not attacked me since I came to this great world. Lin Fei could obviously tell that Fiend Celestial Anlan definitely had his reasons. If he was not mistaken, it was likely something troublesome. The strength he had displayed was still very strong, especially that close-range attack that had come without warning had really caught Mike off guard. That's right. I do have something on my mind. I wish to seek your help, Lin Fei. And I will give you a price. I guarantee that it will be a price that will tempt you. Anlan took a deep breath. Lin Fei laughed as well. Actually, I'm rather surprised that someone would cooperate with an invader like me. Aren't you afraid of being ostracized by the other Fiend Celestials? Lin Fei wasn't too sure about the rules of this alternate world, but he knew that the Fiend Celestials here would definitely not interact with invaders. Invaders were no different from street rats in this alternate world. Anlan chuckled and sipped a mouthful of tea to moisten his throat. Then you are sorely mistaken. Not all invaders become rats that everyone wants to beat when they come to this alternate world. In fact, some invaders will choose to cooperate with us. And we Fiend Celestials will act according to the person we are dealing with. That explained everything. Why didn't Anlan do anything to him? Clearly, he acted according to the person he was dealing with. That demon god Mike was different. He probably treated all the invaders as targets to be killed. This could be seen from the fact that he was able to kill 50 invaders. If you want me to cooperate with you, it won't be difficult. You have to give me something that can move my heart. However, I won't be interested in ordinary things. Lin Fei did not plan to return to this world in a short period of time. He might as well take a stroll around the other world. He also knew how long the land of demon hunters would last. It was almost 10 years, so Lin Fei had plenty of time. The current Fiend Celestial was one thing, but Anlan was different. At the very least, Lin Fei found him rather pleasing to the eye. No, it should be said that he was more pleasing to the eye. There were probably not many demon gods like him. Just look at demon god Mike. If I tell you that you can help me complete my task, I'll give you my entire body. Do you think that's enough to move you? Fiend Celestial Anlan said this very calmly, as though he was speaking of an extremely ordinary matter. This left Lin Fei a little shocked. To think that such words would come out of Fiend Celestial Anlan's mouth. Could it be that she knew what he was thinking? To be honest, Lin Fei still had some thoughts about Anlan. After all, a fair lady was a good match for a gentleman. Furthermore, she was from another world. To be honest, what you said is quite shocking. For a moment, I even suspected that you were deliberately saying that, but on second thought, I don't think that's possible. I really wouldn't be interested in anything else, but I'm quite interested in what you offer. Lin Fei was also telling the truth. Since the other party had said so, he wouldn't be hesitant. Most people would find it difficult to resist the benefits you offer. However, I'm more curious. Why don't you seek out that demon god Mike? I think he would be very willing. Anlan's eyes revealed a look of disdain and even mockery. Forget about that fellow. Although his combat strength is rather strong, he's still not your match, right? Since he's not your match, why would I seek him out? If I want to find someone, I have to find the most cost-effective one. With that said, Lin Fei found it difficult to refute. Then tell me what's going on. It's very simple. I want you to help me kill someone. This person is very strong. I'm now a 2-star Fiend Celestial, and the person I want to kill is a 4-star Fiend Celestial. Although it was only a difference of 2 stars, Lin Fei knew that it was an insurmountable gap. It was no wonder Anlan sought him out for cooperation. It's no wonder you sought me out for cooperation. I never expected you to want to kill a 4-star Sky Celestial, no, a 4-star Fiend Celestial. Although it's only a difference of 2 minor realms, it's enough to crush you. Lin Fei had a hunch that Anlan's realm was not high, but he never expected it to be true. He was only a 2-star Fiend Celestial. What about Fiend Celestial Mike? Don't tell me he's a 3-star Fiend Celestial. Anlan shook his head. Mike is a 2-star Fiend Celestial like me, but he's a peak 2-star Fiend Celestial. I'm only a mid-stage 2-star Fiend Celestial. They were both 2-star Fiend Celestials, but the difference was rather obvious. Lin Fei knew the difference after exchanging blows. If Anlan wanted to deal with a 4-star Sky Celestial, it was basically a one-way trip. Furthermore, Anlan was a female Fiend Celestial. Naturally, it would not end well for him. If it were anyone else who made such a request, I would definitely reject it. After all, I'm not a Fiend Celestial. However, since it's you, Anlan, it's different. I can risk my life and join forces with you to deal with that 4-star Sky Celestial. Lin Fei's strength was definitely inferior to a 4-star Sky Celestial, but after the battle with Mike, he felt that he could hold his own against a 3-star Fiend Celestial. As for a 4-star Fiend Celestial, he would have to consider it carefully. In fact, Anlan had only mentioned the root of the problem. He did not think that the intruder, Lin Fei, would agree. One had to know that a 4-star Sky Celestial was not easy to deal with. Even 3 to 5 Sky Celestial love gods could not defeat a 4-star Sky Celestial. You are really willing to help me? Furthermore, you are willing to kill this 4-star Fiend Celestial. Anlan's breathing had clearly changed significantly. Lin Fei nodded. If this 4-star Fiend Celestial isn't considered very strong, there's still a 70 to 80% chance of killing him. As you know, I'm an intruder. I have more means than you imagine. A 70 to 80% chance of success was much higher than what Anlan had imagined. From her point of view, a 30 to 50% chance of success was not bad. A 70 to 80% chance was a sure-death situation. Book Dweller's website. Chapter 47:15. Since Lin Fei had agreed to help demon god Anlan, he definitely wanted to see how it felt to kill a demon god. 4-star demon gods weren't strong, but they weren't weak either. If he hadn't activated the leisurely leveling system, Lin Fei would have to think twice before killing a 4-star demon god. But before that, Lin Fei also wanted to know if he could gain hatred in this alternate world. He believed that demon god Anlan should be very clear about this. It's okay to help you kill a 4-star demon god, but I have to prepare in advance. I don't think you're in too much of a hurry. Demon god Anlan shook his head. I'm not in a hurry, I'm really not in a hurry. I've endured for thousands of years, not to mention this short period of time. I don't know what you need to prepare, but I can still help you during this period. Lin Fei could easily sense the boundless hatred in demon god Anlan's words. Clearly, this 4-star demon god had done the most heinous thing in the world. He was hated by someone until now. This was the scariest thing. As the saying goes, if one doesn't remove the roots, the spring breeze will come again next year. This was exactly what it meant. I want to know if there's a similar method to absorb hatred in your great world. You can also treat it as a kind of evil method. Lin Fei was more direct. Even if he said it, demon god Anlan wouldn't be able to guess that he was using this method to increase his strength. Demon god Anlan frowned slightly. He was quite surprised. He didn't sense any evil aura from demon god Anlan, but why was he interested in this method? If there isn't, it's fine. I'm just asking anyway. Demon god Anlan shook his head. If it's something else, I might not be able to help you. But I do know a little about this. It's a little similar to the cultivation of dark magicians. I heard that they all collect some hatred, which is the so-called resentment bead, for cultivation. If you want, you can go and see if it's this resentment bead. Lin Fei was just asking casually. After all, this was an alternate world. It was hard to say if something like this really happened. Of course, this also depended on luck. If he was lucky, he could encounter it. If he was unlucky, he could only watch helplessly. But he never expected that fiend celestial Anlan would actually tell him about this. As soon as he heard the words grudge prayer bead, Lin Fei felt that it should be similar to his own hatred. As for whether it was useful or not, that was another matter. Apart from that, we also have faith orbs. A grudge bead was enough to make Lin Fei very happy. Lin Fei's expression changed a lot when he saw the faith bead. Lin Fei felt that he had come to the right place. Perhaps these grudge beads and faith beads would allow him to gain a lot of honor and hatred. If this was really the case, then this trip was really not in vain. He had found a way. Then I'll have to trouble demon god Anlan to take me to see the resentment beads and faith beads. They might really be of help to me. Demon god Anlan did not hesitate at all. Just like that, he left the world with Lin Fei. There were quite a few worlds along the way. Relying on the great sky shrouding technique, Lin Fei managed to fool himself. The heavenly eye could not find him anymore. This also surprised demon god Anlan. This method was not something that any invader could master. Otherwise, there would not be so many invaders coming here and being hunted down by the demon gods on their side. It was as tragic as it could be. If we want to find the resentment prayer beads and faith beads, we have to go to the territory of the dark magicians. Along the way, Lin Fei also understood the background of these dark magicians. They were all people who cultivated evil magic. In the great world, they were considered rather unpopular people. However, at least they were not treated as street rats and hunted down by everyone like invaders. In front of us is the largest gathering place for dark magicians. It's called Dark Heaven. You can only try your luck here if you want the things you want. Demon god Anlan took out a magic treasure. It's definitely impossible for you to enter Dark Heaven like this. This is a treasure I obtained from a treasure land in the past. It's called a soul pearl. It can change a person's soul aura. After entering Dark Heaven, naturally, no one will be able to recognize you as an invader from the outside. When he first heard about this soul pearl, Lin Fei thought that it was a soul pearl from the outside world. Later on, he thought that was not right at all. After all, this was an alternate world. As expected, after obtaining this soul pearl, Lin Fei felt different. Now, in order to see the resentment prayer beads and faith beads, Lin Fei naturally did not plan to do anything. It was better to keep a low profile. Thank you. When we come out, I'll return this soul pearl to you. This thing is useless to me. It's very weak, but it's still quite useful to you invaders. It's just that it consumes a lot of energy. You have to be mentally prepared. Lin Fei had already cultivated the infinite god body and reached the 8th level, so there was naturally nothing to worry about. After activating the soul pearl, he instantly felt that his entire body had become different. He actually imitated the aura of a native. However, the consumption was indeed quite large. The soul pearl was like a bottomless pit. Ordinary people really couldn't handle it. It was no wonder that it was said to be useless. Demon god Anlan was quite worried that Lin Fei wouldn't be able to control the soul pearl. The consumption was too great. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to hold on for a while. However, on the way here, he knew that he was thinking too much. Lin Fei was indeed quite powerful. He could even control the soul pearl. This is dark heaven. A huge black whirlpool appeared in front of him. There were figures constantly appearing in this whirlpool. This made Lin Fei quite surprised. There was actually a world hidden in the black whirlpool, and this whirlpool was more like a treasure. The thing outside is called Dark Samsara. It's usually useless, but once a demon god comes to attack, Dark Samsara will become an extremely terrifying treasure. Not everyone can withstand the power of Samsara. I heard that Dark Samsara can also summon powerful dark creatures. The most powerful one was an 8-star demon god. This also made Lin Fei secretly shocked. It seemed that he had really underestimated dark heaven. Such a powerful treasure was placed at the door. It was really rich and overbearing. That's why I brought you here. Apart from here, it's very difficult to find resentment prayer beads and faith beads anywhere else. Lin Fei was quite grateful to demon god Anlan. Thank you. Bookhouse website. Chapter 47:16. Darkhaven's world was a little different from what Lin Fei had imagined. The entire dark heaven was filled with all sorts of darkness elements. This was a very uncomfortable feeling. For people like Lin Fei who didn't cultivate magic, the darkness elements that floated in the air were very thick. The strength of the dark magicians here would become exceptionally strong. They could absorb the darkness elements here. During this period, Lin Fei saw people constantly entering and exiting. Most of the people going in and out were dressed in black cloaks, making it impossible to see their faces. As Anlan explained, Lin Fei finally understood what was going on. In Dark Heaven, all sorts of things can be traded. That's why Dark Heaven has always been unpopular. But once you're here, you have to follow the rules. When he entered, Lin Fei could sense that Dark Heaven was different. There were quite a few experts, especially Dark Samsara, who was at the entrance. He was simply a killing machine. Anyone who dared to act rashly would be suppressed. Not long later, Lin Fei and demon god Anlan arrived at a huge city. This city was extremely huge, spanning over 1,000,000 miles. This was the only city in the entire Dark Heaven. Hence, the population was huge. It was normal for it to be over 1,000,000 miles in size. The city's name was also very simple, Dark Heaven. After arriving, one could see experts everywhere. Demon god Anlan had been here a few times. He brought Lin Fei to a place in the center of the city. This is the Samsara auction house. It is also the largest auction house. Even in the whole macro world, it is considered to be in the top 5. With such a huge auction, there would indeed be grudge beads and faith beads. The two walked into the venue side by side. After entering, there was a huge hall. In this hall, Lin Fei could even see many bounty missions. Each mission represented a reward. Demon god Anlan didn't look at these bounty missions. He brought Lin Fei to a workbench. Hello, Lord Demon God. How may I be of service? Demon god Anlan didn't hide his aura. He appeared as a demon god. The people in the hall seemed to be used to it and didn't even give it a second glance. Demon god Anlan's body was blocked by magic, so no one could see clearly. I want to know if anyone is selling grudge beads or faith beads here today. Lin Fei didn't come, so he could only let demon god Anlan do it. Fortunately, Lin Fei had a lot of magical crystals on him. He was right. The common currency used in this great world was something called magic crystal. Although it was only one word different from origin crystal, there was still a big difference. This was because the mana gathered in the mana crystals could be absorbed quickly, but the mana crystals didn't have it. Please wait a moment, I'll go check it out. The person on the workbench turned around and went to investigate. Anlan sent a voice transmission. Things like the grudge beads are quite popular in the Darkhaven. They're very helpful to dark magicians. Hearing this, Lin Fei knew that it would be quite troublesome to get a large number of grudge beads. No matter what, this was a chance. Although he could get it by farming aggro, it was more or less dangerous. However, it was still more or less dangerous. If he was not careful, he would become the public enemy. At that time, everyone would be his enemy. Thinking about that sour feeling, he felt that it would be better to obtain the resentment prayer beads and not have to be chased all the way. Lord Demon God, I've just checked. We don't have many resentment beads left. We only have 100,000 resentment beads left. I wonder if you want them? Demon God Anlan said without hesitation. Then hand over 100,000 grudge bead. At the same time, he took out a card. This was a card with Dark Samsara on it. This is the Dark Samsara card created by Darkhaven. You can store magical crystals inside, so you just need to use the card. It's quite convenient and simple. The 100,000 resentment thought beads cost Anlan 10 million demonic crystals in total. 10 million magical crystals might not seem like a lot, but it wasn't that easy to earn them. An ordinary demon lord's net worth was only about 20 million to 30 million. It would be good if they could reach 50 million magical crystals. As for demon gods, they were basically worth 300 million to 400 million magical crystals. The more powerful ones could earn 700 million to 800 million, but most people didn't have that many magical crystals. 10 million could only buy 100,000 grudge beads. To be honest, it wasn't cheap at all. After obtaining the 100,000 resentment thought beads, Anlan handed them over to Lin Fei. He was looking forward to it. Lin Fei was also looking forward to it. If it worked, he would have found a shortcut. At most, he would work hard to earn those magical crystals himself. After causing a ruckus in the great demonic world, Lin Fei had earned quite a lot of magical crystals. He now had a net worth of at least 100 million. Lin Fei obviously wouldn't hand over what was in his hands. In the Dark Samsara Hall, there was a private room for that. The two of them opened one. Once they sat inside, they were isolated from everything else. Lin Fei took out a grudge bead. It looked like a black bead. As soon as Lin Fei held it in his hand, he felt a strong sense of hatred. This kind of hatred was rare. These grudge beads were collected by dark mags through all kinds of cruel methods. Or rather, they were obtained by massacring an entire city. People don't like them. Lin Fei held it in his hands and felt it silently. There was indeed hatred. It was very intense. Just as demon god Anlan had said, they must have been tortured and collected. He had to admire the methods of these dark mags. It was indeed impressive. Compared to them, he was really lacking. Of course, Lin Fei couldn't do something like that. Ding, discovered intense hatred. Should I absorb it and convert it into hatred? There was a ding. Lin Fei heard the most beautiful sound. He could finally put down the thing he was most worried about. It turned out that this grudge bead could really be converted into hatred. Now, Lin Fei could finally relax. Demon god Anlan was also quite anxious. After all, Lin Fei's strength as an invader increased. Or rather, this thing was useful to him. When the time came, he would naturally have more confidence in destroying that 4-star demon god. How is it? Is it effective? Lin Fei smiled and nodded. I'm quite lucky. This thing is useful to me. However, this grudge bead isn't cheap. Demon god Anlan heaved a sigh of relief. We don't need to buy it here. We can go to the dark mags and ask them. I believe they will take it out. Chapter 47:17. Lin Fei wasn't surprised that demon god Anlan would say something like that. If he wanted to get the resentment beads, other than buying them, he would have to rob them. Lin Fei also believed that demon god Anlan should know where many dark magic casters lived. When the time came, The two of them would go there openly. They would definitely be able to contribute the resentment beads. This was a good thing. For example, when the system absorbed the resentment beads just now, although he only bought 100,000 resentment beads, the amount of hatred he gained was a little beyond Lin Fei's expectations. This ratio was a little high. 100,000 resentment beads. He contributed 1,000,000 hatred points to Lin Fei in one go. This ratio was really quite high. It was even a little scary. For a moment, Lin Fei wondered if he had made a mistake. It wasn't easy to gain hatred points. Now that he had the resentment beads, Lin Fei felt that it was much easier. Without a doubt, the other type of faith beads was honor points. In any case, there was something similar. In other words, be it the resentment beads or faith beads, they would be of great help to Lin Fei's cultivation. He really came to the right place. Lin Fei bought another 100,000 faith beads. He wanted to see how many honor points he could exchange for. This was a little worse than the resentment beads, but it also allowed Lin Fei to obtain 800,000 honor points. This ratio was a little worse, but it was still within Lin Fei's acceptable range. Lord Demon God, if you want the resentment beads, you can attend the auction in half a month. I heard that there will be a batch of resentment beads or faith beads for sale, the staff member suddenly said. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. I wonder how many there will be in general. Can you give us a number? That way we can be mentally prepared. Lin Fei asked. The employee thought that Lin Fei was Demon God Anlan's subordinate, so he didn't have any doubts. The number of resentment beads and faith beads for sale this time is quite large, so we need a huge amount of magic crystals. I remember there are about 100 million resentment bead. Even Fiend Celestial Anlan was surprised. Such a large amount of resentment beads was truly rare. Usually, a large sum of money was only tens of millions. 30 to 50 million resentment thought beads were hard to come by, but this time, it was 100 million resentment thought beads. That was different, and anyone would be tempted. Especially for dark magicians. Yes, it is indeed 100 million grudge bead. Lin Fei had originally planned on going out with Demon God Anlan to rob those dark magic casters, but he didn't expect to hear such good news in the blink of an eye. 100 million resentment beads, if all of them were absorbed, it meant that he could get 10 billion hatred points. That was a huge number. If he could obtain such a large amount of grudge thought beads, Lin Fei had every reason to believe that his strength would improve by leaps and bounds. At that time, it wouldn't be a problem for him to become a top-notch expert in another world. He could exchange for all sorts of 3,000 great Daos to strengthen himself, and his strength would become even stronger. This made Lin Fei decide in an instant. No matter what, he had to obtain this resentment prayer bead. Demon God Anlan and Lin Fei left Dark Samsara. I think you have an idea. Of course, Demon God Anlan could feel the subtle change in Lin Fei. Lin Fei nodded. I do have an idea. This batch of resentment prayer beads is really to my liking. I have to get them no matter what. However, these 100 million resentment prayer beads are definitely not cheap. They might be able to be auctioned for more than 1 billion magical crystals. This was just a simple estimate by Lin Fei. He would definitely be able to get them for at least 1 billion magical crystals. At that time, it would be unknown whether the final price would be 1.5 billion or 2 billion magical crystals. To any dark magic caster, this was definitely a huge attraction. I'm afraid I can't do anything about this. Such a huge amount of magical crystals should be taken by those top-notch forces. Only they can take it out. Demon God Anlan shook his head helplessly. It was really a huge number. It would be fine if this number was a little smaller. However, it was more than 1 billion, so he could only watch helplessly. It doesn't matter. Moreover, I can't take out more than 1 billion magical crystals if I really go to the auction. However, that doesn't mean that we can't have an idea for these resentment prayer bead. Lin Fei would definitely not participate in the auction. Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to take out more than 1 billion magical crystals, and that was just a simple estimate. For those dark magic casters who wanted to improve their strength, this was a chance to do so. They would definitely bid crazily. When that time came, Not just any force could participate in it. Are you waiting for the auction to end before ambushing them? But it's quite difficult to ambush them. After all, they will definitely be fully prepared when they come. Even if they leave, you might not be able to catch up. Demon God Anlan didn't think that the ambush would succeed. With such a huge amount of magical crystals, they could also buy resentment prayer beads. They would definitely be able to safely evacuate. Ambushing them and successfully leaving was no different from reaching the sky. If it was Lin Fei in the past, he would really be helpless and could only watch. However, he now had the leisurely leveling system. There were 3,000 dazzling great paths, and there would definitely be one that was suitable for Lin Fei. Of course I know what I'm doing. Since there's still half a month left, I think you should do me a favor, and that is to collect some resentment prayer beads first. Lin Fei didn't have many magical crystals in his pocket, and neither did Demon God Anlan. Magical crystals were all useful, so he could only ask the dark magic casters for them. To Lin Fei, ambushing the last bidder was very simple. As long as he could lock onto the other party's tracks, it would be a success. Hence, he had to exchange for a powerful great path, and one that could track people. That way, no matter how far they went, they wouldn't be able to escape from Lin Fei's pursuit. By then, it would be very possible for him to obtain 100 million resentment prayer beads. The problem was that in this half a month, Lin Fei had to obtain enough resentment prayer beads to exchange for a powerful great path of tracking. That was the only way to obtain 100 million resentment prayer beads. Hence, he really had to count on Demon God Anlan to participate in this matter. This was the only way he could easily obtain it. As long as it's helpful to you, I naturally won't refuse. After all, your strength has increased. When the time comes, you'll have a higher chance of killing that 4-star demon god. Lin Fei and Demon God Anlan left the dark heavens again. This time, after they left, quite a few things happened in this alternate world. For example, dark magic casters were frequently robbed, and they didn't even recognize who the robbers were. It was a crushing defeat. Chapter 47:18. Dark Samsara welcomed another lively auction. Compared to previous auctions, this time's auction was much more intense. That was because the main event this time was the 100 million grudge thought beads. As for who sent them up for auction, no one knew. In any case, it was a mysterious person. After the news spread, it was like a huge pie fell from the sky to those dark mags. As long as they obtained this batch of grudge thought beads, it would definitely greatly increase their strength, or it could be said that they would be able to refine powerful treasures. Those powerful dark mags also came one after another. To them, this was a huge attraction. It was really rare to see 100 million grudge thought beads appear at once. Isn't that the skeleton demon god? I didn't expect him to come too. I heard that his skeleton summoning technique is very terrifying, able to topple mountains and overturn seas. The skeleton demon god is a famous person, his best at using numbers. If you fight with him, you won't even see the skeleton demon god before being torn to pieces by his skeleton army. Isn't that the High demon god? He actually came too. I heard that he's ranked 9th among the dark mags. One by one, the dark great mags also came. They sat in Dark Samsara's auction house. Any one of the dark grand magicians here would be able to give people a great shock. Everyone didn't dare to say anything, they just sat there obediently. In a corner nearby, there were 2 people sitting there. These 2 people were Demon God Anlan and Lin Fei. They had been busy for 13 days, there wasn't a single moment when they were free. They were really tired. Luckily, they managed to rush back before the auction. There are too many dark mags who want to buy the grudge thought beads this time. There are already 6 demon gods in this private room. They should all be supporters of dark mags. Demon God Anlan sat there without moving, but he had already retracted his aura. It really wasn't easy to find out that she was a demon god. Demon God Anlan could see traces of demon gods in the surrounding private rooms. Lin Fei also sensed that there were indeed 6 demon gods. Other than that, there were also some powerful dark aura experts. He didn't need to guess to know that they were dark great mags. It was even more difficult for a dark magician to become a demon god. Because this step was too difficult. The path of dark mags was a little different from that of ordinary mags, so it was more difficult for them to break through. Anyway, let's just watch the show. No matter who wins the grudge prayer beads, we'll just take action. They're in the open while we're in the dark. Naturally, we'll have a great chance. 13 days. Lin Fei didn't work in vain. He plundered a lot of resentment beads and accumulated almost 30 million hatred points. In one go, he exchanged for a great Tao ranked in the top 500. The great Tao was called the Great Tracking Technique. As long as he was locked onto by Lin Fei, he would naturally be able to pursue him all the way to the end. In fact, even Lin Fei would not have a chance to detect him. Originally, Lin Fei planned to get a more powerful one, but the higher the ranking, the higher the hatred, so Lin Fei gave up on that idea. As long as he got the 100 million resentment beads, he would have 10 billion hatred points. At that time, he would be able to learn the true top 3,000 great Taos. It was not like these, which were all medium quality goods, which were the so-called mainstream goods. Are you sure you can follow the final winner? Demon God Anlan also knew Lin Fei's method. That was to follow the final winner. It was easy to say, but it was difficult to do it. Not everyone could follow a fiend celestial powerhouse like this. When the time came, they would leave quietly. Even if they wanted to follow them, it would be too difficult. Moreover, not everyone could follow a demon god. My plan works. No matter who takes away the 100 million resentment beads, I'll be able to catch up to them. They won't be able to refine something like this immediately. They'll definitely need to find a safe place to do so. This is our chance. Demon God Anlan agreed with this point. After all, not everyone could refine something like the resentment prayer beads. It was indeed an opportunity. Soon, the people who entered the venue arrived. In the end, there were 10 demon gods. They were all in the private rooms, and their bodies were shrouded in layers of power. It was very special. Lin Fei directly used the Great Tracking Technique and left a mark on them. This Great Tracking Technique was very mysterious and very special. One had to know that it was exchanged for 30 million hatred points. It was ranked in the top 500 of the 3,000 great Tao. Indeed, you get your price for the goods. There was no comparison. Lin Fei also heard some other topics. That was about the 2 shameless fellows who had been appearing recently. They were secretly dealing with the dark magicians and robbing them of their resentment prayer beads, causing a huge commotion. Until now, no one had been able to find out. Today's auction will be the most intense in history. It's also a rare scene because today's finale treasure is 100 million resentment prayer bead. The auctioneer quickly went on stage. First, he stirred up the mood before starting today's auction. Everyone knew the finale treasure, so the competition for the items in front wasn't very intense. The deal was quite good. Lin Fei looked along the way and felt that these things were okay, but he had no interest in making a move. All he needed to do now was watch the show. Most importantly, which demon god had the 100 million grievance beads? That was the most important thing. 2 hours later. Finally, it was time for the finale treasure to be auctioned. The 100 million resentment prayer beads were also sent up. The 100 million resentment prayer beads were stored in a treasure. Everyone could see the hatred gathered together. Those without any strength had their pupils dilated on the spot, and their faces turned pale. They couldn't withstand the attack of that kind of resentment. This must be the destruction of a large city from another world. This resentment is too strong. It's really too fascinating. It's a pity that we can only see it and not buy it. I wonder which demon god will buy these 100 million resentment prayer beads today. It'll probably be sold for more than 2 billion magic crystals. Everyone's eyes never left it. All dark magicians know the use of resentment prayer beads. This is the first time we've seen such a large number of resentment prayer beads. The starting price is 1 billion magic crystals. The starting price was 1 billion magic crystals. This price was what many people had guessed. Actually, it wasn't surprising. After all, there had to be a threshold for such a large number of resentment prayer beads. It wouldn't do if there wasn't a threshold. Then anyone could compete for the resentment prayer beads. The threshold of 1 billion magic crystals was enough to stop most people.
Chapter 974. Li Wangyu never expected that Luo Hui's guts would actually be so great. Perhaps it was because he had inherited Luo Yi's hidden assets or because he had embezzled money while helping Hou Junji. But in any case, this fellow had run to Jingzhou and begun to secretly recruit people. But he had not been able to hide his actions from the Lai Hot's troops. After consulting with Li Wangyu, he found a random excuse and pretended to get close to Luo Hui. Then, he was recruited into the team. The process of getting close to Luo Hui was very simple. It was nothing more than a self-directed act by the Lai Hot's troops. Several of the troops had pretended to be drunk and had gotten into a conflict with Luo Hui. Then, a spy had stepped forward to fight for justice and save Luo Hui. Luo Hui had never imagined that someone would be interested in him, and he had fallen into the trap without realizing it. After all, Luo Hui had believed that he had been hiding in Chang'an for many years, and not even Hou Junji had been able to see through his disguise. If he hadn't been so greedy for the profits from those toilets, he wouldn't have been forced to flee by Li Wangyu and his group of wastrels. With Hou Junji covering for Luo Hui didn't have to worry about his identity being exposed, so he had never imagined that someone would try to spy on him. Once Luo Hui got to know the spy and witnessed his bravery, he tried to recruit him in the hopes that the spy would lend him a hand. Once the spy reached Luo Hui's side, it didn't take him very long to figure out the man's true goal, but he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Originally, the troops of the Li Manor thought that Luo Hui was preparing to directly recruit troops and buy horses in Jingzhou to raise the flag of rebellion. However, they did not expect this fellow to be even more daring and even more whimsical. Luo Hui was actually planning to recruit some capable men, train them, and bring them back to Chang'an. There, he would find a chance to control Hou Junji and the right guard of the Imperial Army. The left and right guards of the Imperial Army controlled the Imperial Palace, so this fellow's ultimate goal was to kill his way into Taiji Palace and kill Pai Lupi to avenge his father. When the Lai Hot's troops discovered this absurd plan, even Li Wangyu was dumbfounded. This absurd plan made even Li Wangyu wonder if Luo Hui's head had been kicked in the head by a donkey. Luo Hui was the legitimate son of Li Yi, Prince of Yan, and had been doing business in Chang'an for many years. He could be regarded as a local tyrant in Chang'an. How could he have such a childish idea? Forget whether he could control over Hou Junji. Even if he could, how could he use Junji's name to order the right guard to rebel? Not even Hou Junji himself could do such a thing. Otherwise, Hou Junji and Li Chengqian's rebellion wouldn't have failed while still in the planning stage. The coup of the Xuanwu Gate simply could not be replicated. In truth, Li Wangyu had misunderstood Luo Hui. Although he was the legitimate son of Li Yi, he did not understand the workings of the imperial court. Moreover, for the sake of revenge, he had concealed his identity in Chang'an and made a living out of excrement. How could he truly understand the affairs of those important figures in the imperial court? Luo Hui naturally believed that by controlling Hou Junji, he could control the right guard. Thus, while helping Hou Junji accumulate wealth, he was secretly accumulating wealth so that he could recruit suicide soldiers. Li Wangyu was too lazy to care whether Luo Hui had lost his mind or not. After figuring out Luo Hui's goal, the cynical man was prepared to add fuel to the fire and help Luo Hui. It just so happened that the auction house was opening at this time, and Li Wangyu saw an opportunity when the crowd was fighting over the glass Buddha statue. Thus, he recommended Pai Lupi that Hou Junji should be the commander of the expedition to the western regions. Li Wangyu's reason for doing this was very simple. The expedition to the western regions required the army to pass through Jingzhou no matter what. Half a year later, just as Li Wangyu had predicted, Pai Lupi appointed Hou Junji as the Grand Marshal of the expedition to the western regions with an army of 150,000 soldiers. A fast horse could travel from Chang'an to Jingzhou in one day, but an army could not travel so quickly. 7 or 8 days later, the army of 150,000 soldiers had marched several dozen li into Jingzhou to rest and reorganize. Once the army set up camp in Jingzhou, Hou Junji took a seat in his tent when a subordinate came to report that Luo Hui had requested an audience. Hou Junji couldn't help but frown, not understanding why Luo Hui would appear here. He still believed that Luo Hui was at Fenglingdu, gathering wealth for him. But Hou Junji didn't care, and he had his subordinate bring Luo Hui into the tent. The moment Luo Hui entered the tent, he respectfully bowed to Hou Junji and said, "This lowly one pays respects to the Duke." Hou Junji curiously asked, "No need for formalities. Luo Hui, What are you doing here in Jingzhou instead of Fenglingdu? Luo Hui looked around, seemingly wanting to say something, but hesitated. Hou Junji could tell from the expression on his face that he had something to say to him in private, so he waved his hand, indicating that everyone in the tent should withdraw. Okay, you can speak now. Do you have something important to discuss with this duke? Now that Hou Junji was the only one left in the tent, Luo Hui's submissive expression instantly vanished. Your Highness, this one has come to seek you out for a small matter. I hope that your Highness can fulfill it. Hou Junji was no fool, and when he saw the change in Luo Hui's tone, he immediately sensed that something was wrong and placed a hand on the barrier saber at his waist. Speak. What do you need from this duke? Haha, a small matter. I just want to ask your Highness to lend me an army of 150,000 soldiers. What? Hou Junji thought that he was hearing things, and he asked in disbelief. Luo Hui, what did you just say? Luo Hui confidently said. Your Highness did not mishear. This one wishes to borrow an army from your Highness. What do you want? Haha, your Highness probably doesn't know who this one is, right? At this point, this one will not hide it from your Highness. My father is actually King Yan. This one is King Yan's son. Hou Junji was so frightened by these words that he stood up and knocked over several tables in front of him. What? You're actually that trader's son? When Hou Junji thought about how the trader Luo Yi's son had actually been taken under his wing to amass wealth, he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. If this matter was known by others, it would be a terrible matter. At the very least this was an oversight, but at the very least, it was an act of treason. Hou Junji had no thoughts of rebellion, so when he learned of Luo Hui's true identity, his first thought was to kill Luo Hui to silence him. But before Hou Junji could take out his saber, Luo Hui threw his head back and laughed. Haha, your Highness wants to silence this one? Your Highness, why don't you think about it? Since I dared to come here today, how could I not have a backup plan? As he spoke, he took out several fist-sized black porcelain bottles from his belt. Your Highness presumably doesn't recognize these things in this one's hands. Haha, they're not simple. They're called Fire Phoenix Heavenly Flames. Once they explode, everything in a radius of 1 zhang will be burned to ash. Moreover, not even water can extinguish this fire. Even the slightest contact with it can burn a person to ash. If you force me into a corner, then be careful that I don't fight to the death and perish together with you. Hou Junji's hand paused as he prepared to take out his saber. He stared in disbelief at Luo Hui, thinking that his words were complete nonsense. Chapter 975. What Fire Phoenix Flame? Hou Junji had served in the army for many years, but he had never heard of such a thing as Luo Hui, so he didn't really believe him. But Luo Hui's confident appearance made Hou Junji rather hesitant. What if Luo Hui was telling the truth? Luo Hui raised his head and laughed. Your Highness presumably doesn't believe this one's words, but that's understandable. This one will show it to your Highness and you'll know if it's real or fake. But your Highness must not act recklessly, or else this one's hand might slip. Hou Junji gave a slight nod in agreement. The two of them walked out of Hou Junji's tent, 2 steps apart. Your Highness, let's find an open area so that this one can demonstrate the power of this Fire Phoenix flame. But have your soldiers keep their distance. This one fears that they might be impulsive and end up taking your Highness's life, Luo Hui cautiously said, his hand tightly gripping the bottle for fear that Hou Junji would suddenly attack. Hou Junji did not object, indicating that there was no need for his soldiers to follow him. He led Luo Hui to an open area in the camp and then had the Imperial Army soldiers disperse. Luo Hui took out a black bottle and waved it at Hou Junji. Your Highness, watch carefully. This Fire Phoenix flame is a rare killing weapon. After Luo Hui finished speaking, she waved her hand and threw the porcelain bottle toward the center of the open space. Boom! An explosion sound was heard. The porcelain bottle exploded the moment it landed on the ground. Countless black viscous liquids splashed out. Soon after, it started to burn violently. The flames burned with such ferocity that even Hou Junji and the others couldn't help but take a few steps back. His brow creased as he ordered the Imperial Army soldiers to extinguish the flames. In ancient times, the first thing an army needed to guard against when setting up camp was fire, so the camp was filled with wooden buckets and bags of water. But to Hou Junji's surprise, in a situation where there was no wood to fuel the fire, it was not extinguished by the soldiers' efforts to extinguish it. On the contrary, As more and more water was poured over the fire, it began to burn even more fiercely. What is this thing? Ho Junji couldn't help but look at the unremarkable black porcelain bottles in Luo Hui's hands. Luo Hui was very satisfied with the scene in front of him. Although he had seen it before, he still felt a lingering fear in the face of such scorching flames. He gestured to Ho Junji and said, "Lord Duke, why don't we return to the main tent and have a chat? You don't have to worry about the fire here. It will extinguish itself after a while." Ho Junji finally realized the threat he faced. If Luo Hui threw that fire phoenix heavenly flame at him, not even someone as skilled as Ho Junji would be able to dodge this strange flame. Ho Junji couldn't help but worry, but he could only silently nod and return to the tent with Luo Hui. Luo Hui didn't dare to take a single step away from Ho Junji. Success would depend entirely on whether he could use the item in his hand to control Ho Junji. Upon entering the tent, Ho Junji expressionlessly said, "Luo Hui, if you throw out that fire phoenix heavenly flame, given the distance between the two of us, even you will be burned to death, right?" Luo Hui threw his head back and laughed. "Lord Duke, ever since my father was killed and my uncle executed, this one's family has been ruined. This one's worthless life is nothing, so why should I fear death? Do you really think that by controlling this duke, you can command this army of 150,000 soldiers? Luo Hui, you're too naive." Ho Junji had a rough idea of what Luo Hui was up to. Haha, whether this matter succeeds or not is not up to Lord Duke to worry about. If Lord Duke doesn't want to die, then obediently follow my orders. Luo Hui continued, "Lord Duke, in truth, you and I are both grasshoppers on the same rope. If my identity is exposed, does Lord Duke think that you can remain unscathed? Although this one will undoubtedly die, how much stronger can Lord Duke be than this one? If Lord Duke is willing to cooperate with this one and lead an army of 150,000 soldiers back to Chang'an, once Li Shimin is killed, this one will naturally treat Lord Duke well." Ho Junji inwardly sneered at Luo Hui's words, thinking that Luo Hui had gone completely insane. Even if he wanted to rebel, it was simply wishful thinking for a measly army of 150,000 soldiers to charge into Chang'an and usurp the throne. Moreover, if Ho Junji tried to rebel, someone might immediately cut off his head and send it back to Chang'an to be rewarded for his deeds. Just like Luo Hui's damned father, he had failed in his rebellion and lost his life for nothing. Moreover, this army of 150,000 soldiers was not under his control alone. Did he really think that Niu Jinda and Xue Wanjun were pushovers? Of course, Ho Junji would not tell Luo Hui any of this. He only wanted to stabilize Luo Hui for now and then find a way to escape. Ho Junji did not comment on Luo Hui's words, nor did he try to refute them. Luo Hui had taken control of the situation and inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. He had used himself as a stake, risked his life, and used the porcelain bottles in his hands to threaten Ho Junji. In the end, he had managed to complete the first step of his plan without any mishap. In truth, Luo Hui had also gambled that Ho Junji would not dare to take him down with him. As a duke of the court, Ho Junji was naturally unwilling to clash with Luo Hui's broken jar. Thus, he had been caught off guard and fallen for Luo Hui's trap. "Duke, I still have a few subordinates waiting outside the camp. Duke, please do me a favor and have someone bring them in." Ho Junji fell silent for a few seconds before nodding in agreement. He summoned his subordinate and had him bring the man in. Not long after, the troops of the Marquis Fu led a few people into the large tent. Those people also carried an enormous black clay jar and carefully placed it in the center of the large tent. Ho Junji looked at the black jar and then at the small porcelain bottle in Luo Hui's hand, and sweat began to seep out of his forehead. "Haha, Lord Duke, don't blame this one for being careful. Lord Duke is simply too awe-inspiring, and this one was worried that Lord Duke would take things too hard and do something foolish. You're right. This jar is also made of fire phoenix heavenly flame, but it's not on the same level as the one in this one's hand. If it were to explode, no one in a radius of 100 feet would be able to survive." Ho Junji silently returned to his tent and silently stared at Luo Hui. "Enough, Lord Duke, at this stage. There's no need for Lord Duke to act like a woman. Lord Duke, please make a decision quickly. This one's patience is limited." Before Luo Hui could finish his words, the large black clay jar placed in the middle of the tent exploded without any warning. Ho Junji, Luo Hui, and Luo Hui's subordinates in the tent only had time to scream before they were swallowed up by the endless flames. Chapter 976. When Li Wangyu heard the grievous news of the assassination of the founding Duke of Lu, Ho Junji, back in Chang'an, he laughed and drank for several days. There was no doubt that Li Wangyu was the one who planned all of this. Being able to get rid of Ho Junji made the cynical man feel refreshed. Li Wangyu had no qualms about secretly killing Ho Junji. On the contrary, he felt that he had done a good deed. If Ho Junji's spirit was still alive, he should be thanking him. After all, according to history, Ho Junji would have died sooner or later, and his family would have been exiled to Lingnan along with him. Although Ho Junji had died several years ago, at least his wife and children could still enjoy glory and wealth. The title of Duke of Lu would also be inherited by his son of the first wife. In this way, Li Wangyu did not believe that he had done anything wrong to Ho Junji. As for Luo Hui, he was just a fellow with great ambition but little talent. In history, Luo Hui was just a wealthy citizen of Chang, and who dug out dung for a living. In all likelihood, he had never been able to cause much of a stir in his life. Since Luo Hui had tried to rebel, he would be buried together with Ho Junji in a sea of fire. The thing that had killed Ho Junji and Luo Hui was actually very simple. It was a mixture of oil, white phosphorus, and sugar to create a homemade, incendiary bomb. Oil was something that China had existed since ancient times. Gao Nu had water that could be ignited. This was a passage recorded in the Book of Han. Gao Nu lived in the vicinity of Shangxi in the future. Using oil for illumination was something that had already been done in the northern and southern dynasties. Thus, it was far too easy for Li Wangyu to get some oil. This homemade incendiary bomb was simple to make, but its power was astonishing. That Chunibu name, Fire Phoenix Heavenly Flame, had come from Li Wangyu's wicked taste. In a situation where the Tang did not know how to extinguish it, it was not at all excessive to call it a heavenly flame. As for the person who provided the incendiary bomb to Luo Hui and gave Luo Hui such a bad idea, it was naturally the work of that spy. When Li Wangyu learned of Luo Hui's goal, he took advantage of the situation and secretly helped him kidnap Ho Junji, allowing the wicked son of heaven to control the 150,000 soldiers on the western expedition. Then, he would return to Chang'an and kill his way into Chang'an at lightning speed. It was such an unreliable plan, but after the spy presented it to Luo Hui actually regarded it as a treasure. After he demonstrated the power of the incendiary bomb to Luo Hui as a spy, Luo Hui became even more confident. She felt that it was only a matter of time before she could kill her way into Chang'an City's Taiji Palace. How could this fellow have thought that the Fire Phoenix Heavenly Flame, which he regarded as a divine weapon, was actually a time bomb that could take his life? The jar that Luo Hui's subordinates had moved into Ho Junji's tent was a time bomb. One had to realize that the world's first time bomb was only created nearly 1,000 years later. In 1584 AD, the Spanish weapon designer Jambelli, in order to take revenge on the Spaniards, placed explosives on 2 siege ships and set them to explode at a time, thus creating the first time bomb. Luo Hui could never have imagined that his capable and loyal subordinate would give him such a pleasant surprise. Thus, before the tragic Luo Hui could continue his beautiful dream, he was sent to the Western Paradise by that massive incendiary bomb and reunited with his father, Luo Yi. As for Ho Junji, this famous figure of Zhengguan and one of the 24 meritorious officials of Lingyan Pavilion, he also set the end of his life in the autumn of the 5th year of Zhengguan. The spy in Lai Hot and the other subordinates who had cooperated with him were each rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold by Li Wangyu. These old veterans naturally understood the stakes involved. They and Li Wangyu were bound together for good or ill. No matter what, it was impossible for them to betray their master. Naturally, Li Wangyu did not have to worry about the news being leaked. In truth, using gunpowder as a time bomb would have been a little safer. But if gunpowder was used, Pai Lupi didn't even need to guess to know who the mastermind was. He had gone to great lengths to create this incendiary bomb so that he could wash away any suspicions. Li Wangyu had believed that his plan had been flawless and that no one would notice. But he had never expected that shady Death Marquis Junji would lift a rock and smash it on his own foot, creating such a huge problem for himself. The Duke of Lu, Ho Junji, had led an army on an expedition, but he had been assassinated on the road, and his body had been burned to ash without even being found. This matter had naturally caused an earthquake in the imperial court. In his fury, Pai Lupi had sent Mi Tuo to Jingzhou to lead the 100 Cavalry Department to investigate the matter. Putting aside how Mi Tuo had led the 100 Cavalry Division to investigate, The 150,000 soldiers of the Western expedition had been forced to remain in Jingzhou because of Ho Junji's death. They had to wait for Li Er to appoint a new Grand Marshal before they could set out again. The generals and dukes of the court had originally envied Ho Junji for being able to lead an army on an expedition. The old hoodlums Chang Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda had even cursed Ho Junji countless times in their residences, feeling that His Majesty was far too protective of Ho Junji. After all of them knew that leading an army of 150,000 on the Western expedition against Gao Chong was simply taking advantage of the situation. With the combat effectiveness of the Tang army, to put it bluntly, even if a pig sat in the position of general manager, it would make no difference for the Tang army to conquer the countries in the western region. If nothing had happened to Ho Junji and Pai Lupi wanted to replace him midway, these old hoodlums would have snatched the job. But the loss of their commander before the army had even entered the battlefield was an extremely inauspicious matter in the eyes of the Tang. Those dukes and generals who had been rubbing their hands in glee immediately quieted down. Even the old hoodlum Chang Yaojin and the others were unwilling to touch this hot potato. The experts of Chong and even began to earnestly divine the fortunes of the Western Expedition Army, saying that it was inauspicious. There were even people who wrote petitions requesting Pai Lupi to withdraw the army. Pai Lupi, who was determined to conquer the western regions, would not listen to such pleas. Pai Lupi, who had already been furious over the death of his favorite general, saw that no one was volunteering, and he even began to consider personally leading the expedition. Fortunately, Fang Xianling, Gao Shilian, and Zhang Sun Wuji managed to dissuade Pai Lupi and dispel the idea of personally leading the expedition to the western regions. But as a result, the question of who to choose as the commander was now a problem. During the morning assembly, Pai Lupi began to discuss this matter with the officials. A person stepped out from the ranks of the officials and said, "Your Majesty, this old subject has someone to recommend as the Grand Marshal of the Western Expedition Army." The one who stepped out was Grand Chamberlain Wang Ying. "Official Wang, who do you want to recommend? Let's hear it." Pai Lupi did not think too much about it and indicated for Wang Ying to continue. However, the old man's next words almost caused the eyes of the officials and Li Er in the Taiji Palace to pop out. This old subject recommends the prefectural Duke of Fufeng Li Zio as the Grand Marshal of the Western regions. Chapter 977. During the Tang Dynasty, the general manager of the marching army was equivalent to a war zone commander in the future. When communication was not convenient, the general manager of the marching army could do whatever he wanted and had more power. For the general manager of the marching army of the West, the 150,000 soldiers were under his control. Furthermore, after conquering Gao Chong and the other countries in the western region, the Governor-General House was set up in the imperial court. Before the officials were sent over, the conquered countries in the western region were also under his control. As such, the general manager of the marching army was someone that Pai Lupi trusted the most. Originally, Pai Lupi and the other officials had considered Duke Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, Li Jing, and the other Duke Yaojin. Even Zhang Sun Wuji, Gao Shilian, and the other civil officials were within Pai Lupi's consideration. After all, the difference between civil and military officials in the Tang dynasty was not that obvious. Even Zhang Sun Wuji and the others had led troops on the battlefield before. However, because Ho Junji's death was very unlucky, they were not willing to accept the position. As for Li Wangyu, no one had considered him. Wang Ying's words shocked the entire hall. After recovering from his shock, Pai Lupi said unhappily, "Wang Ying, what kind of rotten idea is this? My son is still young and has never fought a war. How can he be given such an important task?" "Haha, Your Majesty, this old subject is not speaking nonsense. This old subject naturally has his reasons for recommending Prefecture Duke Fufeng. Let's hear them." "Your Majesty, Prefecture Duke Fufeng may be young, but he's a smart man. Moreover, he is the only disciple of the Tao ancestor. How can Your Majesty treat him as an ordinary person?" Wang Ying's words made all the officials nod silently, feeling that he was right. If Li Er did not mention it, who in the court would see Li Wangyu as a young man who had not yet reached the age of 20? Secondly, this old subject recommends Prefecture Duke Fufeng because Prefecture Duke Fufeng knows the key to the matter of the western region. "Your Majesty, if someone else were to go, I'm afraid they might not be able to achieve the effect Your Majesty wants." As Tai Chongqing, Wang Ying naturally knew the attitude of the Tang dynasty towards the countries in the western region. She also knew that Li Wangyu had advised Pai Lupi. Therefore, his words moved Pai Lupi. Wang Ying continued. As for your majesty's concern that Prefectural Duke Fufeng has no experience in battle formations, that's a small matter. With the help of the Langyi County Duke and the left garrison general, presumably those countries in the western region are nothing but clay chickens and pottery dogs in front of our Tang dynasty's iron cavalry. Why should your majesty worry about this? After he finished speaking, the Taiji palace fell silent. There were actually two reasons why Wang Ying, the old man, would suddenly stand up and recommend Li Wangyu to be the general manager of the marching army. One was to disgust Li Wangyu. After all, Hou Junji had been assassinated for no reason. In the eyes of the Tang, this matter was extremely unlucky and inauspicious. Letting Li Wangyu do something that no one else was willing to do was naturally not a bad thing for the great clans. The second reason was that the great clans had suffered far too much at the hands of Li Wangyu in recent years. If they could send him to the western region and let him stay there for a few years, the great clans would feel much more relaxed. This was why Wang Ying had suddenly stood up and recommended Li Wangyu today. But although Wang Ying had his own selfish motives, his words were not without reason. Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the others exchanged glances. They could all see the agreement in each other's eyes. In terms of understanding of the situation in the western region, who could compare to Li Wangyu? Conquering the western region was easy, but making the western region continuously provide blood to the Tang dynasty required a great deal of effort. In history, although the Tang dynasty had destroyed the kingdoms of the western regions and brought them under the jurisdiction of the Anqi Protectorate, it had not obtained many tangible benefits. On the other hand, because the western regions were too remote and covered in deserts, when the Inlushan rebellion began, the western regions were immediately cut off from Chang'an. The lonely Anqi army of the western regions had held out for 53 years, but it was still abandoned by Chang'an. Protector General Gua Xian had led a group of white-haired soldiers to fight to the last soldier in the western regions. The entire army had died heroically for the country. Pai Lupi and the others naturally did not know of this tragic scene in history, but they were well aware that governing the western regions was not easy. At the very least, the officials of the imperial court were not confident that they could turn the western regions into the back garden of the Tang dynasty, as Li Wangyu had described. But although Pai Lupi was tempted, he did not immediately make up his mind. We understand what beloved official Wang is thinking. We will discuss this matter with Zio and see what he thinks. Today's matter will end here. Court dismissed. Pai Lupi was not in the mood to continue with the court session. After hastily announcing the dismissal of the court session, he immediately ordered an eunuch to rush to Dingzhou village and summon Li Wangyu into the Taiji palace. Li Wangyu was completely confused. When he was brought into the Sweet Dew Hall, he still did not understand what was going on. He felt a little guilty, afraid that the Pai Lupi had found out about what he had done in Jingzhou and wanted to settle the score with him today. But when he entered the Sweet Nectar Hall, he snuck a glance and saw that although Pai Lupi's face was dark and his mood was not good, he did not seem to be furious. This allowed Li Wangyu to relax, thinking that the incident in Jingzhou should not have happened. Zio, we summoned you here because we have a matter to discuss with you. Pai Lupi pointed at the sofa in the hall, indicating that Li Wangyu should sit down and talk. Ever since Li Wangyu had created this type of furniture, Pai Lupi and the other officials had become very fond of it. Things like sofas had also slowly become popular in Chang'an. But sofas required a large amount of cotton, so they were still considered a luxury item that the common people would not be able to see. Li Wangyu was rather confused as he waited for Pai Lupi to continue. After a moment of silence, Pai Lupi awkwardly said, Zio, I presume that you also know about Junji's death. In the last few days, the officials of the imperial court have been discussing who should take over Junji's post as Grand Marshal of the army. Li Wangyu had been enjoying himself in his residence these last few days, so he had no idea what had happened in the imperial court. He had never expected that his bombing of Hou Junji would bring trouble upon himself, nor had he expected that Wang clan of Taiyuan would recommend him for the post of Grand Marshal of the army. Thus, Li Wangyu didn't care about Pai Lupi's words. He simply took them that Pai Lupi was in a bad mood and had come to complain to him. He lazily leaned back on the sofa, pretending to be listening attentively, but in reality, he wasn't paying attention to Pai Lupi's words. Li Wangyu was still pondering in his heart whether or not he should look for those silk pants to have some fun after leaving the Taiji palace. We were also having a headache over this matter, but in today's court session, official Wang recommended a person that moved us. Therefore, we ordered someone to summon Zio into the palace to ask for your opinion.
Me.
Li Wangyu was truly rather absent-minded, so he was rather taken aback by Pai Lupi's words. He didn't understand why Pai Lupi was asking for his opinion on this matter in the imperial court. Uncle, this little nephew doesn't understand what you mean? Heh, in today's court session, Official Wang recommended you to us for the post of Grand Marshal of the Western Expedition Army. Clang! The teacup in Li Wangyu's hand fell to the ground and shattered. He no longer cared about the expensive imperial teacup as he stared in shock at Pai Lupi. Was it because he hadn't slept well last night that he was hallucinating? Or was Pai Lupi joking with him? Oh my god! Had they all gone crazy? Recommending him as Grand Marshal of the Army? What the hell was going on? Chapter 978. Li Wangyu didn't care about being the general manager of the army, and he didn't want to go to the western region to eat sand. He was so tired that it was crazy to ask him to abandon his beautiful wife and concubines at home and run thousands of miles away to suffer. Li Wangyu immediately shook his head like a rattledrum. Uncle, please don't joke with me. I can't carry anything on my shoulders, lift anything with my hands, and I can't even tell the difference between food and water. How can I be the general manager of an army and shoulder the safety of 150,000 soldiers? This is not appropriate. You really don't want to go? Uncle, I'm really not cut out for this. Uncle, don't force me. All right, I heard that Uncle Cheng and Uncle Yuchi were complaining that they were bored in Chang'an and that their bones were about to rust. Uncle, why don't you send them to the western region? With Uncle Cheng and Uncle Yuchi's abilities, the Gaochang king would be scared to death before the army even arrives. Li Wangyu sold out Chang Yaojin and Yuchi Jingda without hesitation. Pai Lupi glanced at him with a faint smile. He wasn't in a hurry to speak and just ordered his servants to send over a few rolls of yellow paper. Today at the Taiji Palace, Pai Lupi only felt that Wang Ying's words were absurd when he heard them. But after thinking about it carefully, he had to admit that Wang Ying's words made sense. Even if he sent Chang Yaojin and Yuchi Jingda to attack the western region, would they be able to achieve the strategic goal that everyone had discussed before? Pai Lupi wasn't just satisfied with the western region becoming part of the Tang dynasty's territory. Ever since Li Wangyu gave him the map, he had been carefully studying the various powers every day. The more he studied, the more Pai Lupi felt that the western region was very important and must be completely included under his rule. Li Wangyu only thought that the cotton produced in the western region could be used to make cotton-padded clothes for the Tang dynasty's soldiers. But what kind of person was Pai Lupi? As an emperor of ancient times and an emperor on horseback with illustrious military achievements, after Pai Lupi studied the map, he immediately realized that whether it was attacking Tibet or resisting the Turks in the north, the location of the western regions was extremely important. Moreover, the western regions was a place one had to pass through on the Silk Road, and the wealth it contained was self-evident. How could Pai Lupi not be tempted? After the meeting, Pai Lupi thought about it carefully and felt that Wang Ying's bad idea was actually very appropriate. Based on his nephew Li Wangyu's shrewdness, sending him to the western regions would be a brilliant move. The situation in the western regions was complicated. Various ethnic groups, religions, and countries intertwined. In order to integrate the western regions into one, they needed a capable person like Li Wangyu, who did not play by the rules. The officials of the imperial court had been unable to find an excuse to send troops to Gaochang, but Li Wangyu had managed to settle the matter with a single Buddha statue. From this one could see how extraordinary he was. Moreover, Li Wangyu, who had never been an official and had never interacted with government affairs, had been able to take up the post of commissioner of the Hunan circuit. Not only had he handled the flood in Shuzhou beautifully, he had even been able to control and cure the big head plague that made people pale at the mere mention of it. From this, one could see that Li Wangyu's ability in government affairs was extraordinary. He was capable and also his most trusted nephew. Pai Lupi even felt that Li Wangyu was more suited than Ho Junji to be the chief steward of the Western expedition. But Pai Lupi also understood his nephew's personality. If he wanted this fellow to willingly go to the western regions to eat sand, he would have to use some tricks. Pai Lupi had naturally expected Li Wangyu's refusal, and he had already made preparations. He was not afraid that Li Wangyu would refuse. Pai Lupi took the yellow scroll from the eunuch and handed it to Li Wangyu. Zio, since you're not willing to go, then forget it. We naturally won't force you. Right, take a look at this imperial edict. We have just finished drafting it and have yet to give it to the palace secretariat and the palace secretariat for their seal. I wonder if this imperial edict is to your liking? An imperial edict without the seal of the palace secretariat, and the palace secretariat was naturally useless, even if this imperial edict had been personally written by Pai Lupi. Li Wangyu suspiciously took the imperial edict, but when he opened it, he was pleasantly surprised. On the draft of the imperial edict, it was written that Pai Lupi had conferred the title of Princess Yanling to Su Chongqing and had appointed her to be married to Li Wangyu, the Duke of Fufeng. The marriage between Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing had almost become his sore point. Although with the feelings between the two of them, there was not much difference whether they were married or not. But they were now living in the Tang dynasty and not the modern era. It was hard to say whether a man and a woman living together without knowing what was going on. Even the foppish young masters and those old ruffians would often tease Li Wangyu about the relationship between Su Chongqing and Li Wangyu, making him feel very awkward. However, it was not that Li Wangyu was unwilling to marry Su Chongqing, but it was because the two in-laws, Pai Lupi and Empress Zhong's son, stood between the two of them. In this regard, Li Wangyu was full of resentment. He did not understand why he could not make the decision about his own marriage. Now it was the 5th year of Zhenguan. It had been more than 3 years since he and Su Chongqing had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. Su Chongqing was different from him. Her body had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, but now she was almost 30 years old. In the modern era, a woman in her 30s could still be called an elder sister and ride the wind and waves. But in the Tang dynasty, many women in their 30s had become grandmothers. Even if Su Chongqing did not say it, in fact, Li Wangyu could feel the dissatisfaction in the heart of the person sleeping next to him. Because of this, Li Wangyu secretly pondered. If Pai Lupi and Empress Zhong's son did not relent in the next 1 or 2 years, perhaps he and Su Chongqing would have to elope. Now, the draft of the imperial edict in his hand clearly stated that Pai Lupi had conferred Su Chongqing the title of princess and had also granted her marriage to Li Wangyu. How could he not be overjoyed? Uncle, is this true? Don't deceive your nephew. Li Wangyu's hand, which was holding the imperial edict, was trembling slightly. Pai Lupi nodded and then shook his head. He replied non-committally, "AI, it's just that I have no time to take care of this matter right now. Zio, you also know that as long as the position of General Manager of the Western Expedition Army is not confirmed, I will not be able to eat or sleep in peace. How can I be in the mood to take care of these trivial matters? This matter is also not urgent. Since I have written this imperial edict, I will naturally hand it over to the Hall of Secretaries and Menxia provinces for verification. Zio, you do not need to worry." When Li Wangyu heard this, his nose was about to become crooked from anger. Wasn't this a blatant threat? Pai Lupi was clearly using his marriage with Su Chongqing to threaten him. If he was not willing to take the position of General Manager of the Western Expedition Army, Pai Lupi would not issue this imperial edict. For a moment, Li Wangyu hesitated. The balance in his heart began to sway back and forth. Should he succumb to the threats and temptations of the evil forces, or should he resist the evil forces to the end? Without waiting for Li Wangyu to make a decision, Pai Lupi threw another imperial edict at him. That's right, there is also an imperial edict. The Hall of Secretaries and Menxia provinces have already verified it. Since Zio is here, you can go and announce this imperial edict on my behalf. Li Wangyu received the imperial edict and opened it to read. He was so angry that he almost threw the imperial edict back at Pai Lupi's face. As the emperor of the Tang dynasty, could he not have a bit of face? Chapter 979. The second imperial edict that Pai Lupi gave to Li Wangyu was an imperial edict to promote him. Logically speaking, this should be a good thing, but the key point was that the names on the imperial edict made Li Wangyu immediately understand Pai Lupi's purpose. Cheng Chumo, rank 4 General of Loyal Marshal, transferred to the Western Expedition Army. Cheng Chuliang, rank 4 General of Yiwei, transferred to the Western Expedition Army. Cheng Chubi, rank 4 General of Mingwei, transferred to the Western Expedition Army. Du He, rank 4 Official Physician, transferred to the Western Expedition Army. Wei Shuyu, Yuchi Baolin, Yuchi Baoqi, Chai Linggu. None of the playboys ran away. All of them were on this imperial edict. Except for Du Mo, who was the eldest son of Du Ruhui, who was conferred the title of Duke of Lai by Pai Lupi, and Niu Zhengping, who was unable to go to war because of his foot injury. Li Wangyu's playboy brothers were all stuffed into the Western Expedition Army by Pai Lupi. After Li Wangyu finished reading the imperial edict, he was dumbfounded. There were only 2 words in his mind. Total annihilation. Pai Lupi's move was too vicious. Stuffing all of Li Wangyu's playboys into the Western Expedition Army. How could Li Wangyu not go? This was simply a kidnapping. And the hostages were this group of playboys from the Tang dynasty. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu glared at Pai Lupi angrily. He really wanted to ask him, how did he come up with such a wicked idea? Pai Lupi was very satisfied with Li Wangyu's reaction and couldn't help but smile. Fortunately, Li Wangyu didn't copy Journey to the West. Otherwise, Pai Lupi would definitely sigh and say, no matter how capable you are, you can't escape from my grasp. Stuffing this group of playboys into the Western Expedition Army, Pai Lupi had already communicated with Feng Xianling, Chang Yaojin, and the others, and obtained the unanimous agreement of all the big shots. Li Wangyu didn't want to go to the western regions to eat sand, but it didn't mean that these big shots thought the same. His legitimate son would follow the Western Punitive Expedition Army to hone himself and gild himself. Feng Xianling, Chang Yaojin, and the others had long been annoyed by the fact that these second-generation officials of the Tang Empire were now hiding in Chang'an and waiting for death. Now that Li Er had actually proposed to send them to the western regions, how could Cheng Yaojin and the rest still be unwilling? Each and every one of them was smiling so widely that their teeth were almost showing. The only ones who were kept in the dark were Li Wangyu and those foppish young masters. Li Lupi could resist Li Lupi's Tang dynasty. Pai Lupi gave the order and their lord nodded. In any case, they couldn't avoid going to the western regions to eat sand. Li Wangyu could even imagine how mournful the Silk Pants would be when they learned of this shocking news. For this group of playboys, leaving the flourishing Chang'an, leaving the Peace Square, the Hu people's wine shops, and running to the Gobi Desert for a few years. It was a life worse than death. Thinking of the depression of the playboys, Li Wangyu's mood improved a lot. Since Pai Lupi even used the trick of kidnapping the playboys, plus the temptation of marrying Su Chongqing, Li Wangyu had already raised his hands and surrendered in his heart. Damn! Isn't it just going to the Gobi Desert? Let's go. It's just a trip at public expense. It's no big deal. However, even if Li Wangyu had decided to compromise, he wasn't ready to raise his hands and surrender. Even a dead fish has to jump 3 times. He had to take this opportunity to fight for some benefits for himself. Uncle is indeed wise. Cheng Chumo and his group of bastards should have been thrown into the army long ago to train, so that they won't be eating and waiting to die in Chang'an every day. Li Wangyu had an empathetic expression and almost applauded. Pai Lupi glanced at him. Is that so? Does Zio think so too? Yes, Uncle is wise. Well, that's good. I was worried that you wouldn't be willing to part with them. Since that's the case, Zio, you can go out of the palace and announce the order to Cheng Chumo and his group. Tell them to hurry to the Western Expedition Army in Jingzhou. Pai Lupi had already seen through Li Wangyu's idea. He didn't accept it and directly wanted to drive him out of the palace. This made Li Wangyu's balls hurt. Pai Lupi didn't play by the rules, so how could he negotiate? If he went to announce the order to the playboys, Cheng Chumo and his group would definitely know the reason why they were thrown to the western regions to eat sand. If Li Wangyu also went to the western regions, everyone would share the burden and it wouldn't be a big deal. As the saying goes, don't worry about scarcity, but worry about inequality. The playboys were implicated by Li Wangyu and were driven to the western regions to eat sand by Pai Lupi and his lord. If Li Wangyu, the main culprit, was still in Chang'an, thinking of how Cheng Chumo and his group would fly into a rage and fight him to the death, Li Wangyu couldn't help but shiver. The consequences were too terrible. Pai Lupi knew this and threw all the playboys into the Western Expedition Army. Li Wangyu saw that Pai Lupi wasn't willing to accept it, so he had no choice but to surrender. He said dejectedly, Uncle, I'll be the general manager of the marching army, but I also have a condition. Before I leave, I want to marry Chongqing first. A trip to the western regions would take at least 1 or 2 years. Li Wangyu didn't want to wait until he came back to get married. A long night was fraught with dreams. He didn't want Empress Zhang's son and Pai Lupi to come up with any more trouble. Pai Lupi didn't even think about the condition proposed by Li Wangyu and nodded in agreement. He reached out and took an imperial edict from the chamberlain and handed it to Li Wangyu. Opening it, he saw that the content was the same as the previous imperial edict. The difference was that this imperial edict had the seals of the Secretariat and the Manxia provinces, as well as the signatures of the prime ministers of the Secretariat and the Manxia provinces. In other words, Li Wangyu had been played by Pai Lupi again. Li Wangyu wanted to cry, but he had no tears. Today, he had been completely controlled by Pai Lupi. He didn't have any room to struggle. Now that things had come to this, Li Wangyu didn't want to say anything more. The imperial edict that he had been looking forward to suddenly didn't smell good in his hands. Zio, go back and make some preparations. I've had someone calculate that 3 days from now will be an auspicious day for you to marry Princess Yanling. However, I have another request that you must agree to. Li Wangyu didn't want to struggle. Uncle, just say it. When you return from the western regions, Changel should be 15 years old. At that time, you must also marry Changel as your wife. I promise you that both Changel and Princess Yanling will be your official wife. Are you willing? This. Li Wangyu didn't expect that Pai Lupi was actually waiting for him here. For a moment, he couldn't help but hesitate. However, when he looked up and saw Pai Lupi's expression that said, "If you don't agree, don't even think about walking out of the palace today," Li Wangyu didn't hesitate anymore. He directly nodded and agreed. Anyway, when there were too many lice, they wouldn't bite. When there were too many debts, there was no need to worry. So be it if he married Changel. After a few years, when Changel turned 15 years old, his psychological guilt wouldn't be so strong. In fact, Li Wangyu also knew that Pai Lupi's request to let him marry 2 wives would inevitably lead to a lot of trouble. Since ancient times, Huaxia had a system of 1 husband and 1 wife and many concubines. The so-called 3 wives and 4 concubines actually included, other than the official wife, the so-called extraterritorial wife, side wife, concubine wife, and so on. They all belonged to the category of concubines. Pai Lupi had specially allowed him to marry Su Chongqing and Changel as his official wives. This was an exception and breaking the ancestral law. When he married Changel, there would probably be many old masters jumping out to make irresponsible remarks. In any case, that was a matter of a few years later. Li Wangyu couldn't be bothered to worry about it now. Seeing Li Wangyu happily nod and agree, Pai Lupi couldn't help but stroke his beard and laugh. Haha, good. Since Zio has agreed to this matter, then you can leave the palace. Tomorrow, send Princess Yanling to the palace. 3 days later, you can come to the palace to marry the bride. Yes. Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed and agreed. Holding the 2 edicts and leaving the Taiji palace, Li Wangyu still felt a little absent-minded. Today's matter was really somewhat magical and unreal. Chapter 980. Because he was going to marry Su Chongqing in 3 days, Li Wangyu was not in the mood to continue staying in Chang'an City. With the imperial edict in hand, he hastily made a round to each of the High Duke's public houses and read the shocking news to the debauches. He did not even have the mood to laugh at the debauches as he directly brought Niu Wu and the others back to Dingzhou village. After receiving this sudden good news from the heavens, both the Li residents and the entire Dingzhou village were in a state of chaos. His Lang Jun was finally going to get married, causing the old housekeeper Li Heng to burst into tears. He immediately ordered people to prepare all kinds of offerings and insisted on dragging Li Wangyu to Li Zhou's grave to pay his respects. Li Wangyu could not persuade the excited old housekeeper and could only follow Li Heng to Li Zhou's grave to announce his marriage to Li Zhou. As for one of the parties involved in the wedding, the beautiful boss Su Chongqing, when she heard about this, she blushed and pulled Afro and Perrin back to her boudoir. Not long after, the palace sent many eunuchs and palace maids again to deliver the Zhai robes. Eunuchs and palace maids were the treatment that Su Chongqing deserved after being conferred the title of Commandery Princess. They would be responsible for serving Su Chongqing, the Commandery Princess. The Zhai robes were the highest grade of formal attire for women in Huaxia since ancient times. The robes were made of green material and decorated with 9 lines of 5-colored Zhai patterns on a green background. The collar was decorated with Zhai patterns, and the knee cover was the same color as the lower garment. This was Su Chongqing's formal attire after being conferred the title of Commandery Princess by Pai Lupi. It was also the wedding attire that she would be wearing 3 days later. Because Pai Lupi had conferred Su Chongqing the title of Princess of Yanling Commandery, Li Wangyu's marriage was said to be a surrender. The surrender of a princess meant that the princess was getting married. In fact, with the etiquette and customs of the Tang dynasty, this wedding would be quite long and tedious. Registering a princess, accepting a gift, asking for her name, Naji, Naojing, asking for a date, welcoming in person, being in the same cell, meeting an aunt, giving a gift to an aunt, getting married, giving a gift to an aunt, giving a gift to an aunt, giving a gift to an aunt. It could be said that this marriage could not be completed without more than half a year of torment. However, Pai Lupi was now in a hurry to urge Li Wangyu to rush to Jingzhou to take over the Western Expedition Army, so that the kingdoms of the western regions could be incorporated into his territory as soon as possible. How could he have the leisure to do so many formalities? Therefore, everything was simple and fast, and the wedding was set for 3 days later. Li Wangyu originally wanted to see his woman's dainty appearance in the Zhai robe. He went to knock on the door of Su Chongqing's boudoir, but he was refused entry. No matter how he shouted, the door did not open. Afro and Perrin's charming laughter could be heard from inside. Lang Jun, leave quickly. As a man, how can you barge into the princess's boudoir before the wedding? Li Wangyu rolled his eyes speechlessly. Damn it, the two of them had already clapped and rolled in the sheets for love. Now, it was just a matter of spending 9 yuan to get a red booklet. Was it necessary? In fact, how could he understand Su Chongqing's thoughts? But he also understood what pre-wedding phobia was. Over the past 3 years, although Su Chongqing had interacted with her day and night, and the relationship between the two of them was negative, it was still different from marriage. Even though Su Chongqing was a professional woman in the future and was extremely independent, she was still unable to avoid convention. Marriage was a major event in life, so she still felt incomparably nervous. The news came so suddenly that she was not mentally prepared at all. Under such circumstances, even someone as strong as Su Chongqing felt embarrassed and was unwilling to show her face in front of Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu was also helpless when Su Chongqing refused to open the door. In fact, apart from wanting to see how stunning Su Chongqing looked in the Zhai robe, more importantly, he wanted to discuss with Su Chongqing about his trip to the western regions. In the end, Su Chongqing, who had always been calm and composed, actually hid like a little girl after hearing the news of the wedding 3 days later. He didn't know at all that Li Wangyu was going to the western regions to eat sand. Fortunately, this matter was not urgent. Pai Lupi had already told him that he and the other playboys could set off from Chang'an and rush to Jingzhou within half a month. As for the matter of going to the western regions, he would slowly discuss it with his beautiful boss after the wedding. Early the next morning, Su Chongqing was taken to Chang'an City by someone from the palace. In Taiji Palace, Pai Lupi officially conferred Su Chongqing as Princess Yanling in front of hundreds of officials and officials. He also betrothed her to Li Wangyu, Prefectural Duke of Fufeng, officially announcing this matter to the world. After the conferment, Su Chongqing was directly sent to live in the harem by Empress Zhang's son. They only had to wait for the wedding 2 days later, when Li Wangyu would come to marry the new bride. During these 2 days, the Prefectural Duke of Fufeng's mansion, Dingzhou village, and even the county government of Hu County were all busy. The old housekeeper, Li Hang, commanded the hundreds of servant girls in the mansion, and all of them got busy. Cleaning the mansion, decorating it with colored silk, decorating it with lanterns and streamers. Even the entire Dingzhou village was busy under the leadership of the old village chief. With Li Wangyu's status, countless guests would attend the wedding banquet. A conservative estimate was no less than thousands of people. It was not an easy task to prepare enough food and wine to entertain so many guests within 3 days. In order to accommodate Li Wangyu's wedding, even the daily lives of the people in Chang'an City were affected in these 2 days. The reason was simple. The public carriages that used to be all over Chang'an City disappeared almost overnight. This made the people of Chang'an City, who had long been used to traveling by public carriages, complain incessantly. But no matter how much they complained, it was of no use. After all, the drivers of the public carriages in Chang'an City were almost all farmers of Dingzhou village. Who would want to go to Chang'an City to make money when their master was about to get married? Even the 4-wheeled carriages of Shun Feng Carriage Company were mostly conscripted by the old housekeeper Li Hang. They began to transport all kinds of goods from Chang'an City to Dingzhou village like ants moving house. The new county magistrate of Hu County eagerly led a group of scribes and runners of the county government to Dingzhou village to make arrangements. After hearing the news that Li Wangyu was about to get married, all the public and county governments in Chang'an City sent their stewards and servants to Dingzhou village to help with all kinds of necessities. The sudden wedding stirred up the entire city of Chang'an. While everyone was busy in full swing, Li Wangyu, the person involved in the wedding, was free. It was not that he wanted to be lazy, but there was really nothing for him to do. After all, There was the old housekeeper Li Hang at home, a group of female stewards trained by his beautiful boss, and the stewards sent by the public houses to help. Even if he, the groom, wanted to intervene, he had no place to do so. Instead, he was despised everywhere. Lang Jun, please make way. I have to lead people to tie up the colored silk here. Lang Jun, can you go somewhere else? I have to lead people to move these sofas away. Li Wangyu was at a loss. He was chased away by a group of female soldiers and had nowhere to go. He could not stay in this house any longer. Just as he was feeling depressed, he heard Li Heng's voice again. Lang Jun. Li Heng. You want to chase me away too? Li Wangyu could not afford to offend this group of female soldiers. Seeing that Li Heng was also dissing him, he was furious. However, Li Heng stood behind him with a smile. Lang Jun, the old slave is here to remind you that you have not found a bridegroom for your wedding. Li Wangyu could not help but feel embarrassed, but he also felt relieved. Oh right, I will go to Chang'an City to find Cheng Chumo and the others. After he finished speaking, he hurriedly ran out without looking back. This house was too scary. It was better to go to Chang'an City to drink and chat with the rich playboys. Another chapter of water, awesome. Chapter 981. Li Heng was referring to the groomsmen by the groomsmen. Of course, the role of groomsmen in the Tang dynasty was not as relaxed as the groomsmen in the future. Not only did they have to accompany the groom to pick up the bride, but they also had to compose poems and take beatings. Li Wangyu was going to get married, so there was no need to talk about his groomsmen. Other than Cheng Chumo and the other fops, there was no other suitable candidate. In fact, he had no other choice. After all, with his current status, the only young people who were of similar age and status were the fops. It was not that there were no other nobles in Chang'an, but Li Wangyu was not familiar with them. He couldn't possibly let the troops or disciples in the mansion be his bridesmaids. That wouldn't be proper. Therefore, when the old housekeeper Li Heng mentioned the groomsmen, he knew that it was time for him to find the fops. Li Wangyu was naturally very attentive when he had a request. He threw out a large amount of copper coins and booked the best brothel in Ping Kong Square. He ordered good wine and dishes to be served, and he generously spent money to invite the best courtesans in Ping Kong Square to drink with him to liven things up. Li Wangyu's status was high enough, and his poems were the favorite of these young prostitutes. Otherwise, it would not have been easy to invite so many courtesans. Rich and famous, that was how extravagant. However, Li Wangyu had never expected that after 3 rounds of drinking, when he took advantage of the fact that everyone was in a good mood to propose his wedding in 2 days and invite the debauches to be his bridesmaids, the debauches' reactions were completely different from what he had expected. Li Wangyu thought that with his relationship with the fops, wouldn't it be a simple matter to ask them to be his groomsmen? Who would have thought that when he said this, Cheng Chumo and the others looked at each other and shook their heads. Don't talk about this. Yes. Ziyu, don't even think about asking your brothers to be your groomsmen. Don't even think about it. I won't go. Brother has no time. Li Wangyu was dumbfounded. He didn't understand what this group of silk pants meant. Chai Lingwu raised his wine cup and drained it in one gulp. Humph, Zio, it's all your fault that all of us have to go to the western regions with you to eat sand. You still want us to be your bridesmaids? In your dreams. Yes. It's this bastard brat. Just talking about it makes me angry. Brothers, today, we will avenge our grievances. If that bastard Ziyu walks out of Peace Square, I'll take it as my loss. Drink this bastard to death. As the group of silk pants said this, they raised their wine glasses and rushed towards Li Wangyu with ill intentions. This scene scared Li Wangyu so much that he immediately hid behind those girls. Damn it, if these bastards really forced him to drink, he would die. Brothers, let's talk nicely. Let's talk nicely. No matter what, it's all my fault. Brothers, whatever compensation you want, just say it. I won't hesitate. Now that things had come to this, Li Wangyu could only raise his hands in surrender. These silk pants were obviously using this as a pretext to make trouble for him. Actually, Li Wangyu also felt that he had been wronged. It was clearly Pai Lupi and these silk pants fathers who had thrown them to the western regions to eat sand. What did it have to do with him? However, Li Wangyu didn't dare to say this in front of these silk pants. Otherwise, he would definitely be tortured to death by this group of bastards. Li Wangyu tactfully raised his hands in surrender, which made the silk pants very satisfied. Fang Yai patted Li Wangyu's shoulder and laughed. Ziyu, did you say that yourself? Don't go back on your words. Li Wangyu suddenly felt that something wasn't right. Why did it seem like he had fallen into a trap? Without waiting for him to react, he heard Fang Yai continue. Brothers don't have any other requests. As long as you can bring us delicious food that we have never eaten before, fine wine that we have never drunk before, and beautiful women that we have never seen before, we will be your bridesmaids. If you can't do it, humph, you can go to Taiji Palace to pick up the bride yourself. Yes, just these 3 small things. Ziyu, if you can do it, we will forgive you. Wahahaha, that's the truth. Chung Chumo and the other silk pants laughed heartily. Du Go and Niu Zhengping didn't have to go to the western regions to suffer, but at this moment, they also clapped and cheered. This made Li Wangyu so angry that he clenched his teeth. What the hell were these 3 requests? Delicious food that they had never eaten before? This group of silk pants almost treated his residence as their own home. In these past few years, what kind of good things had they not eaten? The delicacies that he and Su Chongqing knew how to make in the future were more or less finished. But if he had to think carefully, it wasn't that Li Wangyu couldn't think of something. Fine wine that they had never tasted before was also simple. Recently, Li Wangyu had nothing to do, so he just happened to brew a kind of wine that could be used to send off the silk pants. But what the hell was a beauty that they had never seen before? Don't look at how Li Wangyu had a beautiful superior as his wife and a European beauty like Aphrodite as his concubine. But when it came to the matters of men and women, compared to this group of silk pants, he was simply a model of a clean and honest man. This group of scoundrels, each one of them was a lecherous talent. Who knew how many women they had defiled? Where would he go to find them a beauty that they had never seen before? Li Wangyu rubbed his nose and very helplessly began to bargain. Brothers, you won't be so cruel, right? Are you really willing to let this little brother go to Taiji Palace alone to pick up the bride the day after tomorrow? The silk pants looked at each other and laughed loudly, replying in unison, We are willing. Damn it! Li Wangyu resisted the urge to give them the middle finger. Can we lower the conditions? For example, this little brother will find fine wine that you have never tasted before. How about it? No. The silk pants once again replied in unison. Damn it! Li Wangyu was now 100% sure that this group of scoundrels was doing it on purpose. They clearly wanted to embarrass him. This was a blatant retaliation. The silk pants winked at each other, very pleased with their success in teasing Li Wangyu. Even the courtesans in the surroundings were covering their mouths and secretly laughing. Li Wangyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this group of shameless silk pants, but he suddenly thought of something. All right, since these silk pants were willing to die, then he was willing to bury them. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. Brothers, you have to keep your word. If this little brother can do these 3 things, when this little brother gets married the day after tomorrow, you will have to be this little brother's bridesmaids, and you can't be sneaky, you have to fulfill your duties as bridesmaids. Li Wangyu's sudden words made the silk pants suspicious. The tragic experience of making a bet with him was still vivid in their minds. Who knew what kind of trouble this little brat would come up with? If they failed to take revenge and were instead played by Li Wangyu, that would be too shameful. Chai Lingwu chuckled and whispered into everyone's ears. Just agree with him. When we finish eating and drinking, we can just say that we have eaten and drunk this thing, right? Besides, even if we haven't eaten and drunk it, where would he find a beauty that he hasn't seen before? If we say that we have seen it, what can he do to us? Haha. Brother Lingwu's words are reasonable. The silk pants laughed and nodded, agreeing one after another. Cheng Chumo laughed heartily and said, Ziyu, we've already discussed it and we'll do as you say. If you can do these 3 things, when you get married the day after tomorrow, we will be at your beck and call, with no complaints. Good, then let's high-five as an oath. Li Wangyu didn't hesitate, stood up and high-fived the silk pants. Brothers, please come to my residence tomorrow evening. I'll show you the delicious food you've never eaten before, the fine wine you've never drunk before, and the beauties you've never seen before. What do you think? Good. Yesterday, I shamelessly stopped updating because something happened that made me unable to write. AI, it's a long story. Today, I accompanied a brother to deal with a traffic accident, and only had time to write at night. It's now 10:30, and I just finished writing and uploaded it for review. Everyone, please don't blame me, Even if you blame me, it's useless, I'm just this arrogant. Chapter 982. The next day, when the sun was setting in the west, a group of playboys happily rushed to the Lai Hut of Dingzhou village, ready to eat and drink to their heart's content and teach Li Wangyu a lesson while they were at it. The few of them had already come to an agreement. Eating and drinking did not matter. If Li Wangyu really came up with something new, they would just admit it openly. The only thing they had not seen before was beauties. No matter what kind of stunning beauty Li Wangyu brought, they would not admit it. Cheng Chumo and the others had a good plan, but how could Li Wangyu not know what they were thinking? Naturally, he was prepared. In the end, who would be tricking who today, they would have to wait and see. Ziyu, your brothers are here. If there's anything we haven't seen before, just bring it up. Yes, our brothers came with empty stomachs. Don't try to fool us. Li Wangyu smiled and said, Brothers, don't worry. Today's delicious food, wine, and beauties are all things you haven't seen before. Haha, that's good. Then order someone to bring it up. Cheng Chumo and the group of playboys spoke as they prepared to walk into Li Wangyu's castle. They were more familiar with the Lai Hut than their own residence, so they naturally knew where the dining hall was. They did not need anyone to lead the way. Li Wangyu called out to everyone, Brothers, you've gone the wrong way. We won't be eating in the dining hall today. Then where are we going? Ziyu, what are you planning to do this time? Feng Ai asked curiously. Li Wangyu smiled and did not answer. Haha, I promise I won't let you down. Everyone, please follow me. After he finished speaking, he led the group of playboys to the balcony on the top floor of his castle. At this time, on the balcony, a cool breeze blew, making people feel very comfortable. Li Wangyu's castle was originally built on a hillside, and the castle was built very high. Standing on the balcony, the view was very wide, and it was like looking at Chu Tianshu from afar. Looking down at Dingzhou village from afar, under the setting sun, faint smoke rose from kitchen chimneys, creating a beautiful rural scene. Chai Lingwu clapped his hands and cheered, Wonderful, wonderful! Ziyu is indeed interesting, drinking and making merry here. It's quite wonderful. The group of silk pants were also very satisfied with this, and they all praised Li Wangyu for his good intentions. Everyone sat down on the floor of the balcony. Immediately, the mansion's servant girls brought over a few long charcoal stoves. Cheng Chumo was puzzled and asked, Zio, what are you doing? What was the meaning of this furnace? Could it be that the delicacies you prepared for your brothers need to be made on the spot? Of course. Li Wangyu smiled and said, Today, I'll treat you all to barbecue. Barbecue? What kind of food is that we haven't seen before? Ziyu, don't try to fool your brothers. Feng Eai shouted in dissatisfaction. The group of silk pants nodded their heads in agreement. In the Tang people's recipes, the most common food was barbecue. In the history of the Tang dynasty, the famous dish, mun yang bu hu, was made by stuffing the meat of goose with diced meat, mushrooms, and winter bamboo shoots. Placing the meat into the belly of a lamb, the lamb was sewn up and roasted. After roasting, the lamb was discarded and only the goose was eaten. Other than roast chicken, roast duck, and roast whole lamb, the Tang people also liked to use the Korean-style barbecue of the later generations. They cut the meat into thin slices and roasted it on a bronze plate. It was called bu. This method of eating had been passed down since the Han dynasty. Therefore, when the silk pants heard that Li Wangyu was treating them to ordinary barbecue, they were immediately dissatisfied and made a fuss. Li Wangyu chuckled. Brothers, don't be anxious. How could the food that I'm treating you all be as simple as ordinary barbecue? After he finished speaking, he called for the servant girls to bring over the prepared ingredients. Looking at the various ingredients that the servant girls brought over, placed on plates and skewered with bamboo sticks, the silk pants were dumbfounded. Although they often ate all kinds of barbecue, when had they ever seen ingredients prepared in such a way? Li Wangyu laughed inwardly. What he had prepared was naturally the barbecue skewers that were found all over the streets of the later generations. Strictly speaking, the method of eating barbecue skewers had also existed in China since ancient times. The so-called bu hu in the Han dynasty was to cut the meat into small pieces, skewer them, and roast them on the stove. However, this method of eating was not popular in the Tang dynasty. Later generations of barbecue skewers used more seasoning, so the taste was naturally poles apart from that of ancient times. Li Wangyu did not explain to the Silk Pants' doubts. He took a handful of meat skewers and placed them on the stove in front of him. Then, he skillfully brushed oil on them and sprinkled the seasoning. Not long after, under the licking of the fire, the fat in the meat skewers began to seep out and drip down. The meat skewers made a soft squeaking sound, and a strong barbecue smell began to spread on the balcony. Li Wangyu grabbed a handful of cumin powder and sprinkled it evenly on the skewers of meat. The unique aroma of the roasted meat with cumin aroused the crowd's appetite and caused their Adam's apple to move. Hiss, this smell is so unique. Zio's barbecue is so unique. Haha, we're in for a treat today. Zio, what spice did you sprinkle just now? The taste is very unique. Fong Yai was the most gluttonous, and his saliva was about to overflow. He was even more curious about the cumin powder that Li Wangyu had sprinkled just now. Cumin was a spice that was spread from the western regions to the central plains through the Silk Road during the Tang dynasty. The Tang people called it fennel, but they did not develop the method of using cumin powder to barbecue meat. Li Wangyu had only managed to obtain some cumin through merchants after much difficulty. Li Wangyu did not answer Fong Yai's question. He only brought the barbecued meat skewers to his nose and sniffed them before taking a big bite. He had not eaten barbecue for a few years since he had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. At this moment, his appetite was aroused. With a bite of the skewer, the tender, crispy, salty and spicy taste exploded in his mouth. Li Wangyu couldn't help but let out a long sigh of satisfaction. Zio, let your brothers have a taste. How does it taste? Yes, don't try to eat it all by yourself. Fong Yai said as he reached out to snatch the barbecue skewers from Li Wangyu's hands. Li Wangyu dodged and looked at the group of playboys with a smile. Brothers, let's talk about it first. Have you seen this barbecue skewers before? If you have, then don't eat it. I'll eat it myself.
Chung Chumo and the others looked at each other and nodded.
That's right. We have never seen this barbecue skewers before. Is this okay? Quickly, let your brothers have a taste. The playboys had a good idea. They would eat and drink as they pleased. In the end, no matter what woman Li Wangyu slept with, they would not admit it. Therefore, they agreed to Li Wangyu's question very quickly. Seeing that the playboys had agreed, Li Wangyu distributed the barbecue skewers in his hands with a smile. The fragrant barbecue naturally attracted the praise of the playboys. Li Wangyu taught the playboys how to barbecue skewers. A group of the top officials of the Tang dynasty began to try out the barbecue skewers excitedly. Everyone ate barbecue on the terrace. It was very lively. Chung Chumo bit off all the mutton on the skewers in one bite. After chewing a few times, he asked, Zio, this food is really good. You pass. Where is the wine? Where is the wine that we have never tasted before? Chapter 983. In the future, Li Wangyu's favorite thing to do the most was to go to a barbecue restaurant with a few friends to eat skewers and a few bottles of iced beer. Everyone would drink and chat, and it would be very lively. After transmigrating to the Tang dynasty, he regretted not having iced beer every summer. It was a great lack of fun. He only knew how to brew sorghum wine, but he didn't know how to brew beer. During the autumn harvest of the third year of Zhengguan, the farmers harvested a lot of edamame, so they sent some to Li Wangyu's residence for him to try. Su Chongqing knew that Li Wangyu liked to eat boiled edamame, so she ordered the cook to cook a big pot of edamame wine for him with pepper, aniseed, fennel, cinnamon, and other ingredients. Li Wangyu peeled the boiled edamame and ate it with relish. At the same time he said to Su Chongqing with regret, Chongqing, it's a pity that we don't have beer. This edamame with beer and a few skewers would be a perfect match. Su Chongqing didn't speak first. She pondered for a while and said with uncertainty, Wangyu, I think I know how to brew beer. But to brew beer, you need hops, and they don't exist in the Tang dynasty now. Su Chongqing liked to travel in the future. When she was studying in the United States, she often went to Europe to play. When she was traveling in Germany, she had visited a beer museum and had memorized most of the traditional brewing techniques of beer. However, Su Chongqing didn't like to drink, so she never thought of brewing beer after transmigrating to the Tang dynasty. Today, when she heard Li Wangyu complain about not having iced beer, she thought of this matter. However, brewing beer required hops, and hops were introduced to China around the Ming dynasty. Li Wangyu was stunned when he heard this, then he slammed the table and stood up. Chongqing, you really know how to brew beer? I know about hops. They don't exist in the Tang dynasty, but they do in Europe. As long as we ask those Persian merchants for help, we won't have to worry about not being able to get the hops back. Thus, in order to drink cold beer, Li Wangyu specially went to Chong and Shi City and found several merchants who traveled the Silk Road. He spent a lot of money and asked them to buy hops from Europe for him. Beer was introduced to China at the beginning of the 20th century, but the origin of beer was very ancient. In the 3rd century BC, the Sumerians of Babylon had already brewed beer, and by the 4th century AD, beer had already spread throughout Europe. Therefore, Li Wangyu asking the Persian merchant to help him find hops was not a troublesome matter. However, it was a long journey. It was not until 2 years later that Li Wangyu finally got the hops that he had been longing for from the Persian merchant. With hops, brewing beer wasn't difficult. Hops, wheat, yeast, and water were fermented for more than 10 days before the beer was ready. Originally, Li Wangyu wanted to invite those silk pants to drink cold beer. But now, it was just the right time to satisfy those silk pants' request. When Cheng Chumo asked for the beer, Li Wangyu immediately ordered someone to bring over a large barrel of beer. Self-made beer wasn't like liquor or wine. It wasn't suitable for long-term storage. It needed to be refrigerated and consumed as soon as possible. The fresher the beer, the more refreshing it would be. This was also one of the reasons why there were no merchants who used the Silk Road to transport beer to China. In order to preserve the beer that Li Wangyu brewed, he stored it in the cellar with ice cubes. When the barrel was brought out, it was still emitting cold air. Ziyu, your beer has been chilled? Cheng Chumo asked curiously as he reached out to touch the cold beer barrel. That's right. This beer is called beer, and it's best to drink it chilled. Li Wangyu didn't forget to say a few words. Then, he picked up a huge beer glass, put in ice, and poured a full glass of beer. In order to drink the beer, Li Wangyu ordered the craftsman to make a batch of beer by blowing glass according to the appearance of beer cups in the future. When the beer was poured into the cup, the light golden liquid and the thick layer of white foam on the rim of the cup immediately attracted the attention of the group of silk pants. During the brewing process, malt, hops, yeast and other beer ingredients would produce a special protein which would dissolve in the beer. During the fermentation process, a large amount of carbon dioxide would be produced. Thus, when the beer was poured out, it would produce white foam. Naturally, those silk pants had never seen beer before, so they found it novel. Zio, what kind of beer is this? It's so unique. Give me a cup to try. TSK. TSK. This beer is actually light golden. Why are there so many bubbles? Li Wangyu ignored them and picked up the glass of beer in his hand, tilting his head back to take a sip. That familiar cool and refreshing taste caused Li Wangyu to burp in satisfaction after gulping down half a cup of beer. Only then did he turn his head and smile at the other rich kids. Brothers, the taste of this beer is smooth, sweet, and has a rich aftertaste. It's completely different from the alcohol that you've drunk on a daily basis. The silk pants were already envious of the beer. Hearing Li Wangyu's words, they naturally did not hesitate and rushed forward to grab the glass of beer. They poured the beer out of the barrel and impatiently drank it in big gulps. Li Wangyu did not expect that the silk pants would have such a different reaction when they drank the beer that he thought was refreshing. After Cheng Chumo and the others drank it, they immediately spat it out. They jumped and scolded, Zio, are you kidding us? You dare to say that such a disgusting beer is delicious? Yes. It's so bitter. Are you sure it's not horse urine? Zio, what kind of beer is this? It's so bland and tasteless. Cheng Chumo and the others were used to drinking strong alcohol. Now that they suddenly tasted beer, they did not realize the benefits of the beer and were all disgusted. As for Fang Yai, Chai Lingwu and the others, after drinking it in big gulps, they were like Li Wangyu and comfortably burped, comfortable. This beer is so refreshing. Good beer. Comfortable. After they finished speaking, they could not help but look at each other with disdain in their eyes. Obviously, they all felt that the other party's taste was too bad. Thus, a civil war over whether the beer tasted good or not immediately broke out. Cheng Chumo and Fang Yai and the others spat at each other, looking like they wanted to wash each other's faces with their own saliva. Li Wangyu was too lazy to participate in the silk pants' internal conflict. He minded his own business and drank his beer and ate his skewers, feeling very comfortable. Niu Zhengping sat next to him and unceremoniously reached out to grab the skewers that Li Wangyu had just barbecued and ate with the beer. Li Wangyu curiously asked. Brother Zhangping, why don't you argue with Brother Chumo and the others? Niu Zhangping took a bite of the mutton skewer in his hand and laughed. I'm not as stupid as them. What's there to argue about? With good food and good beer in front of us, what's the point of talking nonsense? Zio, don't just watch from the sidelines. Let me ask you, now that there's good beer and good food, where's the beauty? Quickly call her over and let me see her. Li Wangyu silently gave Niu Zhangping the middle finger. It seemed that this guy was not arguing because he was thinking about the beauty. I'll take another day off tomorrow because I have something to do. I'll praise myself while I'm at it. I wrote another chapter. Awesome. If it's not hydrology, where did the 2 million plus words come from? The introduction can be finished with 200 words. Wahahaha. Hydrology is good for a while. Hydrology is good for a while. The ancients did not lie to me. Chapter 984. In fact, Li Wangyu had been waiting for them to ask about the beauty. Ever since the debauches had made these 3 requests in order to play with him yesterday, he had been busy the entire day waiting to watch a good show. After Niu Zhangping asked the question about the beauty, those who were still quarreling stopped quarreling as they all turned their heads and stared at Li Wangyu with burning eyes. Yes, Ziyu, where is the beauty? Li Wangyu was not in a hurry. He smiled at Chung Chumo and said, Brother Chumo, you haven't said whether my beer passed the test yet. Chung Chumo hesitated for a moment, then took a big gulp of beer. He had been arguing with Feng Yai and the others just now, so he was a little thirsty. After taking another sip of the cold beer, he realized the beauty of the beer. Although the taste of the beer was a lot lighter than the strong alcohol he was used to, it was quite refreshing and refreshing. Don't say, this beer is really good for quenching thirst. Yes, this beer passed the test. Speaking of which, Ziyu, why did you give this beer such a weird name? Chung Chumo took another big gulp of the cold beer and shook his head. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with Li Wangyu's naming ability. Li Wangyu silently rolled his eyes, too lazy to bother with this guy. He naturally knew that the name beer was very strange in the Tang dynasty. After all, beer was just a transliteration of the English word beer. It did not have any meaning. Even the word beer did not appear in the Tang dynasty. It was a word invented by the people of Qingdao in the future. Chung Chumo and the others had always thought that the beer Li Wangyu was talking about was spleen wine or skin wine. Logically speaking, beer should be called wheat wine, just like sorghum wine and rice wine. It should be named after the ingredients used to brew it, or it should be given another elegant name. However, Li Wangyu was too lazy to think of a new name. Moreover, he was already used to calling it beer. If he changed the name, he would not be used to it. Therefore, Li Wangyu did not care whether the Tang people could accept it or not. He stubbornly used the name beer. After the silk pants got used to the taste of beer, they all accepted this kind of alcohol. After all, beer and barbecue were a perfect match. Naturally, they could taste the beauty of it. All right, Zio, your brothers admit that today's food and wine are pretty good. You can summon that beauty now. That's right. Let us brothers see what kind of beauty we have never seen before. Haha. If you want to fool us, you can go to the Taiji Palace yourself tomorrow. Wahahaha. Chung Chumo and the others laughed very happily. They were waiting to make fun of Li Wangyu later. How could Li Wangyu not understand what these bastards were thinking? However, he was already prepared. He only laughed in his heart. It was still unknown who would emerge victorious in the end. Brothers, don't be anxious. I've already sent someone to inform them. Those beauties will be here soon. Come, brothers, have some barbecue. This barbecued lamb kidney is good stuff. Not only is it chewy, it's also a rare tonic. It's best for men's vitality. Brothers, hee, you know. As Li Wangyu spoke, he winked at the silk pants. It wasn't easy for me to find these beauties for you brothers. Brothers, you can all get close to them today. There's no need to be polite. The silk pants were slightly stunned. Then, they came to a sudden realization, and strange smiles appeared on their faces. Hee, Zio's words are reasonable. As the saying goes, what you eat is what you nourish. Haha, this lamb kidney is very nutritious. Give me 10 skewers, no, 20 skewers. Get lost. You bastard, aren't you afraid of dying? Wahahaha, dying under a peony skirt, I'll still be a romantic ghost. Hee hee. Brother Ling Wu's words are reasonable. Give me more lamb kidneys too. The silk pants were hinted at by Li Wangyu's words. They all snatched up the oily lamb kidneys and ate with their mouths full of oil. Everyone chatted as they ate the barbecue and drank beer. The cool breeze blew gently, making them feel very comfortable. Li Wangyu and the others were almost done eating and drinking. He gave Niu Wu a look, indicating that he could go and bring the people over. Niu Wu also revealed a strange smile and immediately left to carry out the order. Not long after, 10 beautiful women, under Niu Wu's lead, swayed their slender waists and smiled sweetly as they arrived at the castle's balcony. When Cheng Chumo, Fang Yai, and the others saw so many beautiful women, their eyes immediately widened. Their vulgar gazes wantonly swept over the beauties. Even with the picky eyes of the silk pants, the 10 beautiful women in front of them were of the highest quality. Even in the Peace Square where beauties were as common as clouds, they were at the level of courtesans. However, the silk pants were curious. There were tens of thousands of courtesans in the Peace Square, but there were only about 100 courtesans at the level of courtesans. Which one had they not seen before? The 10 beauties in front of them were the most beautiful women they had never seen before. They couldn't help but be curious as to where Li Wangyu had found these beauties. The silk pants did not stand on ceremony. They directly went forward and each picked a beauty that was pleasing to the eye and pulled them to their side. Since Li Wangyu had already said that these beauties could be intimate, that meant that they would serve them in bed. Naturally, they would not stand on ceremony. What was even more infuriating was that this group of silk pants hugged these beauties and teased them while not forgetting to provoke Li Wangyu with words. Ziyu, although these beauties are beautiful, there is nothing special about them. How can you say that we have not seen them before? You can't fool us like this.
Yes, that's the reason.
Tomorrow is the Taiji Palace to pick up the bride.
Ziyu, you can go by yourself. Forgive us for not accompanying you.
Wahaha, Ziyu, you can't blame us for this.
Li Wangyu smiled strangely at the side and continued to drink his beer.
Brothers, don't be impatient. This little brother promises that you have definitely not seen these beauties before. Cheng Chumo curled his lips in disdain. Ziyu, don't talk nonsense. They all have the same nose and mouth. What's so special about them? You dare to boast shamelessly that we have never seen such beauties before?
Li Wangyu smiled.
Brothers, as long as these beauties open their mouths, you will know what's so special about them.
When the silk pants heard him say this, they realized in hindsight that these beauties had been here for so long and none of them had opened their mouths to speak.
Previously, no matter how they teased them, these beauties only covered their mouths and giggled. They never opened their mouths to speak, as if they were mutes. This made the silk pants all puzzled. They did not understand what this meant. Could it be that Li Wangyu had found them a group of deaf and mute women? Or was there something special about these beauties' voices? Cheng Chumo casually hugged a beauty and asked, Ziyu, don't try to be mysterious. Quickly tell us, what's so special about these little ladies? Li Wangyu asked curiously, What little ladies? Brothers, you asked this little brother to find them. But you have never seen beauties before, so you didn't say anything about little ladies. The silk pants were stunned again and looked at each other. They did not understand the difference between the two. Li Wangyu laughed. Beauties, introduce yourselves to the little dukes. The 10 beauties in palace attire nodded in agreement and introduced themselves to the foppish young masters. It was fine if they did not open their mouths, but once they opened their mouths, the silk pants were so scared that they almost fell to the ground. AI, there are too many smart people. Old Long's thoughts have all been guessed by you. Fine, I'll lay my cards on the table. It's really a cross-dressing boss. Chapter 985. In the future, there was a group of dangerous creatures that made all straight men's hair stand on end. They were known as cross-dressing bosses. On Baidu Baiki, the term cross-dressing boss was explained like this. Popular online term, pronounced in Japanese as cross-dressing man, which is a man who wears women's clothes. When this term appeared in the 2D world, it referred to a man who was skilled in cross-dressing. The 10 beauties Li Wangyu called over were not women at all. They were male prostitutes that he spent money to find in Chong and City's beehive. The so-called beehive was another name for the brothel where the male prostitutes worked. Male prostitutes had existed in Huaxia since ancient times. They had always been despised by the mainstream of society, but were not banned. During the Tang and Song dynasties, due to the open culture they flourished. After all, it was common for the noble women of Tang dynasty to find gigolos. After Wu Zetian ascended the throne, she even set up a crane control bureau to search for beautiful men for Wu Zetian's enjoyment. Li Wangyu didn't have to spend much effort to find 10 handsome men. Then, he asked the maids to put on makeup and put on beautiful palace clothes. After some meticulous makeup, the 10 cross-dressing bosses of the Tang dynasty were born. Although there had been male prostitutes in Huaxia since ancient times, there had never been a cross-dressing boss. Since the Western Han dynasty, the gender confusion between men and women was seen as an ominous sign. Until the Ming dynasty, when the historical record, Guawen, solemnly introduced a strange incident. In the 12th month of the second year of Long Qing, Li Liangyu of Taiyuan Jingle transformed into a woman. Naturally, a man would not transform into a woman for no reason. After all, Li Liangyu was not a virgin who would turn into a girl after touching cold water. The only explanation was that a cross-dressing boss had made a grand appearance. This kind of incident was actually recorded in history books like Guawen and Ming Dynasty. In the history of Huaxia, the most incredible cross-dressing boss was a playboy named Sang Chong during the Ming Dynasty's Changhua period. He actually disguised himself as a woman and deceived and raped women in Datong, Taiyuan, and 45 other prefectures. Until he was accidentally discovered and sent to the officials to be executed by 1,000 cuts. A total of 182 women were harmed. It was really unbelievable. Yesterday, in order to make things difficult for Li Wangyu, the debauches wanted him to find a beauty that they had never seen before. Thus, he thought of the cross-dresser. In any case, the foppish playboys had said, beauties, not women. The silk pants wanted to tease him, so Li Wangyu came up with this despicable move, planning to disgust this group of bastards. The reason why he came up with such a trick to make fun of the playboys was because Li Wangyu's young heart had suffered a great blow because of the cross-dressing boss. In his previous life, Li Wangyu met a long-haired beauty when he went to a nightclub to drink and dance with his friends. Therefore, Li Wangyu mustered up the courage to strike up a conversation. As a result, when the beauty opened her mouth to speak, Li Wangyu was so scared that he almost fell off the stool. She had an extremely beautiful face, but when she opened her mouth, it was a hoarse and rough male voice. This kind of extreme contrast was unbearable for any man. Li Wangyu ran away from the nightclub. Since then, he had been traumatized by the cross-dressing boss. Therefore, when the foppish playboys wanted to make things difficult for him, he immediately thought of a way to counterattack. At this moment, on the balcony, the foppish playboys were shocked when they heard the little ladies in their arms speak. It was no less shocking than the shock that Li Wangyu had received in the nightclub. Replying to the young duke, "This servant is called." Before the cross-dressing boss in Cheng Chumo's arms could finish introducing himself, Cheng Chumo threw him out as if he had been electrocuted. The group of foppish playboys were all shocked by the rough male voice. They were all dumbstruck, their faces full of horror. Zio she, why are they talking like that? Like a man's voice? Fang Yai's tongue was tied, and he couldn't speak clearly for a long time. Li Wangyu chuckled. Yai Xiong, what are you saying? They are men, so of course they speak with a male voice. What's so strange about that? Men? The foppish playboys were all petrified. Li Wangyu nodded with certainty. Of course they are men. Hee, my brothers asked me to find beauties, not little ladies. Why, aren't the beauties that I found beautiful? Chai Linggu, who had just been holding the cross-dressing boss, suddenly retched. He turned his head and held the spittoon to vomit violently. The others weren't any better than Chai Linggu. Their faces were all green, and they looked disgusted as if they had eaten a fly. Li Wangyu understood this group of foppish playboys. He knew that they were all steely straight men. They had absolutely no interest in adding men on top of men. It was because of this understanding that he deliberately played tricks on the foppish playboys like this. Including letting the foppish playboys eat roasted kidneys. It was all for the sake of mocking them. Li Wangyu was very satisfied with the foppish playboys' reactions. He asked with a cheeky smile, "My brothers, are you satisfied with the beauties that I have prepared for you? Have you not seen any of them before?" The foppish playboys looked at each other. Chai Linggu, who had already vomited all the beer and barbecue he had eaten, raised his head and wiped the stain on the corner of his mouth. He raised his head and glared at Li Wangyu. "Beat him up. Chai Lingwu screamed and charged straight at Li Wangyu. Cheng Chumo, Fang Yai and the rest didn't hesitate. They all rolled up their sleeves and followed Chai Lingwu. Li Wangyu saw that the situation wasn't good. He turned and wanted to run, but how could he run? He was grabbed by Fang Yai and pressed down by the group of foppish playboys. Including the lame Niu Zhangping, the 10 foppish playboys all piled on top of Li Wangyu in a human pyramid. They let him see what was really called adding men on top of men. The 3 Cheng brothers, Fang Yai, and the Yuqi twins, were all burly men. Being pressed down by the foppish playboys, Li Wangyu almost vomited his dinner from last night. I was wrong. I was wrong. Little brother was really wrong. Brothers, please spare me. Heroes, please spare me. Li Wangyu struggled under the pile of people and weakly begged for mercy. Niu Wu and Lai Hot's troops, as well as the servant girls, didn't go up to help. They just stood on the side and watched the show. The foppish playboys trampled on Li Wangyu for a long time before they stood up and pulled Li Wangyu up. Looking at Li Wangyu again, his hair was messy like a chicken's nest. His clothes were untidy and dirty. He was in a very sorry state. Li Wangyu glared at Niu Wu, who was watching the show with folded arms. Naturally, he was angry that Niu Wu didn't save him. Niu Wu, on the other hand, simply turned his head and pretended that he didn't see his Longjuan's resentful gaze. According to the rules of Jianghu, those who prank others will be pranked by others. You can't blame others. After Li Wangyu sent the cross-dressers away, he once again called the house's musicians to play and dance to liven things up. After wiping away the psychological shadow of the foppish playboys, the balcony once again became lively. Today's gathering could be considered Li Wangyu's bachelor farewell party. Although the Tang dynasty didn't have the custom of a bachelor farewell party, using wine to get the groom drunk was a fine tradition of Huaxia. Moreover, the foppish playboys had been greatly provoked by Li Wangyu today, so they wouldn't easily let him go. Cup after cup of wine was forced down Li Wangyu's nose by the foppish playboys. After a while, Li Wangyu was so drunk that he slid under the table like a pile of mud. Cheng Chumo and the others laughed and let him go. They called the Lai Hot servant girls to help him back to bed. Li Wangyu was in a daze as Aphrodite and Perrin helped him to the bed and fell asleep. Tomorrow, he was going to marry his beautiful boss. After living 2 lives, Li Wangyu was finally going to start a family, get married, and have children. Old Long's Reader Chat Group, Q Group 103-506-4474, Fatty Long's Dragon's Gate Formation, welcome to Hurt Each Other. Chapter 986. Time flew by. Li Wangyu, who had been in the western region for 4 years, finally returned to Chang'an City. When he hurried back to Dingzhou village with Niu Wu and the others, his beautiful superior had already led everyone in the mansion to welcome him at the village entrance. Li Wangyu did not expect that his wife, Su Chongqing, was holding a 2-year-old baby in her arms. Without waiting for him to speak, Su Chongqing smiled and walked forward with the baby in her arms. Wangyu, you're finally back. Come and see your son. Since he was born, you haven't seen him as his father. Son? Li Wangyu was tongue-tied. Su Chongqing nodded affirmatively. Yes, your son is already 2 years old. Look at how much he looks like you. He's so cute. 2 years old, my son. Li Wangyu's head was a little dizzy. He counted with his fingers. He had been in charge of the Western expedition for 4 years. Since he went to the Western region, he had not returned to Chang'an, nor had he seen his wife. But the child in front of him was already 2 years old. Li Wangyu unconsciously thought of an anecdote in The Legacy of the Heavenly Treasure of the First Yuan Dynasty. Yang Guozhong was sent to Jiangxia. His wife missed him so much that she fell ill. She suddenly became pregnant with Yang Guozhong in her dream and gave birth to a boy named Yang Guozhong. When Yang Guozhong returned, his wife recounted what happened in her dream. Yang Guozhong said, "This husband and wife miss each other so much." Everyone laughed at that time. Yang Guifei's elder brother, Yang Guozhong, had been an official for many years. His wife, Pei Rou, gave birth to a son for him. She even said that she missed Yang Guozhong too much. In her dream, she had sex with Yang Guozhong and got pregnant. Yang Guozhong actually believed his wife's words and treated the baby as his own flesh and blood. He even named him Yang Guozhong. It was needless to say how Yang Guozhong was mocked by the common people. Li Wangyu was not Yang Guozhong. After he figured out the meaning of this matter, he could not help but break out in a cold sweat. But before he could say anything, a series of shouts sounded in his ears, and his body began to shake violently. Lang Jun, wake up. Don't sleep anymore. If you continue sleeping, you'll miss the time. Li Wangyu suddenly woke up and opened his eyes. Only then did he realize that he had been dreaming. 4 years later, he would return home and have a son. That was just a ridiculous dream. Li Wangyu exhaled deeply and wiped the sweat from his forehead, allowing Aphrodite and Perrin to help him up from the bed. How could he have such a horrible dream? Li Wangyu couldn't help but shiver when he recalled the events in his dream. Dreams are all opposite. All opposite. He kept comforting himself in his heart. To say that Su Chongqing would make him a cuckold, even if he transmigrated again, Li Wangyu wouldn't believe it. But why would he have such a ridiculous dream on the night before the wedding? Li Wangyu couldn't figure it out. Before he could figure out the meaning of his ridiculous dream, Aphrodite and Perrin had already led a group of maidservants to help him wash up and dress up. Perrin was busy wiping Li Wangyu's face with a hot towel while scolding her Lang Jun. Lang Jun, Sister Aphrodite and I have been calling you for a long time before you woke up. Today is your big day with Sister Chongqing. Lang Jun, how could you drink so much last night? Fortunately, you didn't pick up the bride until evening, otherwise you would have missed the time. Li Wangyu had indeed been heavily drunk by Cheng Chumo and his group of playboys last night. Now that he was woken up, he still felt his mouth dry and his temples throbbing. After secretly cursing Cheng Chumo and his group of bastards, Li Wangyu asked, Perrin, what time is it? It's almost noon. It's already 9:15. Li Wangyu almost wanted to go back to sleep when he heard that it wasn't even 11 o'clock yet. In the Tang dynasty, picking up the bride didn't require one to leave early in the morning. Picking up the bride at dusk was the custom of the Tang dynasty. It wasn't even 11 o'clock yet. Obviously, Li Wangyu still had a lot of time. Perrin hurriedly grabbed Li Wangyu and said, Lang Jun, hurry up. The old housekeeper is already very anxious. He's waiting for you to worship the ancestors. Li Wangyu was speechless. He knew that Perrin was right, so he could only get up and let her and the maidservants help him freshen up and change his clothes. According to the custom of the Tang dynasty, before picking up the bride, one must first worship the ancestors and inform them of the marriage. After worshipping the ancestors, he would set off with Si Xiang to pick up the bride. The ceremony of worshipping the ancestors had always been cumbersome and time-consuming. After freshening up and changing into a brand new red wedding dress, Li Wangyu helplessly followed the old housekeeper Li Heng's instructions. He knelt 3 times and kowtowed 9 times, burning incense and worshipping the ancestors. It wasn't until 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon that the old housekeeper Li Heng finally let go of his Lang Jun. Only then did the playboys lazily walk out of the room, yawning. Their lazy appearance made Li Wangyu's teeth itch again. Although they had previously proposed various conditions to Li Wangyu, they were actually just joking with Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu was going to get married, so they were more than willing to be Si Xiang's bridesmaids. If Li Wangyu dared to find someone else to be Si Xiang's bridesmaids, Cheng Chumo and the others would probably turn hostile. As for the matter of going to the western regions to eat sand, although they had just learned about it, it was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for the playboys. But after careful consideration, the hedonistic sons became eager to give it a try. Chang'an was admittedly a land of warmth and gentleness, but the playboys were not people who would just eat and wait for death. The Tangs were obsessed with killing the enemy, serving the country, and building their career. This could be seen from the more than 2,000 frontier poems in the complete Tang poem. Therefore, the playboys like Cheng Chumo felt their blood boil when they thought of leading an army and trampling the enemy. The bright moon of the Qin and Han dynasties, the long march of thousands of miles has not ended. But with General Long Chengfei here, he will not let the horse pass the Yin Mountains. Li Wangyu copied Wang Chongling's Leaving the Frontier poem, which had been silently recited by the playboys countless times. How could they, the sons of dukes, not be eager to build their career? Inheriting their father's title was just sitting and eating. In the Tang dynasty, titles could be inherited, but the inheritor was usually one rank lower than the original. For example, Du Ruhui was the Duke of Lai. After his death, his eldest son, Du Gushi, inherited his title, but had to be one rank lower to become a duke. Moreover, among the 3 Cheng brothers, Only Cheng Chumo could inherit the title of Duke of Lu. Cheng Chuliang and Cheng Chubi did not have this qualification. Most of the other playboys also had the same problem. The Yuchi twins, Fang Yai, and Du He were all like this. Therefore, if the playboys wanted to be bestowed a title, they had to earn their own merits. Under such circumstances, how could the playboys really refuse to go to the western regions to eat sand? Therefore, the so-called revenge on Li Wangyu was just a harmless joke. After lunch, everyone prepared to set off for Chong and to pick up the bride. Tonight's wedding required a big banquet. If they were to pick up the bride back to Dingzhou village, it would be inconvenient for so many guests. Today's wedding was to be held in Chang'an City, in Li Wangyu's house in Kaihua Square. Therefore, the wedding procession was unusually large. In addition to the foppish lords who were prime ministers, the old butler Li Hang also led a group of maids, cooks, and dancers in the mansion. Hundreds of people set off together to Chang'an City to escort the bride. As soon as the wedding procession left the residence, Li Wangyu suddenly pulled on the reins of his horse. After greeting everyone, he turned his horse around and galloped back to his castle with Perrin and Aphrodite in tow. This made the playboys a little confused. They did not understand what was wrong with this guy. Chapter 987. Li Wangyu's departure was sudden, but his return wasn't slow either. When he returned to the wedding procession, the wastrel's eyes were wide open. Li Wangyu, who had always been thin and weak, seemed to have grown muscles in an instant at this moment. His body couldn't help but gain weight. Even the originally loose red groom's robe on his body was bulging. Cheng Chumo couldn't help but go up and pat Li Wangyu's shoulder, but his eyes immediately widened. Zio, you're too treacherous. How did you think of such a shameless thing? Cheng Chumo's words stunned the wastrels, who didn't understand why this fellow would say such a thing. When the crowd went up and touched Li Wangyu's body, they couldn't help but laugh and scold him. Zio, it's really the first time since the beginning of time that you went to the wedding procession like this. Damn it, why didn't I think of this move? Zio, you're shameless too. But I like it, haha. Shameless, too shameless. Bah, I'm ashamed to be associated with you. Zio, don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and prepare a set of armor for your brother. Chai Linggu laughed. Li Wangyu silently rolled his eyes and gave Chai Linggu the middle finger to show his disdain. He had hurried back to the residence just now to ask Perrin and Avro to find the Saint Seiya armor and put it on him under the groom's robe. The reason why he had to wear armor when he went to the wedding procession was naturally not because he was afraid of assassination, but because in the Tang dynasty's wedding procession customs, there was a very evil custom of choosing a son-in-law. Even though he was marrying a princess today, the wedding procession process was more or less similar to that of the common folk. Choosing a son-in-law, urging the bride to dress, sitting in a saddle, setting up a wild goose, covering the knees, going around the carriage, and blocking the carriage were all wedding customs of the Tang dynasty. Choosing a son-in-law, also known as playing with a son-in-law, was when the bride's relatives took the son-in-law down a notch. The groom and the bridesmaids would be teased and made difficult by the bride's relatives, and they would be served with wooden sticks. They had to be taught a lesson with a stick before they could proceed to the next stage. Su Chongqing was a time traveler. Although she had no relatives in the Tang dynasty, since Pai Lupi had conferred her the title of Princess Yanling, the people in the palace were considered her relatives. In addition, the group of professional women that Su Chongqing had personally brought out had set off early to Taiji Palace to support Su Chongqing. Even Niu Yong and Niu Wu's daughter-in-law stood on the bride's side today. Therefore, Li Wangyu was very clear that if he wanted to pick up the bride today, he would have to be taught a lesson with a stick. Although those sticks were wrapped in a thick cotton cloth and could not hurt people, they were still very strong. But with so many sticks raining down on him, even if he didn't get hurt, it would still hurt. A few years ago, during the mass wedding of the palace maids, Li Wangyu just hid on the side to watch the fun and did not take the killing stick. But today, he was getting married, so he couldn't hide on the side, right? Therefore, Li Wangyu was very shameless. He simply put on the armor under the auspicious clothes, wanting to use the armor to block the sticks of the female army. The playboys despised Li Wangyu's sneakiness, but at the same time, they did not forget to ask Li Wangyu for armor to protect themselves. Everyone followed Li Wangyu and put on the armor under their clothes. After dressing up, everyone laughed and went on the road again, heading towards Chang'an City. At this time, in the main hall of Taiji Palace in Chang'an City, Su Chongqing had already changed into the wedding clothes under the service of the palace maids. She was kneeling in the main hall anxiously, waiting for Li Wangyu's arrival. Empress Zhang's son led a 2- or 3-year-old boy into the main hall and sat opposite Su Chongqing with a smile. "Qing Ke greets Masteress," the child said in a childish voice and bowed to Su Chongqing. He was Pai Lupi's last eldest son, the future third emperor of the Tang dynasty, Emperor Gaozong of Tang, Li Ji. Li Ji was now 3 years old. Although he had not formally learned from Li Wangyu, he had kowtowed to Li Wangyu under the witness of Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son. Therefore, it was reasonable for him to call Su Chongqing Masteress. Su Chongqing smiled and reached out to pull Li Ji into her arms. She had always liked children, so whether it was Chengel, Wu Meinyang, or Li Ji, they were all very close to her. "Has Qing Ke been obedient recently?" "Masteress, Qing Ke has always been very obedient." Su Chongqing deliberately teased Li Ji. "Really? But I heard that Qing Ke has been very naughty recently." "Qing Ke is really obedient. If Masteress doesn't believe it, you can ask Mother." "Mother, Qing Ke is very obedient, right?" Li Ji was afraid that Su Chongqing would not believe it, so he quickly pulled his mother to testify for him. Empress Zhang's son and Su Chongqing could not help laughing. The two teased Li Ji for a while, and then Empress Zhang's son asked the palace maid to take Li Ji to play. Empress Zhang's son reached out to help Su Chongqing tidy up her hair that was messed up by Li Ji. Then she stared at Su Chongqing for a long time and said with a chuckle, "Chongqing, you won't blame me, will you?" Su Chongqing naturally understood the meaning of Empress Zhangxuan's words. If it were not for Pai Lupi and Empress Zhangxuan's interference between her and Li Wangyu would have gotten married 2 years ago after he cut off his decline. It was impossible to say that Su Chongqing had no complaints in her heart. But she could also understand why Empress Zhang's son would do this. Although she and Li Wangyu were in love, the two of them only traveled through the Tang dynasty and did not wander on an isolated island. The surrounding social environment forced them to compromise on many things. Empress Zhang's son wanted to marry her daughter to Li Wangyu. Although this kind of thing was incredible in the eyes of later generations, it was quite normal in the eyes of the Tangs. Su Chongqing slowly shook her head and smiled at Empress Zhang's son. "Aunt, what are you talking about? How can I blame you? Aunt and His Majesty have always treated this little girl well. This little girl does not dare to have any complaints." Her words were also sincere. Except for interfering with her marriage with Li Wangyu, Empress Zhang's son was really good to her. Now that she and Li Wangyu were about to get married, the previous grudge against Empress Zhang's son in her heart naturally disappeared. Empress Zhang's son could see that Su Chongqing's words were really sincere, so she was relieved. She turned to look at Li Ji, who was playing hide-and-seek with the palace maids, and then turned to Su Chongqing and said with a smile, "Chongqing, I see that you like children very much. He is the only son in Zio's family, and there are not many people. After you and Zio get married, you should hurry up and have a few more children." Although Su Chongqing was smart and capable, she also became shy when talking about this topic. She just nodded silently. However, Su Chongqing's heart also flashed a trace of haze because of this. She and Li Wangyu had already broken through the last window paper. But after so many years, there was still no sign of pregnancy. They did not take any contraceptive measures. After all, there was no small umbrella to use in the Tang dynasty. Previously, she could still comfort herself with the fact that they were not married, but now that she heard Empress Zhangxuan's words, she couldn't help but secretly guess in her heart. Could it be that she and Li Wangyu were unable to have children because of time travel? It wasn't just Su Chongqing who guessed this. At this moment, Li Wangyu, who was on horseback and listening to the playful banter of the wastrels, was also secretly pondering the meaning of his previous nonsensical dream. "Son." Li Wangyu's face suddenly changed. As if he and Su Chongqing had a telepathic connection, the two of them thought of the same thing at the same time. Could it be that because of time travel, he or Chongqing were unable to have children? Thinking of this, Li Wangyu was almost ready to turn the horse around and run back to Xianwei village behind Dingzhou village to find Sun Simiao to treat him. Damn, it can't be that outrageous, right? Could it be that he really couldn't have children in this life? Author's note: this old dragon is very dedicated to his work. Come and praise me. Chapter 988. Li Wangyu was no longer in the mood to play around with the foppish playboys due to the nightmares he had in the morning. All along the way, He was pondering whether or not he could have a son. Not only was Su Chongqing not pregnant, but neither was Aphrodite's stomach. This made Li Wangyu even more certain that something was wrong with his body. It seemed that he could only seek out the king of medicine, Sun Simiao, to diagnose what was wrong with his body. If even Sun Simiao could not do anything, then he was done for. At this thought, Li Wangyu could not help but feel vexed. It was only when the wedding procession entered the illustrious Virtue Gate that Li Wangyu rubbed his face hard and suppressed his worries. He did not want to think about these things anymore. He had also thought it through. It was not a big deal if he did not have a son. There were many Dink families in the future, but weren't they still living well? It was also good that no brats would disturb him and Su Chongqing. Although Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing's wedding was rushed, everyone in Chang'an knew about it. Naturally, the gossip-loving people of Chang'an could not miss the liveliness of Fufing's wedding. Both sides of Vermilion Bird Avenue were already crowded with people who wanted to watch the show. Even the trees by the roadside were occupied by people. The two counties of Chang'an had already sent out a large number of yamen runners to maintain order. When the wedding procession entered Chang'an City, the city was instantly filled with all sorts of blessings and cheers. May the Duke live a long life together and have a son soon. May the Duke and Princess Yenling grow old together. May the Duke's marriage last forever. Li Wangyu was wearing a bright red auspicious robe and riding on the horse that Pai Lupi had lost to him. He was all smiles as he cupped his hands in thanks to the people around him. There were 10 fully loaded four-wheeled carriages in the wedding procession. The old butler, Li Hang, was also smiling until his face was full of wrinkles. He didn't even need Li Wangyu's instructions as he nimbly climbed onto a carriage. He grabbed a large amount of copper coins from the bamboo basket in the carriage and threw them towards the crowd on the side of the road. These carriages were filled with shiny yellow copper coins. So many commoners came to join in the fun. Naturally, it wasn't just for gossip. It was an unwritten rule for rich families to spread the good news when they fetched the bride. It was to share joy with the people and also to get a good omen. With Li Wangyu's wealth, he naturally did not lack this bit of copper coins. Li Heng acted on his own initiative and prepared 10 whole carts of brand new copper coins for splashing. Even so, Li Heng was still nagging along the way. Time was too tight, and they had prepared too few copper coins. After all, the copper coins used for the wedding banknotes were all newly cast Kai Yuan Tong Bao. After 2 or 3 days, Li Heng had only obtained so many copper coins. Li Wangyu could only shake his head and smile bitterly at his smug butler and let him do as he pleased. The Lai Hot's troops, maids, and servants all followed the old butler, Li Heng. They continuously grabbed handfuls of copper coins from the bamboo baskets on the carriages and threw them towards the crowd. Vermilion Bird Avenue became more and more lively. The wedding procession threw copper coins along the way. The crowd's cheers for the wedding banknotes and their congratulations to Li Wangyu resounded through the sky. When they arrived at the Vermilion Bird Gate in the Imperial City, Li Wangyu's facial muscles were stiff from smiling. But when everyone saw the situation in front of the Vermilion Bird Gate, everyone, including the group of rich playboys, couldn't help but curse in their hearts. The old butler, Li Heng's face twitched a few times. He suddenly jumped out of the carriage. Lang Jun, this old slave will return to the Kaihua Square to prepare for the evening banquet. Please forgive me. After the old man finished speaking, he didn't give Li Wangyu a chance to speak. He led the group of maids and servants in the residence and turned to leave. Li Wangyu glared at the back of Li Heng's fleeing figure. He was extremely disdainful of this disloyal old butler. Chung Chumo swallowed his saliva. Zio, I suddenly remembered that there is still soup on the stove in the residence's kitchen. I have to go back. Li Wangyu didn't wait for Chung Chumo to finish speaking. He gave him a death stare, forcing Chung Chumo to swallow the rest of his words. Fong Yai and the others all sucked in a breath of cold air. This kind of battle could kill. In front of everyone's eyes, the Vermilion Bird Gate of the Imperial City opened wide. From the Vermilion Bird Gate to the distant Taiji Palace's Gate of Heaven, it was a distance of over 2 li. At this moment, on both sides of the Imperial City's main road, several thousand palace maids stood in a dense crowd. They all held wooden clubs in their hands, laughing and giggling at Li Wangyu and the other debauches. Chai Lingwu reached out to touch the armor beneath his clothes. He muttered, Zio, tell your brothers the truth. What kind of enmity do you have with His Imperial Majesty? To use several thousand palace maids as a son-in-law, I'm afraid that you'll be beaten to death. Li Wangyu did not know whether to laugh or cry. He had not expected that Pai Lupi would actually create such a large spectacle. In reality, Li Wangyu and the other debauches had wrongly accused Pai Lupi. This matter was truly not arranged by Pai Lupi. As the eldest princess, Princess Changle was very gentle and considerate. She had always been well-liked in the palace. Pai Lupi intended to betroth Princess Changle to Li Wangyu. Everyone in the palace knew of this. Naturally, these female officials and palace maids also knew of this. However, who would have thought that before Princess Changle could marry Li Wangyu, the Commandery Duke of Fufeng would first marry Princess Yanling? This naturally caused all of the female officials and palace maids to be dissatisfied. Although Su Chongqing had been conferred the title of Princess Yanling, compared to Princess Changle, who had grown up in the palace maids were naturally closer to Changle. Originally, Empress Zhongsun had planned to find several dozen palace maids as a token of goodwill. However, she did not take this matter seriously, directly handing it over to the female officials to make the arrangements. As for the female official in charge of this matter, she had gathered several thousand palace maids. Armed with clubs, they stood guard within the imperial city, intending to teach Li Wangyu, this heartless man, a lesson and vent Princess Changle's anger. Naturally, Li Wangyu and the others did not know the reason behind this. However, just thinking about being beaten and running across this 1,000-meter-long road made their scalps feel numb. It was no wonder that Li Hang, upon seeing such a formation, would turn and run. With his old arms and legs, how could he endure these clubs? At this time, it was best to flee as quickly as possible. The old housekeeper, Li Hang, ran without any sense of loyalty. However, the debauches could not run. With a bitter face, Feng Yai asked, "Zio, why don't we come back another day to pick up the bride?" "Brothers." Li Wangyu could not be bothered to listen to his nonsense. What did he mean by coming back another day to pick up the bride? Was this something a human would say? "Brothers, we are about to go to the western regions to conquer the barbarians. We do not fear the sharp swords of the barbarians. How can we fear the flowery fists and impractical footwork of this army of women? Let's go. Brothers, charge with me." Li Wangyu took a deep breath and jumped off his horse. With a strange cry, he covered his head with both hands and charged forward. The debauches looked at each other helplessly. They could only follow Li Wangyu's example and cover their heads with their hands as they charged toward the gate of heaven influence. The palace maids only wanted to tease Li Wangyu and the others. Naturally, they would not hit them for real. No matter what, Li Wangyu was the prefectural Duke of Fufeng and His Majesty's nephew. They did not dare to be too presumptuous. However, when the palace maids' clubs landed lightly on Li Wangyu and the others' bodies, they made soft clanging sounds. A clever palace maid noticed something fishy about Li Wangyu and the others and immediately shouted, "Sisters, they are wearing armor under their clothes." The prefectural Duke of Fufeng was here to pick up the bride, but he dared to cheat. This made the palace maids, who were already dissatisfied, so angry that their noses were almost crooked. Therefore, the wooden clubs that were originally raised high and gently lowered began to be forceful. Instantly, Li Wangyu and the debauches wailed and howled miserably. In yesterday's chapter, I was muddle-headed and wrote Li Ji's nickname, Ji Nu, as Qing Quebec wahahaha, very embarrassing. Please forgive me. Old Long has already received his retribution. It was rare for him to be more diligent yesterday. Not only did he watch the second night, he even went out to exercise at night. After competing with his son to see who could jump the furthest, he tragically sprained his old waist. Retribution, this is a lesson. As expected, one cannot be too diligent. Yes, this must be the case. Chapter 989. Even though Li Wangyu and the other wastrels were wearing armor, the places that the armor could not protect were still sore from the thousands of palace maids' attacks. Everyone covered their heads and ran for their lives. After running for more than 2 miles, they finally escaped the encirclement of the thousands of palace maids. Looking at everyone, their clothes were in a mess and their hair was in a mess. They looked miserable. When Li Wangyu and the other wastrels ran to the gate of Sky Bearing, before they could catch their breath, they heard a burst of laughter coming from the palace gate. "Wahaha, Ziyu, why are you in such a sorry state? A group of weak little girls beat you up like this. It's really shameful." "Heh heh. He must have fallen into the land of tenderness and fallen for the honey trap." "Jingda, the old man's words are reasonable. Wahahaha. Your Majesty is still the best." You only used a few palace maids to make the men of Fufeng County run like rats.
Your Majesty, these bastards actually wore armor under their wedding robes when they came to escort the bride.
They are too cunning. Li Wangyu and the other wastrels were stunned. When they looked up, they saw a few people standing on top of the gate of sky-bearing. They were pointing at Li Wangyu and the other wastrels and laughing. It was none other than Pai Lupi, who was led by Cheng Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the rest of the wastrels. Although it was not arranged by Li Er, this matter could not be hidden from Mi Tuo, who was the head of the provincial palace, who was the imperial chamberlain. After receiving Mi Tuo's report, Li Er laughed heartily. Not only did he not step forward to stop the female officials and palace maids from taking revenge, he even excitedly called Cheng Yaojin and the others to run up to the Gate of Heaven Influence to watch the show. Previously, when Li Wangyu and the other wastrels were surrounded and attacked by the thousands of palace maids, Pai Lupi, Cheng Yaojin, and the rest were very happy to see it. Li Wangyu and the other wastrels were so angry that their noses were almost crooked, but they could not vent their anger. Other people were all swindlers, but Cheng Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, this group of old ruffians, were very fond of swindlers. The more unlucky Cheng Chumo was, the happier Cheng Yaojin and the others laughed.
Li Wangyu couldn't do anything about this group of evil bosses other than secretly cursing them in his heart.
Little nephew greets uncle, greets all uncles.
Li Wangyu resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Looking at the closed Gate of Heaven Influence, he knew that Pai Lupi and the others were up to something again. As expected, Pai Lupi laughed from above the palace gates. Zio, you should recite a make-up poem.
Zhen will say this first. This poem must be composed by you. No one else can do it for you. If this make-up urging poem is not done well, the Gate of Heaven Influence will not open today. Pai Lupi's words immediately gave Li Wangyu a headache. He naturally knew that today's wedding ceremony required a make-up urging poem. But among the Tang and Song poems that he had memorized, how could there be a make-up urging poem? On the eve of the wedding, the congratulatory poet would compose a poem to urge the bride to dress and make up. There were too few good works. If he had to compose a poem himself, that would really be asking for his life. Li Wangyu originally planned to have Wei Shuyu, Du He, Du Go, and the others help him compose a poem and just fool them. Now that Pai Lupi had interfered and insisted that he compose a poem, and it had to be a good one, this was asking for his life. Uncle, little nephew's mood is not at peace today, and I really don't have the heart to compose a poem. How about little nephew ask Shuyu and the others to do it for me? Is that okay?
Pai Lupi immediately shook his head. No.
Zio, don't be lazy. Jean has not heard you compose a poem for a long time. Today's opportunity is rare. How can I let you go? Li Wangyu was in a predicament. Compose your sister's make-up urging poem? Can't he just use a limerick? As a world-renowned little immortal of poetry, if he could not compose a make-up urging poem, this would probably be the most explosive news in Chang'an City tomorrow, and even in the entire Tang dynasty. Thinking of this, the forehead of the habitual plagiarist was sweating like beans. He racked his brains to recall the poems he had memorized to see if there were any suitable verses that could be used to make up the number. Just as Li Wangyu was about to be driven to despair by Pai Lupi, a few female officials rushed to the Gate of Heaven Influence. Even outside the palace gate, Li Wangyu could hear the loud voices of Pai Lupi, Cheng Yaojin, and the others. What? Is this true? Did you summon Lu Fengyu to confirm? This is a serious matter. You can't joke about it. Pai Lupi's voice came, and Li Wangyu could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. Today was his and Su Chongqing's big day.
Could it be that there was a noble in the palace who was sick?
If that was the case, then he was really unlucky. Before Li Wangyu could figure out the meaning of Pai Lupi's words, he heard Cheng Yaojin's hoarse voice again. Bastard, if this is true, then it's really a coincidence. Your Majesty, this is a joyous occasion. Joyous occasion? Li Wangyu's heart, which had just been raised, could not help but fall back down. Since Pai Lupi ordered people to summon Lu Shenwei, the imperial physician of the Shangyao Bureau, and Cheng Yaojin said that it was a joyous occasion, could it be that a noble in the palace was pregnant?
Li Wangyu was still thinking about these messy things when he heard Pai Lupi's orders from above the palace gate.
Quickly open the Gate of Heaven Influence and let Zio in. Haha, today is really a double blessing. When Li Wangyu heard this, he could not help but feel happy. This relationship was good. It seemed that he did not need to make that make-up poem anymore. He had managed to get away with it. The gate of heaven influence of the Taiji Palace opened. After Li Wangyu and the other silk pants entered the palace gate, they immediately bowed to Pai Lupi. "Congratulations, uncle. Congratulations, uncle." Pai Lupi was slightly taken aback. "Zio, what do you mean by this? Where did this emperor's happiness come from?" Li Wangyu was confused by Pai Lupi's reaction. He could not help but say, it's not uncle? Could it be His Majesty the Emperor Emeritus? I wonder which noble in the palace is pregnant?" Pai Lupi only reacted after a while. He was so angry that he went forward and slapped Li Wangyu on the back of his head. "What nonsense are you talking about, you little bastard? What kind of nonsense is this?" "It's you little bastard. Who is going to be a father?" "Me." Li Wangyu was shocked and hurriedly waved his hands. "Uncle, don't scare your nephew. How could your nephew?" He subconsciously wanted to deny it. How could he be the father of Pai Lupi's child if a noble in the Taiji Palace was pregnant? What did the women in the harem have to do with him? If someone was pregnant, how could he be blamed for it? Wasn't Pai Lupi trying to frame him for causing chaos in the harem? His head would be chopped off. It was a good thing that Pai Lupi did not know what Li Wangyu was thinking. Otherwise, he would definitely turn today's happy occasion into a funeral. After that, Li Wangyu suddenly came to a realization. F***ck, there was indeed a woman in the harem today. Wasn't Su Chongqing in the main hall of the harem, waiting for him to marry her? Could it be that Su Chongqing was pregnant? Li Wangyu instantly became ecstatic. Uncle, is Chongqing is pregnant?" Pai Lupi rolled his eyes at him. "You're not too stupid." "That's right. Just now the female official came to report that Princess Yanling suddenly felt nauseous and vomited. Your aunt hurriedly called Lu Fengyu to treat her. I have already asked the female official." Lu Fengyu checked her pulse and confirmed that Princess Yanling is pregnant. She is already 2 months pregnant. Really? Uncle, you're not lying to me? I am going to be a father? Li Wangyu was so excited that he was incoherent. Pai Lupi smiled and nodded. That's right, this is absolutely true. For Princess Yanling's sake, I will spare you today. Quickly go to the main hall. Li Wangyu did not say anything and did not bother to greet everyone. He turned and ran to the main hall. There was only one thought in his mind. Sure enough, Meng Du was the opposite. Chapter 990. Su Chongqing didn't expect that she would suddenly feel nauseous and retch while talking with Empress Zhong's son. This naturally scared Empress Zhong's son, and she quickly ordered someone to summon Lu Shenwei. When Lu Shenwei hurried to Li Main Hall and checked Su Chongqing's pulse, he smiled. Congratulations, Princess Yanling. Congratulations, Princess Yanling. You are not sick. You are pregnant. You are pregnant. His words stunned Empress Zhong's son and Su Chongqing. Shortly after, Empress Zhongxuan's face was filled with joy. Lu Fengyu, is this true? Empress, there is absolutely no mistake. This official is certain that Princess Yanling is pregnant and has been pregnant for more than 2 months. Su Chongqing was completely dumbfounded. Previously, she had been inwardly depressed, suspecting that she and Li Wangyu couldn't have children. She didn't expect the surprise to come so suddenly. Her period didn't come last month, but because her body didn't have any reaction, she didn't take it seriously, thinking it was just an occasional disorder. Only today did she discover that she was pregnant when she showed signs of pregnancy. Brother Shenwei, you really diagnosed it clearly? Su Chongqing covered his mouth with his hand in disbelief. Of course it's not wrong. If Princess doesn't believe me, you can ask my master to diagnose you again after you return to Zhou village. Lu Shenwei twirled his beard and smiled. Su Chongqing quickly nodded. I believe. Of course I believe. Brother Shenwei, don't misunderstand. I just... She was momentarily speechless. In her excitement, hot tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. Empress Zhong's son knew that she was emotional and hurriedly comforted her. Chongqing, this is a happy occasion. Don't cry. You are a married woman today. You should be smiling. Moreover, a woman is pregnant. She wouldn't dare to be so emotional. What if she hurts the child? Hearing this, Su Chongqing hurriedly reached out to wipe his tears in a flurry. Then, he smiled through his tears and nodded repeatedly to thank Empress Zhang's son. Fortunately, Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing were born in the Tang dynasty. If it were the Ming and Qing dynasties, people like them who got pregnant before marriage would probably be drowned in a pig cage. However, in the Tang dynasty, the people were open-minded and did not value women's chastity before marriage. It was even common for women to lose their chastity and remarry. Like Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing, the Tangs would not find it shameful. They would only regard it as a matter of elegance. Therefore, Empress Zhang's son was not surprised by Su Chongqing's pregnancy. After confirming that Su Chongqing was really pregnant, Empress Zhang's son hurriedly ordered the female official to report to Pai Lupi. In Li Wangyu's line, his father, Li Zhou, had passed away long ago. Li Wangyu was Li Zhou's only son. For the Tangs, carrying on the family line and spreading the family name was the most important thing. Now that Li Wangyu was about to have a child, it meant that Li Zhou's line would have an heir. Pai Lupi originally did not like Li Zhou very much. However, because of Li Wangyu, he no longer had any ill feelings towards Li Zhou. He even posthumously gave Li Zhou the title of head of the Department of Ceremonial Ceremonies, bestowed the posthumous title of Zhen, and sent people to repair Li Zhou's grave. As Pai Lupi's nephew, Li Wangyu could have an heir. This was also a big matter for the royal family. Even though Li Zhou's and Li Wangyu's names had not yet been re-entered into the imperial register by the imperial clan temple. However, in the hearts of Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son, Li Wangyu was a member of the Li Tang imperial clan. There was no doubt about this. Therefore, whether it was Empress Zhang's son or Pai Lupi, when they learned that Su Chongqing was pregnant, their first reaction was to be overjoyed. Seeing Li Wangyu's back as he madly ran away, Pai Lupi jokingly scolded, but then he frowned. Su Chongqing was pregnant with Li Wangyu's heir. This was naturally a good thing, but it was also a problem that was neither too big nor too small. Pai Lupi understood his nephew very well. He knew that he was a very emotional person. In addition, Li Wangyu valued Lady Su very much. Now that Lady Su was pregnant, this guy might not be willing to go to the western regions. The 150,000 troops of the Western Punitive Expedition were still stationed in Jingzhou, waiting for the imperial court to send a new general manager. If Li Wangyu did not want to do it, then it would really be a headache for Pai Lupi. After Chang Yaojin laughed, he also thought of this matter. Your Majesty, now that Princess Yenling is pregnant, I'm afraid that Zio will not be willing to go to the western regions. Pai Lupi nodded and sighed. That's right, I also thought of this matter. Sigh, this is a troublesome matter. He shook his head. Forget it. No matter what, today is Zio's big day. We'll discuss this matter after he gets married. Chang Yaojin and the others could only silently nod and no longer discuss this matter. After Li Wangyu ran madly to Li Main Hall, he did not wait for the palace maids to inform him. He wanted to rush into the hall, but he almost collided with Empress Zhang's son. Zio, you're going to be a father. Why are you still so impatient? Empress Zhang's son stretched out a slender finger and lightly tapped Li Wangyu's head as she scolded him jokingly. Li Wangyu did not have his usual quick-wittedness. He only grinned foolishly. Yes, Aunt is right. Hee, Auntie, is Chongqing doing well? Empress Zhang's son rolled her eyes at him. Chongqing is inside. You should go in. Don't be so careless. Be careful not to hurt the child. Yes, I understand. After getting Empress Zhangxuan's permission, Li Wangyu immediately ran into the hall. Not to mention how happy Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing were, and how helpless Li Wangyu was. In short, the bustling wedding was simplified because of Su Chongqing's pregnancy. The wedding process of sitting in the saddle, dipping the goose, covering the knees, going around the carriage, and blocking the carriage was just a formality. Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son had Li Wangyu carefully help Su Chongqing onto the carriage, which could be considered to have completed the bridal escort process. After the bridal escort carriage arrived at Kaihua Square Lai Hot, the old housekeeper Li Hang and the others were wild with joy when they learned that their mistress was pregnant. It was lively again. And on this day of the wedding banquet, Li Wangyu was unsurprisingly drunk by a group of guests who came to congratulate him again. After Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing's wedding, it was lively for 2 days. Li Wangyu slowly recovered from his ecstasy. And the first thing that Li Wangyu thought of was the same as Pai Lupi's guess. This guy didn't want to go to the western regions anymore. Su Chongqing was now 2 months pregnant. In other words, in 8 months, he would be a father. At this time, asking him to abandon his wife and child and run to the western regions was simply asking for his life. From Chang'an to the western regions, even on a fast horse, it would take 2 months, not to mention that the army moved even slower. In other words, as long as Li Wangyu took over the position of general manager of the Western Punitive Expedition Army, not only would he not be able to see the birth of his child, but it could even be said that when he came back, the child would be old enough to eat soy sauce. But the matter of him being the general manager of the Western Punitive Expedition Army had already been issued an imperial edict. It was a matter that was set in stone. If Li Wangyu disobeyed the order and didn't go, then he would be beheaded. Even if Pai Lupi couldn't bear to behead him, it was impossible for him not to punish him. Li Wangyu was in a dilemma and didn't know what to do. On the 3rd day of the wedding, Li Wangyu was secretly pondering about what perfect excuse he should find to dodge this matter. Just then, the old housekeeper Li Hang gently knocked on the door of the study room.
Lang Jun, there is a guest.
Chapter 991. Li Wangyu was so upset that he was not in the mood to receive guests. He replied impatiently, "Is it Chang Chumo and the others? Tell them that I am not feeling well today and cannot receive guests. Tell them to go back." Li Hang also knew what his Lang Jun was worried about.
He hesitated for a moment before continuing. Lang Jun, it is Duke Yu who is here to visit.
Yu Shernan? If Yu Shernan was looking for him, he should have sent someone to invite him to Yu Shernan's residence in Chang'an. This was the proper etiquette he should have as a junior. This was not a holiday. Why would Yu Shernan come all the way to Dingzhou village? Li Wangyu was dazed for a moment before he understood Yu Shernan's intentions.
It must be that Pai Lupi knew what he was thinking and was afraid that he would play some tricks and refuse to go to the western regions.
Therefore, he asked Yu Shernan to persuade him. Li Wangyu could not help but smile bitterly. Yu Shernan was his teacher and friend.
He was also an old man whom he respected greatly.
If Yu Shernan had asked, he would not have been able to refuse. But since Yu Shernan had come, there was no reason for him to avoid meeting him. Li Wangyu sighed and stood up helplessly.
I will go and welcome Duke Yu.
After inviting Yu Shernan into the living room and ordering the servants to serve tea and snacks, Yu Shernan looked at Li Wangyu with a smile. Zio, why do you look so sad? Did this old man take the liberty to come and disturb Zio? Li Wangyu quickly shook his head. What are you saying, Duke Yu? Don't laugh at me. How can you not know why I am worried? Haha, I didn't expect that Zio would have such sentiments for love. Sure enough, His Majesty was right. With your weary personality, it must be because of Princess Yenling's pregnancy that you are unwilling to take up the post of General Manager of the Western Punitive Expedition. Am I wrong? Li Wangyu nodded silently. He really did not want to go to the western regions at this time. Perhaps in the eyes of the Tangs, wives and concubines were not that important. It was even more impossible for him to give up his official position just because his wife was pregnant. Li Wangyu's way of thinking was indeed somewhat deviant. But for Li Wangyu, it was too irresponsible of him to not be by his wife's side when she was pregnant, even when his child was born. Moreover, this era was different from the later generations. A woman giving birth to a child was tantamount to crossing the gates of hell. Even in the imperial family, with the care of the famous doctors in the Shangyao Bureau, there were still many concubines who died from dystocia. Under such circumstances, how could he be at ease? Even if Su Chongqing gave birth successfully, he didn't want to miss his child's growth. These were two completely different worldviews, yet it was difficult to explain to Yu Shernan. Yu Shernan stroked his beard and smiled. Zio, you should know what it means to put personal interests aside for the greater good. Yu the Great conquered the flood 3 times but did not enter the house. Zhuge Kongming gave his all until he died. They are all role models for our generation.
The old man took a sip of tea and continued. Ziyu, you are only 20 years old, but His Majesty will not look down on you because of your age.
Do you know how important it is to be the general manager of the Western Expedition Army? His Majesty is willing to entrust 150,000 soldiers to you, so how can you put personal interests aside for the greater good? Men are used for those who understand them. Women are groomed for those who love them. His Majesty treats me like a national scholar, so I should repay His Majesty like a national scholar. Yu Shernan's eloquence was naturally good. His words left Li Wangyu speechless. Although he didn't agree with Yu Shernan's principles, He couldn't ignore Yu Shernon's words because he was in the Tang dynasty. Master Yu, I understand all these principles, but I am worried about my wife and child. Li Wangyu stuttered as he explained. Zio, you can rest assured. His Majesty has already said that he will send more female officials to take care of Princess Yanling. Lu Fengyu will also stay here to take care of the princess. In addition, Sun Daozhong is nearby. What do you have to worry about? Li Wangyu was speechless and didn't know how to answer. Yu Shernan didn't wait for Li Wangyu to speak and continued. His Majesty has already said that if you are fast enough, Zio, after the Western Expedition Army destroys Gaochang, His Majesty will allow you to return to Chong and temporarily to visit Princess Yanling and your son. What do you think? Zio, what do you have to worry about?
His Majesty has been very kind to you.
Li Wangyu's eyes lit up when he heard this. Master Yu, is this true? If I destroy Gaochang, His Majesty will allow me to return to Chang'an? Of course. Do you think this old man will deceive you?
Good.
Since it's like that, I'll leave 7 days from now. Li Wangyu calculated silently in his heart, and then he stopped hesitating and nodded in agreement. He had calculated that destroying Gaochang would be as easy as blowing off dust. As long as the Tang army arrived, Gaochang would have no choice but to surrender. The distance from Jingzhou to Gaochang was more than 4,000 li. If the army marched quickly, it would take 3 to 4 months. At most, he would have to work a little harder and then rush back to Chang'an. It would only take a little more than a month. He should be able to return before Su Chongqing gave birth. Seeing Li Wangyu nod in agreement, Yu Shernan was also very happy. As long as Li Wangyu was willing to go to the western regions, everyone would be happy. After Yu Shernan left, Li Wangyu went to look for Su Chongqing. Filled with guilt, he told Su Chongqing about Yu Shernan's visit and his promise to go to the western regions. Chongqing, I'm sorry. I didn't discuss this with you before agreeing to Yu Shernan's request.
But
Su Chongqing didn't wait for Li Wangyu to finish.
He reached out a slender finger and gently pressed it on his lips.
Wangyu, you don't need to explain. I understand. Su Chongqing shrunk her slender body into Li Wangyu's embrace and pulled his arm around her. She closed her beautiful eyes and leaned her head on Li Wangyu's chest, quietly listening to Li Wangyu's strong heartbeat. After a long time, Su Chongqing slowly opened her mouth and said, Wangyu, you and I are husband and wife. There's no need to say sorry. I know that you promised Li Shimin to go to the western regions for me, for our unborn child. As long as you come back safe and sound, that's my greatest wish. Wangyu, promise me that you won't be impulsive for me and our child. We'll wait for you at home. In an instant, Li Wangyu's nose suddenly turned sour and tears overflowed from the corners of his eyes. He hugged the beauty in his arms tightly. The two of them didn't speak for a long time. They just stood there in an embrace. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Li Wangyu only felt that his throat was blocked by many words, but he didn't know how to say them. After a long time, Li Wangyu, like an injured wolf, began to sing South of the Southern Mountains in a hoarse voice. You're in the southern sun, snow swirling. I'm in the northern cold night, spring all year round. South of the southern mountains, the northern autumn is sad. South of the southern mountains, there are piles of grain. South of the southern winds, north of the northern sea. North of the northern sea, there are tombstones. Old Dragon listened to the south of the southern mountains. After writing this chapter, I feel like I'm torturing the single dog. Forget it. I'm going to find a wife. Chapter 992. After making up his mind, Li Wangyu tidied up his mood and rushed to Chong and Duke Lu's residence. It wasn't that Li Wangyu had masochistic tendencies and wanted to find excitement. He braced himself to explore the Dragon's Pool and Tiger's Den, for only one purpose, and that was to ask Cheng Yaojin for advice on how to be a military chief. Although the old hooligan's character wasn't very good, his ability to lead an army and fight was excellent. Among the generals of the Tang dynasty, Cheng Yaojin was one of the top. Otherwise, Pai Lupi wouldn't have listed him as one of the 24 meritorious officials of the Ling Yan Pavilion. Although in the romance of the Sui and Tang dynasties, Cheng Yaojin was described as a reckless general who only knew 3 axes, but in reality, Cheng Yaojin was a very shrewd person. Whoever treated him as a reckless man would be an idiot. Li Wangyu was just a fan of the army in the future. How could he know anything about arranging troops and how to lead an army to war? Pai Lupi forced him to take the position of the Western Expedition Army's military chief. He could only make a last-minute effort and run to the old hooligan to ask for advice. After all, he was the military chief. If all military affairs were handed over to Niu Jinda, Shui Wanjun, and the other deputy chiefs, it wouldn't be pleasant to hear. When Cheng Yaojin heard that Li Wangyu actually took the initiative to ask for a beating, he couldn't help but laugh. Wahahaha, Ziyu actually took the initiative to come, that's rare. Since you're here today, don't think about leaving. Come, prepare the banquet. Li Wangyu saw that the old hooligan was about to flip out again and quickly raised his hands in surrender. Uncle Cheng, this nephew came to visit Uncle Cheng today to ask for advice on military matters. Let's forget about this wine. When this nephew returns from the western regions, this nephew will accompany Uncle Cheng to drink until we're drunk, okay? Cheng Yaojin glared at him with dissatisfaction. Scoundrel, what does drinking wine have to do with you asking for advice? Don't be so wishy-washy like a woman. Finished speaking, the old hooligan didn't wait for Li Wangyu to object. He directly grabbed Li Wangyu and strode toward the central room. Li Wangyu immediately regretted it. Damn, if he wanted to ask about military matters, wouldn't it be better for him to look for Li Jing? Wasn't it better to look for Qin Xiong? Why did he have to run over to Cheng Yaojin, this old hooligan? Not waiting for Li Wangyu to finish regretting, the person had already been pushed to the central room of Duke Lu Mansion by Cheng Yaojin. As for the maidservants of the Cheng residence, they quickly served up the food and wine. Li Wangyu looked at the tables that were filled with food and wine. He wanted to ask Cheng Yaojin how the cooks and maids in his mansion were trained. If there was a Guinness Book of World Records in the Tang Dynasty, this speed of serving food and wine would definitely be the first. Li Wangyu sighed helplessly as he looked at the tall glass of sorghum wine in front of him. Uncle Cheng, your nephew has brought you a new type of wine today. Please give it a try. In fact, Li Wangyu had already predicted the old hooligan's reaction. Therefore, in order not to be stuffed into a puddle of mud, he specially brought 2 large barrels of beer with him. Oh, but what kind of beer is that? A few days ago, Chumo and the others had already told me that the beer was very bland, but it was cool and refreshing. Since you have the heart to bring it here, then let me try it. Cheng Yaojin loved wine. When he heard that Li Wangyu had brought a new type of wine, he naturally did not mind tasting it. Li Wangyu quickly ordered people to bring the barrels of beer into the central room. He personally poured a cup full of beer for Cheng Yaojin. Cheng Yaojin took the glass of beer and gulped it down like a cow. He poured the iced beer into his mouth and burped with satisfaction. What kind of beer is this? It's good to quench thirst. Cheng Yaojin smacked his lips and signaled Li Wangyu to fill his cup again. Li Wangyu took advantage of the time to pour the wine for Cheng Yaojin to quickly speak of his intentions. Uncle Cheng, you have to help your nephew. Whether or not your nephew can rush back to Chang'an before my family's madam gives birth depends on Uncle Cheng's guidance. Cheng Yaojin raised his head and laughed loudly. Zio, I always thought that you knew everything above the heavens and below the earth, but I didn't expect that you would also have a time when you were timid. You brat. Do you think that the army is going on an outing? You actually expect to lead 150,000 troops from Jingzhou to the western regions in 3 months. Isn't this just a dream? Li Wangyu could not help but be stunned. He did not understand what Cheng Yaojin meant. The distance from Jingzhou to Gaochang was more than 4,000 li. There was no mistake. Although Li Wangyu had never come into contact with the army, he was more or less clear that the ancient armies of Huaxia would march about 30 to 40 kilometers a day. In other words, it would only take about 2 months to complete the journey of over 4,000 miles. He estimated that 3 months was already a lot of time. Why did Cheng Yaojin say that he was dreaming? Please enlighten me, Uncle Cheng. Zio, you brat. Do you know what the concept of 150,000 troops is? Let me explain it to you like this. If the 150,000 troops set off in formation, the vanguard would have already reached the destination and started to set up camp, but the rear would have yet to leave the camp. Do you understand? Moreover, the speed of the army's march is based on the speed of the supply wagons. If the army marches for 8 hours a day, with the speed of the supply wagons, they would at most travel 40 to 50 li a day. Moreover, if there is a storm and the army is unable to move, they can only stay in the camp. After marching for many days, the army also needs to rest. Things like this are quite normal. Therefore, It is impossible for the 150,000 troops to rush to Gaochang without at least half a year. Chang Yaojin's words immediately made Li Wangyu dizzy. As a military fanatic, he knew that Chang Yaojin was not bluffing him. In the past, the 800,000-strong army of the former Qin was said to have broken the flow by casting the whip. In the end, the vanguard was completely defeated, and the rear was still on the way. This was the wooden barrel principle. The marching speed of the army had to be consistent with the slowest unit in the army. However, Li Wangyu thought that the speed of the logistics of the army should not be so slow. Li Wangyu asked in confusion, "Uncle Cheng, ever since I created the four-wheeled carriages, the speed of the logistics has not been slow. Not to mention 200 li a day. Even 100 li a day is not a problem." Chang Yaojin raised his head and drank another large cup of beer. He glared at him and said, "Nonsense. Do you think those four-wheeled carriages of yours can enter the desert?" When Li Wangyu heard this, it was as if he was struck by lightning. He was stunned on the spot. He had indeed forgotten that after the army passed Dunhuang County, they would enter the vast desert. The Tengger Desert was the fourth largest desert in China. It was more than 160 kilometers wide, and the four-wheeled carriages would not be able to enter it. The Tang dynasty had already established a trade center in Dunhuang County. Large quantities of goods were transported to Dunhuang County by four-wheeled carriages. This greatly reduced the transportation distance of the Silk Road caravans. However, from Dunhuang County to the western region, the caravans had to change to camel caravans to continue forward. It was the same for the army. To supply the 150,000 troops with supplies, they had to use a large number of camel caravans to meet the needs of the army. As a result, the Tang army's marching speed would not be fast. Moreover, to pass through the desert, the Tang army had to bring sufficient water in addition to provisions and supplies. Under the guidance of a guide, they could pass through the desert. After Li Wangyu understood this point, he could not help but sit down dejectedly. If that was the case, how could he rush back to Chang'an in half a year? Chapter 993. Chang Yaojin happily chugged down a cup of cold beer, and after letting out another loud burp, he was very satisfied. He then looked at Li Wangyu, who had a conflicted expression on his face, and gave him another heavy blow. "Zio, you brat. You probably haven't calculated how much grain is needed to supply an army of 150,000 soldiers, right? Let this old man put it this way. Not mentioning the equipment, armor, tents, flags and drums, just the grain alone is an astronomical figure. When the soldiers of the Tang dynasty set out, they bring 5 days' worth of rations and rely on the rest of the supplies. Each soldier eats 2 liters of rice a day, and for an army of 150,000 soldiers, just this alone requires 3,000 dan of grain. If we calculate that each carriage can carry 30 dan, we need 100 carriages to supply the army for 1 day. Luckily, the Tang dynasty doesn't lack horses and mules, and we also have you to make these carriages. Otherwise, even if His Majesty wanted to attack Gaochangua, it would be difficult to do so. Just maintaining the army's rations is already a huge problem. But even so, if the army wants to pass through the desert, they still need to use camels, mules, and horses. A camel can carry 3 dan, and a horse can carry 5 dan. Zio, you brat. Calculate how many animals are needed to supply the army? And with so many animals, how much horse feed and millet will be needed? Have you calculated it? Also, how much did we lose during the transportation of these rations? Chang Yaojin's words left Li Wangyu even more speechless. He really didn't know about this, but when he did, he was given a fright. It was no wonder that Pai Lupi only ordered Ho Junji to attack the western regions in the 13th year of Zhengguan. In truth, it was because of the logistical difficulties. Li Wangyu also didn't know that in the 13th year of Zhengguan, the army of 150,000 that attacked the western regions only had 70 to 80,000 soldiers. The rest were in charge of logistics. But things were different now. At the very least, after Li Wangyu made the horseshoes, the Tang dynasty's warhorses and horse-drawn horses had rapidly declined. As a result, almost everyone in the army of 150,000 rode horses. Even the infantrymen relied on their horses to travel. They would only dismount to fight on the battlefield. The movement speed of the army could be increased by a lot because of this. However, due to the wooden barrel theory, they would still be dragged down by the resources. Before the troops and horses move, the provisions and fodder must move first. This was a necessary condition for a large army to march to war. Li Wangyu was very depressed by Chang Yaojin's words. He couldn't help but grab the wine cup and gulp down a big mouthful of wine. He thought that Pai Lupi had found his conscience. However, he did not expect that this unscrupulous Uncle Tsong would actually dig such a big hole for him, and he actually foolishly jumped into it. Li Wangyu might not understand military matters, but how could Pai Lupi not know? Pai Lupi was well aware of how long it would take for an army of 150,000 to reach Gaocheng. Even so, Pai Lupi still pretended to ask Yu Shernan to tell him that after destroying Gaocheng, he could return to Chang'an for a visit. Bah, this old man is really bad. The more Li Wangyu thought about it, the angrier he got. He didn't even need Chang Yaojin to persuade him to drink. He drank one cup after another to drown his sorrows. Chang Yaojin did not try to persuade Li Wangyu. For an old hooligan, not hitting someone when they were down was already very kind. Zio, don't be so anxious. It's not a big deal for a woman to give birth.
Look at me, my wife has given birth to so many children for me, but I've never been as nervous as you.
Chang Yaojin drank big mouthfuls of wine as he made fun of Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu silently rolled his eyes. He really couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with this old hooligan.
Chang Yaojin pointed at a plate of food that the maidservant had just brought over and said, "Come Zio, try the bacon made by the chef in my residence.
It's perfect to go with wine."
I'm not bragging, but there's no place in Chang'an that makes better bacon than the one in my residence. Even the food bureau in His Majesty's palace can't compare.
Chang Yaojin's words made Li Wangyu's eyes light up. Bacon? Then, he suddenly slapped his head. He had been muddle-headed recently. How could he have forgotten about the military rations? The military rations of the Tang dynasty mainly consisted of various kinds of millet and livestock. These unprocessed millet and livestock were not only difficult to transport, but also not easy to eat. Due to the problems of transportation and productivity, ordinary soldiers could at most guarantee staple foods like millet. As for non-staple foods, they could only eat soy sauce and pickles. In fact, since ancient times, Huaxia also had military rations that were easy to carry around. For example, the rations that the Han army brought were called chow. The so-called chow was fried rice noodles. After the 5 grains were fried, they were crushed so that they could be carried. It was equivalent to the fried rice and fried noodles of the modern era. When eating, one would grab a handful and put it into one's mouth and send it underwater. Soy sauce, salted fish, salted meat, and various kinds of pickles were the salt that the soldiers needed every day. There were also fast food, such as rice balls and noodles. However, in most cases, the military still cooked millet into rice or porridge to eat.
The range of military rations in the modern era was very wide.
Li Wangyu had invented an air pump for his hemispherical experiment and could use vacuum packaging to preserve food. After cooking the food, it could be sealed in bamboo tubes or earthen jars to preserve it for a long time. In addition, foods such as luncheon meat and instant noodles were not difficult to make. Li Wangyu could even learn from Qi Jiguang's military rations, light biscuits. These military rations could not only be made in Chang'an, but they could also be made from local materials for the Western Expedition Army. Making millet and livestock directly into military rations that were easy to store and transport could greatly reduce the amount of grain transported. Thinking about this, Li Wangyu almost wanted to get up and leave. He wanted to return to Zhou village to discuss with Su Chongqing and immediately start the production of military rations. Anyways, no matter what, Li Wangyu needed to think of a way to reduce the pressure on the logistics of the army. Only then could he increase the speed of the army so that he could rush back to Chang'an within 8 months. However, it was not enough to just make military rations that were easy to store. If the army wanted to pass through the Tengger Desert, they had to give up on the 4-wheeled carriages and change to camel teams and horses. From Dunhuang Prefecture to Gaocheng Country, there were still 2,000 miles. If they only relied on camel teams, it would slow down the speed of the army. When Li Wangyu traveled in the modern era, he had also ridden camels in the desert. Although camels had good stamina, their speed was not much different from an adult walking. If they relied on camel teams to transport supplies and slowly walked 2,000 miles to Gaocheng Country, it would be too late. Li Wangyu definitely could not rush back to Chang'an before his beautiful boss gave birth. Thinking about this, Li Wangyu felt even more anxious. He secretly wondered if there was a way to let 4-wheeled carriages pass through the desert. Li Wangyu naturally understood that four-wheeled carriages could not pass through the desert because the wheels were too narrow and the pressure was too high. The solution was simple, and that was to widen the wheels to increase the surface area of the wheels and reduce the pressure. However, there was no rubber in the Tang dynasty, much less rubber tires. If he used wood to make such a wide wheel, just the weight alone would make it impossible for horses to drag it, let alone pass through the desert. As for tracks, that was even more out of the question. The technical difficulty was even more complicated than rubber tires, and it was not something Li Wangyu could do. Moreover, with the weight of iron tracks, even horses and camels would not be able to pull them. The Tengger Desert had become a stumbling block. Chapter 994. Li Wangyu thought about it, but he could not think of a way to get the four-wheeled carriage through the desert. Actually, the best way was to get rubber out of it. However, rubber trees were far away in South America, so where would the Tang dynasty find them? Of course, apart from the rubber trees in South America, China also had a plant that could replace rubber, and that was rubber grass. The rubber grass that originated in Xinjiang could also be used to extract rubber. Li Wangyu remembered that the rubber grass in the future could be used to extract 70 kilograms of rubber per mu. On the other hand, the rubber trees could only extract 80 kilograms per mu. However, the rubber grass was far away in the western regions, and distant water could not quench the present thirst. Furthermore, Li Wangyu did not know how to extract rubber from the rubber grass. Now that the army was about to set off, where would he find the time to experiment? On the other hand, after he led the army to conquer the western regions and establish the Anqi Protectorate, he should order people to plant rubber grass. Even if the production was low, as long as he could get rubber out of it, it would be worth it. However, it was useless to talk about all this now. It would not be of any help to him in getting the four-wheeled carriage through the desert. Seeing Li Wangyu frown, Cheng Yaojin laughed even more happily. Zio, don't let your thoughts run wild. Just lead the army to conquer the western regions. If you want women, just bring your concubine. If not, there are plenty of beautiful women in the western regions. A real man shouldn't be so bashful over a woman. Li Wangyu was so angry that he had nothing to say. Cheng Yaojin, this old hooligan, should be caught and drowned in a pig cage. However, since things had already reached this point, even if he was unwilling, he had no other choice. Even after returning to Dingzhou village, Li Wangyu did not dare to tell Su Chongqing about his conversation with Cheng Yaojin. If Su Chongqing knew that he could not return to Chang'an in 8 months, how disappointed and upset would he be? Although his beautiful boss was only 2 months pregnant, Li Wangyu didn't dare to take the risk and make her sad because of him. Li Wangyu only had Niu Wu select a few quick-witted troops from the manor and teach them how to make vacuum-packed food, luncheon meat, instant noodles, and other things. He then had them set out in advance, bringing along the command of his military chief, and quickly rushing to Jingzhou. He had the Western Punitive Expedition Army immediately begin preparing military rations according to the methods he taught them. As for the subsequent production of military rations, Li Wangyu taught it to Yan Liben and asked him to pass it on to the Ministry of War. In the later stages of the Western expedition, all the rations and supplies needed to be replaced with these military rations. The reason why Li Wangyu didn't report such an important matter to Pai Lupi directly was because he was angry. He was angry that Pai Lupi had deliberately set him up. He was angry that Pai Lupi had caused him to not be able to accompany Su Chongqing. Therefore, Pai Lupi had deliberately ordered someone to pass on a message, but he had avoided meeting Pai Lupi. However, how could Pai Lupi not pay attention to such an important matter? After the Ministry of War produced a batch of military rations according to Li Wangyu's method, they immediately presented it to Pai Lupi. After tasting these delicacies, Pai Lupi was naturally overjoyed. On the same day, he led a group of dukes to Dingzhou village. Even though Li Wangyu felt uncomfortable with the arrival of Pai Lupi, he could only obediently go out of the manor to welcome him. Your subject Li Wangyu, Prefectural Duke of Fufeng, greets your majesty. This fellow was also angry, and didn't even refer to himself as nephew. He followed the etiquette of a subject greeting the king and greeted Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi looked at him in surprise, but immediately understood Li Wangyu's intentions. Haha, are you angry with me? Your subject doesn't dare. Don't dare. Pai Lupi suddenly knocked Li Wangyu's head with a chestnut. I don't see how you don't dare. You still dare to give me that look. Do you believe that I will immediately order people to send you to Li Main Hall and let the Empress teach you a lesson? Li Wangyu's expression became even more bitter when he heard this, and he hurriedly begged for mercy. Your Majesty. Oh no, uncle, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. A wise man submits to circumstances. When it's time to admit defeat, it's best to admit defeat for safety. If Empress Zhong's son was long-winded, it would be quite torturous. Li Wangyu would rather go to the prison of the censorate than listen to Empress Zhongxuan's long-winded nagging. Humph, if there's a next time, I won't let you off so easily. Lead the way to your castle's balcony. Today, I also want to eat skewers and drink iced beer. Li Wangyu was speechless. Damn, as expected, this group of foppish young masters had big mouths. He guessed that the whole Chang'an city knew about eating skewers and drinking iced beer, right? In fact, his guess was not wrong at all. There were even some clever merchants in Chang'an City who had already learned how to barbecue skewers, and many restaurants had launched barbecue dishes. Other than beer that no one knew how to brew and could not be supplied for a while, barbecue quickly became popular in Chang'an City, and had even begun to spread to the surrounding provinces and counties. Cheng Yaojin was even more big-mouthed. When he heard this, he immediately laughed and said proudly, Your Majesty, a few days ago, you came to my residence and brought me a few barrels of beer. Although the beer is bland, it's quite refreshing to drink after being chilled. Your Majesty and all the officials should drink a few more cups today. His words were full of smugness. Obviously, he was showing off that Pai Lupi, Yuchi Jingda, and the others didn't drink beer. Li Wangyu was so angry that he rolled his eyes. Damn, the beer that was sent to Duke Lu's residence should have been poured out and fed to the dogs. Wasn't this blatantly trying to make him look bad? As expected, when Pai Lupi heard Cheng Yaojin's words, his face immediately became unhappy. Ziyu, why didn't you send me some beer into the palace? Why? Don't you have any idea in your heart? If you didn't force me to eat sand in the western region, would I not send you beer? Li Wangyu was rolling his eyes in his heart, but he could only show an expression of fear and trepidation. Uncle, you've wronged me. This beer has just been brewed not long ago. I have to find someone to try it first and see if I'll have any hysteria after drinking it. Uncle's health is more important. How can I casually offer you beer? Haha, Ziyu's words are reasonable. Pai Lupi was very happy when he heard this. He turned his head and glanced at Cheng Yaojin, who was showing off. Some old man's skin is rough and his flesh is thick. It's best to use him to test the beer. The group of dukes who didn't get to drink the beer also laughed. Each of them began to use words to ridicule Cheng Yaojin, this old hooligan. Cheng Yaojin, who was just proud of himself, was so angry that his face immediately turned black. Ziyu, you brat, come over here. Today, I'll have a good time with you. Cheng Yaojin rubbed his fists and looked at Li Wangyu, ready to take action to vent his anger. Li Wangyu naturally had long been prepared for this old hooligan to flip out. He quickly hid behind Pai Lupi, causing everyone to burst into laughter again. After laughing and joking, the little bit of awkwardness between Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi dissipated. Li Wangyu invited everyone to the castle's balcony to take a seat and ordered people to bring barbecue and iced beer. Everyone ate and drank until they were drunk. Only then did Pai Lupi bring up the matter of the army rations again. Chapter 995. Zio, I have personally tasted the military rations that you ordered your men to produce. If it can really be preserved for a long time like you said, the combat strength of the Tang dynasty's cavalry will increase by 30%. I will remember all of these merits. When the Western Expedition Army returns victorious, I will not be stingy with your rewards. Pai Lupi's words were not exaggerated at all. Whether or not the soldiers could eat well would actually affect their combat strength. There were many examples in history of winning wars because of improved food. It was not that Pai Lupi was unwilling to provide better rations for the army. It was just that he was limited by the transportation capacity and how to cook them on the battlefield. In fact, ever since Li Wangyu accidentally discovered the high-yield potato crop and popularized it throughout the Tang dynasty, food was no longer the main factor that restricted the logistics of the Tang army. Transportation, storage, and cooking were the key factors. The production methods that Li Wangyu came up with perfectly solved the logistical problems of the army. For example, rice that was steamed with corn, potatoes, and bacon could be sealed in a clay jar and vacuumed. It could be easily stored for about a month. Luncheon meat was just a mixture of pork, seasoning, and starch, and then steaming it in a pot. After vacuuming it, it was quite convenient to eat it. Moreover, after Pai Lupi and the other dukes tasted the luncheon meat, they were full of praise and felt that it was a rare delicacy. The fact that military rations could be made so delicious and could be stored for a long time was a huge surprise to the emperor and officials of the Tang dynasty. As for instant noodles, it was even simpler. After rolling out the noodles, they were steamed in a pot and then deep-fried until they were thoroughly fried. Although Li Wangyu could not come up with the various flavors of instant noodles, even the plain boiled noodles were enough for Pai Lupi and the other dukes to their heart's content. After tasting the military rations for the first time, Pai Lupi and the other dukes could not believe that such delicious food was actually meant for the army. More importantly, the cost of producing these rations was not high. Pai Lupi had even ordered the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs to calculate that because the new military rations were easier to transport and store, if the loss of millet and livestock was included, after the army changed to the new military rations, the amount of food consumed would be even less than the original millet. Eating better and spending less money, Pai Lupi was naturally overjoyed. He immediately rushed to Dingzhou village and praised Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu secretly pursed his lips. In his opinion, no reward was as good as letting him go home and accompany his wife. Of course, Li Wangyu also knew that his words were useless. Now, Pai Lupi would definitely not let him go. Therefore, in response to Pai Lupi's words, Li Wangyu only smiled and did not say anything. Pai Lupi raised his beer cup and drank it in one gulp. He glanced at Li Wangyu and said, "Zio, are you complaining about me?" "I wouldn't dare." "Humph, even if you don't say it, I know. You bastard, you have no future at all. You only revolve around a woman every day." Pai Lupi glared at Li Wangyu angrily and continued, "Actually, I am not lying to you. It is not difficult for the army to reach Gaochang in 3 to 4 months. Pai Lupi's words stunned Li Wangyu. Then he was overjoyed and quickly asked, "Uncle, don't lie to me. I asked Uncle Chung if it is more than 2,000 li from Dunhuang County to Gaochang. The army relies on camel caravans to transport supplies and it will take at least 2 to 3 months. Haha, Zio, you are really stupid. Let me ask you, can't you use 4-wheeled carriages to transport? It can travel 200 li in a day. In less than 10 days, the army can travel 2,000 li. What's so difficult about that?" Li Wangyu stammered. But 4-wheeled carriages can't pass through the desert." Pai Lupi laughed even more happily, but he purposely didn't answer to whet Li Wangyu's appetite. This time, not only was Li Wangyu dumbfounded, but the group of dukes and bigwigs, including Chang Yaojin, were also dumbfounded. They didn't understand the meaning behind Pai Lupi's words. Yuqi Jingda and the others all thought that Chang Yaojin's words were correct. From Jingzhou to Dunhuang County, the army could rely on 4-wheeled carriages to transport supplies and supplies. But after that, they could only rely on camel caravans. This was definitely not wrong. Why would Pai Lupi still vow to let Li Wangyu continue to use 4-wheeled carriages to transport supplies and supplies? Li Wangyu was even more anxious. He repeatedly bowed to Pai Lupi. "Uncle, I am wrong. I am stupid. Please enlighten me." He really couldn't think of a way to let the carriages pass through the desert. He even made a special trip to Shi City to find a few merchants who had been using the Silk Road for a long time to ask them about a solution. After a series of inquiries and understanding, Li Wangyu even gave up on the idea of using carriages to transport supplies and supplies. This was because he had thought too simply. In the future, when Li Wangyu was traveling in the desert, he had taken a desert car and surfed the sand dunes. It was very exciting. Thus, he thought that as long as he could come up with rubber tires or some other alternative method, he could let the carriages pass through the Tengger Desert. But this was not the case. When the camel caravan passed through the desert, they didn't travel in a straight line. Instead, they had to follow the winding paths of the various sand dunes. Traveling in this way was first and foremost for safety. The weather in the desert was unpredictable, and sandstorms could appear at any time. Once a sandstorm appeared, the caravan would have to face the wind and have the camels sit down to avoid the wind. If they walked at the bottom of the sand dunes, they would be buried by the sand dunes if they weren't careful. In this way, even if there were rubber tires, the carriages couldn't be used. Camels couldn't pull the carriages, so it was simply unrealistic to walk at the top of the sand dunes. It was precisely after he understood this point that Li Wangyu completely gave up. Now that Pai Lupi said that he had a way, Li Wangyu was naturally surprised and happy. Pai Lupi was very satisfied with Li Wangyu's attitude and even a little proud. His nephew had given him too many surprises. His wit was almost demonic, and it often made Pai Lupi doubt his own intelligence. Now that he could finally beat Li Wangyu for once, there was no need to explain the pride in Pai Lupi's heart. He coughed lightly and said slowly, "Zio, let me ask you. Is it easy to build the four-wheeled carriage?" Li Wangyu was stunned again, as if he had thought of something. "Uncle, other than the wheels, beams and steering mechanism of the carriage, the other parts are not difficult." The skilled craftsmen of the Tang dynasty also made Li Wangyu gasp in amazement. The four-wheeled carriages of today were no longer the simple carriages that Carpenter Liu had built to deal with the task of transporting grain in the spring. Right now, the main beam and steering mechanism of the carriage were made from metal by the Ministry of Works and the craftsmen of the General Works Supervisor after many experiments. The changes brought about by this were that the four-wheeled carriage could carry more weight, and the steering was easier and smoother. As for the other parts of the carriage, a normal carriage used to transport goods was simple, and it was basically made of wood. Pai Lupi laughed when he heard this. "If that's the case, Zio, why can't you dismantle the carriages in Dunhuang County and reassemble them after the army passes through the desert?" Pai Lupi's words made Li Wangyu completely petrified. Damn, why didn't he think of such a simple logic before? Chapter 996. Pai Lupi's words left Li Wangyu speechless. It was such a simple principle, yet he had completely ignored it. His brain was at a dead end, and he kept thinking about how to make the four-wheeled carriage travel in the desert. He was not the only one. No one, including Chang Yaojin and the others, had thought of such a simple method. Since carriages could not travel through the desert, they could use camel caravans to transport resources. The Tanger Desert was only 200 li wide, so the camel caravans did not travel in a straight line. Instead, they had to travel along the sand dunes and oases. Even so, if everything went smoothly, it would take at most half a month for the camel caravans to pass through the desert. It would not take up too much of the army's time. The main components of a four-wheeled carriage were the wheels, axles, and steering mechanism. These could be dismantled and transported across the desert by camel caravans. After passing through the desert, the craftsmen in the army would cut down trees and make a new four-wheeled carriage. It wouldn't be much of a hassle. In this way, the logistics of the Western Expedition Army would be easily ensured. After the military rations were produced, the four-wheeled carriages would transport them to Dunhuang Prefecture, taking 10 days. They would then be transported to the other side of the desert by camel caravans before the four-wheeled carriages took over. Under the fastest circumstances, a batch of resources could be transported from Chang'an to the various countries in the western regions in 30 days. Even if there were storms and sandstorms along the way, it would take at least 2 months. Li Wangyu could even imagine how much benefit this transportation route would bring to the Tang dynasty after the army conquered the western regions and established the Anqi Protectorate. The caravans traveling the Silk Road could all transport their goods in this way, greatly reducing the cost and time. And the Great Tang would benefit immeasurably from this. Even without the economic benefits, the connection between the western regions and the Central Plains would be closer after this communication line was opened. In history, Pai Lupi established the Anqi Protectorate in the 14th year of Zhengguan, bringing the western regions under the rule of the central government. He set up farms, collected taxes, and stationed troops, declaring the sovereignty of the Tang dynasty. But that was all. The Tang dynasty ruled the western region for no more than 100 years. It wasn't until the Qing dynasty that the western region was reintegrated into the territory of China. The fundamental reason was that the relationship between the western region and the central government was too distant, making it difficult for them to maintain their rule. Once the Western Punitive Expedition Army opened up this line of communication, the western regions would become one with the Central Plains. The Great Tang's rule over the western regions would no longer be as short-lived as it had been in history, vanishing without a trace. Li Wangyu had to admit that Pai Lupi's imagination was simply genius. Chang Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the other dukes also flattered Pai Lupi's genius ideas for quite a while. After Li Wangyu understood all of this, he suddenly clapped his hands and said, "Uncle is really talented and wise. This nephew admires you greatly. This nephew will order someone to pass on the message and have the Ministry of Works and the General Works Bureau make early preparations." Pai Lupi snorted proudly and said, "There's no need. This emperor has already ordered the Ministry of Works and the General Works Bureau to make the parts for 1,000 carriages. I've already ordered people to send them to Dunhuang County in advance." Li Wangyu finally understood that Pai Lupi had already thought of a solution. It was just that he wanted to make him suffer because of his bad taste. However, even if he was played by Pai Lupi didn't fool him. As a result, it would be very easy for him to go back and forth to Chong, and within 8 months after conquering Gaochong, Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed to Pai Lupi and said, "Thank you, uncle. This nephew is grateful to the point of shedding tears. This nephew was very willful in the past. Uncle, please be magnanimous and forgive this one. That's enough. From now on, it's more important to concentrate on your work. Don't throw a tantrum anymore. You're going to be a father soon, and you're also a county duke. You can't be so reckless. If this emperor doesn't force you to go to the western regions, I'm afraid that I don't know when you'll be willing to take out the new military rations." Yes, you're right, uncle." Pai Lupi had solved a huge problem for him. Now, no matter what Pai Lupi lectured him, Li Wangyu could only listen obediently. Pai Lupi was very pleased with himself after teaching Li Wangyu a lesson. Only then did he let him go. Li Wangyu set aside his worries and continued to flatter Pai Lupi with the other dukes. This Emperor of the Ages laughed heartily and downed cup after cup of beer like it was water. After Pai Lupi and the other dukes had their fill, Li Wangyu heaved a long sigh of relief as they were carefully escorted back to Chong and by the guards. Several days later, it was finally time for them to set off. Li Wangyu put on the glittering silver armor with the help of Aphrodite and Perrin. At the moment of departure, he hugged Su Chongqing tightly, who was already in tears, and gently stroked her hair. He whispered in Su Chongqing's ear, "Chongqing, wait for me at home." Su Chongqing rubbed her teary eyes and only clutched Li Wangyu's clothes tightly while nodding desperately. In fact, if it were in the past, the two of them wouldn't be so sad as if they were about to part forever. It was just that Su Chongqing was coincidentally pregnant, and the strong woman in the past had melted into tenderness. After appeasing his beautiful superior with great difficulty, he repeatedly instructed the old steward Li Hang and Perrin to take good care of her. Only then did Li Wangyu reluctantly get on the imperial horse that Pai Lupi had given him. Suppressing the reluctance in his heart, Li Wangyu didn't dare to look back and directly urged the horse to gallop out of the mansion. Niu Wu immediately led a group of Lai hot troops and urged their horses to follow closely behind. Perrin and all the maidservants in the mansion all bowed respectfully. "We hope that the Duke will plow the courtyard and sweep the acupoints, and return in triumph." Niu Yong was unable to accompany Li Wangyu on an expedition because of the disability of his arm, so he remained in the mansion and led the remaining troops to guard the Li family's home. At this moment, he raised his only arm and beat a war drum, making a majestic sound that shook the heavens as he marched for his Lang Jun. Outside Lai Hot, the villagers of Dingzhou village had already gathered on both sides of the village road under the leadership of the old village chief. When they saw Li Wangyu appear with the crowd, they all bowed down. "We hope that the Duke will plow the courtyard and sweep the acupoints, and return in triumph. We hope that the Duke will plow the courtyard and sweep the acupoints, and return in triumph." Li Wangyu only felt a lump in his throat, but he didn't dare to stay any longer. He could only salute the villagers with cupped fists and urged his horse to leave. He didn't go directly to Jingzhou, but had to go to Chang'an first. When the soldiers of the Tang dynasty went to war and returned in triumph, the ceremony would be held outside the Gate of Heaven Influence in the imperial city. When Li Wangyu led the troops to Chang'an, a group of foppish young masters were already waiting outside the gate of Mingda in military attire. When they saw Li Wangyu appear, even the foppish young masters who usually didn't behave properly knelt on one knee in front of Li Wangyu. They then hit their chest armor with their right fist and saluted Li Wangyu properly. From today onwards, they were all Li Wangyu's subordinates, and the ceremony couldn't be ignored. After the ceremony, the foppish young masters got on their horses and surrounded Li Wangyu. They rode their horses up the Vermilion Bird Avenue and toward the Vermilion Bird Gate. The two sides of the Gate of Heaven Influence in the imperial city were already filled with valiant imperial guards in bright armor and fluttering flags. These 2,000 or so Yi Shao cavalry were ordered by Li Erxia to guard Li Wangyu's left and right. They were the officers and soldiers who followed him to the western region. After 3 cannon shots, the Gate of Heaven Influence opened. Pai Lupi, who was also dressed in military attire, rode out of the palace. Li Wangyu immediately got off his horse and led the foppish young masters and the soldiers to bow 3 times and kneel 9 times. When the army went to war, there was a strict ceremony. Worship the heavens, worship the earth, worship the temple, worship the god of war. Chapter 997. Even the officials of the aristocratic families who had always been at odds with Li Wangyu did not dare to neglect the ceremony of the army's departure. As the saying goes, the important affairs of the country were in the worship of the army. No one dared to joke about the departure of the army. Tai Chongqing Wang Ying's expression was solemn as he prayed to the heavens. Sima, lead the people with the flag, line up in the battle array, like Chen in battle. Chase by the field, there is Si Biao Luo, pledge to the people. Drum, encircle. Fire, sacrifice the birds. Pai Lupi solemnly handed the fish talisman to Li Wangyu in the music of the drums. Before the Jin dynasty, most of the talismans used to mobilize troops were tiger talismans, but the Sui dynasty changed to scale talismans. In the Tang dynasty, in order to avoid the name of Li Yuan's father, Li Hu, they changed the tiger talisman to fish talisman and rabbit talisman. Later, there was the turtle talisman, and even the northern Song dynasty used the ox talisman as a talisman. It was not until the southern Song dynasty that the tiger talisman was changed again in order to restore the prestige of the emperor. Li Wangyu knelt on one knee and took the golden fish talisman with both hands, but he felt that it was extremely heavy. From then on, the lives of hundreds of thousands of Tang dynasty soldiers were in his hands. Let's go. Li Wangyu bowed to Pai Lupi again, turned around and got on Sashaluzi, and led the way to the Vermilion Bird Gate. The foppish lords and 2,000 Yi Shao cavalry also got on their horses and followed closely behind. When the rumbling of the horses' hooves resounded through the Vermilion Bird Avenue, the people cheered loudly. In the eyes of the Tangs, the cavalry of the Tang dynasty was invincible. The people cheered as if this was not an army going out to war, but a triumphant return. Zio, if we can't return with full strength, we won't have the face to come back and see our elders in Jiangdong. Chung Chumo waved to the people on both sides of the Vermilion Bird Avenue in a showy manner, and urged his horse to go to Li Wangyu's side and whispered. Before Li Wangyu said anything, Fang Yai disdainfully replied, Brother Chumo, your worries are groundless. Those weaklings from the western regions could drown the 150,000-strong army with just a spit of saliva from each of them. Trying to resist the iron cavalry of the Tang dynasty is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You're overestimating yourself. That's right, that's the logic. What UAI said makes sense. The Silk Pants joined in the commotion. In their opinion, the expedition to the west was a bit bitter, but it was purely a gold-plated journey. There was no risk at all. Li Wangyu shook his head. Brothers, you must not underestimate the enemy. The military strength of the countries of the western regions is not worth mentioning. But brothers, don't forget why His Majesty sent out an army of 150,000 soldiers. Chai Lingwu thought for a moment and frowned. Zio, are you talking about the Turks? Li Wangyu nodded. That's right. The reason why His Majesty dispatched the 15 great armies to the western regions was to guard against the Turks. He wasn't exaggerating. In history, Pai Lupi sent Ho Junji to lead an army of 150,000 to attack Gaochang to intimidate the Turks. Although the Eastern Turks were destroyed by the Tang dynasty and Xieli Khan was captured, the Western Turks were divided and their strength was greatly reduced. However, the Turks in the north were an enemy that the Tang dynasty had to guard against. At the end of the Tang dynasty, there were as many as 67 times when the Turks attacked the Central Plains. Under such circumstances, it wasn't surprising that Pai Lupi and the officials in the imperial court treated the Turks as their #1 enemy. Even though Li Wangyu had given the map to Pai Lupi, the Turks were still the enemy that the Tang dynasty had to guard against. Li Wangyu was actually a little worried that the Turks would come to cause trouble when the Western Expedition Army attacked the western regions. Although in history, the 14th year of Zhengguan's invasion of Gaochang went smoothly, it was now the 5th year of Zhengguan's reign. Who could guarantee that the Turks wouldn't cause any trouble? Although he was anxious to flatten Gaochang and return to Chang'an to accompany his wife, he couldn't be careless since he had taken on such a heavy responsibility. If the cavalry of the Tang dynasty were to suffer heavy casualties because of him, Li Wangyu wouldn't be able to rest easy for the rest of his life. After instructing the wastrels to not let down their guard, the 2,000 men galloped toward the northwest. The distance between Chang'an and Jingzhou was only 500 miles. Li Wangyu and the others also had the new military rations with them, so they didn't need any heavy supplies. Thus, they were able to travel at lightning speed and arrive at Jingzhou in just 3 days. Niu Jinda and Xue Wanjun had already received the news and left the city 30 miles early to welcome Li Wangyu and the others. Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel a little terrified. Although the two of them were now deputy chiefs in name, Niu Jinda and Xue Wanjun were both his elders. Niu Jinda, his legitimate son Niu Zhengping, Li Wangyu, and the other wastrels were all brothers. Niu Jinda only had one legitimate son, but because of his foot injury, there was basically no possibility for him to develop an official career. In the future, he could only inherit Niu Jinda's title and muddle along. Therefore, Niu Jinda could see very clearly that if his son wanted to live a good life after his death, the key would be Li Wangyu and the other wastrels. Since Li Wangyu had appeared out of nowhere, and in just a few years, he had risen from a commoner to a duke who had founded a country. Niu Jinda and those who knew Li Wangyu admired him even more. In Niu Jinda's opinion, if it weren't for Li Wangyu being so young, he should at least be the founding duke based on his achievements. Although Xue Wanjun wasn't familiar with Li Wangyu, he also understood Li Wangyu's ability and status. To Xue Wanjun, Li Wangyu was more important as the crown prince's teacher and the emperor's nephew. But no matter what, neither Niu Jinda nor Xue Wanjun put on the airs of an elder in front of Li Wangyu. Instead, they truly treated themselves as his subordinates. After seeing Li Wangyu, Niu Jinda and Xue Wanjun immediately bowed and cupped their fists in greeting. This startled Li Wangyu so much that he immediately jumped off his horse and supported the two. Uncle Niu, General Xue, please don't be so courteous. I really don't deserve this. Niu Jinda laughed loudly and said, "This is not like Chang'an City. The army has its own rules. General Manager, please don't be so courteous. Just give us your orders." Uncle Niu, you are too courteous. You also know that I was forced by the emperor to be the marching general manager. I had no choice. But when it comes to marching and fighting, it is the first time for me to get involved. Therefore, if there is anything wrong with me, please feel free to point it out. Li Wangyu's attitude was very humble. He wasn't the kind of person who had his eyes on the top of his head. He knew what his strengths and weaknesses were. When it came to marching and fighting, he was a layman. Even if he was the marching general manager, it was better for him not to get involved. Professional matters should be left to the professionals. This was also the management method that his beautiful superior had taught him before he left. In Su Chongqing's opinion, managing the 150,000 people of the Western Expedition Army was no different from managing a large company. Even if Li Wangyu didn't understand anything as chairman, as long as he used the right person, there was nothing to worry about. For Li Wangyu, the simplest thing was to delegate power. He could leave all military matters to Niu Jinda and Xue Wanjun. Moreover, an army of 150,000 couldn't possibly march all at once. It had to be divided into the vanguard, the center, and the rear, all of them working together. When the time came, Xue Wanjun would lead the vanguard, Niu Jinda would oversee the center, and Li Wangyu would lead the rear to slowly hold the line. In history, before Ho Junji's army had even arrived, Xue Wanjun's vanguard had already scared King Gaocheng to death and attacked Gaocheng. After Li Wangyu's army arrived at Jing province and rested for a day, the army of 150,000 finally set out for the western regions. Chapter 998. The journey from Jingzhou to Dunhuang Prefecture was more than 3,000 miles. The 150,000 West Expedition Army traveled smoothly and arrived at Dunhuang Prefecture in just over a month. The army traveled within the Tang dynasty and set up camp along the way. With the help of the various prefectures, there was naturally no trouble. However, after setting off from Dunhuang Prefecture and heading west, the army did not have any more convenience. This long journey had tormented Li Wangyu and the group of wastrels. Even though Li Wangyu was used to riding a horse, the bumpy ride on the back of a horse for over a month made him complain incessantly. Unlike him and Su Chongqing, who left home to travel to the center of Shu, they went sightseeing and did not rush. Naturally, it was not as tiring. As for the army, there was a fixed number of miles they traveled and how long they set up camp each day. Although all the soldiers, including Niu Jinda, Xue Wanjun, and the group of wastrels were full of praise for the new military rations, Li Wangyu definitely did not like to eat them. Who would want to eat instant noodles, luncheon meat, rice balls, and other military rations every day? Over the past month, Li Wangyu felt nauseous whenever he saw the new military rations. He hated himself very much. Why did he have to invent such disgusting food? Thinking about how he still had to eat those damn military rations for a long time, Li Wangyu felt that his life was gloomy. Every day, he did not eat well or sleep well. Plus, he was worried about his pregnant wife at home. Li Wangyu had a hard time over the past month. He even suspected that when he returned to Chang'an from the western region, his legs would become bow-legged because of the long period of riding a horse. Niu Wu had tried to persuade him to sit in the carriage many times, but Li Wangyu gritted his teeth and rejected Niu Wu's good intentions due to his identity as the general manager of the army. Actually, he was thinking too much. With his current status, not to mention sitting in a carriage, even if he had a few concubines by his side, no one would dare to say anything. This time, when Li Wangyu left for the western regions, Su Chongqing originally wanted Avro to follow Li Wangyu and take care of his daily needs. However, in the end, Li Wangyu still gritted his teeth and rejected this tempting proposal. After all, Huaxia's tradition since ancient times was that there were no women in the military. No matter if it was the women of the soldiers, concubines or maidservants, they were all forbidden from entering the military. Li Wangyu didn't want to break this military discipline, so he could only politely decline Su Chongqing's good intentions. Of course, it was not absolute that there were no women in the army. There was a very special type of woman in the army, known as the camp prostitute. During the spring and autumn warring states period, the king of Yu, Go Jian, had to endure hardships. In order to raise the morale of the army, he found many young widows to comfort the soldiers and raise their morale. During the time of Emperor Wu of Han, the wars were long and drawn out. In order to stabilize the morale of the soldiers and raise their morale, they set up camp prostitutes to treat the soldiers who did not have a wife. During the Tang and Song dynasties, prostitutes were even more popular. Not only Huaxia, but many armies in the ancient world were also like this. The Holy Roman Empire, Napoleon's expeditionary army, etc., all had a certain number of prostitutes following them. These prostitutes were mostly pitiful people. When Li Wangyu found out about this, he was also furious. However, he was temporarily powerless to change this matter. He could only order the officers in charge of logistics to treat the prostitutes well and not let them be abused. When the army arrived in Dunhuang Prefecture, Li Wangyu heaved a sigh of relief. He eagerly ordered the army to rest for half a month in Dunhuang Prefecture. This was not only because Li Wangyu wanted to slack off, but it was also to let the West conquering army get used to the desert environment and climate. This was also the decision that Li Wangyu made after discussing with Niu Jinda and Xue Wanjun. Different from the future, with the current transportation conditions of the Tang dynasty, one's horizons and experiences were limited. Out of the 150,000 West conquering army, the number of people who had personally seen the desert could be counted on one hand. Even Niu Jinda and Xue Wanjun, these two old generals, had never come into contact with the desert before. To the West conquering army, the danger of attacking the countries of the western regions was not worth mentioning compared to the desert. Be it quicksand, sandstorms, disorientation, lack of water, to the army, they were all fatal threats. Furthermore, the sand dunes in the desert were not static. As such, even the most experienced guides did not dare to guarantee that the army could safely pass through the desert. Every year, there were many merchant groups that went missing in the desert. In the future, Li Wangyu had actually come to Dunhuang to travel. He had also ridden camels in the desert and played with desert cars. However, that was it. He had only been at the edge of the desert and experienced the charm of the desert. As for the desert, he was also unfamiliar with it. Even his experience and knowledge from the future could not provide much help for the West conquering army to pass through the desert. Without satellite navigation and communication equipment, if they wanted to pass through the desert, they could only rely on camels and guides that were familiar with the desert. Therefore, the two old generals, Niu Jinda and Xue Wanjun, in order to ensure that the army could pass through the desert smoothly, ordered the soldiers to enter the desert under the guidance of the guides every day and undergo training. The group of wastrels was even more unfamiliar with the desert. This was the first time they had seen such a boundless desert. All of them were like Granny Lu, who had just entered the Grandview Garden, making a fuss about nothing. Zio, this is the desert? Damn it, I can't see the end of it. There is nothing but sand. Chung Chumo stood on the city wall of Dunhuang County and looked at the undulating sand dunes outside the city. He exclaimed in disbelief. Li Wangyu pushed the sunglasses on his nose and smiled. Brothers, you may not know, but the desert in front of us is more than 300 miles wide. After passing through this desert, we will arrive at the western region. Hiss. The wastrels could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Feng Yai looked up at the dazzling sun and murmured, I heard that Chief Niu and Chief Xue have ordered the soldiers to enter the desert. They leave early and return late, so they can only travel 10 to 20 miles a day. Doesn't that mean that it will take at least half a month for the army to pass through the desert? There is not even a tree to be seen in the desert. If we walk 300 miles in the desert, won't we die from the sun? Chung Chumo and the others nodded silently. When they looked at the desert in front of them again, they felt a little annoyed. The iron armor on their bodies was hot to the touch after being exposed to the sun for a while. Furthermore, the climate in Dunhuang County was dry, so the amount of water they drank every day was much more than usual. However, once the army entered the desert, they would be short of water and could only rely on the camel caravans to maintain their lives. Just thinking about it made these wastrels who had not suffered much feel uncomfortable. When Li Wangyu heard the complaints of the wastrels, he suddenly remembered something. Chapter 999. Just as Feng Yai had complained, the hot weather of the desert and the intense sunlight was a big problem. But it was not hard to solve. First was the glaring sunlight. Although Li Wangyu had invented glass, with the low efficiency of handmade glass, he did not have the ability to give sunglasses to the 150,000 Western expedition soldiers. However, this was not difficult. He only needed to prepare black gauze and let the soldiers cover their eyes with a thin layer of gauze to effectively block the sunlight. As for the problem of sunscreen, he could only learn from the Arabs. Using white linen to make headscarves not only blocked the sun, but also the wind and sand. Li Wangyu noted down these two matters and prepared to look for Niu Jinda and Xue Wanjun, the two old generals, to prepare the black veils and headscarves for the soldiers. This would more or less solve some of the problems. However, the most important thing was the problem of the water that the army needed to enter the desert. Li Wangyu could not do anything about this. Other than letting the camel caravans bring more water, Li Wangyu could not do anything else to make water appear out of thin air. As a result, a very important problem became apparent. The number of camels that were prepared for the army was far from enough. In order to cooperate with the Western Expedition Army, Dunhuang Prefecture had already prepared 20 to 30,000 camels under the orders of Pai Lupi, as well as hundreds of experienced guides. One camel could carry 3 stones of goods. For the army to march for a day, they needed 1,000 camels to supply the supplies. 20,000 camels could only meet the food needs of the 150,000 soldiers for 20 days. However, as a result, Li Wangyu did some simple calculations and was shocked to find that if the camel caravans needed to carry the parts of the 4-wheeled carriages, as well as enough water, various supplies, and horse materials, it seemed that the remaining 10,000 camels were not enough to support the needs of the 150,000 soldiers. The only way was to reduce the amount of water they could carry. However, if the army were to lose their way and miss the few oases in the desert, it would be a disaster for them. After thinking about this point, Li Wangyu did not have the time to continue arguing with the rich kids. He hurriedly ran to find Niu Jinda to discuss this matter. Niu Jinda and Xue Wanjun, the two old generals, fell silent after hearing Li Wangyu's words. The two of them had been leading troops for many years and had experienced countless battles. However, they had never come into contact with the desert, and did not know what to pay attention to when marching in the desert. Niu Jinda sighed and said, "Head chief, if it is as you say, this is a big problem. Now, it was impossible to recruit more camel caravans. His Majesty and the officials of the court have already done their best to recruit these caravans for the army." Niu Jinda and Xue Wanjun were very stubborn and insisted on calling Li Wangyu by his official position, which made him very uncomfortable. However, since the two old generals insisted on doing so, he could only accept helplessly. Li Wangyu nodded. He knew that Niu Jinda was not bad. With the national strength of the Tang dynasty, although it was not impossible to recruit more camels, it would take time. It was not possible to recruit tens of thousands of camels in a short time. Xue Wanjun pondered for a moment and said, "Why don't we reduce the amount of water? I have asked the guides. There are many oases in the desert with water sources that can supply the army." Li Wangyu shook his head and said, "I'm afraid that's not right. If we lose our way and can't find the oases, won't we be trapped in a hopeless situation?" He wasn't trying to frighten them. In an era without satellite navigation, getting lost was a very normal thing. When Li Guang went to the North Desert to attack the Xiongnu people, he almost missed the opportunity because he got lost. Moreover, the sand dunes in the desert could change their positions or even move due to the wind. Even those oases could be buried by sandstorms. It would be too dangerous to entrust the drinking water of the 150,000 soldiers to the oases in the desert. Moreover, even if the oases in the desert had water sources, The scale of the water source was limited. It would be very difficult to supply 150,000 people with drinking water. Xue Wanjun and Niu Jinda looked at each other and nodded silently. They knew that Li Wangyu was right. The three of them were silent for a while. Li Wangyu made up his mind and said, "Uncle Niu, Chief Manager Xue, it seems like we can only split up. Chief Manager Xue will lead 20,000 vanguard troops and 10,000 supply troops. I will lead 30,000 troops and another 20,000 supply troops. The remaining 30,000 troops and the supply troops will stay in Dunhuang County. After we cross the desert, the camel caravan will return. Uncle Niu will lead the rest of the army to cross the desert." The 150,000 Western Expedition Army only had 80,000 actual combat soldiers. The other 70,000 were supply troops, medical soldiers, and craftsmen in charge of logistics. He and Xue Wanjun only led 80,000 troops. The camel caravan would be enough to supply the army, and there would not be any problems. Niu Jinda nodded and then shook his head. Chief Manager's suggestion of splitting up makes sense. I also agree. However, Chief Manager, please stay in Dunhuang County and lead the rear army. Chief Manager, please be at ease. With Chief Manager Xue and me, there will not be any problems. Li Wangyu had to admit that Niu Jinda's suggestion was too tempting. If they could stay in Dunhuang County, it would naturally be better than going to the desert to eat sand. However, temptation was just temptation. Li Wangyu could only grit his teeth and reject Niu Jinda's good intentions. As the chief manager of the Western Expedition Army, if he stayed in Dunhuang County and did not advance, it would be too embarrassing. Li Wangyu shook his head and smiled. Uncle Niu, let me lead the army. With the strength of the Western region countries, by the time I cross the desert, Chief Manager Xue might have already flattened Gao Cheng. When Niu Jinda heard him say that, he felt that it made sense. Whether it was Li Wangyu, Niu Jinda, or Xue Wanjun, the Western region expedition was more like an armed march. With the strength of the Tang army, flattening the Western region was not difficult. Li Wangyu would not be so foolish to think that he could return to Chang'an after taking down Gao Cheng. Attacking Gao Cheng was just an excuse for the Tang dynasty to conquer the Western region. After Gao Cheng was conquered by the Tang army, the army would definitely go around conquering Yutian, Chotzi, Wusun, and the other countries until they established the Anqi Protectorate. As for the excuse of conquering the Western region countries, it was not a big deal. Just like the story of the big bad wolf and the little white rabbit, I told you not to wear a hat, was also a good excuse. In short, the weak were prey to the strong. Li Wangyu did not feel that there was anything wrong with using such a preposterous excuse to destroy the Western region countries. After all, from a certain point of view, bringing the Western region under the rule of the Tang dynasty was not necessarily a bad thing for the people of the Western region countries. Furthermore, Li Wangyu was not a saint, so he did not have any psychological burden. He only wanted the army to quickly pass through the Tanger Desert and conquer Gao Cheng. With Gao Cheng as the center, he would take down a large enough piece of land and establish a perfect supply line before returning to Chang'an. After the three of them finished their discussion, Niu Jinda and Xue Wanjun went to make preparations. A few days later, the Western Expedition Army that had rested enough started to move out toward the vast desert. Chapter 1000. Feng Yai shook the almost empty water sack in his hand and poured the last bit of water into his thirsty mouth. He then hung the water sack back on the camel's back while cursing. Mother ***, the sun in this desert is really too poisonous. Zio, how long did the guide say it would take to reach the next oasis? Li Wangyu was also dispirited by the sun. He replied weakly, What's the hurry? We'll reach this evening. Brother Yai, just bear with it. There's a fixed amount of water. That's right. We can't spoil this bastard. He's already drunk 2 sacks of water today. Zio, don't give this bastard any more water. It'll be better if he dies of thirst. Haha. Chai Lingwu immediately added insult to injury. If it was in the past, Feng Yai would have pounced on Chai Lingwu and wrestled with him. However, at this moment, even someone as valiant as Feng Yai could only point his middle finger at Chai Lingwu to show his disdain. Li Wangyu looked back at the army that stretched for dozens of miles and then looked up at the scorching sun above his head. The weather in this desert was too hot. He and the group of wastrels were actually fine. After entering the desert, they had already changed their camels. However, the soldiers of the Tang dynasty could only dismount and walk. They pulled their beloved horses and trudged through the desert with great difficulty. There was nothing they could do about it. The feet of the horses were too small. Although they could barely walk in the desert, if they carried the soldiers on their backs, their stamina would be depleted too quickly. Therefore, in the desert, other than the flat areas or the edge of the desert, the horses of the army could not be ridden. Instead, the soldiers needed to take care of them. The journey of hundreds of miles in the desert almost required the soldiers to walk with their feet. One could imagine how hard it was. The only thing that made Li Wangyu feel fortunate was that they did not encounter any bad weather along the way. Although it was a bit tiring, there was no danger. The 30,000 vanguard led by Xue Wanjun had already set off 5 days in advance. By the time Li Wangyu led the army through the desert, Xue Wanjun and his army would have probably reached Gaocheng. At present, the army had already traveled for 5 to 6 days in the desert. Both men and horses were exhausted and urgently needed to rest. Fortunately, the dozens of guides who cooperated with the army were very familiar with the Tengger Desert. They were very sure that the army could reach a lake around evening today. They could rest there for a short while and replenish their fresh water. As the 4th largest desert in Huaxia, the Tengger Desert was quite rich in water resources. Moon Lake and Swan Lake were famous lakes in the Tengger Desert. However, most of the lakes were grass lakes with no clear water. Only a small portion of the lakes had accumulated water, enough to supply the army with drinking water. Sure enough, the guides were very reliable. Before sunset, the army successfully arrived at an oasis in the desert. In the oasis, there was a small lake with an area of several hectares. However, the sight of it made the soldiers so excited that they were unable to control themselves. Some of the more impatient ones even took off their clothes and were about to jump into the lake. Fortunately, Li Wangyu and a group of silk pants arrived in time and stopped those soldiers. What kind of joke was this? Asking these soldiers who were as dirty as mud monkeys to take a bath in the lake, would they still be able to drink the water? Li Wangyu would rather die of thirst than drink the bath water of a group of rough men. Although the commander of the 50,000 soldiers was Li Wangyu, in reality, Niu Jinda and Xue Wanjun had already arranged various matters. Whether it was marching or setting up camp, the generals would handle it. Li Wangyu did not need to worry about it. After the army set up camp around the lake, Li Wangyu's mood became much better. Around the lake was a rare desert meadow due to the existence of a water source. The area was quite large, about a few hectares. At this moment, the war horses in the army were all released and allowed to move around in the meadow to look for food. Li Wangyu's heart ached for his horse, Sasha Luzi, so he asked Niu Wu to bring it over for him. He was prepared to take it for a walk. Lang Jun, why don't you rest? Leave Sasha Luzi to me, Niu Wu advised. No need. After riding a camel for a day, I want to stretch my muscles and bones. Li Wangyu shook his head and rejected Niu Wu's good intentions. Although the previous month of riding a camel was torturous, after riding a camel for a few days, Li Wangyu felt that riding a horse was much more comfortable. People who had not ridden a camel before would not be able to feel the bumpiness of the camel. It was as if there was a spring under its butt, constantly shaking up and down. There was no need to talk about that kind of uncomfortable feeling. Seeing his Lang Jun say this, Niu Wu did not try to persuade him anymore. He smiled and handed Sasha Luzi's reins to him. Although Sasha Luzi was won by Li Wangyu from Pai Lupi, he still cherished this horse. As one of the famous 6 horses of Zhao Ling, Sasha Luzi understood human nature. Towards Li Wangyu, his successor, he was also very obedient. After seeing Li Wangyu, Sasha Luzi excitedly snorted and rubbed its head against Li Wangyu's body. It seemed to know that Li Wangyu was going to ride it for a ride. Its 4 hooves constantly kicked the sand under its feet, seeming to be impatient. Evidently, the continuous walking in the soft sand these days had made Sasha Luzi very uncomfortable. Li Wangyu could feel Sasha Luzi's mood. He laughed and mounted the horse. Niu Wu, tell the prefectural troops not to follow me. I'll just run around the meadow and come back. Niu Wu nodded and did not object. This meadow was already occupied by 50,000 Tang soldiers. There were also Tang soldiers patrolling the surrounding sand dunes. There was no need to worry about any threat. After Li Wangyu rode Sasha Luzi out of the camp, his legs lightly clamped on Sasha Luzi's stomach. The horse immediately understood his intentions. Sasha Luzi let out a neigh and shot out like lightning. The large meadow allowed Sasha Luzi, who had been holding back for several days, to run quite freely. Li Wangyu felt the wind blow past his ears. Gusts of cool wind hit his face, making him feel very comfortable. He could not help but let out a loud roar. The horse under him ran even faster. One man and one horse ran on the meadow for about an hour. Only then did Sasha Luzi, who was covered in sweat, slow down. At this time, the sun was already setting in the west. Li Wangyu looked at the orange sunset on the horizon. He could not help but feel moved. He urged the horse to go to the sand dunes beside the meadow. He wanted to see the beautiful scene of smoke rising from the desert and the setting sun on the long river. Although there were sunsets like this every day for the past few days, he who ate sand every day did not have the mood to appreciate any beautiful scenery. Today, it was rare for the army to find such a beautiful meadow. They were also prepared to rest for a day. They were not in a hurry to travel. Only now did Li Wangyu have the mood to enjoy the scenery. He led Sasha Luzi and spent more than 10 minutes climbing the sand dunes beside the meadow. The Tang dynasty sergeants patrolling the sand dunes bowed to Li Wangyu when they saw him. No need to be polite. You go patrol. I will return to the camp after watching the sunset. Don't worry. Li Wangyu refused the sergeant's protection with a smile and waved his hand to indicate that they did not need to care about him. The sunset in the desert was the loneliness. What was the meaning of being surrounded by a group of people? Li Wangyu, who looked slightly hipster, stood on the top of the sand dunes and gently stroked Sasha Luzi's soft mane beside him. Just as he was immersed in the beautiful sunset, he was surprised to find that there seemed to be something strange in the sky. Li Wangyu was a little surprised. He looked carefully. After a while, he suddenly realized what the strange thing in the sky was. Li Wangyu did not have time to care about Sasha Luzi. He directly jumped on the horse and urged it to rush down the sand dunes. He kept calling out to the nearby Tang dynasty sergeants. Run! Return to the camp! Return to the camp! Sandstorm! It's a sandstorm! Unknowingly, 1,000 chapters have passed. Chapter 1001. Half a month later, a few fast horses rushed into Chang'an, covered in dust and exhaustion. They were messengers sent by Niu Jinda. They rushed 800 miles and exhausted several post horses. They changed horses all the way back to Chang'an from Dunhuang County in just a few days. The messengers did not disturb others and went straight to Taiji Palace. They handed over the waste token of the Deputy General Manager of the Western Expedition Army and asked to see Pai Lupi. However, they brought a shocking piece of bad news. The General Manager of the Western Expedition Army, Li Wangyu, Commander Duke of Fufeng, was attacked by a sandstorm when he led the army through the desert. His whereabouts were unknown. The army of 50,000 had searched the desert for several days and still did not find any trace of him. In a panic, they could only send people back to Dunhuang County to report to Niu Jinda. When Niu Jinda heard about this, he was also shocked and could not control himself. Li Wangyu had disappeared without a trace for several days because of the sandstorm, and in an environment like the desert. This made Niu Jinda feel a chill that shot from his tailbone to the top of his head. Although he had seen the power of a sandstorm with his own eyes, he knew that under such circumstances, the situation was not optimistic. The desert was not like other environments. If no trace of Li Wangyu was found for 5 or 6 days, even if he was not buried by the sand, he would have died of hunger and thirst. If something happened to Li Wangyu, Commander Duke of Fufeng, it would cause a huge earthquake in the court. His identity was too important and too sensitive. However, at this point, no matter how terrified Niu Jinda was, he did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly sent people 800 miles away to report to Chang'an. Fortunately, he also knew that this was a serious matter and did not dare to spread it. He only repeatedly told the messengers to keep it a secret and not let anyone know except to report it to His Majesty. In the Sweet Dew Hall of Taiji Palace, several tired messengers covered in dust knelt in the hall with their heads close to the ground. They did not dare to look directly at the furious Pai Lupi. Bastard, bastard! What kind of bullshit news is this? How dare he, Niu Jinda, spout such nonsense in front of me? I will order people to chop off his head. How did Zio die? How could he go missing? He was the Tao ancestor's personal disciple. How could a mere sandstorm do anything to him? Men, drag these bastards out and beat them to death for lying about the military intelligence. The furious Pai Lupi did not believe the news brought by the messenger at all. He immediately ordered his men to drag them out and beat them to death. Mi Tua, who was serving beside Li Er, was also extremely shocked, but he still had some rationality, and immediately advised, "Everyone let's invite Minister Fong and the others into the palace to discuss." The County Duke of Langi probably wouldn't. Shut up. Even you want to deceive the emperor? How could Pai Lupi listen to these words at this moment? In a fit of rage, he reached out and slapped Mi Tua. "Get out, all of you. Get out. I don't want to see you." Mi Tua covered his face and did not dare to say anything. He hurriedly ordered the palace maids and the trembling messengers to leave the Sweet Dew Hall. He hesitated for a moment, then stretched out his hand to summon a few eunuchs, asking them to immediately invite Feng Xianling, Zhang Sun Wuji, Gao Shilian, and the others into the palace. He also ordered people to arrange for the few messengers who were still in a state of panic to rest. If Li Wangyu really died in the desert, Chang'an City would really be in chaos. Looking at the palace maids hurriedly leaving, Mi Tua could not help but sigh. After Feng Xianling and the others entered the palace, they still did not know what had happened. After Mi Tua whispered what had happened, the three leaders of the imperial court all trembled. "Mi Tua, is this true? How could this be possible? Zio had 50,000 soldiers to protect him. How could this happen?" Feng Xianling was so agitated that even his beard was trembling. Mi Tua heaved a long sigh as well. According to County Duke Langi's message, the army had set up camp in an oasis in the desert that day. County Duke Fufeng was in a good mood, so he rode His Majesty's horse, Sasha Luzi, to walk it. However, a sandstorm suddenly came without warning. Before Commandery Duke Fufeng could return to the camp, he was swallowed by the sandstorm and disappeared. The 50,000 soldiers have been camping in the oasis and searching for Commandery Duke Fufeng. However, after searching for 5 or 6 days, they still could not find him. "I'm afraid that Commandery Duke Fufeng." He did not finish his words, but everyone immediately understood what he meant. Everything pointed to disaster. Gao Shilian was also shocked. How could this happen? What is His Majesty's attitude now? Mi Tua smiled bitterly. His Majesty does not want to believe this and is furious. Just now, he almost ordered the messengers to be beaten to death. I took the initiative to invite the 3 ministers here so that you can comfort His Majesty. After all of you know the relationship between His Majesty and Commandery Duke Fufeng. Sigh, 2 days ago, I heard His Majesty saying that when Commandery Duke Fufeng wins and returns to the court, he will let him marry Princess Royal. Zhang Sun Wuji nodded. His Majesty and Zio have a deep relationship. This will be hard to accept. Minister Feng, Minister Gao, I think we should go and see His Majesty first. Feng Xianling and Gao Shilian looked at each other and nodded silently. They asked Mi Tua to go into the hall and report. Mi Tua left in a hurry. Feng Xianling and Gao Shilian looked at each other speechlessly. No one noticed that Zhang Sun Wuji's eyes revealed a subtle smile. Not long later, Feng Xianling and the other 2 who were waiting outside the Sweet Dew Hall heard Pai Lupi's angry roar from inside the hall. "Let them go back. I will not see anyone. Mi Tua, order the cavalry division to go to Dunhuang County and find out the truth. Find out who is behind this. Whoever dares to spread lies, I will not let them go easily." Feng Xianling smiled bitterly and turned to look at Gao Shilian and Zhang Sun Wuji. He stepped forward and knocked on the door. "Your Majesty, please calm down. We know that Your Majesty is worried about Zio's safety. In my opinion, Zio is not an unlucky person. Moreover, he is the direct disciple of Dao Zhu. How could an accident happen to him? Perhaps Zio has already been rescued by Dao Zhu. However, I heard that a day in heaven is a year on earth. If Zio is summoned by Dao Zhu, I am afraid it will be difficult for him to return in time. Now that the 150,000 troops are leaderless, Your Majesty should make plans early." Feng Xianling was indeed the big shot who understood Pai Lupi the most. After he finished speaking, the Sweet Dew Hall suddenly became quiet. After a long while, Pai Lupi's voice came from inside the hall. "Mi Tua, invite Minister Feng and the others in." Feng Xianling and the other 2 were led into the hall by Mi Tua. After they greeted Pai Lupi, they noticed that the hall was in a mess. Obviously, when Pai Lupi was angry, he vented his anger on the furnishings in the hall. Feng Xianling pretended not to see this and bowed to Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, please take care of your body. Zio should be fine. Yuan Tiangang is good at reading faces. He is also familiar with Zio. Your Majesty, why don't you summon Yuan Tiangang and ask him about Zio's situation? Pai Lupi was overjoyed. Minister Feng is right. How could I forget about Yuan Tiangang? Mi Tua, immediately summon Yuan Tiangang into the palace. Mi Tua did not dare to delay.
He ran out of the Sweet Dew Hall and asked the servants to pass on the order. Humph, I need 30 chapters of water to cross the desert and 300 chapters of water to conquer the West.
Wahahaha, you are dumbfounded. How can I let you guess my thoughts? Chapter 1002. After the heavenly grand ritual, Yuan Tiangang was left by Pai Lupi in Chang'an City and became Pai Lupi's think tank for consultation. Informed by the chamberlain that Pai Lupi summoned him, Yuan Tiangang didn't dare to delay and immediately went to Taiji Palace. When he heard that Li Wangyu was missing in the desert and his life was unknown, he was also shocked. Yuan Tiangang, tell me, how is Zio's life? Pai Lupi couldn't wait to ask. Feng Xianling, who was beside him, secretly winked at Yuan Tiangang when Pai Lupi didn't notice, indicating that he should say something nice and not let Pai Lupi worry too much. Feng Xuanling's previous words were just to comfort Pai Lupi. In Feng Xuanling's opinion, she also felt that Li Wangyu's life was unpredictable.
Yuan Tiangang hesitated for a moment and replied, Your Majesty, I have indeed seen Commander Duke Fufeng's face. Judging from his face, Commander Duke Fufeng is a man of great fortune, and he doesn't look like he will die young.
I'm absolutely sure about this.
Pai Lupi was overjoyed. Yuan Tiangang, you mean that Zio is fine?
Well, Yuan Tiangang couldn't guarantee Pai Lupi. Although he was good at reading faces, he was only a man, not a god. He didn't dare to say anything about Li Wangyu's current situation.
Your Majesty, I dare not say anything about Commander Duke Fufeng's current situation.
But in my opinion, Commander Duke Fufeng should be a good man, and he should be fine. Yuan Tiangang could only answer ambiguously. However, Li Er believed his words and nodded. That's right. I also think that Zio should be fine. This scoundrel brat might be the same as last time, using an excuse to slack off. Mi Tua, you personally lead the cavalry department to Dunhuang Commandery and find out for me. If that scoundrel Ziyu is really slacking off and finds an excuse to run away again, then capture him and bring him back for us. If you can't find him this time, you don't have to go back to Chang'an City. Do you hear me? Mi Tua groaned inwardly, but he could only obediently kneel down and accept the order. Feng Xianling looked at Mito sympathetically and said to Pai Lupi, Your Majesty, the most important thing now is how to deal with the Western Expedition Army. If Ziyu is not found in a short time, the 150,000 troops will be like a group of dragons without a leader. Your Majesty, please make a decision as soon as possible. Pai Lupi frowned slightly and hesitated. Pai Lupi couldn't help but mutter to himself after the Western Punitive Expedition Army had lost 2 grand managers in succession. Could it be that this expedition to the west was really inauspicious? Ho Junji had been inexplicably burned to death by Luo Yi's son, and not even his bones remained. His most trusted nephew, Li Wangyu, had also encountered a sandstorm. Until now, there had been no news of him, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Should the expedition to the west continue? Not only was Pai Lupi hesitating, Feng Xianling, Gao Shilian, and the others were also hesitant. Zhang Sun Wuji directly said, Your Majesty, why don't we postpone the expedition to the west? Losing 2 grand managers in succession is really inauspicious, and it might be a warning from the heavens. Why don't we temporarily recall the army, and when the time is right, we can move the troops and reconquer the countries of the west? Pai Lupi didn't say anything. He slowly walked to the map that Li Wangyu had given him and looked at it carefully. This map had always been hung in the Sweet Dew Hall, and Pai Lupi would look at it for a long time every day to construct his Tang Dynasty map in his heart. There was a long period of silence in the hall. Just as Zhang Sun Wuji wanted to persuade him again, Pai Lupi spoke. No. The countries of the West must be conquered. This is the plan that Ziyu painstakingly offered to me, so how can I give up halfway? I don't believe that the heavens will stop me from conquering the West. Men, summon Lu Guogong into the palace. Pai Lupi quickly made up his mind and summoned Chang Yao Jin into the palace. It was obvious that he was prepared to use Chang Yaojin as the third Grand Manager to continue the expedition to the west. Seeing that Pai Lupi had made his decision, Fang Xianling and Gao Shilian looked at each other and didn't say anything to dissuade him. Zhang Sun Wuji was a little disappointed, but he also kept his mouth shut. However, there was some dissatisfaction in his eyes. After Chang Yaojin was summoned into the palace, he heard that something happened to Li Wangyu. Without waiting for Pai Lupi to speak, he immediately stood up and said, "Your Majesty, I will go to Dunhuang now and bring that brat Ziyu back in one piece." "Jijia, are you really willing to take over the position of Grand Manager?" Pai Lupi asked. Although he had the intention to let Chang Yaojin take over the Western Punitive Expedition Army, no matter what, the experience of the previous two Western Punitive Expedition generals and Zhang Sun Wuji's words made Li Er feel a little uncomfortable. He was also worried that something would happen to Chang Yaojin after he took over. Chang Yaojin didn't hesitate and said, "Your Majesty, don't worry. Whether it is for public or private reasons, I should make a trip to the west. Speaking of which, it was my fault previously. If it wasn't for us old fellows not being willing to go to the west, how could it be Ziyu's turn?" Pai Lupi patted Chang Yaojin's shoulder silently and didn't say anything else. Thus, the matter of Chang Yaojin taking over the position of head supervisor of the Western Expedition Army was settled. "Your Majesty, please keep my trip to Dunhuang a secret for now and don't spread it." Chang Yaojin suddenly thought of something and said to Pai Lupi. "Why is that?" Pai Lupi didn't understand. "Your Majesty, have you forgotten that Princess Yanling is now several months pregnant? If something happens to Ziyu and she hears about it, I'm afraid. No matter what, that is Ziyu's flesh and blood." Chang Yaojin, this old hooligan, was actually a fine person. If anyone really treated him as a boor, that person would be a fool. For him to have a good ending, he naturally had great wisdom. His words reminded Pai Lupi and the others. That was indeed the case. If something happened to Li Wangyu, the child in Su Chongqing's stomach would be Li Wangyu's bloodline. If Su Chongqing was too emotional and hurt the child in her stomach, that would be a huge sin. Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling and the others exchanged glances and nodded their heads silently. Jijia's words make sense. We have to hide this matter from Yanling. At least before Ziyu's Qilin's son is born, we can't let him know about this. Zhang Sun Wuji and the others nodded their heads in agreement. Everyone discussed the matter of the Western expedition before Chang Yaojin left the palace and returned to his residence. He packed his bags and prepared to rush to Dunhuang Prefecture. Not mentioning how Chang Yaojin would rush to Dunhuang Prefecture to clean up the mess left by the Western Expedition Army, Zhang Sun Wuji returned to his residence after leaving the palace and ordered someone to call his eldest son, Zhang Sun Chong. "Chong-er, if you have time, go to the palace more often to visit your aunt. Also, get closer to Changle." Zhang Sun Chong didn't understand and asked, "Father, why do you say so? It's natural for me to visit my aunt, but Changle has already been betrothed to Li Ziyo. Even if I'm her cousin, it's still inconvenient, right?" Zhang Sun Wuji twirled his beard and smiled. "That was then and this is now. You just have to listen to me." Zhang Sun Chong asked, "Father, did something happen?" "I originally planned to ask His Majesty to marry Changle as your wife. But I didn't expect that His Majesty would betroth Changle to Li Ziyo before I even said anything. Humph, I also miscalculated back then. I didn't expect Li Zhou to give birth to such an amazing son. In just a few years, this kid has skyrocketed and gained His Majesty's trust. In the long run, I'm afraid our Zhang Sun clan will really be suppressed by others. Fortunately, Li Ziyo is like his father, a short-lived ghost." "Ha!" Zhang Sun Wuji couldn't help but twirl his beard and laugh. Zhang Sun Chong was stunned and quickly asked, "Father, why do you say so? Did something happen to Li Ziyo?" "Yes." Zhang Sun Wuji nodded his head proudly. Obviously, he had already treated Li Wangyu as a dead man. Chapter 1003. Zhang Sun Wuji had always been a person with strong ambitions. However, he also understood that he did not have the ability to shake Li Tang's empire. Therefore, Zhang Sun Wuji had always been very careful in hiding his intentions in front of Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi indeed regarded Zhang Sun Wuji highly. Zhang Sun Wuji was ranked first among the 24 meritorious officials of the Lingyan Pavilion. In history, Pai Lupi had even married his eldest daughter, Princess Changle, to Zhang Sun Wuji's eldest son, Zhang Sun Chong. His favoritism towards Zhang Sun Wuji had already reached the extreme. However, it was clear that Zhang Sun Wuji was not satisfied with being a powerful relative. After Li Changqian was involved in a rebellion and was deposed, Zhang Sun Wuji realized that there was a glimmer of hope for him to seize power. Therefore, although they were both his blood-related nephew, Zhang Sun Wuji did not choose to support Li Tai, who was already an adult and known for his intelligence. Instead, he chose Li Ji, who was only 15 years old. At that time, Pai Lupi had once considered passing the throne to Li Tai. However, under Zhang Sun Wuji's persuasion, he ultimately chose Li Ji. The reason why Zhang Sun Wuji chose to support Li Ji was naturally because Li Ji's abilities were mediocre and even somewhat cowardly. In Zhang Sun Wuji's opinion, it would be easier for him to control and seize power if such a nephew ascended the throne. However, no matter how much Zhang Sun Wuji calculated, he did not expect Li Ji to marry an extremely powerful wife. In the end, Zhang Sun Wuji was unable to defeat Wu Mainyang. He died and his reputation was shattered. His relatives were exiled to Lingnan. Although Zhang Sun Wuji did not have such ambitions, he still felt a deep fear and unease towards Li Wangyou's rapid rise. He was different from the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. All of his power originated from Pai Lupi. As a result, Zhang Sun Wuji, who was originally close to Li Wangyou, became increasingly dissatisfied when Li Wangyou's nobility rank became higher and he became closer to Li Changqian, Li Tai, and the others. When Li Wangyou's grievous news arrived, Zhang Sun Wuji was secretly delighted. He felt that a stumbling block had disappeared just like that. Therefore, when he returned to the mansion, he immediately instigated his son, Zhang Sun Chong, to steal Li Wangyou's wife. There was no need to talk about Zhang Sun Wuji's despicable acts. Time flew by like a white horse, and 8 months passed in the blink of an eye. It was early summer in the 5th month of the 6th year of Zhanguan. In these 8 months, many things had happened. After Chang Yaojin rushed to Dunhuang County to take over the Western Expedition Army, he immediately led the rear army into the desert to meet up with the 50,000 soldiers who were still in the desert oasis searching for Li Wangyou. Together with the hundreds of elite cavalry led by Mito, the 120,000 soldiers searched the desert for dozens of days. They almost razed the surrounding sand dunes to the ground, but they still couldn't find any trace of Li Wangyou. Helplessly, Chang Yaojin could only leave behind 10,000 soldiers to meet Tua while he led the army to the west. With the demon king Chang Yaojin taking action, in addition to the Tang army's valiant fighting strength, there was naturally no suspense in the West expedition. When the Tang army appeared outside of Gaochang City, just like in history, the Gaochang king was scared to death, and his successor directly opened the city gates and surrendered. After the Tang army took down Gaochang City without bloodshed, they used Gaochang as the center and sent Niu Jinda and Shui Wanjun to attack everywhere. They continuously took down Chotzi and other countries, and a large piece of land in the West region was included in the Tang dynasty's territory. However, the victory of the West expedition did not make Pai Lupi feel excited or happy. There was still no news of Li Wangyou. Mi Tua had almost turned the desert upside down, but he still couldn't find any trace of Li Wangyou. Now, even Pai Lupi had silently accepted this fact in his heart. He felt that Li Wangyou should have died in the sandstorm. It was also because of this that Pai Lupi felt even more guilty and blamed himself for sending Li Wangyou to the West region. He also paid more attention to the unborn child in Su Chongqing's womb. In Lai Hot, Pai Lupi had already sent countless female officials, palace maids, and palace midwives to take care of Su Chongqing's labor. Even Lu Xinwei, the imperial physician of the Shangyao Bureau, was sent to Dingzhou village. Sun Simiao and Zhang Baozong were also summoned to the palace by Pai Lupi. He revealed to them that Li Wangyou might have died, and ordered them to take care of Su Chongqing without the slightest mistake. That child was Li Wangyou's last bloodline in the world. It could be said that with Sun Simiao, Zhang Baozong, and Lu Xinwei's care, this degree of importance was even greater than when Empress Zhang Sun gave birth. Su Chongqing was an incomparably intelligent woman. Ever since Pai Lupi sent so many palace maids to her residence, as well as Sun Simiao and Lu Xinwei's attitudes, she vaguely had some bad guesses. In addition, Li Wangyou had been away for several months, but he hadn't sent back a single letter. There wasn't the slightest bit of news, which made her feel even more uneasy. However, Su Chongqing didn't say anything. She also didn't ask about Li Wangyou's whereabouts. She only stood on the castle's balcony every day, gazing into the distance with a sorrowful expression. Today, Su Chongqing once again came to the balcony. Her hands gently stroked her swollen belly as she softly muttered to herself, "Darling, your father might have returned to that world." Humph. He actually didn't bring Mommy and Darling. Next time you see Daddy, Darling, you must teach him a lesson for Mommy. Elder sister, why did you come out again? Old immortal son already said that elder sister will give birth in these 2 days. Why are you still running around? What if the injured person has a child? Aphrodite and Perrin's figures appeared behind Su Chongqing as 2 beautiful figures appeared behind him. Su Chongqing reluctantly revealed a smile. Don't worry, I'm fine. Old immortal son also said that appropriate exercise is good for the child. Elder sister Mrs. Lang Jun again, doesn't she? Perrin gently supported Su Chongqing and pouted. Lang Jun is really too much. He's been in the western regions for 8 months and didn't even send a letter back. Humph. He even said that he would definitely return within 8 months. Su Chongqing reached out to stroke Perrin's hair and smiled. All right, don't blame him. Wang Yu might be entangled with something. Avro also held Su Chongqing's arm and smiled. That's right. The western regions is so far away from Chang'an. It took me an entire year to come to Chang'an with the caravan. Perrin, don't blame Lang Jun. Humph, both of you are speaking up for Lang Jun. I can't argue with you. Perrin smiled and stuck out her tongue. Elder sister, let's go back. Su Chongqing nodded and looked up at the western regions again. Just as she was about to turn and leave, she suddenly clutched her belly and let out a soft cry. Avro and Perrin were startled. Elder sister, what's wrong? But the child kicked you again. A few drops of sweat rolled down Su Chongqing's pretty face. She slowly shook her head. The amniotic fluid seems to have broken. Maybe the child is about to be born. These words shocked the 2 girls. After a long while, they let out a cry of surprise and hurriedly called for the palace maids. They carefully helped Su Chongqing back to her room and ordered someone to immediately invite Sun Simiao and the others over. Sun Simiao and the others hurried over. After a round of diagnosis, the midwife in the palace also checked Su Chongqing's body. Quick! Immediately report to the palace that Princess Yanling is about to give birth. The news was immediately sent back to Taiji Palace. Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongxuan's imperial carriage, under the protection of a large group of imperial guards, quickly brought Chang'e, Li Chengqian, Li Tai, and the others to Dingzhou village Lai Hot. Is it a boy or a girl? Chapter 1004. The news that Su Chongqing was about to give birth to a child soon spread throughout half of Chang'an, including Yu Shernan, Gao Shilian, and Feng Xianling, who were all Li Wangyou's close elders, Ma Zhou, Yan Liben, these Li Wangyou's disciples, as well as Yu Qijingda, these dukes and big shots who had always been on good terms with Li Wangyu. They also quickly set out, spurring their horses to follow behind Li Heir's imperial carriages, rushing towards Dingzhou village. Li Wangyou's possible and death could be hidden from the people in Lai Hot, but it could not be hidden from the officials and generals in the court. Almost everyone knew that the child who was about to be born today might be Li Wangyou's posthumous child and would inherit Li Wangyou's title in the future. When Pai Lupi and Empress Zhong's son led everyone to Lai Hot, Su Chongqing had already been sent to the delivery room by the midwives. The palace maids kept sending towels, hot water, and other utensils into the delivery room. The old butler Li Hang and Niu Yong were anxiously pacing back and forth outside. Seeing Pai Lupi and the others appear, Li Hang and Niu Yong were about to go forward and greet Pai Lupi, but Pai Lupi waved his hand and said, "Don't be so formal. Li Heng, how is Yanling now?" "Your Majesty, old immortal son and Lu Fengyu have already diagnosed that the wife's body is fine and should be able to give birth smoothly. The midwives in the palace are assisting the wife." In the Tang mansions, the mistress and the young lady were all called wife by the servants. This form of address made Li Wangyu feel like he was being taken advantage of. Empress Zhong's son immediately said, "I'll go and see Chongqing." Chang'e also pulled her mother's sleeve and said, "Mother, I also want to see sister." When Chang'e first met Li Wangyu, she was only a 7 or 8-year-old little girl. Now, 5 or 6 years had passed, and the little girl had grown into a young and beautiful girl. Li Wangyu traveled to the Tang dynasty and had a good appearance. He was very handsome and was not inferior to those young men in the later world. In addition, he shamelessly copied a lot of works, which made him even more charming. Even if Li Wangyu was not the Duke of Fufeng, He could still be called the national idol in the Tang dynasty and was the dream lover of countless girls. Changle was at the age of love. How could she not be attracted to Li Wangyu? As a result, her feelings for Li Wangyu had long changed from respect and worship to love and longing. She also avoided seeing Li Wangyu, her teacher and Changle side. To Li wife's to be a wife. The little girl became shy and avoided to be a teacher. But in Changle's heart, she had already regarded Li Wangyu as her future husband. Back then, Li Wangyu had refused the marriage and even went as far as to be punished by Li Er. He had gone to Huayin County to become the county magistrate. This had made Changle depressed for a long time. She often hid in the palace and cried secretly. This was also the reason why Pai Lupi was so angry with Li Wangyu. His precious little cotton-padded jacket was actually crying because of this bastard Li Wangyu. He really deserved to die. Pai Lupi was an emperor, but first of all, he was a father. His good cabbage was despised by a pig. It was really annoying. Fortunately, in order to marry Su Chongqing, Li Wangyu finally agreed to marry Changle, which satisfied Pai Lupi a lot. Changle was looking forward to Li Wangyu's grand wedding and joining the Lai Hot after he returned victorious from the western regions. Therefore, Changle had already changed her way of addressing Su Chongqing as sister. She had already regarded herself as a member of the Lai Hot. But who would have thought that the heavens didn't fulfill people's wishes? Li Wangyu actually died in the desert. This made Pai Lupi feel sad. He also felt that he couldn't face his eldest daughter. Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son still didn't know about Li Wangyu's accident from Changle. They didn't know how to tell her this cruel truth. Changle's words made Empress Zhang's son hesitate for a moment. But she still nodded and agreed. She took her daughter's hand and went to the delivery room. In the delivery room, Su Chongqing had already turned pale because of the prenatal pain. Her forehead was full of bean-sized sweat. Her long hair was wet and scattered on her forehead. Seeing her like this, Changle hurriedly went up. She carefully took the warm towel from Perrin's hand and carefully wiped Su Chongqing. "Sister, is it hard to give birth? Is it very painful? Just bear with it. I heard from my mother that it will be fine after the baby is born." Su Chongqing reluctantly gave Changle a smile. "Changle, I'm fine." Changle slightly twisted the corner of her clothes. But Changle is a little afraid of pain. Will Changle be like this in the future? Without waiting for others to speak, Changle seemed to have made up her mind. "But if it's for my husband, Changle is not afraid of pain." Her words made Su Chongqing and Empress Zhongxuan's faces turn dark at the same time. Neither of them spoke, nor were they in the mood to make fun of the little girl. Empress Zhang's son hesitated for a moment. After comforting Su Chongqing with a few words, she took Changle out of the delivery room. Her eldest daughter was still looking forward to the future. As a mother, she felt more and more uncomfortable and didn't know what to do. Empress Zhang's son couldn't help thinking of what her brother said to her in the palace these days. Perhaps for Changle's good, it was time to arrange a new marriage for her. Zhang's son Chong as her nephew seemed to be a good choice. While Empress Zhang's son was thinking absent-mindedly, Su Chongqing's painful cry came from the delivery room, interrupting her thoughts. Pai Lupi and others also became nervous at this time. In the Tang dynasty, women giving birth was really like breaking through the gates of hell, and they couldn't be careless. Even Sun Simiao, just in case, had prepared an operating room in Lai Hot early. If Su Chongqing had a difficult birth, they might have to do another cesarean section. Ma Zhou, Yan Liben, and other disciples, as well as Li Hang, Niu Yong, and others, were so nervous that they almost held their breaths. Fortunately, it didn't take long before a baby's loud cry came from the delivery room, which eased the tension of everyone a little. "Congratulations, Your Majesty." Commandery Princess Yenling gave birth to a little girl successfully. Both mother and daughter are safe. Immediately, a female official in the palace hurried out to report the good news. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, and immediately felt a sense of loss. A girl couldn't inherit Li Wangyu's title of nobility. Pai Lupi shook his head. When he was about to let the chamberlain read the decree, he heard a baby's cry again from the delivery room. "Two babies? Twins?" Immediately, a female official rushed out again. "Congratulations, Your Majesty." Commandery Princess Yenling gave birth to another Prince Xiao Lang. They are twins of a dragon and a phoenix. Both mother and child are safe. This news shocked everyone. Old butler Li Heng's knees went soft, and he knelt on the ground. Li family ancestors bless us, old master bless us, Lang Jun has a descendant. Lang Jun has a descendant. Ma Zhou and the rest of the disciples were overjoyed. Their master's lineage wouldn't be broken. This was almost the best news they had heard in 8 months. Haha, good. Yanling has worked hard. Pass my decree. Commandery Princess Fufeng, Li Wangyu, has worked hard and made great contributions to the country. He should return to the imperial family. Pai Lupi was so happy that he didn't even bother to let the chamberlain read the decree. He directly announced it in front of everyone. When old butler Li Heng heard that his Lang Jun could return to the imperial family, he was so excited that he almost had a stroke. He immediately knelt down again and kowtowed to Pai Lupi 3 times and 9 times.
Old slave thanks your majesty on behalf of Lang Jun.
Before Li Heng could finish, Pai Lupi's next sentence almost made the old man faint. Commandery Princess Fufeng, Li Wangyu, will be conferred the title of Prince of Qin.
His eldest son will be conferred the title of Commandery Prince of Fufeng, and his eldest daughter will be conferred the title of Commandery Princess of Fufeng.
Once this was said, everyone was shocked. What a genius! Not only did he guess that they are twins, but he also guessed that they are siblings. Amazing! Chapter 1005. King of Qin? Fang Xianling, Gao Shilian, and the others were about to dissuade him, but they immediately shut their mouths again. Obviously, this title was Pai Lupi's compensation to Li Wangyu. Although it was somewhat inappropriate, Fang Xianling and the others did not want to cause more trouble and make Pai Lupi unhappy. For them, it was not unacceptable that Li Wangyu would be conferred the title of King of Qin. This was a posthumous title given by Pai Lupi to Li Wangyu. It was a sad honor. But King of Qin was not an ordinary prince. Before Pai Lupi's rebellion at the Xuanwu Gate, his title was King of Qin. King of Qin represented the state of Qin during the Spring and Autumn and Warring States period. The titles of Qin, Jin, Qi, and Chu were the most honorable. And King of Qin represented Pai Lupi. Therefore, in the Tang dynasty, except for Pai Lupi, no one else was conferred the title of King of Qin. Now that Pai Lupi had given the title of King of Qin to Li Wangyu, it could be said to be a sad honor to the extreme. Pai Lupi chose to announce Li Wangyu's posthumous title in public because he did not intend to continue hiding Li Wangyu's death. As for Li Wangyu's posthumous children, the 2 newborn children were conferred the title of King of Qin. In the eyes of the public, it was not a big deal. If Li Wangyu was conferred the title of prince, it was reasonable for his son to inherit the title of King of Qin. After the old housekeeper Li Heng's surprise, he immediately realized that Pai Lupi had used the word posthumous title. Posthumous title meant posthumous title and posthumous honor. It meant to add a title to the deceased.
Your majesty, could it be that you are mistaken?
My Lang Jun he. How could he be conferred the title of King of Qin? Li Heng's face suddenly turned as white as a sheet of paper. His kneeling body began to tremble uncontrollably. Niu Yong and the others also understood Pai Lupi's words. They were all shocked, speechless. Changle's face was full of disbelief. Father, what are you talking about? What posthumous title? Li Lang, what happened to him? Empress Zhong's son sighed and reached out to hold her daughter. Changle, I'll explain it to you later. Mother, tell me clearly, what's going on? What's wrong with my husband? Changle was unwilling to listen to Empress Zhong's son. She pulled her and kept asking in a panic. Empress Zhong's son had no choice but to tell her daughter in a low voice about how Li Wangyu had encountered a sandstorm in the desert a few months ago. After hearing Empress Zhongxuan's narration, Changle's body shook and she almost fainted. No, this is impossible. Mother, you must be lying to me. How did Li Lang die? It can't be. Mother, you're lying to me, right? Empress Zhong's son knew that her daughter had long been deeply in love with Li Wangyu. It was hard for her to accept this cruel reality. She didn't argue with Changle and just pulled her into her arms. The next second, Changle let out a heart-wrenching cry. In the delivery room, Su Chongqing, who had just given birth to the twins, had a haggard look on his face. However, there was a smile on his face as he turned to look at the twins being taken care of by Perrin and Afro. However, Pai Lupi's words about conferring the title of Li Wangyu and Changle's cries traveled unreservedly into the delivery room. Su Chongqing's pretty face, which was already pale from the delivery, instantly turned as white as a sheet. Perrin and Avro froze on the spot. They couldn't understand why such bad news would come on such a joyous day. After Su Chongqing gave birth, Pai Lupi had immediately conferred the title of Li Wangyu in public. Perhaps in the eyes of later generations, this was very unkind, as he had no qualms about Su Chongqing's feelings as Li Wangyu's wife. But in the eyes of the Tangs, this was His Majesty bestowing honor upon Li Wangyu. In particular, Pai Lupi had immediately conferred the titles of princesses and princesses to Li Wangyu's 2 posthumous children. This made Fang Xianling and the others feel that Pai Lupi was deeply attached to Li Wangyu. However, Su Chongqing's body had yet to recover from the pain of childbirth when she heard such bad news. Even though she was mentally prepared, she couldn't withstand the shock and directly fainted, causing Perrin and Avro to cry out in alarm. Fortunately, Sun Si Miao and the others had been in the residence all this time and were well prepared. They immediately treated Su Chongqing, allowing Su Chongqing to slowly wake up again. After waking up again, Su Chongqing showed the strong side of a strong woman. She stretched out her hand to summon Pei Lan and ordered, "Let Li Heng go and express his gratitude to His Majesty. Then, close the door and see the guests out. From today onwards, the Fufeng Commandery Duke's mansion will not accept any guests." Perrin didn't correct her mistake. Whether it was the Duke of Qin's residence or the Duke of Fufeng's residence, it was no longer important. If Li Wangyu really wasn't around, what difference would it make to them? The Duke of Qin's residence also closed its doors from this day onwards. Apart from Ma Zhou and the others, Su Chongqing refused to see anyone else. Su Chongqing also handed over Lai Hot's businesses in Chang'an City to her female army to manage. She shut herself in and focused on raising her children. After the death of Li Wangyu, the Duke of Fufeng, who had been posthumously conferred the title of Duke of Qin, his posthumous children being conferred the titles of Duke of Fufeng and Princess of Fufeng naturally caused a great deal of discussion and uproar in Chang'an City. After confirming that Li Wangyu had died in the desert, the Wang clan of Taiyuan, the Zhang clan of Xingyang, and the other aristocratic families were just short of congratulating each other. These aristocratic families had suffered too many losses because of Li Wangyu. After Pai Lupi posthumously conferred the title of Duke on Li Wangyu, Zhang Sun Chong also ran to Taiji Palace more frequently. Since Li Wangyu had died, the marriage between Chang'e and Li Wangyu naturally came to an end. Zhang Sun Wuji had already prepared to formally propose marriage to Pai Lupi and his sister Empress Zhang Sun, hoping that Zhang Sun Chong would marry Chang'e. Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang Sun discussed in private and also felt that this marriage was not bad. In history, Chang'e married Zhang Sun Chong in the 7th year of Zhengguan. However, Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang Sun did not expect that when they tactfully proposed this marriage to Chang'e, Chang'e vehemently opposed it. "Father, mother, what are you talking about? I am the princess consort of Qin. It was father who bestowed this marriage to Li Wangyu. How can you let me marry cousin? Chang'e, don't be ridiculous. Zio is no longer in this world. How can you marry him?" "No, I don't care. In this life, I am a member of the Duke of Qin's residence. In death, I am a ghost of the Duke of Qin's residence. Father, mother, please grant me my wish. I would rather die than marry someone else." "Nonsense. How can you mess around with the important matter of marriage?" Pai Lupi angrily slammed the table and reprimanded Chang'e while blowing his beard and glaring at her. Chang'e, who was always gentle and sweet, did not say a word. She directly knelt in front of Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang Sun, but her expression was resolute. "If father and mother insist on forcing me, then I would rather leave home and become a nun." Chang'e stubbornly straightened her neck. "You!" Pai Lupi was so angry that he was speechless for a long time. He stood up and flung his robe. Good, good. If you are so stubborn, then don't blame me for not taking into account our father-daughter relationship. Servants, take Chang'e back to the palace and guard her strictly. Don't let her take a step out of the palace." Empress Zhang Sun saw that Pai Lupi was really angry and hurriedly mediated. "Erlang, Chang'e is still young. Don't blame her." Alas, in fact, you can't blame Chang'e. Who would have thought that Zio would have such an unlucky life? Hearing Empress Zhang Sun mention Li Wangyu, Pai Lupi could not help but feel his heart soften. He sighed deeply and sat back down. "Chang'e, don't blame me for being cruel. I am doing this for your own good. If it were not for Zio, alas, how could I dissuade you?" You also know how much effort I and your mother put in to make that boy agree to marry you. Changle bowed down gracefully. Father, mother, please forgive me for being unfilial. Li Lang had also been ordered by his father to go on an expedition to the western regions. That was why he had fallen in the desert. Under such circumstances, if I marry someone else, where will Li Lang's reputation be? Where will the royal family's reputation be? Father and mother, please forgive your daughter's willfulness. I will not marry anyone except Li Lang in this life. I would rather keep chastity for Li Lang and never regret it. Father and mother, please grant my wish. Changle's words moved Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun a little. Hurry up. You say it's too fast. You want me to write a few chapters after giving birth. If I write slowly, you say I am too weak. I am too difficult. Why do you all ask where Li Wangyu went? Don't worry, it's definitely not a melodramatic plot like transmigrating back to the modern world or cultivating divine skills. However, some people have already guessed most of it. In addition, it is said that twins are unlucky in ancient times. That's just a rumor. Twin births of God and bear, auspicious and radiant, is a praise for twins. Emperor Xuanzong of the Tang dynasty, Li Longji's first wife, Wang Clan, is a pair of dragon and phoenix twins. His brother, Wang Shuyi, also married Princess Qingyang. In Dream of the Red Chamber, there is also a drinking game. Daughters are happy, and their first child is a pair of twins. This shows that twins are definitely auspicious. Old Long will not make it up. In addition, names. What are the names of the twins? Useless naming. Chapter 1006. Pai Lupi wasn't a heartless person. He also felt guilty about Li Wangyu's death. That was why he conferred Li Wangyu the title of Prince of Qin and conferred the titles of Prince and Princess of Qin as compensation. Pai Lupi's heart softened when he heard his most beloved daughter cry like this. Among his many children, he loved Changle the most. Even as early as the 5th year of Zhengguan, after Li Wangyu agreed to marry Changle, he began to prepare a dowry for Changle. The scale was several times that of Pai Lupi's sister, Princess Yongjia. For this reason, Wei Zhang even wrote a memorial to ridicule Pai Lupi with the story of Emperor Ming of Han. However, Pai Lupi didn't care how Wei Zhang, the sheep nose, stomped his feet. He still did his own thing and prepared a large amount of dowry for Changle. It was also because he cared too much for Changle that he wanted to find another husband for Changle and find a new husband. Whether it was Pai Lupi or Empress Zhongsun, making such a choice was a normal decision for parents. However, Changle's resolute words made Pai Lupi reconsider Changle's opinion. As a mother, Empress Zhongsun naturally disagreed with Changle's words. Changle, do you want to be a widow for Zio for the rest of your life? Have no children and be alone for the rest of your life? No, I won't agree with you doing this. Mother, how can I have no children? Qin Wangfei just gave birth to a pair of dragon phoenix twins. Aren't they my children? Nonsense. How can that be the same? After Pai Lupi calmed down, it was Empress Zhongxuan's turn to be anxious. She glared at Changle. I won't agree with you doing this. Maid Guanyin, I think Changle's words are reasonable. Sigh, now that Zio just passed away, it's really inappropriate for us to rush Changle to remarry. Pai Lupi pondered and persuaded Empress Zhongsun. If Changle is willing to remarry, then let her. Erlang. How can this be? Empress Zhongxuan's face suddenly became quite ugly. She never would have thought that her husband would actually allow their daughter to jump into the fire pit. Maid Guanyin, don't be impatient. Let me finish. Pai Lupi indicated for Empress Zhongsun to calm down. Changle, if you want to marry into the Duke of Qin's mansion, that's not impossible. However, you have to wait for 3 years. 3 years later, I will let Yanling come forward and represent the Duke of Qin's manor in our separation. At that time, your father and mother will choose a good man for you. Are you willing? Pai Lupi's idea was also very simple. Just as Changle had said, Li Wangyu's body had not yet turned cold, and he had broken off the engagement. What he had done was indeed a disgrace to the royal family. In this case, it was better to let Changle marry into the Lai Hot. After 3 years, Changle would be remarried to another man. In this way, he would be able to preserve the reputation of Li Wangyu and the imperial family, and would not delay his daughter's life. In any case, the emperor's daughter did not have to worry about marriage. Moreover, in the Tang dynasty, it was nothing new for a woman to remarry after a divorce. 3 years later, Changal would only be 15 years old. It would be a good age for marriage. In Pai Lupi's opinion, his daughter was currently grieving over Li Wangyo's sudden death. Her feelings were at their deepest. To let her marry Zhang Sun Chong at this time was indeed forcing her against her will. It was better to wait for 3 years. As time passed, his daughter's passionate feelings would naturally fade. At that time, he could let Changal remarry. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Empress Zhang Sun immediately understood her husband's intentions. She couldn't help but nod to herself. She felt that this method was really good. All right. If Changal can agree to this condition, then I will agree to let you marry into the Duke of Qin's manor. Changal also understood the meaning in Pai Lupi's words. She hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she gritted her teeth and agreed. However, Changal had other thoughts in her mind. In her opinion, as long as she married into Lai Hot, whether or not she would divorce 3 years later was uncertain. Pai Lupi, Changal, and Changal each harbored their own thoughts. Just like this, the marriage was decided. When Su Chongqing learned of this matter, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Her husband, Li Wangyu, had perished in the desert. While the entire family was in mourning, Pai Lupi actually wanted Changal to marry into the Duke of Qin's manor and have her take her husband's place. What was this? A ghost marriage? To Su Chongqing, this matter was incomparably absurd. Naturally, he was unwilling to agree. Moreover, even if Changal were to marry into the Duke of Qin's manor, she would still have to divorce 3 years later. This was child's play. Even though Li Wangyu was no longer present, Su Chongqing was unwilling to be toyed with by the imperial family. Naturally, he rejected this absurd matter. However, after Su Chongqing's rejection, Princess Changal personally made a trip to Dingzhou village and complained tearfully to Su Chongqing, using her true feelings to move him. As a result, Su Chongqing simply clenched his teeth and nodded in agreement to this marriage. What Su Chongqing did not expect was that as soon as Changal left, Perrin and Aphrodite both knelt before him, imploring Su Chongqing to take them in place of Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu had been posthumously conferred the title of Empress of Qin by Pai Lupi. As an imperial prince, apart from his official wife, he could also take in 2 children and 10 concubines. Regardless of whether they were children or concubines, they would only be concubines with ranks. Children were of the 5th rank, while concubines were of the 6th rank. After news of Li Wangyu's death spread, Su Chongqing had originally planned to find a good family for Perrin to marry into. Seeing her so insistent, he could only helplessly nod in agreement, agreeing to take in concubines in place of Li Wangyu, taking Perrin and Aphrodite as children of the Prince of Qin. The news that the Prince of Qin, Li Wangyu's imperial consort, Princess Yanling, was going to take Princess Changal as another Qin Wangfei in place of her husband caused everyone in Chang'an, from the noble families to the common people, to be stupefied. Bystanders were fine. At most, they would comment on the lack of etiquette. None of them were blind enough to jump out and make irresponsible remarks about this matter. Only Zhang Sun Wuji and Zhang Sun Chong were so infuriated that they were about to die. Because of this, Zhang Sun Wuji fell gravely ill and took a leave of absence. After recuperating at home for several months, he finally recovered. While Zhang Sun Wuji was infuriated to the point of being bedridden, Pai Lupi had his most beloved daughter of the first wife, Princess Changal, marry into the Prince of Qin's household in a grand fashion, becoming Li Wangyu's second imperial consort. After the hubbub, the Prince of Qin's household once again closed its doors to guests. A group of widows and orphans closed their doors, ignoring worldly affairs and refusing to see any guests. However, not long after, Li Wangyu's foreign disciple, the Prince of Persia Balusi, came to bid farewell to his master's wife, Su Chongqing. He had studied abroad in the Tang dynasty for several years. Originally, he had no intention of returning to Persia. However, after Li Wangyu's death, Balusi was deeply saddened. After taking care of Li Wangyu's funeral, he had no intention of continuing to stay in Chang'an. After bidding farewell to his master's wife and reluctantly bidding farewell to Ma Zhou and his other friends, everyone sent Balusi off at Ba Bridge. The capital of the Sassanid dynasty of Persia was located at Ardashir by the Red Sea, which was later known as Firuzabad in Iran. It was very far away from Chang'an. Balusi's group traveled lightly on horseback. However, they still traveled for half a year before finally arriving at their hometown. After learning that his son had returned from studying abroad, the Persian monarch, Yazdegerd III, was overjoyed. He personally went out of the city to welcome Balusi. My dear child, the gods bless you. You have finally returned safely from the distant east. Yazdegard III hugged Balusi, whom he had not seen in a long time. Balusi's elder brother, Arohan, also tightly hugged his brother. After a few words of reminiscence, Yazdegard III pulled his son onto his horse, preparing to return to the castle. Balusi, come. Ride my horse. Arohan asked his servant to bring his horse over. Look, this is a precious horse that I recently got. It also comes from the east. Balusi smiled and shook his head. Just as he was about to reject his elder brother's kindness, his expression froze in the next second. After a long while, he squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. Salusi. God above, it is Salusi. Chapter 1007. As Pai Lupi's favorite mount, Salusi's appearance was naturally quite handsome and unique. The purple swallow leaps, the bone tang divine steed, the spirit of the three rivers, the might of the eight formations. This was Li Er's praise for Salusi. A pure purple steed was extremely rare. On the other hand, Aloran, Belo's brother, had someone bring over a fine horse that was completely purple in color and did not have a single strand of other hair. Aluo dared to swear with his own eyes that the purple horse in front of him was definitely the mount of his master, Li Wangyu of the Tang dynasty, Salusi. There was a very conspicuous scar on Salusi's chest. It was an arrow wound that Pai Lupi had received when he rode Salusi into battle. Aluo had been learning from Li Wangyu, so naturally, he was quite familiar with Salusi. Sure enough, when he called out Salusi's name in Han Chinese, Salusi, the psychic horse, also recognized him. It snorted intimately, stretched out its big head, and rubbed against Pelos's body. Big brother, where did you get this fine horse? After that, Barrows pulled Arlaham over and asked in a hurry. Aluo's voice was trembling because he was too nervous. In Chang'an City, everyone thought that his master, Li Wangyu, had been buried in the desert. When Li Wangyu had the accident, he rode Salusi out for a walk. Unexpectedly, he encountered a sandstorm and disappeared. His whereabouts were unknown. It had been a year and a half since Li Wangyu's accident. If Salusi was safe and sound, but mysteriously appeared thousands of miles away in Persia, then did that mean that his master, Li Wangyu, was not killed? Aluo and Yazdegard III were shocked by Aluo's reaction. They did not understand what he meant. What do you mean, Aluo? Do you know my horse? Aluo asked, puzzled. Brother, yes, I know this horse. It's called Salusi. Quick, tell me, where did you get this horse from? This is very important. No, very important. Aurora scratched his head in confusion. I spent a lot of silver coins to buy this horse from a caravan a few months ago. Berlusi quickly asked, is the caravan still in the city? Of course, the owner of the caravan is a citizen of Elam. Arahan nodded and gave an affirmative answer. Elan was the name of the Persian Sassanid dynasty. Barrows pulled Arlaham over and said, Brother, take me to the owner of the caravan. Yazdegard III was bewildered by his son's reaction. What happened, Barrows? Is there something wrong with this horse? Facing his father's question, although Balusi was extremely anxious, he could only patiently explain. Father, this horse is called Salusi. It was originally the imperial horse of His Majesty, the Emperor of the Tang dynasty. Later, His Majesty bestowed it to my master, His Highness Duke of Qin of the Tang dynasty. What? Yazdegard III and Arlaham exclaimed at the same time and turned to look at Salusi in disbelief. This horse is the imperial horse of His Majesty, the Emperor of the Tang dynasty? Which prince of the Tang dynasty is the Duke of Qin? He's your master? Then why would this fine horse appear in my Elan? Yazdegard III and Arlaham were confused at this moment. Barrows's words made them even more confused. Barrows could only roughly explain the cause and effect of this matter to his father and brother. His Highness Duke of Qin led 150,000 troops into the desert and was unexpectedly attacked by a sandstorm. My master's whereabouts were unknown because of this, and everyone thought that he had fallen. But his mount appeared in Elan and was bought by brother. This means that my master may not have fallen in the desert. That's why I'm anxious to ask the owner of the caravan where he got Salusi. After hearing Barrows's explanation, Yazdegard III was also anxious. He also felt respect and admiration for the Great Tang, a great power in the East. Otherwise, he would not have sent envoys to the Tang dynasty several times, and even sent his son Barrows to the Tang dynasty to study. In history, when the Sassanid dynasty was invaded by the Arabs, Yazdegerd III had asked the Great Tang for help 4 times in the 12th, 13th, 21st, and 22nd years. But because the Tang dynasty was too far away from Persia, Pai Lupi could only reject the request. Although it was now the 6th year of Zhenguan, the 2 golden ages of the Persian Sassanid dynasty had passed. Because of the constant war with the Eastern Romans, the Persians had suffered greatly, and their economy had declined. The Arabs' hooves had already appeared at the southern border of the Sassanid dynasty. Yazdegerd III was already worried about the situation of the Sassanid dynasty. Asking for help from the Tang dynasty in the east was already in Yazdegerd III's mind. If he could use this opportunity to find the whereabouts of the Tang dynasty's Prince Qin, it would naturally be very beneficial for him to establish a good relationship with the Tang dynasty.
Thinking of this, Yazdegerd III immediately ordered Arohan. This is no small matter.
Arohan, immediately take Barrows to find the owner of the caravan.
Make sure he tells us the origin of Saliuzi.
Arohan also understood the importance of this matter and immediately nodded. He ordered Barrows to get on the horse and led dozens of soldiers to gallop into the city. The owner of the caravan who sold the horse to Arohan was also a rich man in the Sassanid dynasty. Unlike the Tang dynasty, the Persians did not focus on agriculture and ignored commerce, so his family had a lot of influence in the Sassanid dynasty. However, Arohan had received his father's order and did not care about the status of the owner. He directly led a group of Persian soldiers into the merchant's residence. That merchant had originally been hesitant to answer Arohan and Barrow's question directly. He only said that the horse was bought by the caravan from the western region and that he did not know its origin.
It was not until Barrows was so angry that he pulled out a scimitar from the waist of the accompanying Persian soldiers and placed the shiny steel blade on the merchant's neck that the merchant was forced to tell the truth.
After learning why Saliuzi ended up in Persia, Belus was so angry that he kicked the merchant to the ground and hurriedly returned to the palace to find his father, Yazdegerd III. Father, please immediately send a messenger to Chang'an to inform the emperor of the Tang dynasty. This matter cannot be delayed. I will immediately lead people to the western region to seek help from Lu Guogong of the Tang dynasty. Barrows did not care that he had just returned to his hometown and prepared to set off again. The distance from Ardashir in Persia to Gaochang was 7,000 to 8,000 miles. Moreover, there were no well-equipped relay stations along the way like in the Tang dynasty. No matter how fast they traveled, it would still take a month or 2 to get there. Barrows was worried about Li Wangyo's safety, so he did not care about his own fatigue. Yazdegerd III hugged his son and said, "My child, go. The gods will protect you and your master." Barrows knelt down on one knee and said goodbye to his father. Then, he led the people that Yazdegerd III had prepared for him and mounted Saliuzi. They set off again toward the east. Amnesia? That's impossible. This old dragon is not writing a drama about Qiong Yao's bitter love. Amnesia, my ass. What system, cultivation, time travel, all of that is impossible. Chapter 1008. In human history, during the Cold Weapons era, the record holder for the fastest speed was the Mongol cavalry during Genghis Khan's era. The Mongol cavalry could maintain an average speed of 90 to 95 kilometers a day. When Hua Tsubing and Wei Qing chased the Xiongnu, they could reach 80 to 100 kilometers a day. As for the record holder, it was the Eight Banners cavalry who set a record of 180 kilometers a day during the Shun rule of the Qing dynasty. As for Belusi's group, they were all like the Mongol cavalry, each of them being given 3 horses. Under Belusi's constant urging, they traveled day and night toward the east. 7,000 to 8,000 miles took Belusi just a month to reach Gaochang city. His speed was comparable to the Mongol cavalry. Cheng Yaojin naturally recognized Belusi. When he learned that Li Wangyo's disciple, the Persia prince Belusi, wanted to meet him, he was a little stunned. When Cheng Yaojin ordered his men to bring in Belusi, who was so thin that he was almost out of shape after a month of hard work, he couldn't help but be shocked. "Belusi, how did you end up like this? Why didn't you stay in Chang'an City? Why did you come to Gaochang City?" Cheng Yaojin did not know that Belusi had returned to Persia, so he asked.
"Duke, half a year ago, I said goodbye to His Majesty and Master's wife and returned to Persia," Belusi explained.
"Then why did you come to Gaochang City instead of Persia?" Cheng Yaojin did not understand.
Belusi did not explain, directly ordering people to bring Sasha Luzi in. "Duke, look at this horse. Due to rushing for 7 to 8,000 miles, even a horse like Sasha Luzi was so tired that its fur was not as bright. However, Chang Yaojin was able to recognize it right away. The old hooligan jumped up like he had seen a ghost. Isn't this Sasha Luzi? Belusi, tell me, where did you find Sasha Luzi? Since Sasha Luzi is still alive, then is Zio okay? Where is he now? Belusi smiled bitterly. Duke, this is the reason why I rushed from Persia to Gaochang City. After I returned to my homeland, I accidentally discovered that someone had sold Saliuzi to my homeland. Moreover, it just so happened that it was sold to my elder brother. It was a long story, so Bei Lucy did not keep Chang Yaojin in suspense. He told Chang Yaojin everything that he knew, spilling the beans from a bamboo tube. It turned out that back in the city of Ardashir, the Persian merchant was forced to reveal the truth as he had no other choice. Shaluzi was indeed brought back from the western regions by his caravan. However, it wasn't purchased through any proper channels. It was stolen goods. Due to the enormous profits from trade between the East and the West, the Silk Road of the western regions had attracted countless caravans, transporting all sorts of precious goods and treasures back and forth. From a certain point of view, the Silk Road could be called the Golden Road, and the caravans were like flowing rivers of gold. Such a huge amount of wealth attracted not only many merchant groups, but also many bandits. Other than the challenges of nature such as sandstorms, quicksand, and lack of water, the biggest enemies of the caravans were the various bandits and desert robbers of the western regions. These bandits and desert robbers would often choose to ambush caravans that were resting at night, killing and robbing. They were very vicious. However, no matter how vicious the bandits and desert robbers were, the gold, silver, and jewels they robbed could not be eaten or drunk. Therefore, these bandits and desert robbers of the western regions all had their own channels to dispose of their stolen goods. They would hand over the gold, silver, jewels, and precious porcelain to the caravans that colluded with them. The caravans would then sell these stolen goods and exchange them for the weapons, equipment, food, wine, and even women that the bandits and desert robbers needed. The Persian merchant who sold Sasha Luzi to Arohan and his caravan were engaged in such activities. According to him, Sasha Luzi had been acquired by his caravan from a group of desert bandits named Black Sand, who were entrenched in the desert. Because the desert robbers mostly used camels as their mounts, even if Sasha Luzi was a rare horse, it was not very useful to the desert robbers. Therefore, it was handed over to the caravan for them to dispose of the stolen goods. The owner of the caravan would never have thought that after more than 10 years of colluding with the desert robbers to dispose of their stolen goods, he would be overthrown because of a horse. He also did not expect that Prince Belus would recognize the horse from the east 7 to 8,000 miles away from the western regions. Not to mention how regretful the owner of the caravan was and how Yazdegard III would punish him. After hearing Belus' words, Chang Yaojin's mouth was so wide open that his fist could be stuffed in. Damn it! Sasha Luzi actually fell into the hands of the desert robbers? Is Zio also in the hands of the desert robbers? Belus shook his head. I don't know about this. That merchant also did not know the whereabouts of Master. He only received the stolen goods from the desert robbers. As for the origin of the stolen goods, they did not care at all. However, I suspect that Master lost his way because of the sandstorm and was accidentally captured by the desert robbers. Sasha Luzi was handed over to the caravan to dispose of their stolen goods, and Master might still be imprisoned in the desert robbers' lair. Duke, I rushed here from my homeland to ask you to immediately send troops to attack the desert robbers' lair and rescue Master. He rushed to Gao Chang in such a hurry because he was worried that something would happen if he delayed. In fact, Belus also did not know whether Li Wangyu was still alive or not. With the way the desert robbers did things, they did not have the habit of leaving people alive. Moreover, it had been 15 to 16 months since Li Wangyu went missing. Even if Li Wangyu was still alive, he must have suffered a lot. Thinking of this, Belus was secretly anxious. Chang Yaojin's face was fierce as if he was about to devour someone. He roared angrily. Where is the lair of the Black Sand desert robbers? Belus, do you know where it is? Belus nodded. That merchant did tell me. It is said that it is in the desert, in an oasis called Swan Lake. That is the lair of the desert robbers. He reached out and took out a roll of parchment. Duke, this is the map I asked the merchant to draw. This is Swan Lake. Chang Yaojin snatched the parchment and looked at it carefully. He could not help but curse. Damn it, they actually hid so far away. No wonder the army of more than 100,000 couldn't find them after searching for so long.
The Tengger Desert was the fourth largest desert in Huaxia. It was nearly 500 miles long from north to south and 300 miles wide from east to west. The Swan Lake on the map was 200 to 300 miles away from the place where Li Wangyu was killed. It was already in the territory of the Shui Yantua Khanate in the north of the desert. The army searched everywhere in the desert, but they only searched about 100 miles around the starting point. They did not expect Sasha Luzi to run so far away to the desert robber's lair. Chang Yaojin immediately ordered people to call a few guides and asked them to identify the specific location of the desert robber's lair on the map. The guides said that they were not familiar with the location marked on the map and could only try to lead the army forward. This was actually very normal. In an era without satellite navigation, even the most experienced guides were only familiar with a few routes across the desert. In the vast desert, there were forbidden areas for life everywhere. In addition, the desert robbers were rampant. It was normal for these guides not to know the specific route. Chang Yaojin saw that the guides were also not able to determine the specific location of the desert robber's lair, and could not help but feel a little annoyed. Damn it, I don't care so much. Send someone to deliver the news back to Chang, and at once. I will personally take a trip there. I don't believe that those damn desert robbers can rebel. Chang Yaojin was worried about Li Wangyu's safety. After handing over the affairs of the western region to Niu Jinda and Shui Wanjun, he personally led 10,000 cavalry and returned to the desert, preparing to attack the desert robber's lair and rescue Li Wangyu. Chapter 1009. Ever since Li Wangyu's accident, Niu Wu and the Lai Hot troops that followed Li Wangyu, Cheng Chumo and the other playboys, as well as Mi Tuo and the others who came from Chang'an, led 10,000 Tang soldiers and stayed in the oasis. Everyone's mood was different. Niu Wu and the Lai Hot troops did not want to return to Chang'an because they felt guilty and regretful. As Li Wangyu's troops, they were unable to protect their Lang Jun. This made Niu Wu and the others feel ashamed to return to Chang'an and see Su Chongqing. Therefore, even though they were sure that Li Wangyu had died in the desert, Niu Wu and the Lai Hot troops still searched the desert every day in vain. Rather than saying that Niu Wu and the others were searching for Li Wangyu, it was better to say that they were exiling themselves. Cheng Chumo and the other playboys were sad because of their brotherly love and planned to pay respects to Li Wangyu at the place where he died. When the army returned from the western region, they were ready to leave. In comparison, the most depressed person was Mi Tuo. Pai Lupi had said that if he could not find Li Wangyu, he did not need to return to Chang'an. This meant that he wanted to see Li Wangyu if he was alive, and his corpse if he was dead. But in this vast desert, where could he find Li Wangyu's corpse? Therefore, the miserable Mi Tuo could only lead the spies of the 100 Cavalry Department and eat sand in the desert in vain. The camp where 10,000 Tang soldiers were stationed was lifeless every day. There was not a trace of cheerfulness to be seen. Even if the Western Punitive Expedition Army was unstoppable in the western region, it would not affect this place. But when Chang Yaojin led Bei Lucy and 10,000 Tang cavalry back to the oasis, the whole camp was in an uproar. Niu Wu, the one-eyed man, hugged Sha Luzi's neck and cried. He never thought that his Lang Jun would still have a chance to live. After Niu Wu vented his emotions with everyone, he immediately knelt down with red eyes in front of Chang Yaojin. Duke, please give the order immediately.
I'm willing to be the vanguard of the army and flatten the lair of those damn bandits.
The Lai Hot troops all gnashed their teeth and knelt down on one knee, asking Cheng Yaojin for permission to fight. Please give the order, Duke, so that we can avenge our previous disgrace. Chang Yaojin understood the intentions of Niu Wu and the others, and naturally nodded in agreement. The army stayed in the oasis for a day to replenish their water. Then, under the lead of dozens of guides, they headed toward the north of the desert. Actually, Chang Yaojin's decision was very risky. After all, the guide wasn't familiar with the desert and might get lost. It was also hard to guarantee that they would find a water source along the way.
If it were not for the desert, the army would have been able to cover the distance of 200 to 300 miles in 1 or 2 days. But in the desert, even though it was an unfamiliar desert, a journey of 200 to 300 miles would take more than 10 days or even longer. The safest way was to send out a large number of scouts and guides to find the exact location of the desert bandits before the army set off. But whether it was Chang Yaojin, Bei Lucy, Niu Wu, Cheng Chumo, or even Mi Tuo, they didn't want to wait any longer. Therefore, the army of 20,000 directly carried enough supplies and plunged into the vast desert. While the army of 20,000 was still searching for the lair of the desert bandits, The news of Bei Lucy finding Sasha Lucy in Persia had already been sent back to Chang'an and presented to Pai Lupi. This incredible news instantly caused an uproar in Chang'an. Pai Lupi was so shocked that he slapped the table and stood up. Li Wangyou's disciples were all crying tears of joy. In King Qin's mansion, Su Chongqing hugged his son and daughter and cried again. Since Sasha Lucy is still alive, then maybe Li Wangyou is still alive. This was the unanimous thought of everyone who cared about Li Wangyou. Chang Yaojin led the 20,000 cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty and suffered a lot in the desert. After getting lost several times and almost dying of thirst in the desert, the scouts in front finally came back with good news. Swan Lake had been found. Speaking of which, finding Swan Lake was also due to luck. According to Bei Lucy, the reason why Swan Lake was called Swan Lake was because the lake covered a large area. Every spring and autumn, swans would fly to the lake and stay there, hence the name. And the scouts happened to find flocks of swans flying in the air. Following the tracks of those swans, they accidentally found the lake and the desert bandits' camp hidden in the sand dunes. According to the scouts' observation, this desert bandit group called Black Sand was indeed very large. There were no less than 2,000 desert bandits gathered in the camp. Of course, 2,000 desert bandits was a disaster for the caravan, but in front of the 20,000 cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty, it was not worth mentioning. After Chang Yaojin received the report from the scouts, he immediately led the army to attack. When the black mass of Tang cavalry appeared from the sand dunes in all directions, the desert bandits at Swan Lake were horrified to find that they were surrounded and could not escape even if they had wings. 20,000 fully armed and brightly armored elite cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty could deal with more than 2,000 desert bandits without any suspense. When the Tang cavalry rushed down from the sand dunes, the desert bandits even lost the will to resist and directly chose to raise their hands and surrender. The leader of the desert bandits could never imagine why the Tang cavalry would appear here, let alone why the Tang army would encircle and annihilate them. Niu Wu and the foppish lords immediately rushed into the bandits' lair and led their men to search inside and out, but they did not find any trace of Li Wangyou. This made everyone's heart turn cold. Could it be that Li Wangyou had really been murdered by these damn desert bandits? The Tang army dragged the leader of the desert bandits in front of Chang Yaojin like a dead dog. This great bandit who had rebuked the desert for more than 10 years no longer had the prestige of the past and kept kowtowing to Chang Yaojin to beg for mercy. Spare my life, Lang Jun, spare my life. King B *TCH. Cut the crap. Let me ask you, do you know this horse? Where is its owner? Has he been harmed by you? If you dare to lie, I will immediately order my men to chop you into minced meat.
Chang Yaojin grabbed the leader's collar and roared with a murderous look. The leader of the desert bandits looked up with fear and trepidation. When he saw Sha Luzi's appearance, he gasped. He finally understood the reason for today's disaster. Lang Jun, spare my life. We did not harm the owner of this horse. We did not harm him. Du Fu, he is my wife's brother-in-law. How could I harm him? Chang Yaojin's eyes opened like copper bells. Nonsense, what Du Fu? Who is that?
It is the owner of this horse.
Lang Jun, please understand, I dare not lie. If you do not believe me, you can summon my wife and ask her. In order to survive, the leader of the desert bandits kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. His intestines were now green with regret. He felt that Du Fu was actually a person that he could not help. Obviously, the Tang army that had surrounded his camp was here for this person. Chang Yaojin was a little suspicious and immediately ordered the soldiers to summon the wife of the bandit leader for questioning. Not long after, a young woman was brought in front of Chang Yaojin. The woman bowed to Chang Yaojin. Du Qing greets Lang Jun. Let me ask you, are you the wife of this bandit? The woman immediately shook her head and cried. I dare to let Lang Jun know that I am not his wife. I was originally from Lizhou and my name is Du Qing. I was kidnapped by this group of bandits. In order to survive, I was forced to give myself to the bandits. I have been hoping day and night to be rescued from the sea of bitterness. When Chang Yaojin and the others heard this, they understood that this so-called wife of the leader was the wife of the bandit leader who was kidnapped. Niu Wu suddenly walked in front of the woman. I feel that you look very familiar, as if I have seen you before? After the woman raised her eyes to look at Niu Wu, she immediately bowed again. Lang Jun, did you forget that in Lizhou, you and Li Gong saved me and my father? Niuwu suddenly realized that the woman in front of him was the father and daughter that he and Li Wangyu had saved from Wu Shiqiang's two disappointing sons at Lizhou restaurant.
Little Miss Du, who is the Du Fu that the bandit was talking about?
It is Li Gong.
Li Gong was really not harmed by these bandits? Niuwu asked the question that everyone was most concerned about. Du Qing immediately shook her head.
No, I lied and said that he was my brother.
Li Gong changed his name to Du Fu and these bandits did not know his identity. When she said this, everyone's spirits were lifted.
Li Wangyu was really still alive.
Niuwu quickly asked,
My Langjun, where is he now?
Du Qing shook her head again.
I also do not know.
Chapter 10:10. Back to a year and a half ago. On a whim, Li Wangyu rode Sasha Luzi to the sand dune to watch the sunset in the desert, but he did not expect to be attacked by a sandstorm. This sandstorm was extremely fierce. Before Li Wangyu rode back to the camp, it had already swept over with the power to destroy the world. It was difficult for people who had not been to the desert and experienced a sandstorm to understand how powerful the sandstorm in the desert was. The man and the horse were immediately shrouded in the sandstorm. As far as the eye could see, there was only yellow sand in the sky. It was almost impossible to see the 5 fingers of one's hand and breathing became difficult. Li Wangyu was shocked, but he could only rely on his impression to urge Sasha Luzi to run in the direction of the camp. The violent wind carried a large amount of sand and stones, flying all over the sky. Li Wangyu only felt that his skin exposed outside his clothes was burned by the sand and stones. He wanted to call for help, but he could not open his mouth at all. Before Li Wangyu ran to a safe place, a fist-sized stone swept up by the wind hit his ribs hard. The severe pain made Li Wangyu's vision suddenly turn black and he fainted, lying softly on Sasha Luzi's body. Although Sasha Luzi was a precious horse, it had never encountered such a situation. Under the shock and without Li Wangyu's control, it instinctively ran out in the direction of the sandstorm. This run took a full 2 to 4 hours. With Sasha Luzi's speed, when Li Wangyu woke up again, it was at least 70 to 80 miles away from the Tang camp. Li Wangyu naturally did not know this. After he woke up, he was about to straighten up, but he could not help but let out a muffled groan and quickly covered his ribs with his hands. The severe pain made him immediately realize that his ribs must have been broken when he was attacked by the sandstorm. But this was a small matter. As long as he returned to the camp, there would naturally be a military doctor with the army to deal with it. At this time, the sandstorm had passed, but the sky was already dark. Looking up, there was only a sky full of stars and a bright moon. What was worse was that Li Wangyu only went out to walk the horse. On Sasha Luzi's back, he didn't bring any food or water. Li Wangyu endured the intense pain in his ribs and urged the equally exhausted Sasha Luzi to climb up a nearby sand dune. With the help of the moonlight, Li Wangyu looked around, but his heart turned cold. Where was the Tang army's camp and the oasis in sight? Obviously, when he was unconscious, Sasha Luzi carried him and ran to some unknown place. He also did not know where the Tang army camp was. He couldn't help but shout, "Is anyone there? Is anyone there? I'm here." There was silence all around. Apart from the sound of Feng Luzi's breathing, there was no other sound. Now that both men and horses were tired, Li Wangyu could only reluctantly drive Sasha Luzi down the sand dune. He found a place where there was no wind, endured the pain in his ribs and rolled down the horse's back. He planned to rest for the night and then find a way out. He was still hoping that after sunrise, Niu Wu and the other playboys would lead the army to find him. How could Li Wangyu expect that in the sandstorm, Sasha Luzi ran 70 to 80 miles in one breath? Moreover, the horse's hoofprints were completely covered by the sandstorm. Niu Wu and the others searched everywhere, but found nothing. This night, Li Wangyu was awakened by the cold several times. He curled up beside Sasha Luzi, relying on Sasha Luzi's body temperature to ensure that he would not freeze to death. As a person who had died once, Li Wangyu was more and more afraid of death. It was not that he was afraid of the consequences of death, but he was afraid that he would never see Su Chongqing and his unborn child again. Relying on his strong will to live, Li Wangyu endured the pain and hunger. He survived this long night and welcomed the rising sun. Thirsty, hungry and tired, he managed to climb onto Sasha Luzi's back and urged Sasha Luzi to quickly find the way back to the camp. In fact, Sasha Luzi's current situation was not much better than Li Wangyu's. Yesterday evening, because of fear, it ran 70 to 80 miles in the sand.
Now, like Li Wangyu, it was thirsty and hungry. Therefore, even if Li Wangyu kept urging it on horseback, Sasha Luzi could only slowly walk on the sand with difficulty, looking for the way back to the camp. Li Wangyu did not know that the direction he and Sasha Luzi were walking in was exactly the opposite of the Tang army camp. One man and one horse were exhausted as they trudged through the desert with great difficulty. When the sun set in the west again, Li Wangyu could no longer hold on because of his injuries and the fact that he had not eaten or drunk water for an entire day. His body was limp as he lay on Sasha Luzi's body that was also swaying. His eyes were lifeless as he looked into the distance. Just before Li Wangyu was about to lose consciousness, he seemed to see a few blurry figures on the distant horizon. Li Wangyu's dry throat barely spat out a sentence. "Save me!" Then his head tilted and he completely fainted. When Li Wangyu was once again stimulated by the severe pain and woke up, he was shocked to find that his hands and feet were tied, like a commodity placed horizontally between the humps of a camel. Every time the camel bumped, it stimulated the wound on his waist. It was so painful that the beads of sweat on his forehead immediately fell down. Li Wangyu immediately realized that before he fainted, the figures he saw were not the reinforcements he expected. It seemed to be different from what he imagined. He resisted the pain and did not let himself groan. He pretended to be unconscious and secretly looked around. He saw that he was in a camel caravan. His beloved horse, Sasha Luzi, was also tied behind the camel and was moving forward with the camel caravan. The people on the camels around him were obviously not good people. Their ferocious appearance, the weapons at their waists. In addition to his current tied-up appearance, Li Wangyu immediately thought of a word: desert bandits. Li Wangyu could not help but secretly complain in his heart. He was too damn unlucky to fall into the hands of these vicious desert bandits. He was afraid that he would suffer. While he was thinking about how to get away, he heard someone talking in the camel caravan. "Big brother, this kid doesn't have a single copper coin on him. But this golden token should still be worth some money. In addition, his horse is a good horse. I estimate that it can be sold to those profiteers for a lot of money." Li Wangyu's heart skipped a beat. He knew that things were not good. The golden token that the man mentioned was most likely the goldfish talisman that represented his identity as a county duke of the Tang dynasty. His identity information was on it. If this group of desert bandits knew his true identity, he was afraid that it would be even more troublesome. Li Wangyu did not think that these lawless desert bandits would treat him with courtesy just because he was the county duke of the Tang dynasty. Before he led the army into the desert, he had heard about these desert bandits from the guides in Dunhuang County. Not only were they not afraid of the government army, but even the officials of the Tang dynasty had been attacked and kidnapped by them. Anyway, if the Tang army wanted to encircle them, they would retreat to the vast desert. As long as they could not find their nest, even the Tang army would find it difficult to exterminate them in the desert. While Li Wangyu was worried, he heard the man continue to say, "Big brother, what is written on this golden token?" "Damn it, you're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask? Do you want me to tie you up and bring back a poor man to teach you how to read?" When Li Wangyu heard this, he suddenly felt relieved. Thanks to the poor education level of the Tang dynasty, illiterates were everywhere. It seemed that it was not without benefits. A group of desert bandits actually did not have a single literate person. This saved him a lot of trouble. Chapter 10-11. Just as Li Wangyu was rejoicing that the group of desert bandits were all illiterate, the conversation between the desert bandits made his chrysanthemum tighten. "Big brother, why do you want to bring this kid back? Why don't you just kill him?" The desert bandit who spoke before spoke again. The bandit leader spat at that person. "Bah, what do you know? This kid's skin was soft and tender, and his appearance was delicate and pretty. He was also a valuable commodity. After a while, when those barbarian merchants come to collect the goods, we'll sell this kid and his horse to those merchants." "This kid can also be sold for money? Why would those barbarian merchants buy him?" "Haha, you don't know, the Persians like men, even more so than the Tang dynasty. Moreover, this kid is exotic in Persia. He's even more popular." "Teske, there's such a thing? If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have killed those hostages. Wouldn't that be a waste?" "Waste my ass, those people are either old or have thick skin and are unbearably vulgar. Why would the barbarian merchants be willing to spend money to buy them? What's the point of keeping them?" Big brother is indeed wise. Haha, looks like this hunting trip wasn't in vain. Tell the brothers to be more careful these days. Don't go out hunting for the time being. Now that the Tang army has crossed the border to attack the western regions, we shouldn't ask for trouble. Don't worry, big brother, we won't touch the tiger's butt. All right, big brother, this kid isn't also from the Tang army, is he? The bandit leader shook his head. That's impossible. The scouts reported that the nearest Tang army is still 100 miles away. If he's from the Tang army, he can't run that far alone. Looking at this kid's delicate appearance, he's probably a young master from some aristocratic family, thinking that the desert is a place to go for an outing, and came here to die. Who cares who he is, in short, since he's fallen into our hands, it's not up to him. Haha, that's right, that's the truth. The group of desert bandits spoke happily, but Li Wangyu's heart was cold. If what these bandits said was true, and he was sold to Persia as a prostitute, then he'd rather kill himself. For the next few days, Li Wangyu was thinking about how to escape, but those desert bandits didn't give him any chance at all. Other than feeding him some food and water to ensure that he wouldn't starve to death, he didn't pay any attention to him at all. When the desert bandits were resting, they would tie him up like a dumpling with cowhide rope, making him unable to move at all. In the eyes of the desert bandits, Li Wangyu was just a commodity. This made Li Wangyu, who had prepared a bellyful of excuses to fool these desert bandits, unable to use them. He felt aggrieved and uncomfortable. The desert bandits wandered around the desert for a few days before returning to their lair. Li Wangyu was still tied up and thrown on the camel's back like a cargo. When he crossed the top of the last sand dune, the scenery in front of him made Li Wangyu feel refreshed. What a tranquil and serene desert lake. Below the sand dune, tens of thousands of malin flowers were in full bloom around the lake. The lake water was clear and bright, and wild ducks, gray cranes, and swans were flying up and down on the lake, adding a bit of vitality. There was a camp by the lake, which was obviously the lair of the desert bandits. Li Wangyu cursed in his heart. It was a pity that such a magnificent desert lake was actually occupied by these damn desert bandits. It was really a waste of God's gift. Now that Li Wangyu couldn't even take care of himself, he could only say a few words of regret in his heart. As for what would happen next, he had no idea. But as the saying goes, there is no story without coincidences. Li Wangyu didn't expect that in the desert bandits' camp, he would actually meet the father and daughter that he and Su Chongqing had saved from the hands of Wu Shiqiang's two disappointing sons when they left home to travel to Lizhou. And it was precisely this father and daughter pair that had temporarily saved Li Wangyu, preventing him from being sold to the Persian merchants like Shah Luzi. This father and daughter pair, after leaving Lizhou, took the 10 taels of gold that Wu Shiqiang had given them as compensation and prepared to seek refuge with their relatives. But their relatives died unexpectedly, and the father and daughter pair had no choice but to run to Dunhuang County, planning to make a living here. Ever since Dunhuang County was established as a trade hub, it became more and more prosperous. There was an endless stream of people from the Central Plains who came to make a living here. In the end, this father and daughter pair didn't even have time to settle down in Dunhuang County before they met with desert bandits halfway. That woman was called Du Qing, and she was harassed by Wu Shiqiang's two sons back then. Naturally, she had some beauty. Du Qing was valued by the leader of the desert bandits and was directly snatched back to be his wife. As a weak woman, Du Qing could only helplessly enter the bandits' lair to protect herself. When Li Wangyu was captured by the desert bandits and brought back to their lair, Du Qing recognized at a glance the benefactor that had saved her and her father a few years ago in Lizhou. Thus, Du Qing lied and said that Li Wangyu was her younger brother. Li Wangyu also took advantage of the situation and named himself Du Fu, acknowledging this sister. The leader of the desert bandits doted on the woman he had snatched, so he didn't continue to make things difficult for Li Wangyu and allowed him to stay in the desert bandits' camp beside Swan Lake. Of course, even if Li Wangyu escaped the fate of being sold to Persia, his life in the desert bandits' camp was also difficult. Those desert bandits completely treated him as a servant, ordering him around and ordering him to do things. They would beat and scold him at every turn. As for eating and drinking, they were leftovers, barely surviving. Fortunately, Li Wangyu's brain was considered smart. After recovering from the injury between his ribs, he immediately asked Du Qing for help to think of a way to get him some wine. There were many wild grapes beside Swan Lake. Li Wangyu picked some and tried to make wine with them. After confirming that the wine was good, Li Wangyu asked Du Qing to give the wine to the leader of the desert bandits to taste. He said that he knew how to make wine and was willing to make these good wines for the desert bandits. The desert bandits naturally loved wine. After tasting such good wine, they were naturally overjoyed. Thus, Li Wangyo's life in the desert bandits' lair finally improved after being captured for a few months. The leader of the desert bandits specially ordered people to prepare a house for him to live in and make wine. At the same time, he didn't have to eat and eat. At least he could see some meat. And those desert bandits didn't punch and kick him at every turn. Li Wangyo's personal safety was finally guaranteed. But how could Li Wangyu be willing to give up like this? He was still worried about his unborn child and his wife, Su Chongqing. At every moment, his mind was not thinking about how to escape from the hands of the desert bandits. In this matter, Du Qing couldn't help at all. She didn't have any freedom to speak of. She was just a captive that was being toyed with by the leader of the desert bandits. And to escape from the hands of more than 2,000 desert bandits in the vast desert was easier said than done. This desert, to Li Wangyu, was an island prison with nowhere to escape. Even if he risked his life to escape from the desert bandits' lair, he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to cross the desert and find his way home. Under such helplessness, Li Wangyu was trapped in the desert bandits' lair for more than a year. Until one day, when he went out to collect wild grapes as usual, he chanced upon something. Finally, he found a glimmer of hope to escape from the desert bandits' lair.